Yu Zhiwan never expected that in the morning, Xie Jingmo would be her brother-in-law, and by the afternoon, he had become her husband. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau alongside him, she gazed down at the freshly minted red booklet in her hands, her expression still somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a delicate bouquet of crimson roses was presented before her. Startled, Yu Zhiwan slowly lifted her gaze to meet the languid, charming eyes of the man. He raised an eyebrow slightly, a casual smile dancing in his eyes. "Happy wedding," he said, nudging the roses closer to her, a lazy grin gracing his lips. "Xie Tai Tai." 4 hours earlier, Yu Zhuan had received a call from Gu Qingfeng, summoning her to a billiards club in the city center. This establishment was an upscale venue where Gu Qingfeng, a VIP member, often hosted friends in a private room. As she approached the door to the room, she pushed it open just a crack and was met with the sounds of billiards and laughter from inside. "Brother Feng, you've never dated a girl for more than 7 days. Yet you've been with that Miss Yu for 3 weeks now. How curious. You don't understand, do you?" Brother Feng pursued Yu Zhuan for 3 months before winning her over naturally. He needs to enjoy it a little longer to make it worthwhile. TSK. He actively pursued her and made an exception for her. Brother Feng must have developed genuine feelings for Yu Zhuan. Gu Qingfeng, the center of attention, laughed derisively while holding his cue stick. "Who are you kidding? Yu Zhuan is merely the true daughter of the Yu family. Reclaimed halfway, she's not the favored fake daughter. I'm just amused by her beauty and wanted to have some fun." Yu Zhuan tightened her grip on the door handle. Just for fun. She was well aware that Gu Qingfeng was notorious for his playboy ways, changing girlfriends as frequently as the seasons. She had no affection for him and had no desire to date him. Yet, her biological parents and brothers had pressured her into accepting his pursuit solely to facilitate a partnership between their families. She recalled overhearing her mother say to Yu, Xiang, although you've been discovered not to be the Yu family's biological daughter, you've grown up on my side, and in my heart, you are my most beloved daughter." Her 2 brothers had echoed, "Yes, Xiang, you're the most cherished sister. What does Yu Zhiwan have to compare? Eldest brother and second brother would never allow our princess Xiang to suffer any grievances. They would not allow Xiang to suffer any grievances, but were willing to push their biological daughter towards a womanizer like Gu Qingfeng." A sharp pain pierced Yu Zhiwan's heart, as if it were being wrenched asunder. She shut her eyes, suddenly feeling exhausted. The laughter from the room continued unabated. TSK. Gu Xiao hasn't fallen for her. It seems Yu Zhiwan has genuinely developed feelings. How many suitors has she had in the past? She wouldn't even glance at them, but now she's fallen at Gu Xiao's feet. Ha ha! Brother Feng's charm is undeniable. Gu Qingfeng chuckled, draping his arm around a woman with flowing waves of hair, exuding arrogance and delight. "Of course. With just one call, doesn't she come running like a loyal pup? I asked her to make me a bracelet, and she obediently complied. This is the first time I've..." Unperturbed by the raucous atmosphere, Yu Zhuan entered the room, her skin radiant and pale, her eyes tinged with a hint of coldness. Gu Qingfeng's heart raced, and he instinctively pushed the woman aside, only to feel he had overreacted. He laughed nonchalantly. "Zhuan, this is my adopted little sister. I'm just teaching her to play billiards. You're so considerate you won't get jealous, will you?" Yu Zhiwan didn't even glance at the woman, her expression indifferent. "No." Gu Qingfeng's smile widened. He relished having such a docile and obedient girlfriend. Noticing the red bean bracelet in Yu Zhiwan's hand, Gu Qingfeng's grin deepened. Truth be told, he had invested considerable effort over the past 3 months to woo her, so it was only fitting for her to give him a bracelet to commemorate their 3-week relationship. Although the bracelet was simple and of little monetary value, he usually wore watches worth millions. She found himself inexplicably wanting to wear it. Gu Qingfeng tilted his chin arrogantly, extending his hand. "Why is it so plain?" "Never mind, I can wear it. Come on, put on your boyfriend." Yu Zhiwan cast him a cold glance, her eyes as frigid as the moon, and then she forcefully tugged at the bracelet. With a sharp crack, it broke apart, red beads scattering across the floor. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, his brow furrowing tightly as an inexplicable sense of panic flickered within him. At that moment, it felt as if Yu Zhiwan snapping the bracelet signified a definitive severance between them, erasing any ties. His frown deepened as he fixed his gaze on Yu Zhiwan's impassive face. "What do you mean? Did you hear what I said in the room?" Yu Zhiwan's exquisitely radiant face was now shrouded in frost. Yes, I heard. Therefore, Gu Changfeng, from this moment on, we are breaking up. Having spoken, she turned on her heel and walked away, her silhouette proud and cold, pausing not for a single moment. The crowd in the room stood frozen, staring at the unfolding scene until her figure vanished from sight. A young man, namely, gaped in disbelief. Gu Xiao, you were dumped? Wow, that Yu Zhiwan woman. Brother Feng, Yu Zhiwan must have overheard your earlier remarks. She's surely heartbroken. You should go comfort her. Those nearby dismissed the concern. Are you out of your mind? What status does Yu Zhiwan have to warrant Gu Xiao's consolation? Exactly. Women are like this, throwing tantrums and playing hard to get, just waiting for you to chase after them. Clenching his fists, Gu Changfeng's eyes remained fixed on the scattered red beads on the floor. What had Yu Zhiwan just said? Break up? Huh. It seemed he had been too lenient with her, indulging her whims. Had she forgotten her place? As a fallen heiress, neglected by her father and mother, and despised by her brothers, who else would want her besides him? Gu Changfeng. Brother Feng, you should go after her. Someone urged. Gu Changfeng snapped angrily. Chase after what? Get lost. Yu Zhiwan had never acknowledged anyone else, only responding to his pursuit, clearly indicating she had feelings for him. Her declaration of a breakup was merely a moment of anger, a childish display. Just wait within 3 days. Yu Zhiwan would surely return to him. As Yu Zhiwan exited the room, she walked down the corridor. Parting ways with Gu Changfeng lightened her spirits considerably, a gentle smile gracing her features. At last, she had shed a burdensome weight. She would no longer have to associate with him. Regarding the Yu family, Yu Zhiwan's lips pressed tightly together, having finally resolved something. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice an obstruction and stumbled forward. Careful. In a critical moment, a strong, firm arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Instantly, the unique, crisp scent of cedar enveloped her senses, surrounding her completely. The man towered above her as she collided with his chest. Her eyes were drawn to the casually unbuttoned black shirt, revealing hints of his well-defined chest and the alluring contours of his collarbone, his skin pale as jade, and the pronounced Adam's apple bobbing enticingly as he swallowed. It was a sight that seemed to ensnare the heart that Yu Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze colliding with the strikingly handsome face of the man before her. His bone structure was exquisite, his features captivating. Most notably, his unique peach blossom eyes exuded a languid indifference. A flicker of shock crossed Yu Zhiwan's heart. She was, of course, familiar with this mesmerizing visage. Xie Jingmo, the scion of the illustrious Xie family, was an influential figure in the capital. With a prestigious lineage and immense power, he was known for his ruthless demeanor and was considered untouchable within elite circles. However, Yu Zhiwan's acquaintance with Xie Jingmo extended beyond his prominent status. He was, in fact, her brother-in-law. Years prior, her grandfather had inadvertently saved Xie Jingmo's grandfather, leading to a warm camaraderie between the two elders, who subsequently arranged a betrothal between their grandchildren. Thus, Xie Jingmo became the betrothed of the true daughter of the Yu family. Yet fate had played a cruel trick. Yu Zhiwan was mistakenly swapped at birth and only returned to her family at 16, while the false daughter, Yu Xiangxiang, remained. The Yu family, including her parents and 2 brothers, showed favoritism towards Yu Xiangxiang, wishing for her to fulfill the engagement. They even deceived Yu Zhiwan into expressing to the Xie family that she did not wish to marry Xie Jingmo, but instead wanted her sister to take her place. However, the Yu family status paled in comparison to that of the Xie family. Yu Zhiwan discerned that a man of Xie Jingmo's caliber held lofty standards and harbored disdain for the union with Yu Xiangxiang, also regarding the Yu family with palpable aversion. Recalling Xie Jingmo's evident distaste for her family, she instinctively stepped back, evading the hand he had placed on her waist. "Thank you for catching me earlier," she offered, hesitantly. "You?" Xie Jingmo remarked, casting a glance at her retreat. "Do I appear particularly benevolent or elderly?" Yu Zhiwan stammered, "Of course not. You are merely a year my senior." It seemed he disdained such insincere pleasantries, prompting her to amend her words. "Thank you." Xie Jingmo toyed with his fingers, his tone inscrutable. "Have you broken up with Gu Changfeng?" Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. How did he know? Indeed, She had neglected to close the door during her earlier confrontation with Gu Chengfeng, and the commotion had been quite loud. If Xie Jingmo had happened to pass by, he might have overheard. Zhiwan nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, we have parted ways." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo subtly raised an eyebrow, the languid charm of his peach blossom eyes studying her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, a man like Gu Chengfeng, who lacks decorum, is certainly not worth keeping." Not worth keeping. The phrase left Zhiwan momentarily stunned. She could hardly believe such words had escaped his lips. Sensing her bewilderment, Xie Jingmo sighed, as if reflecting. "Sometimes, I envy those like Gu Chengfeng, who live carelessly, taking a younger sister one day and 2 elder sisters the next, flitting from flower to flower. I cannot do that, I am incapable." Zhiwan was left speechless, her thoughts swirling. However, it was undeniable that Xie Jingmo was a paragon of integrity, renowned for his lack of interest in women. Following the passing of the elder Yu, the relationship between the Yu and Xie families had grown increasingly distant, with their engagement largely unmentioned, resulting in few being aware of it. Despite his esteemed heritage, Xie Jingmo's striking appearance had not garnered any romantic entanglements, as he maintained an icy and aloof demeanor, devoid of any scandal. She recalled an incident at a banquet when a real estate mogul named Zheng had attempted to introduce a woman to Xie Jingmo, even going so far as to lace his drink. Upon returning to his hotel room, Xie Jingmo discovered a beautiful woman in a nightgown waiting for him. Faced with such a seductive scene, he felt no desire and instead uncovered a hidden camera in the room, promptly identifying Zheng as the culprit. Zheng, having intended to blackmail him with the footage, panicked upon being discovered and smashed a bottle of wine over his own head in a display of remorse, resulting in a gruesome scene of blood and shattered glass. Xie Jingmo merely glanced at the shards of glass on the floor, casually playing with the disassembled camera, his tone nonchalant. "If you're so willing to risk your life, I offer you 2 choices. Swallow these shards or see your family obliterated. Choose." Zheng, terrified, fainted on the spot. Following this incident, Xie Jingmo's reputation for ruthlessness spread, and no one dared entertain inappropriate thoughts about him. Many speculated that, despite his power and wealth, he maintained his virtue for a cherished someone, perhaps a beloved, unattainable figure. The Yu family, particularly Yu Xiangxiang, were thrilled by this notion, believing his virtuous demeanor was a testament to his feelings for her. Yet, Yu Zhiwan sensed otherwise. Xie Jingmo's aversion to the engagement with Yu Xiangxiang was unmistakable, and his demeanor towards her was consistently frosty. How could it be for her? Perhaps he truly harbored feelings for someone unattainable, or maybe he simply lacked interest in romantic affairs. Yu Zhiwan even entertained the thought that he might be incapable of such pursuits. At that moment, confronted with Xie Jingmo's admonition regarding men like Gu Chengfeng, Yu Zhiwan listened earnestly, her eyes glimmering with understanding. "Thank you. I appreciate your advice." Their acquaintance was rather superficial, and as she turned to leave, her phone vibrated with a message from Gu Chengfeng. "Yu Zhiwan, you may not know this, but on your first day back at the Yu family, you had a severe allergic reaction to pineapple, breaking out in hives and nearly going into shock. It was your 2 brothers who orchestrated this. They intended to intimidate you, ensuring you would not dare assert the position of the true daughter over Yu Xiangxiang. You can verify this, see if they dare deny it. No one in the Yu family cares for you as much as I do. Think carefully about whether you still wish to break up." Yu Zhiwan's heart raced, her grip on the phone tightening to the point of whiteness. The meal she had upon returning to the Yu family had contained pineapple juice, causing her severe allergic reaction, leading to breathing difficulties and an irregular heartbeat. Her own brothers had done this to her. Deliberately? For Yu Xiangxiang, they had put their sister's life at risk. Xie Jingmo, sensing her distress, asked in a low voice, "What is wrong?" Yet, Yu Zhiwan did not feel comfortable divulging such personal matters to him. She shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a quiet, broken defiance. "It's a personal matter, I must be going." With that, she hastened away. Xie Jingmo watched her retreating figure, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, his expression inscrutable. "Mr. Xie, I'm back." At that moment, his assistant Tang Yi rushed in, breathless. In truth, this billiard hall in the city center was one of Xie Jingmo's private ventures. Today, he had come to oversee operations and, upon overhearing Gu Qingfeng on the phone with his girlfriend, had decided to linger a while longer. When Tang Yi returned, he witnessed Xie Jingmo leaning against the corner, casually tripping Zhiwan as she passed, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Tang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. As the distinguished assistant and cherished confidant of Mr. Xie, he tactfully turned away, feigning ignorance of the situation. Once Zhiwan had departed, Tang Yi returned with an impish grin, exclaiming, "Mr. Xie, I'm back. I didn't see a thing." Xie Jingmo cast a sidelong glance at him. Tang Yi, still beaming, assured, "Truly, Mr. Xie, I didn't glance at anything I shouldn't have. I saw nothing out of place." Xie Jingmo, with a half-smile that belied a hint of menace, remarked, "Your incessant chatter suggests you're seeking a new position." Tang Yi's jovial demeanor vanished in an instant. "No, absolutely not. I am devoted to Mr. Xie, willing to sacrifice everything, ready to brave any peril, and sworn to follow you to the ends of the earth. I have no desire for any other job." His flattery flowed effortlessly. Most importantly, the generous salary Mr. Xie provided was a golden opportunity he could never forsake. Disinterested in his banter, Xie Jingmo raised his wrist to check his watch, his gaze unwavering as he instructed, "Enough, prepare the car." As the matter turned to business, Tang Yi stowed away his levity, adopting a serious expression. "Yes, Mr. Xie. Shall we return to the company?" The man narrowed his eyes slightly, responding to the Yu residence. Chapter 3: Severing ties with the Yu family. Zhiwan departed from the billiards hall and summoned a taxi, hastening back to the Yu residence at the utmost speed. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by the sight of her father, Yu Changde, her mother, Tao Shuqin, her elder brother, Yu Xiuqi, her younger brother, Yu Xiaoze, and Yu Xiangxiang. The entire family of 5 was present. The moment Yu Changde spotted Yu Zhiwan, he slammed his hand on the table in fury. "You wretched child! You still remember to come back? Just now, Cheng Feng called, saying you broke up with him. Who permitted you to end things with him? Call Cheng Feng right now and apologize in front of me. Do you hear me?" Tao Shuqin grasped the enraged Yu Changde and cast a concerned glance at Yu Zhiwan. "Listen to your father and quickly call Cheng Feng to apologize. The collaboration between the Yu and Gu families has just been finalized. Both families have discussed this, and you and Cheng Feng are to be married. How can you simply break up?" Yu Zhiwan's expression turned frigid. "Marriage?" Yu Xiaoze, lounging on a sofa with his legs crossed, scoffed. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Don't think I can't see through you. The reason you broke up with Gu Qingfeng is that you still have lingering feelings for the marriage contract with the Xie family, wishing to marry Xie Jingmo instead. In my opinion, you should be married off quickly to avoid hindering Xiangxiang and Appo's engagement. Elder brother Yu Xiuqi nodded in agreement, his tone more composed yet equally cold. "Father and mother, Xiaoze has a point. Zhiwan is the true daughter of the Yu family. Her presence complicates Xiangxiang's engagement with Xie Jingmo. It is wise to marry her off without delay." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Zhiwan, his disapproval and reprimand unmistakable. "Zhiwan, even if you act recklessly, there should be limits. Young masters like Gu Qingfeng have countless women vying for them. You should learn to cherish such an opportunity." "An opportunity? Cherish it? Ha! How utterly ridiculous." Yu Zhiwan had once believed that their insistence on her accepting Gu Qingfeng's pursuit was for the sake of the family's collaboration. It now dawned on her that they had always viewed her as an impediment to Yu Xiangxiang and Xie Jingmo and Appo's union, eagerly wanting to marry her off. Did they not care at all about marrying their own flesh and blood to a frivolous and lecherous playboy? Her lashes trembled violently, and a sharp pain pierced her chest, nearly suffocating her. Was it her fault that she had been swapped at birth? Her adoptive father had gambled and resorted to domestic violence, unleashing his frustrations on her, calling her a burden and striking her. Her adoptive mother favored her younger brother, providing for him while neglecting her entirely. When she was finally brought back to the Yu family at 16, she had been overjoyed, believing she had found a true family, that her dark existence had finally seen the light, and that she would have loving parents like her peers. Even though Yu Xiangxiang remained in the Yu household, she treated her like a true sister, constantly trying to please her parents and brothers. hoping to receive even a fragment of the familial affection she had longed for since childhood. Yet, in the end, what had she gained? Perhaps she should never have returned to the Yu family. Zhiwan and Apos. S heart ached numbly, and despair enveloped her. The last flicker of hope had vanished. It was enough. She no longer wished to endure. The affection of her parents and brothers was no longer something she desired. She did not want to remain in the Yu family. Not for a moment longer. At that moment, the previously silent Yu Xiangxiang spoke up, her voice sweet and soft. But Mom and Dad, the engagement with the CF family should rightfully belong to my sister. She is the true daughter of the Yu family. Upon hearing Yu Xiangxiang's words, Yu Changde and Apos, S gaze instantly softened with affection. My dear Xiangxiang, even if you are not the true daughter, you will forever be my Yu family and Apos. S daughter, you shall fulfill the engagement with the Xie family. Tao Shuqin, with a gentle smile, grasped Yu Xiangxiang's hand. My precious daughter, you have grown up in luxury and have both knowledge and grace. Only such a refined young lady deserves to marry the scion of the Xie family. Yu Xiaozi, protective as ever, added, Xiangxiang, my foolish sister, I know you do not seek to compete, but do not forget. It was Zhiwan herself who said she did not wish to fulfill the engagement and wanted you to marry Xie Jingmo instead. Yu Zhiwan, Yu Xiaozi turned to her, his previously tender demeanor evaporating, his voice turning sharp. You tell me, did you not say that you wanted Xiangxiang to take your place in the engagement? Yu Zhiwan watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze. Only in front of Yu Xiangxiang did they play the role of devoted parents and brothers. In the past, she would have envied them. Now, she found it nothing short of ironic. They had once assured her that if she expressed her desire for Yu Xiangxiang to take on the engagement with the CF family, they would accept her and treat her as a true family member. But how had they acted? On her very first day back at the Yu family, her juice had been spiked with pineapple, triggering an allergy that nearly cost her life, and it was none other than they who had orchestrated it. Yu Xiaozi was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. How had Yu Zhiwan learned of this? Yu Xiaoqi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yu Zhiwan. Despite being older than Yu Xiaozi, he was perceptive enough to notice the shift in her demeanor. Her gaze, which once yearned for approval, now bore an icy detachment, as if she were observing a group of inconsequential strangers. A sudden unease gripped Yu Xiaoqi. He felt as though something irrevocable was about to slip away from them. Yu Xiaozi, who had never regarded Yu Zhiwan seriously, scoffed dismissively after a moment of astonishment. So what if it was me and elder brother? It was just an allergy. What is the big deal? You're so delicate, and you didn't die. We just wanted to warn you that even though you are the true daughter of the Yu family, upon your return, as the elder sister, you should yield to Xiangxiang. You must not compete with her. Yu Zhiwan's eyes turned icy, the faint sarcasm in her expression suddenly sharpening. Yield to Yu Xiangxiang? So when she falls ill, you disregard my wishes entirely and force me to drop out of school for an entire year to care for her. When I finally return to school and outperform her in the college entrance exams, you tear up my acceptance letter, nearly ruining my chance at university. Yu Changde slammed the table with a frown. So, you truly harbor resentment. When Xiangxiang fell ill and did poorly on her exams, she was already distressed. You, on the other hand, had to excel, didn't you? Wasn't that a deliberate attempt to upset Xiangxiang? Is this how an elder sister should behave? He continued. And so what if I tore up your acceptance letter? You're still attending university now, aren't you? Why do you have to feel wronged? Despite her determination to no longer yearn for any semblance of familial affection, hearing these words still pierced Yu Zhiwan's heart. Behold, this was her biological father and brother. When her acceptance letter was shredded, she had been devastated and disheartened, contemplating leaving the Yu family. But it was Tao Shuqin who had soothed her, promising that she would treat her well from then on, ensuring she would never suffer again. Listening to her mother's words, she had believed, thinking that perhaps this was her mother, the one who had given her life, who might possess a sliver of maternal love. Yet now, out of concern for her obstructing Yu Xiangxiang's engagement with the Xie family, they were eager to marry her off to the flirtatious Gu Qingfeng, unhesitatingly pushing their own flesh and blood into a perilous situation. Tao Shuqin, recalling her past promises, stiffened slightly and began to defend herself. Zhiwan, it is not that I want you to suffer, but you're simply not worthy of Xie Jingmo. Xiang and he are a perfect match. I'm only doing this for your own good. The Gu family and our Yu family are well matched. Although Chengfeng may be a bit of a libertine, once married, he will surely settle down, and you two will live in harmony. Harmony? Yu Zhiwan let out a cold laugh. Since you were so affectionate, why not allow your beloved Xiang to marry over? Upon hearing this, Yu Changde immediately erupted in anger. What kind of attitude is this? Let me tell you, Yu Zhiwan, this matter is settled. The Gu family is not lacking in resources. Marrying into them is a blessing, not a misfortune. Yu Zhiwan gazed at Yu Changde, a mocking smile curling her cherry-red lips. If it is such a blessing, then you should marry Gu Chengfeng yourself. Yu Changde was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly bursting with rage. You ungrateful child! What nonsense are you speaking? Not only Yu Changde, but also Tao Shuqin, Yu Shouqi, Yu Shaoze, and even Yu Xiang were stunned by Yu Zhiwan's audacious declaration. How could Yu Zhiwan utter such words to her own father, suggesting he marry Gu Chengfeng? Fuming with fury, Yu Changde raised his hand, intending to slap her. How outrageous! How could I have a daughter like you? This is insubordination, truly insubordination. Yu Zhiwan raised her hand to block his strike, her gaze sharp and icy, each word resonating with conviction. How laughable! If you do not wish to have a daughter like me, I certainly do not desire a father or family like you. From this day forward, I sever all ties with the Yu family. Henceforth, roads shall part and bridges shall be crossed, with no further connection. Chapter 4. My fiancé, E. It has always been Yu's silence descended upon the living room as his words reverberated through the air. Yu Shouqi surveyed Yu Zhiwan with undisguised astonishment. Yu Changde was rendered speechless, his anger momentarily quelled. Even Yu Xiang gasped, her hand flying to her mouth in utter disbelief. Having delivered her pronouncement, Yu Zhiwan retreated to her room to gather her belongings. Her chamber, a cramped and unadorned space on the second floor, had been her solitary abode for years, courtesy of the Yu family's arrangements. Her possessions were few, and she swiftly packed, descending the stairs with her suitcase in tow. Yu Xiang rushed forward, clutching Yu Zhiwan's arm, tears streaming down her face. Sister, this is your home. How can you leave? If anyone should go, it should be me. In Oppos. It's all my fault that you and Oppos V quarrel with mom, dad, and brother. Sister, quickly apologize to dad. Just say you were being temperamental, and he and Oppos LL surely forgive you. Seeing Yu Xiang's obsequious demeanor, Yu Shaoze was instantly filled with heartache and rushed to her defense. Xiang, don't debase yourself like this. She's not worth it. Yet, as he beheld Yu Zhiwan with her suitcase, Yu Shaoze's emotions became entangled. After all, she was still his biological sister. Yu Zhiwan, are you really leaving? He questioned, his brow furrowed. Yu Zhiwan remained impassive. Are you afflicted with premature deafness? Or are my words simply incomprehensible to you? I believe I made myself abundantly clear. Yu Shaoze was taken aback. Yu Zhiwan had always been amiable and eager to please him. When had she ever adopted such an attitude towards him? Yu Changde erupted in fury. No one is to stop her. Go. Let her go. Yu Changde, have no such daughter. Once she's gone, she shouldn't dare to crawl back. Return? Yu Zhiwan scoffed, as if hearing a jest. This family, and all of you so-called relatives, only fill me with revulsion. I shall never return to the Yu family. With that, she strode out, her suitcase in tow, her back ramrod straight, resolute in her departure. Yu Shaoze clenched his fists, and, catching sight of Tao Shuqin's dazed expression, he gritted his teeth and reassured her, Mom, rest assured. Whatever may have transpired in the past, Yu Zhiwan always relented first. This time will be no different. Let her endure some hardship outside, and she and Oppos LL realize how good she has it here. In less than a week, she and Oppos LL shamelessly return. Right, brother? Yu Shouqi watched Yu Zhiwan and Oppos receding figure, his gaze complex, but he nodded in agreement. Indeed, she will return of her own accord. Yu Xiang took a few steps forward, only to be halted by Yu Changde's command. She paused, gazing at Yu Zhiwan's departing form. Sister, you truly resemble a stray dog being cast out of its home, don't you? Whether you believe it or not, I don't want you to leave at all. Have you truly conceded defeat? What a pity. Your family, your fiancé, they are all mine now. Yu Zhiwan wheeled her suitcase away from the Yu residence. The weather was bleak, the sky overcast, threatening rain. Yet, Yu Zhiwan felt no tinge of melancholy or uncertainty. The thorn lodged in her heart had finally been extracted. She would no longer have to endure the pain and suffering inflicted by her loved ones. Even if she had left the Yu family, even if she were homeless, she would not return to her adoptive parents' home. She had previously taken a year off from her studies to care for Yu Xiangxiang, placing her behind her peers. She had only just begun her senior year of university. Yu Zhiwan intended to return to school and apply for accommodation. Just as she was about to head towards the intersection ahead, a discreetly luxurious black car came to a halt beside her. The rear window descended, revealing the exquisitely handsome profile of a man. Yu Zhiwan was slightly taken aback. Xie Jingmo? What was the likelihood of encountering him again? Xie Jingmo had spotted Yu Zhiwan with her suitcase as soon as he arrived, and he promptly instructed Tang Yi to pull over. He alighted from the vehicle and approached Yu Zhiwan. Why are you carrying a suitcase? Xie Jingmo glanced in the direction of the Yu residence. His gaze returning to Yu Zhiwan's face, his voice suddenly turning grave. Did they mistreat you again? Yu Zhiwan's eyelashes fluttered, her expression momentarily stunned. When she had first returned to the Yu family, she had overheard the Yu family's servants gossiping behind her back. Although the real heiress has returned, it seems that the eldest and second young masters don't like this biological sister. They only favor Miss Xiangxiang. If you ask me, it must be that this real heiress isn't good enough. Otherwise, why would the two young masters dislike her so much? Her university admission notice had been torn up, and when she had consulted the senior at the admissions office, the senior had immediately asked her, "Did you do something to anger your parents that they tore up your admission notice?" Even Gu Chengfeng, shortly after they began dating, had told her, "The Yu family favors Yu Xiangxiang and not you. It must be that you're not doing well enough. You should look for the reasons within yourself and make sure to change in the future." But now, Xie Jingmo, upon seeing her with her suitcase, did not ask any superfluous questions. His first words to her were not accusatory, nor did he attribute the blame to her. Instead, he asked, "Did they mistreat you?" Yu Zhiwan and Appo's fingers tightened around the handle of her suitcase, and her heart constricted slightly. It was as if she had been wronged and was suddenly comforted. She looked up at the man before her, her eyes inexplicably stinging. "I have severed ties with the Yu family. From now on, I will have nothing to do with them. Therefore, I am now packing my luggage and moving out of the Yu residence." Xie Jingmo was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then his eyebrows rose slightly, and he said with genuine sincerity, "Then congratulations are in order. Congratulations on making such a courageous decision." Yu Zhiwan and Appo's heart softened. "Thank you." It was unexpected that she, who was not well acquainted with Xie Jingmo, would receive her first congratulations from him. Speaking of which, when Yu Changda had torn up her admission notice, she had received a message saying that it could help her leave the Yu family. At that time, she also had the idea of leaving the Yu family. But under Tao Shuqin's comfort, she had softened and stayed, rejecting the message. She didn't know who had sent the message. It might have been sent by mistake, or it might have been a prank. Yu Zhiwan glanced at Xie Jingmo, then at Tang Yi, who had come down from the driver's seat, and was a little curious as to why Xie Jingmo was here. As if sensing her question, the man lazily opened his mouth. "I'm here to discuss marriage." Yu Zhiwan nodded. "So that's how it is. Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin are both at home, and Yu Xiangxiang is also there. You can go over now." Xie Jingmo looked at her indifferent, unconcerned expression and tapped his upper palate with the tip of his tongue. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and, after 3 seconds, he slowly and methodically corrected her. "Perhaps I wasn't in Appo's. Tea clear enough, Miss Yu Zhiwan. I am here to discuss my marriage with you." Yu Zhiwan was stunned, almost choking on her own saliva. "Me?" The man tilted his head slightly, his thin lips curving into a smile, and said in a leisurely, unhurried tone, "Didn't you break up with Gu Qingfeng? Then I shouldn't be a homewrecker now, right? Of course, even if I'm a homewrecker, it's not a big deal." Tang Yi. "My God, is President Xie willing to be a third party?" Yu Zhiwan. "What third party or not?" Yu Zhiwan pursed her lips. "But the Yu family said before that the person who will fulfill the marriage contract with the Xie family is Yu Xiangxiang." The man raised an eyebrow, his tone arrogant. "Don't need their input on whom I marry? As he spoke, Xie Jingmo leaned slightly, moving closer to Zhiwan, his dark and unfathomable peach blossom eyes fixed on her, indescribably captivating, easily making people sink into them. Zhiwan, the marriage contract that my grandfather and grandpa you made has always referred to the true heiress of the Yu family. In other words, my fiancé, he has always been you, and only you. Chapter 5 Note. Wife. The man's voice was deep and resonant, articulating such enchanting words that Zhiwan's heart suddenly tightened. Her eyelashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, blinking uncontrollably twice. How could he be so earnest about this engagement? Seeing her silence, Xie Jingmo slowly straightened his posture, his gaze cast down as he adjusted his cufflinks. His long, pale fingers gently tapped his wrist bone, and when he spoke again, his voice was devoid of discernible emotion. I am aware you once explicitly stated that you do not harbor feelings for me and are unwilling to marry me. However, my grandfather valued promises greatly. Even after the passing of old Master Yu, he remains reluctant to break the engagement, wishing for us to fulfill it. Xie Jingmo lifted his eyelids, his dark, profound gaze locking onto the girl's beautiful, shimmering eyes. His alluring atoms apple-bobbed slightly as he spoke in a low, husky tone. Zhiwan, if you do not mind, let's marry first. After a year, we could divorce. At that point, if my grandfather sees that we are incompatible, he will naturally cease to insist on the engagement. Correspondingly, as compensation, you shall receive half of my fortune upon our divorce. Tang Yi, who was beside them, widened his eyes in astonishment. Half of Xie's fortune? Goodness, that was an astronomical sum. He quickly turned to Zhiwan, his eyes shining brightly. Was she not the least bit tempted by such a windfall? Could it be that she truly disliked Xie Jingmo to this extent? He felt as if he would gladly become a woman just to marry Xie. It was impossible for Zhiwan not to feel astonished. She stood there, somewhat dazed, gripping the handle of her suitcase. This proposal was something she could seriously contemplate. The man did not rush or coerce her, allowing her ample time to consider. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the occasional chirping of birds in the distance. Tang Yi glanced back and forth between Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo, suddenly feeling a pang of concern for Xie. Judging by Zhiwan's hesitance, it was clear she was reluctant to uphold the engagement. Just as Tang Yi pondered this, Zhiwan unexpectedly spoke. The young woman's features were striking, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like spring water as she gazed at the man before her. Mr. Xie, I am willing to fulfill the engagement, and I do not wish for half of your fortune upon our divorce. I merely ask for your assistance in moving my household registration away from the Yu family. I desire to sever all ties with them and have no further association or entanglement. Though the blood that coursed through her veins could not be changed, she wished to completely sever her familial connections. However, changing her household registration was no simple matter. Having just left the Yu family, she possessed no property or stable residence. Thus, marrying was a convenient avenue for relocating her registration. Upon hearing her response, Xie Jingmo's breath momentarily caught, although he was surprised that her agreement stemmed from this reason. A slow smile crept across his lips, a low, husky chuckle escaping him. His eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, gleamed with a languid charm. Very well, let us go obtain our marriage certificate today. We will expedite the transfer of your household registration from the Yu family. This was precisely what Zhiwan had hoped for, and she nodded in agreement. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow and naturally took her hand. Then let us retrieve your household registration booklet from the Yu family. I shall accompany you. His action of holding her hand was so effortless that Zhiwan momentarily froze. It felt as if she would no longer have to face the tribulations of the Yu family alone. His hand was large and warm, enveloping hers completely, and she felt a jolt of electricity run through her skin, a delightful warmth that made her fingers instinctively curl. After several seconds, she regained her composure and quickly pulled back. There is no need to go. I secretly brought the household registration booklet with me. The Yu family had resolutely decided to arrange her marriage with Gu Chengfeng, and she could not risk leaving the household registration booklet in their possession. After all, the Yu family held some power, and even in her absence, they could use her household registration or identification to sign documents on her behalf. Therefore, while packing her belongings, She had ensured to secure her ID and other documents, even making a trip to the study to retrieve the household registration booklet. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo and Appo's expression subtly darkened. How deeply had she been hurt by the Yu family to be so vigilant? He couldn't and Appo's help but reach out and ruffle her hair. You have been very thoughtful, Wan. Well done. Yu Zhiwan blinked in confusion at the unexpected gesture. Perhaps it was because she had always been belittled and undervalued in the Yu family that she found it difficult to adapt to Xie Jingmo's endearing manner of praising her as a child. Furthermore, the way he called her Wan felt oddly familiar, as if he had addressed her in that manner many times before. Perhaps this was a skill possessed by top-tier tycoons, effortlessly navigating through all situations. Yu Zhiwan silently noted to learn from him. Xie Jingmo glanced at her suitcase, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Since Wan has agreed to marry me, she shouldn't dislike the idea of living together, right? Of course, we're still unfamiliar with each other, so if she feels uncomfortable living together, I want to impose. I would never put Wan in a difficult position. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback and quickly shook her head. She understood all too well the feeling of being disliked. No, it an amp, Appo's. That's not forcing. I've already agreed to fulfill the engagement. Living together is quite natural. There is no need for pretenses. At her words, a lazy smile spread across Xie Jingmo's peach blossom eyes, his lips curving in a relaxed manner. Very well, it's nearly noon. Let us return home first to settle your luggage, and then we will go obtain the marriage certificate in the afternoon. Home? Did she still have a home? Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Appo's eyelashes fluttered, her sparkling eyes gazing at the man, feeling inexplicably curious to see the home he spoke of. She nodded gently. All right, Tang, observing quietly, adopted a nonchalant demeanor, feigning ignorance of Xie's recent remarks. Once Yu Zhiwan agreed, he promptly stepped forward to assist with her luggage. However, Xie Jingmo swiftly outpaced him, effortlessly lifting Yu Zhiwan's suitcase and placing it in the car's trunk. Tang immediately understood. Xie was taking it upon himself to handle even Yu Zhiwan's belongings. As the car made its way to Lanxi Garden, Tang drove while serving as Xie Jingmo and Appo's attentive assistant, raising the partition for privacy. Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo occupied the back seat. To facilitate communication, Yu Zhiwan suggested they exchange phone numbers and added each other on WeChat. Yu Zhiwan initially assumed that a person of Xie Jingmo's stature would have a WeChat profile picture that exuded an air of aloofness or professionalism. However, upon adding him, she was surprised to find his profile picture was an adorable pink cartoon bunny. This seemed so incongruous with his persona. Unable to resist, she glanced at it again, recognizing it as a drawing, likely created by Xie Jingmo himself during his school days. She blinked in astonishment at the cute pink bunny, wondering if perhaps pink was indeed a color for the strong. Turning to Xie Jingmo, she intended to inquire whether he had drawn the bunny, but just as she did, she noticed he had pinned her contact at the top of his list, even changing her label to wife. Yu Zhiwan. Chapter 6. My lock screen password is 161,027. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the man raised his head, unfazed by any awkwardness, leisurely extending his phone towards her. Wan. You needn't keep staring at my phone. I'm always open to my wife's inquiries. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. How did he connect that to inquiries? She quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, No, I wasn't thinking of checking up on you. I just felt that your contact name is somewhat. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, twirling the phone between his distinctly knuckled fingers, calmly replying, If you're not checking up on my phone, then are you concerned about the contact name? Yu Zhiwan. The man S. Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he chuckled softly. I didn't Appo's. To expect my wife to be so controlling. Very well, my phone and Appo's lock screen password is 161,027. Yu Zhiwan. She genuinely had no intention of checking on him. She wasn't even interested in the contact name. Xie Jingmo turned off his phone and then lit it up again, the screen remaining locked. He leisurely took Yu Zhiwan's hand, gently clicking through the numbers 161027. Indeed, the lock was released. Yu Zhiwan felt her fingertips tremble, a blush creeping onto her delicate earlobes. Xie Jingmo did not immediately release her hand, lightly scratching her soft palm with his finger, an action that exuded an inexplicable affection. He looked down, chuckling softly, every contour from brow to chin radiating charm. My grandfather always hoped that we would fulfill our marriage contract and get along well. Over the past 2 years, my grandparents have aged, and since we will be divorced in a year, for now, shall we pretend to be affectionate, just to ease their hearts? Yu Zhihan blinked, suddenly recalling something. Xie Jingmo had no parents. More precisely, his parents had passed away when he was young. This was a well-known rumor. Yet the circumstances of their demise remained a mystery, a topic shrouded in silence among the Xie family. Some speculated that it involved some grand family secret, while others absurdly claimed that Xie Jingmo had inadvertently caused their deaths, though such rumors were too ludicrous to take seriously. Thus, Xie Jingmo was primarily raised by his grandparents, and it was only natural for him to be filial towards them. Yu Zhihan nodded slightly. I understand. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Pretending to be harmonious and affectionate to please your grandparents shouldn't be difficult. Then I thank you, my lady. The man smiled lazily, a charm that seemed utterly natural, devoid of any awkwardness. Yu Zhihan, however, felt an uncomfortable warmth in her ears as she raised her hand to touch her flushed earlobe. My lady. When she looked up, she found him gazing at her phone, slightly lifting his chin as if indicating something. Yu Zhihan froze for a moment before realizing, no, I don't need to give you an affectionate nickname, right? Grandpa and Grandma. Shouldn't check my phone, should they? The man tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. If you don't want to use an affectionate name, then what about another? Or do you think I am unworthy of even a nickname? Yu Zhihan silently glared at him. She decided to pin his WeChat to the top, placing it first among her contacts. As for the nickname, hubby felt too cheesy for her to utter. After a moment's contemplation, she delicately typed 2 characters on the screen, Amo. Not overly familiar, yet not too cheesy. It was a uniquely affectionate title. Xie Jingmo's eyebrows lifted slightly, his charming eyes glimmering with a lazy smile, sparkling and captivating. He appeared quite pleased. Yu Zhihan then found an opportunity to inquire, by the way, is that cute little rabbit icon you use your own artwork? The man looked down at her, his dark, profound gaze settling on her face, harboring an enigmatic depth. After a lengthy pause, he finally parted his lips, responding softly, no. Yu Zhihan replied with an O. So it wasn't his own creation. It must have been drawn by someone else. The lock screen password, 161027, likely held some significance as well. Yet Yu Zhihan refrained from asking further. She was neither overly curious nor particularly concerned with his private matters. Before long, the car arrived at Lanchi Garden. It was a villa with a garden and courtyard. Yu Zhihan gradually realized that Xie Jingmo South residence was quite close to her university. Exiting the villa and Oppo's S-gate and strolling for less than 15 minutes would lead her to campus. However, as far as she knew, the headquarters of the Xie Corporation was located on Huaihai Road, which was considerably far from here. Even by car, it would take 40 to 50 minutes. Living here seemed rather inconvenient for his work. Xie Jingmo exited the car first, then came around to open the door for Yu Zhihan, placing one hand above the door frame to prevent her from accidentally hitting her head. Take a look and see if you like it here. If not, we can find another place. Yu Zhihan bent down to step out. No need, this place is quite nice. It just seems rather far from your company. Do you live here all the time? The man appeared nonchalant, his tone casual. Yes, I enjoy the environment here. Yu Zhihan immediately concurred. The surroundings are indeed lovely, and our school is nearby. Xie Jingmo smiled. How fortuitous. It makes it convenient for you to go to school anytime. After a brief pause, he added leisurely, I occasionally visit your school. A hint of astonishment flickered across Yu Zhihan's features. She couldn't help but remember that she and Xie Jingmo attended the same high school, albeit not the same university. During high school, he was a year ahead of her. Many assumed that, given his background, he would study abroad after graduation. Yet he chose to attend a university domestically. Coincidentally, the university he attended was the one she had always admired and wished to apply to. Unfortunately, her family had pressured her to change her application to another university. Thankfully, her university was not too far from Xie Jingmo's, just a street apart. Being a year younger than him and having taken a year off to care for Yu Xiangxiang by the time she entered her freshman year. Xie Jingmo was already in his junior year. However, his reputation was well known. Even at the neighboring school, she had heard of him. He often visited her school, initially thought to be looking for a girlfriend, but later it was discovered that he had a close friend studying there. By the time Yu Zhihan reached her junior year, Xie Jingmo had already graduated. She once encountered him at school, wondering if he was visiting a friend again. Was his friend still not graduated? It seemed he still occasionally visited her school. Did he have such a fondness for her university? Yet, her university was indeed quite beautiful. She was studying design, specifically fashion design, and often sketched clothing designs. Chapter 7. Mr. Xie's subtle manipulation as Tang Yi drove the car into the blue stream garden. Butler Fu welcomed them with the servants. Perhaps Tang Yi had communicated with Fu in advance, as the butler displayed a distinctly respectful demeanor towards Yu Zhiwan, embodying the role of a host. With a warm smile, he greeted Sir, Madam. Since they had yet to register their marriage, Yu Zhiwan hesitated at the title of Madam. Instinctively, she glanced at Xie Jingmo, meeting his affectionate and encouraging gaze, which inexplicably soothed her. She nodded graciously to Butler Fu. Xie Jingmo smirked slightly and instructed Fu, "You may all return to your duties." Fu, with a warm smile, led the servants away, though their eyes occasionally darted towards Yu Zhiwan. It must be said, the lady was indeed remarkably beautiful, and standing beside the gentleman, they appeared to be a match made in heaven. Xie Jingmo carried Yu Zhiwan's suitcase up to the master bedroom on the second floor. As she followed him and surveyed the surroundings, she noted the villa's decor favored a cooler color palette, devoid of any feminine items. It seemed that no woman had frequented his abode. In the master bedroom, Xie Jingmo set the suitcase down, crossed his arms, and lazily leaned against the doorframe. "You may rest for a while. I will have Butler Fu prepare your daily necessities. If you have any preferences for lunch, I can have the kitchen accommodate." "Anything is fine. I'm not picky," Yu Zhiwan replied, noticing her continued politeness. Xie Jingmo elongated his tone, playfully asking, "Not even pineapple? Shall we have a pineapple feast for lunch?" Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. The man chuckled lightly, standing straight with his hands tucked into his pants pockets, exuding an aristocratic charm. "Rest assured, madam, from this day forth, our home shall be devoid of such detestable items." Yu Zhiwan thought, what is it about this condescending tone? What has pineapple ever done to you? Watching Xie Jingmo descend the stairs, she remained momentarily stunned, replaying his words in her mind. Our home. Wait a moment. Did Xie Jingmo know about her allergy to pineapple? Lunch was soon served in the dining room. Xie Jingmo gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Yu Zhiwan. "See if it suits your taste." As she sat down, her expressive eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the dishes, all her favorites. Xie Jingmo's lips curved into a subtle smile, discreetly acknowledging their shared palate. It seemed he and Wan enjoyed the same flavors. They could dine on favored dishes together in the future. The notion of sharing meals with someone stirred something within Yu Zhiwan. Before turning 16, while living with her foster parents, she had always been sidelined, with all the good food reserved for her brother. Upon returning to the Yu family, she found herself overshadowed by Yu Xiangxiang, with meals tailored exclusively to her sister and Appo's tastes. Even when asked about her preferences, the subsequent meals still catered to Yu Xiangxiang. Over time, she had formed the habit of saying, "Anything is fine," to avoid conflict. Now, hearing Xie Jingmo's words about sharing meals they both liked, she felt an unexpected wave of emotion. She wished to tell her younger self, "You are no longer invisible. You need not seek others' approval. Someone is now preparing your favorites." Noticing her quiet demeanor as she savored her meal, Xie Jingmo used the serving chopsticks to offer her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. "Try this." "Thank you." Yu Zhiwan looked up, suddenly recalling something. Observing the array of dishes on the table, she noted many had sweet and sour flavors. However, wasn't Xie Jingmo not fond of such tastes? Having attended the same high school, she recalled an incident in the cafeteria where she had seen him grimacing as he pushed a plate of tomato chicken wings towards a friend. His friend had laughed. "I love chicken wings. They're all mine. Who cares if our Xie bro doesn't tea like sweet and sour?" Now he enjoyed them. Seeing Yu Zhiwan's puzzled expression, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "What's wrong? Do I have your favorite ribs on my face?" Yu Zhiwan responded, "No." Perhaps he had simply matured. and his tastes had evolved. After lunch, Zhiwan excused herself to the restroom, while Xie Jingmo settled on the sofa in the living room. Butler Fu approached him with a smile. "Sir, shall I prepare daily necessities exclusively for Madam? Or should we replace all items with couple-themed sets, like the ones in this picture?" He displayed an image of matching blue and pink toothbrush cups on his iPad. Xie Jingmo cast a casual glance, his tone languid. "Such matters need not be questioned. Of course, we'll have the couple sets." "Understood." Fu beamed, his face lighting up with delight. When Zhiwan returned to the living room, having sipped her tea, she was met with a flurry of activity. Butler Fu directed the servants and brand representatives as they brought in an array of women-esque clothing, bags, and shoes, enough to fill the second-floor wardrobe. Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback. Before she could speak, she noticed more staff arriving with various sleepwear, including matching sets for couples, both large and small, alongside slippers, bathrobes, toothbrush cups, and other essentials, all in couple designs, some in blue and pink. It was almost blinding. Her brow furrowed as she turned to Xie Jingmo. With his eyelashes slightly lowered, Xie Jingmo took a sip of his tea, maintaining his composure as he replied. "Butler Fu acted on his own. Let him be." Zhiwan mused, "I didn't expect Butler Fu to be so trendy at his age." The weather had remained overcast, and with a few claps of thunder. The rain finally began to fall, tapering off around 2 in the afternoon. On their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xie Jingmo drove while Zhiwan sat in the passenger seat, her mind drifting. She mused, even getting a marriage certificate can coincide with rain. Is this an omen of ill fortune? 30 minutes later, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just before getting out of the car, Zhiwan's phone rang. The caller ID read, "Yu Xiaoza." Her expression hardened as she promptly hung up. The other party soon bombarded her with messages, filled with frustration. "Zhiwan, have you grown wings? How dare you hang up on me? I warn you, Gu Chengfeng is currently at the U residence. You must come back at once. Apologize to him, and continue your relationship with him." Zhiwan's striking features twisted into a sardonic smile. Someone like Yu Xiaoza did not deserve to be called her brother. She ignored him completely, blocking Yu Xiaoza and the rest of the Yu family, determined to avoid their entanglements. As Xie Jingmo approached the passenger side to open the door, he caught sight of her phone's caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. However, before he could speak, Zhiwan shut her phone off. "Let us go. Unimportant people are not worth our time. We must not delay in obtaining the certificate." Gazing at the young woman's exquisite visage, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, extending his right hand toward her. His fingers were long and elegant, glistening like flawless porcelain, akin to a perfect work of art. Zhiwan was momentarily dazed before she realized what was happening. She bit her lip and placed her hand in his. The rain had ceased, and Xie Jingmo led Zhiwan into the Civil Affairs Bureau, hand in hand. Chapter 8. Happy Newlyweds, Mrs. Xie. After completing the necessary paperwork and receiving the embossed red booklet, Zhiwan felt a sense of disorientation. She had truly entered into matrimony, and her husband was none other than Xie Jingmo, the man she had never expected to cross paths with. Yet now that she was married, there was no time to lament her lost singlehood. A more pressing matter loomed ahead. She needed to expedite the transfer of her household registration from the Yu family. She yearned to sever all ties with them. As she exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sun broke through the clouds, revealing a rainbow in the distance. Zhiwan's spirits lifted as she marveled at the sight, only to be met with Xie Jingmo approaching her, presenting a bouquet of roses he had purchased nearby. The man was strikingly handsome, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a nonchalant smile, framed by the vivid colors of the rainbow behind him. A phrase suddenly flashed through her mind. When one encounters a person like a rainbow, one realizes its existence. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to offer the roses once more, his voice low and irresistibly alluring. "Happy newlyweds, Mrs. Xie." Meanwhile, within the Yu household, tensions ran high. In the living room, Yu Xiaoza's face shifted from green to white with anger. "That wretched girl Zhiwan. How dare she block me?" Yu Xiangxiang chimed in sweetly. "Second brother, don't be so upset. Perhaps sister merely seeks attention, wanting you to care for her more." She glanced at Yu Xiuqi, urging, "Eldest brother, please call sister and comfort her." With a stoic expression, Yu Xiuqi retrieved his phone. Comfort her? Does she deserve it? She asked, running away and blocking me. I'm curious to see what other tricks she has. However, when he dialed her number, he found himself blocked as well. Stunned, Yu Xiuqi's countenance darkened. He had never faced such rejection from Yu Zhiwan before. This was unprecedented. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he grabbed Yu Xiangxiang's phone, as well as those of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, calling Yu Zhiwan in succession. As anticipated, all were met with the same blocked response. Tao Shuqin, infuriated, lamented. This ungrateful daughter. How could she block even her own mother's number? What a heartless child. Yu Xiaozi turned to Gu Qingfeng. Use your phone to try calling Yu Zhiwan. Gu Qingfeng scoffed lightly, confidently declaring, no need. She wouldn't dare block me. Yu Zhiwan adores me. She has rejected others' advances, but accepted mine. She wouldn't want to cut ties. A sudden silence enveloped the living room as Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin exchanged glances. And Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaozi did the same, wordlessly acknowledging the unspoken truth. Yu Zhiwan had only acquiesced to Gu Qingfeng's pursuit due to their pressure. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiuqi spoke. Father, mother, Xiangxiang is now grown and of suitable age. It's time for her to fulfill her engagement with Xie Jingmo. Yu Changde nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall pay a visit to old Master Xie in the coming days to formally discuss the marriage arrangements for Xiangxiang and Jingmo, at least to get the engagement set. Yu Xiangxiang blushed crimson, shyly retreating into Tao Shuqin's embrace. Yu Xiaozi teased, Xiangxiang, don't be shy. Second brother is eagerly anticipating the sweets from your wedding with Xie Jingmo. Gu Qingfeng, uninterested in Yu Xiangxiang's coy demeanor, rose from the sofa. What about Yu Zhiwan? Does she intend to unite with me in marriage? Initially, he had approached his relationship with Yu Zhiwan as a mere game. However, after her recent initiative to sever ties, he found himself reevaluating her. He realized he desired more than just a fleeting dalliance. He acknowledged that Yu Zhiwan had ignited his interest in a way no other had. It was no wonder he grew weary of other girlfriends within a week, while he yearned to continue his connection with Yu Zhiwan even after 3 weeks of courtship. In their circle, marriages were often alliances, and if he were to be wed, it would be better to choose someone who captivated him. Moreover, Yu Zhiwan was not only stunning, but also easily swayed and deeply enamored with him, a promising candidate for an alliance. Yu Xiaozi brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, Yu Zhiwan will not escape. She will inevitably return to admit her mistakes. Worst case, the household registration book is upstairs in the study. Even if she resists, given the Yu family and Oppo's influence, we can secure her marriage certificate with Gu Qingfeng. At that point, it will be too late for her to object. As for Xiangxiang, once she wed Xie Jingmo and became the enviable young mistress of the Xie family, the Yu family would ascend to a coveted status, their influence soaring. After Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo obtained their marriage certificate, they proceeded to handle the transfer of her household registration. According to procedure, it would take approximately a week for her to be removed from the Yu family registry. Once completed, she would possess a new household registration alongside Xie Jingmo. Just 1 week more, and she would finally sever all ties with the Yu family. Upon returning to Lanchi Garden, Yu Zhiwan still held the bouquet of roses Xie Jingmo had gifted her outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was the first time he had given her flowers, and the significance of the gesture was not lost on her. Discarding them felt inappropriate, yet leaving them untouched seemed equally wrong. She requested Uncle Fu to fetch a vase, intending to arrange the flowers. Xie Jingmo smirked, joining her on the sofa. He casually draped an arm over the armrest, his well-defined wrist and pale arm displaying faint veins, exuding a potent allure. He gazed intently at Yu Zhiwan, and, as she finished arranging the flowers, he lazily remarked, "We've officially registered our marriage. Haven't we?" Perplexed, Yu Zhiwan looked up. "Yes, but have you forgotten?" The man lowered his gaze, chuckling softly, his eyelashes strikingly long. Yu Zhiwan was bewildered by his question when he suddenly leaned closer, lifting his phone and switching to selfie mode. Yu Zhiwan, he regarded her delicate, fair face and languidly instructed smile for the camera. His proximity was overwhelming, nearly brushing against her cheek, his warm breath enveloping her as his unique, pleasant scent wafted into her nostrils. Yu Zhiwan's heart raced, and she instinctively complied, smiling at the lens. Click. In the photo, the young woman beamed at the camera, her radiant skin glowing, her cherry-red lips curving into a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with life. Meanwhile, the man did not look at the camera. His gaze remained fixed on her, a lazy smile gracing his lips, his enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with affection and subtle flirtation. After capturing the moment, Zhiwan noticed the man unabashedly setting the photo as his wallpaper and lock screen. Zhiwan. So, it was merely a facade of affection. When their grandparents saw the wallpaper, they would assume they shared a harmonious relationship. Just moments ago, his gaze had been so tender that she almost believed it. His peach blossom eyes could make even a dog appear cherished. After setting his wallpaper and lock screen, just as he was about to put his phone down, a message from his close friend arrived. Xiaoyichen, brother Mo? Xiaoyichen, hey, where are you? What are you up to? Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, leisurely typing a response. How did you know I was busy registering my marriage? Xiaoyichen. Xiaoyichen, what? Xie Jingmo continued typing. All right, don't rush me. I'll show you my marriage certificate with Zhiwan. Xiaoyichen. Xiaoyichen, no one else rushing you. Wait, you really got married? Xiaoyichen, with Zhiwan? The marriage certificate they had just received was safely tucked away in Zhiwan's bag. Xie Jingmo turned to her, his expression serene and unruffled. Madam, could you please hand me our marriage certificate? Zhiwan reached for her bag and casually inquired, what is the matter? Xie Jingmo replied, there are individuals who insist on seeing our marriage certificate. Zhiwan blinked, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. She rummaged through her bag and produced their marriage certificate, handing it over with a puzzled expression. How can there be such people? Xie Jingmo feigned innocence. Indeed, how can there be such people? He took the certificates, opened the inner pages, and placed them together for a photograph, which he then sent to Xiaoyichen. Xiaoyichen, no way. You actually got married. Xiaoyichen, what happened? Why did you suddenly get married? Xiaoyichen, Zhiwan actually agreed to marry you? Did you trick her? You must have. Zhiwan must have been coerced by you. Xie Jingmo lazily typed back. No more of the Anapos. Zhiwan and Apo's business. From now on, refer to her as sister-in-law. Xiaoyichen, just flaunt it, why don't you? P.S. When a person is like a rainbow, one only realizes their existence upon encountering them. Inspired by a line from the movie Flipped. Chapter 9. Wearing the marriage certificate around one and Apo's. Next, Xie Jingmo gazed at Xiaoyichen and Apo's. As playful remark, go ahead and show off. His peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as he promptly sent the photo into the family group chat. The group chat erupted with messages. Old Master Xie. Old Master Xie. This photo, you didn't edit it to fool me, did you? Xie Jingmo. Please don't believe it. Old Master Xie. Believe. Old Master Xie. Old Fu just told me you brought my granddaughter-in-law back to Lanchi Garden. I was half skeptical, but now it's confirmed. Grandma Xie. Old man, stop the chatter and buy the tickets. We're heading back home immediately. I can't wait to meet my precious granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Xie. Seeing my grandson is secondary. Old Master Xie. Secondary. Cousin Xie Yuntang. What did I just see? Brother, you finally got married? Cousin Xie Yuntang. Ah, sister-in-law is stunning. Cousin Xie Yunzo. Wow. I've long admired sister-in-law. Brother, you've made a splendid choice. Cousin Xie Yunzo. Wishing you and sister-in-law eternal happiness and bliss. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow at the phrase eternal happiness. He sent several red envelopes in the chat before exiting the group, folding the marriage certificate, and taking a photo of its bright red cover. He then shared it on his moments. Marriage, the comments flooded in swiftly. Xiaoyichen commented, seriously? You could have his posted on moments, but what else with the cover photo? You nearly blinded me. Xie Yunzo. I just checked. My brother set his marriage certificate as his moments cover. Those two bright red covers are simply blinding. Xiaoyichen. Chinan, come look. Our Mo Yi is truly something. Why didn't he just wear the marriage certificate around his neck? Chinan, shut up, don't remind him. He would totally do that. Xie Jingmo. Has he lost his mind? Wearing the marriage certificate around his neck? If anything, it should be on his forehead. Disinterested, Xie Jingmo put his phone down, propped his forehead with his hand, and continued to admire his wife arranging flowers. His wife's floral arrangements were indeed beautiful. As Xie Jingmo adjusted the vase, she lifted her gaze and met the man's deep, affectionate eyes. Unsure how long he had been watching her, her heart skipped a beat, and she hastily averted her gaze. Sensing something amiss, she looked back directly. "What are you staring at?" Xie Jingmo chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing as his sultry laughter rolled from his throat. As if teasing her, "I find you adorable." Xie Jingmo. The man leaned against his forehead, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth, his tone languid. It was his first marriage, a novelty that prompted him to want to gaze at his wife more. Was that not permissible? Xie Jingmo. No worries by the next wedding. You'll have experience. Xie Jingmo. Xie Jingmo pondered. Actually, speaking of it, this is my first marriage as well. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, studying her for a few seconds before suddenly tilting his head, a smile gracing his lips as he leisurely replied. Then you might as well look at your husband more. I'll show you. Xie Jingmo. That's not necessary. She recalled her suitcase had yet to be packed and headed upstairs to the master bedroom. As she pulled out clothes, it dawned on her that this was the master bedroom, and that night she would be sleeping with Xie Jingmo. Meanwhile, in the living room downstairs, Xie Jingmo summoned old Fu, speaking calmly. Is the bed in the guest room broken? It needs replacing. Old Fu, perplexed, responded, no. Everything is fine. Xie Jingmo sipped his tea nonchalantly. Not broken? Old Fu was momentarily bewildered, then suddenly realized, oh, yes, it's all broken, unfit for habitation. It must be moved out immediately. I will arrange it at once. In the master bedroom, Xie Jingmo was packing her suitcase when she heard commotion outside. Curiously, she opened the door and saw servants hurriedly carrying beds out of the guest rooms. Puzzled, she scratched her head. What's going on? Are the beds broken? Xie Jingmo nodded impassively. The guest rooms are seldom occupied. The furniture is old and needs replacing. Xie Jingmo. I see. Xie Jingmo reassured her. Don't worry. The bed in the master bedroom is fine. We can sleep there tonight. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo shot him a subtly scrutinizing glance. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Xie Jingmo bit her lip, her tone laced with hesitation and a hint of self-doubt. I can tell you seem to dislike the Yu family. Wouldn't it be awkward for you to sleep in the same room as me? Xie Jingmo furrowed his brow, his expression suddenly turning serious. He pulled Xie Jingmo back into the bedroom, compelling her to meet his gaze. He looked deeply into her clear eyes, his voice low and unusually earnest. Xie Jingmo, I despise the Yu family for their mistreatment of you. I have never harbored even a hint of disdain for you. Furthermore, Xie Jingmo, do not doubt yourself. You are wonderful, truly wonderful, irreplaceably so. Xie Jingmo stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the man before her. In the Yu family, her biological parents and brother often told her she was not good enough, always comparing her unfavorably to Yu Xiangxiang. She strived to meet their expectations, only to receive their critical gazes in return. Yet now, Xie Jingmo, a man of esteemed lineage and unparalleled worth, told her, you are wonderful, truly wonderful. Her delicate lashes trembled, her eyes glistening with tears as she felt a lump in her throat. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. While the world deemed Xie Jingmo unapproachable, she found him quite amiable, remarkably comforting, and genuinely kind, a good person. Due to the outdated furniture in the guest rooms, all the beds had been removed, leaving Xie Jingmo in the master bedroom. After dinner, Xie Jingmo had an urgent matter to attend to in his study. Xie Jingmo returned to the bedroom, and, upon seeing the large bed in the center, felt her heart race. She had forgotten to ask how sleeping arrangements would work with Xie Jingmo. Chapter 10. Don't ignore me. Xie Jingmo gazed at the bed, lost in thought for a few moments when suddenly her phone rang. It was a call from her academic advisor. Hello, Teacher Liang, Xie Jingmo greeted. Zhiwan, great news. The Jinhua Fashion Design Competition is open for registration. Make sure to sign up and aim for a trophy. Liang Yulan exclaimed with excitement. Xie Jingmo's eyes brightened. Teacher Liang, when does registration begin? Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. By the way, Zhiwan, I think you should continue to use the alias and oppos, 1 yen and oppos for the competition. I truly believe that with your design talent, your chances of winning are quite substantial. Liang Yulan said, sighing as she spoke. She had recognized Xie Jingmo's design prowess long ago, which surpassed many professional designers. She had once inquired about Zhiwan's background, learning that she had been self-studying design since high school. In the latter half of her freshman year, there was a newcomer fashion design competition that Liang Yulan insisted Zhiwan participate in, regardless of whether she would win, as it would be a valuable experience. However, the Yu family opposed this. They feared that Zhiwan's success would overshadow their faux heiress, Yu Xiangxiang, who was also studying fashion design. They refused to let Zhiwan participate, claiming they were concerned she would be disheartened by a potential loss, not wanting such a promising talent to be wasted. Liang Yulan suggested that Zhiwan enter the competition under the pseudonym Wan Yin. During the event, Zhiwan stayed backstage, directing models on how to showcase the garments without making a public appearance, thus evading her family's gaze. Ultimately, her designs triumphed, earning her the championship title, while Yu Xiangxiang only managed to secure third place. During the award ceremony, Liang Yulan accepted the award on Zhiwan's behalf, stating that Wan Yin was a friend's daughter. Later, at the Star Design Competition, a much more prestigious event attracting designers from across the nation, Liang Yulan encouraged Zhiwan to continue using the alias. With a stunning set of traditional Chinese-inspired gowns, Zhiwan captured the attention of many and won the championship, gaining widespread acclaim. Once more, Liang Yulan accepted the award for her. Wan Yin, an exceptionally talented designer, had never revealed her identity, which only fueled public curiosity about her enigmatic persona. Reflecting on these past events, Liang Yulan warmly encouraged Zhiwan. Jinhua is the highest-level fashion design competition in the country, teeming with talent and fierce competition. However, I believe in your abilities, and you have a great chance of winning. Go for it. Zhiwan smiled brightly. Thank you, Teacher Liang. I will surely give it my all. At the same moment, at the Yu residence, Yu Shouqi sat on the sofa, his expression serious as he typed messages on his phone. Teacher Wan Yin, are you there? He sent. Teacher Wan Yin, you Haven and Oppos. He responded to me lately. Have you truly decided not to continue collaborating with the Yu family? Or have we done something wrong that upset you? If we have erred, we will immediately apologize. We hope you can forgive us. After sending the messages, Yu Shouqi received no reply, and he wearily rubbed his forehead. The Yu family operated a high-end fashion brand, and he had a certain understanding of design. During the newcomer competition, he had hoped Yu Xiangxiang would clinch first place, but unexpectedly, Wan Yin emerged as a formidable contender. He could easily discern that Wan Yin's designs were exceptional, far surpassing Yu Xiangxiang's and many professional designers. At that time, the Yu family's fashion brand was struggling, lacking quality designs, and business was declining. Yu Xiangxiang wanted to help, but her designs were still too immature. Yu Zhiwan had also expressed a desire to assist the family, but Yu Shouqi dismissed her, believing she was overestimating her abilities and would only cause disruption. Ultimately, he reached out to Wan Yin through Weibo, expressing his interest in collaboration, and to his surprise, she readily agreed. Subsequently, Wan Yin and Oppos, as traditional Chinese designs won her the championship at the Star Design Competition, and her popularity soared, attracting numerous brands seeking collaboration. Yet, Wan Yin only partnered with the Yu family, designing exclusively for their brand. This led to socialites and celebrities purchasing Yu family garments, gradually reviving the brand. It could be said that the survival of the Yu family's fashion brand was solely due to Wan Yin's influence. However, 3 weeks ago, for reasons unknown, Wan Yin abruptly decided to cease her collaboration with the Yu family, as she had never made a public appearance. Yu Shouqi could only contact her via Weibo, sending numerous inquiries about the sudden change, but received no response. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what had transpired. Had they inadvertently offended her? But how could they offend someone they had never even met? If Wan Yin departed from the Yu family, the socialites who flocked to her designs would also likely abandon the brand, jeopardizing their status as key clients. Just then, Yu Xiangxiang approached, her expression filled with grievance. Brother, I just messaged sister on WeChat and found out she has blocked our calls and even WeChat. Irritated, Yu Shouqi frowned. Xiangxiang, I understand you bond with her, but do not humiliate yourself further by trying to contact Yu Zhiwan. She is undeserving. She does not compare to you in the slightest, and you should not be upset over her. Hearing her brother praise her made Yu Xiangxiang blush. Brother, I know you care for me and that I am superior to her. However, she is just a girl who has left home and now has nowhere to stay. I am worried about her." "Enough, Xiang." Yu Xiuqi interrupted. "I have business to attend to and cannot be bothered with Yu Zhiwan. Just hearing her name irritates me. She chose to leave, and if something happens to her, it is her own fault." After coldly dismissing her, he coaxed Yu Xiang to return to her room and continued messaging Wang Yan. "Teacher Wang Yan, I beseech you to reply. If I have erred, please let me know, and I will rectify it immediately. I only ask that you do not ignore me. I truly need you. The Yu family needs you." At the Lang Ziyuan residence, Yu Zhiwan perused the messages in her Weibo inbox. In the past, seeing Yu Xiuqi adopt such a posture would have tugged at her heartstrings, prompting her to find ways to alleviate her family and Oppo's burdens and contribute to the Yu household. But now she set her phone down, her exquisite and radiant face betraying only indifference. She no longer wished to spare a glance at Yu Xiuqi. The current state of the Yu family, whether it thrived or languished, held no relevance to her. Yu Zhiwan gathered her change of clothes, preparing for a shower. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Xie Jingmo returning from his study. Yu Zhiwan regarded the man's elegantly striking features and hesitated before asking, how shall we sleep later?" Xie Jingmo glanced at the clothes she held, raised an eyebrow, and leisurely elongated his tone, "Of course. We shall sleep together after your shower, Yu Zhiwan." Chapter 11. Washing my wife's delicates. Yu Zhiwan first took a shower, then urged Xie Jingmo to do the same. She sat at the edge of the bed, idly grasping a book from the nearby table, her gaze landing on the pages. Yet she found herself unable to absorb a single word. Glancing up towards the bathroom, she listened to the faint sound of water, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Had Xie Jingmo heard her just as clearly while she was bathing? Before long, the sound of running water ceased. The man emerged from the bathroom, his well-defined fingers holding a white towel, casually drying his hair. Yu Zhiwan and Oppo's eyes widened in surprise. He was clad in sleepwear, the same couple style she was wearing. Xie Jingmo had mentioned that this was a spontaneous choice by Uncle Fu, a set designed for pairs, one large and one small. This was Yu Zhiwan's first experience wearing matching outfits with someone. Curiously observing him for a few moments, she suddenly realized that his deep gray silk pajamas seemed to accentuate his physique rather prominently. Although the attire was loose-fitting, the movement of his drying hair caused the silk fabric to cling to his form, outlining the contours of his toned abdominal muscles. With his arms raised, the fabric at his waist was pulled up, revealing a lean and powerful waistline, exuding a sense of explosive energy. He appeared remarkably capable, almost alluring, as if he were subtly enticing her. Yu Zhiwan and Oppo's eyelashes fluttered in panic, and she quickly averted her gaze, returning to her book. Having studied fashion design, she possessed a certain understanding of human anatomy. Her mind involuntarily wandered back to his perfect abs and waistline. She couldn't help but wonder what they felt like to the touch. As Xie Jingmo continued to dry his hair, he stole a glance at her, noticing her absorbed in her book and no longer observing him. He calmly folded the towel, ceasing his drying. With his hair nearly dry, he turned back to the bathroom. Yu Zhiwan, still distracted, suddenly remembered that earlier, to avoid delaying Xie Jingmo and Oppo's shower, she had placed her soiled clothes into the laundry basket without washing them. Rising from her spot, she walked into the bathroom, only to find Xie Jingmo, tall and long-legged, standing at the sink. The faucet was running as he washed clothes, lace fabric twisting between his defined fingers. As she recognized what he was washing, her earlobes flushed crimson. "What on earth are you doing?" He was washing her underwear. Perhaps her reaction was too dramatic. As he paused his actions and turned to look at her, his expression momentarily bewildered, as if he had been reprimanded by his wife. "What's wrong?" Yu Zhiwan was rendered speechless. "What are you doing?" He replied with utter calmness, "Washing clothes." Yu Zhiwan took a deep breath. "Why are you washing my clothes?" Xie Jingmo glanced down at the small white fabric in his hand, grasping the reason behind her earlier reaction. Observing the blush creeping up her ears, he slightly raised an eyebrow, his tone unhurried. "My parents used to do this. My mother's clothes were always washed by my father." Yu Zhiwan blinked, contemplating how affectionate his parents seemed. But that was not the main issue at hand. She rushed over, her pale cheeks tinged with pink, her sparkling eyes glistening with embarrassment as she looked at him. "We don't need to do this. You don't have to help me wash them. I can manage on my own." She snatched her little pair of panties back from Xie Jingmo and Oppo's grasp. Although they were legally married, they were not in a traditional romantic relationship. Him hand-washing her intimate garments felt far too humiliating. Xie Jingmo, slightly pushed aside, narrowed his enchanting eyes, his tongue grazing his cheek as he regarded her with a profound gaze. Zhiwan had no time to ponder his expression, for she noticed that her bra had already been washed and hung up, and her panties were halfway through the process. Her ears flushed again, quickly finishing the remaining washing. She turned to see Xie Jingmo, still nearby, leaning against the wall, his long, pale fingers still adorned with the remnants of soap from washing. Zhiwan couldn't help but remember how he had tenderly washed her underwear. Her pupils trembled, and she grasped his hands, placing them under the faucet. "What are you waiting for? Rinse your hands." She meticulously washed his hands, from between his fingers to the back of his palms, as if erasing any trace of the soap. Xie Jingmo stood frozen, feeling her delicate hands glide between his fingers as if they were intertwined. A slow smile crept onto his lips as he allowed her to wash them, his voice laced with amusement. "Thank you, my lady, for washing my hands so diligently." He observed her exquisite profile, his gaze lingering on her blushing ears. "Rest assured, while washing your lingerie, I was quite thorough and clean, ensuring every inch was scrubbed." Zhiwan nearly stumbled at his words, her mind racing to forget the incident. Her cheeks aflame, she inhaled deeply, finally meeting his gaze. "Xie Jingmo, I'm not concerned about the cleanliness of your washing. It's too embarrassing." He remained silent for a moment, lazily acknowledging her. "I see. I understand now." Zhiwan was left baffled. What exactly did he comprehend? As she lay in bed that night, she couldn't help but wonder if he would refrain from washing her intimate garments in the future. She was startled by the sound of rustling beside her. As Xie Jingmo settled under the covers, her body tensed instantly. The fresh, woody scent of him wafted over, clean and pleasant, enveloping her in his essence. With her eyes closed, she could still sense the weight of his gaze upon her, her fingers instinctively curling. Yet, he merely offered her a calm good night, before switching off the lamp on his side. There were no further advances. As her body gradually relaxed, she found herself sharing a bed with an adult man for the first time. Initially concerned about her comfort, she soon succumbed to sleep, perhaps due to the day's events or the comforting presence beside her, drifting into slumber before long. In the depths of the night, the man opened his eyes, glancing at the girl beside him whose breaths were shallow. He let out a barely audible sigh, gently pulling her into his embrace, nuzzling his forehead against her neck. However, a moment later, he glanced down at himself, his brow knitting in irritation. He slightly loosened his hold on her, distancing himself. The next morning, Zhiwan awoke from a restful slumber, only to find the space beside her empty. Had Xie Jingmo risen so early? She yawned and got up to freshen up, encountering him as he emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp from what seemed to be a recent shower. "Good morning, my lady," he greeted, a smirk playing on his lips. His deep, magnetic voice was tinged with a slight rasp, sounding even more alluring than usual. Still drowsy, Zhiwan mumbled a response, "Morning." However, upon entering the bathroom, her senses sharpened instantly upon the icy mist that enveloped her. He had taken a cold shower so early in the morning? His resilience was impressive. As she marveled at this, she approached the sink and caught sight of their matching toiletries, her eyes twitching slightly as she picked up her toothbrush. Throughout this process, Xie Jingmo leaned languidly against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching her with an amused expression. After Zhiwan finished her cleansing routine, he approached and took her hand. Zhiwan was momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, she felt a cool metallic sensation on her ring finger. Chapter 12. The ring bore the letters MW, and as she glanced down, she discovered it to be a meticulously crafted plain band. Zhiwan looked up in astonishment at the man before her. The warm light of the bathroom illuminated his flawless, jade-like visage, casting a shadow upon his prominent nose, further accentuating his strikingly handsome features, akin to a captivating and enchanting being. His beguiling peach blossom eyes, languidly smiling, seemed to harbor an endless depth of affection. Since we are already married, it would be remiss not to wear a wedding ring. Our marriage certificate was obtained rather abruptly yesterday, and the official wedding bands are still being made. For now, please bear with this plain band for a few days. Zhiwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She wished to protest that she wasn't aggrieved and didn't need to wear a ring at all, especially since they would be divorcing a year later. However, a more pressing question occupied her mind. How did you know my ring size? The ring fit her perfectly, neither too large nor too small. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone casual. Well, I measured your size while you were asleep last night. Zhiwan, seeing her eyes widen in disbelief, Xie Jingmo's brow arched higher, his voice languid. I also measured your neck size while you were asleep. Zhiwan. A chill ran down her spine as she raised her hand to touch her neck. Surely, he hadn't an oppose. He used a string to measure her neck while she slept. The thought sent another shiver down her back. What else did you do? How could I have slept so soundly? Xie Jingmo's peach blossom eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied leisurely. I also measured your waist, and he deliberately elongated his words, his gaze slowly drifting upward her chest. Zhiwan. Infuriated, she rushed over to cover his eyes. What are you looking at? Why are you measuring things while you should be sleeping? Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a low, sexy chuckle, his chest vibrating slightly, his eyes crinkling with delight. He gently pulled her hand away from his eyes and affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes still sparkling with mischief. Just teasing you. I didn't measure anything inappropriate. How could I dare? I only measured your finger size, my dear. Zhiwan. He called her my dear, flustered. She huffed and shot him a glare before striding out of the bathroom. Xie Jingmo, unfazed by her fierce demeanor, allowed a smile to curve his lips. Observing her vibrant and passionate spirit, he noted that she was finally beginning to shed her previous formality, no longer treating him like a stranger. Progress indeed. Once Xie Jingmo had left the bedroom, Zhiwan removed the ring from her ring finger and examined it curiously. Suddenly, she noticed the inner band was engraved with two letters, MW. What could it signify? The initials of MO1? Her brows furrowed as she recalled a well-acquainted online friend whose Weibo handle included MW, also featuring the letters MW. What a coincidence! She hurried to the bedside table and grabbed her phone. She maintained two Weibo accounts. Her main account, known for her design work with millions of followers, and her secondary account, which had no significant following and contained her musings on life. She had chosen this name due to her fondness for green grape-flavored cakes and candies. It was this secondary account that was mutual friends with MW. They had followed each other for many years, but Zhiwan had forgotten the original reason for their connection. Initially, she had assumed MW was a girl, often engaging in light-hearted banter with her in the comments, until she discovered, to her surprise, that she was actually a boy who had long harbored feelings for a girl he admired. The sudden realization that her online friend was male left Zhiwan feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet she also found his long-standing affection for someone endearing, silently wishing for him to find happiness with the one he loved. Zhiwan logged into her secondary Weibo account and noticed that MW had posted a new update yesterday. From today onwards, I will be able to see her every day, her eyes lit up with genuine happiness for him. And she immediately commented, "Congratulations! Are you finally with your crush?" To her surprise, MW replied almost instantly. Sort of. Zhiwan was taken aback. Sort of? What did that mean? Then she saw another new post from MW. I am waiting for the moonlight to fall upon me. A wave of inexplicable loneliness washed over her. With a sigh, she sensed that things had not quite reached fruition yet. Strangely, MW's post seemed to have gained traction, attracting comments from random users. Oh no, I'm also waiting for my moonlight. Do you all have someone you like? Wait, does the MW in the blogger's nickname mean my wife, my world, or my whole? Oh my gosh, I have a friend who has MW as a note for their crush. Oh dear, the world will eventually be conquered by our pure love. Reading these comments, Zhiwan suddenly understood that the MW in MW had such romantic connotations. She glanced at the ring Xie Jingmo had given her. The engraving of MW likely represented her initials, and not the same meaning as MW, merely a coincidence. It was worth noting that MW was self-studying fashion design, with dreams of one day personally designing a wedding dress for the girl he adored. Ah, unrequited love was indeed a sweet torment. Zhiwan left an encouraging comment. The moonlight will surely fall upon you. Wishing you the best in being with the one you love. MW replied promptly. Thank you for your kind words with 2 pink bunny emojis trailing his message. Zhiwan smiled, set her phone down, and changed into some clothes before heading downstairs. To her surprise, she found Xie Jingmo making breakfast, adorned in a pink apron featuring little bunnies. The surge of youthful exuberance was overwhelming. Zhiwan suddenly wondered if the couple-themed items prepared by Fu Bo should be reserved for Xie Jingmo, as she had never realized he possessed such a whimsical side. As she approached, she noticed the pink bunny on his apron was identical to the one in his WeChat profile picture. Who had drawn that adorable bunny that he cherished enough to set as his avatar and print on an apron? Sensing her contemplative gaze, Xie Jingmo turned his head. What's on your mind? Breakfast will be ready shortly. Zhiwan stared at him, astonished. You can cook? Is that surprising? She nodded. I thought someone like you wouldn't lift a finger. Xie Jingmo turned off the stove and ladled the porridge into a porcelain bowl. Someone like me? Zhiwan pondered. Perhaps it was his striking good looks, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and tall stature that made even the act of cooking seem delightful. What I mean is, I thought someone of your standing would have everything done for them. He chuckled softly, his voice languorous and enticing. I would be more than happy to serve my wife, allowing her to live in leisure and comfort, untouched by the mundane. Zhiwan, Fu Bo, carrying a watering can, passed by, directing the maids to tend to the garden flowers, and he Kuden and Oppos. Tea helped but break into a knowing smile. The gentleman truly cherishes his lady. In the restaurant, upon sampling Xie Jingmo's culinary skills, Zhiwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Not only was the breakfast prepared to her liking, but its flavor was also exquisite. For instance, the plate of crystal shrimp dumplings was fresh and delectable, while the bowl of lotus seed soup was so delightful that she finished it entirely. I had no idea your culinary prowess was so exceptional, surpassing even that of 5-star chefs. Zhiwan praised without reservation. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, as long as the lady enjoys it. To capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Indeed, this adage proved true. All his previous efforts in honing his culinary skills had not been in vain, having sacrificed several pots and enlisted Uncle Fu as a taste tester, enduring everything from inedible disasters to tear-inducing delicacies. After breakfast, Zhiwan decided to visit the school, initially intending to go alone since Langqian was not far from her school. Xie Jingmo insisted on driving her to the school entrance. As he watched her alight from the car and walk into the school, he then proceeded to his company. In her senior year, there were few classes left for Zhiwan. Upon arriving at school, she headed to Professor Liang Yulan's office to discuss the upcoming fashion design competition. Around 11 in the morning, after bidding farewell to Professor Liang, she prepared to return to Langqian. However, as she reached the school gate, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Qingfeng. Zhiwan's expression turned cold, and she continued walking, deliberately ignoring him as if he were mere refuse by the roadside. Zhiwan, Gu Qingfeng had never been disregarded in such a manner. Annoyed, he stepped in front of her. Just as he was about to unleash his temper, he suddenly caught sight of something, his pupils contracting sharply as he fixed his gaze on the ring adorning Zhiwan's finger. Zhiwan, what is that ring you are wearing? Chapter 13. Zhiwan announced her marriage. Zhiwan was halted in her tracks by Gu Qingfeng, who prevented her from proceeding further. She displayed no inclination to conceal the ring adorning her finger. Instead, she wore it with unabashed confidence. Gu Qingfeng, having graduated long ago, was unexpectedly present at the school. Young Master Gu, at that moment, Gu Qingfeng's companion, Wei Chun, dashed over, grinning broadly. Zhiwan, I heard someone spotted you at school and immediately informed young Master Gu. As soon as he heard, he rushed over to find you. Gu Qingfeng retorted with annoyance. Who said I came to find her? I'm here to see Qianqian. Qianqian referred to the younger sister he had met at the billiards hall the previous day. Wei Chun was momentarily speechless, incredulous that Gu Qingfeng could still be so stubborn even in this situation. Truly, He had the temperament of a young master. However, as a loyal friend, Wei Chun decided to lend his support. He turned to Yu Zhiwan and chuckled awkwardly. Zhiwan, young Master Gu is indeed here for you. You two had a misunderstanding yesterday at the billiards hall. You should clarify things today. I won't interrupt any longer. I'm off to the store to buy some cigarettes. With that, Wei Chun hastily departed, leaving them alone to converse. Gu Qingfeng muttered a curse at Wei Chun for meddling, but his gaze remained fixed on the ring on Yu Zhiwan's finger. Suddenly struck by a thought, a devilish smile crept across his face. Yu Zhiwan had just broken up with him yesterday, yet today she was flaunting a ring on her ring finger. Clearly, she was intent on preserving her chastity for him. Even after their breakup, despite being single, she had chosen to wear a ring on that finger, signaling to other men to keep their distance. He never anticipated that Yu Zhiwan harbored such deep affection for him, remaining steadfastly loyal. In high spirits, Gu Qingfeng raised his chin slightly, adopting a condescending tone. Zhiwan, don't be too upset about what I said yesterday at the billiards hall. Initially, I intended to toy with you, but now I take that back. I'm serious about us. You needn't mention breakups again. I permit you to continue being my girlfriend, understood? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiwan furrowed her brow and instinctively took a step back. What nonsense was he spouting? She needed to distance herself from him. Gu Qingfeng, I was clear yesterday. I have broken up with you, and we have no further ties. Gu Qingfeng scoffed inwardly, sensing her resistance as a mere game of cat and mouse. He pulled out a handful of red bean beads from his pocket, displaying them in his palm. Yu Zhiwan, you broke the red bean bracelet yesterday, scattering the beads everywhere. I collected all 18. None are missing. Surely this will placate you. Yu Zhiwan cast a blank glance at the beads, her expression unchanging, revealing no sign of emotion. Frustrated by her indifference, Gu Qingfeng frowned. What more do you want? I've already allowed you to remain my girlfriend. Stop being so contradictory. Take off that ring. It bothers me. He continued, as for your disconnection from the Yu family, let us be honest. You've been rather thoughtless. After you left the Yu residence yesterday, where did you spend the night? A cold, mocking smile graced Yu Zhiwan and Appo's lips, her beautiful features appearing as if encased in frost. Gu Qingfeng, let me reiterate, I have broken up with you, and we have no further relationship. Furthermore, I cannot remove this ring, for I am already married. I ask you to respect my decision and cease your pursuit. With that, she turned and walked out of the school gates, leaving Gu Qingfeng stunned. He stood there, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? What did Yu Zhiwan just say? She married? Married? How can that be? She just broke up with me yesterday, and now she marrying someone else. This is impossible. As he watched her retreating figure, Gu Qingfeng clenched his teeth in frustration and pulled out his phone to call Yu Zhiwan. However, a chilling mechanical voice informed him that the call could not be completed. She had blocked him. Dumbfounded, he stared at his phone screen. She had blocked him? How could she bear to do that? How naive he had been to underestimate Yu Zhiwan. This ungrateful woman had truly taken the step to block him. Fuming, Gu Qingfeng nearly hurled his phone away in anger. He contemplated calling Yu Xiuqi to inquire whether he knew about Yu Zhiwan's marriage. Yet, just before pressing the dial button, a wave of calm washed over him. Wait, Yu Zhiwan had such a limited social circle. She hardly knew any other men. How could she possibly get married? In just one day, where could she have found someone to marry? As a down-and-out heiress, who would even look her way? Yu Zhiwan must be trying to provoke him, to make him jealous by wearing that ring and claiming she was married. Gu Qingfeng chuckled derisively. Was she jealous of his younger sister, so she wanted him to taste the bitterness of jealousy? Since dating Yu Zhiwan, he had not entertained any other women, at most. He had engaged in some harmless flirtation. He had reformed his ways, yet she still found fault? How absurdly possessive could she be? He glanced at the red bean beads in his palm. Forget it. The reason Yu Zhiwan refused other suitors while accepting him was undoubtedly due to her deep love for him, which incited her jealousy. Once he severed ties with those younger sisters, this petty woman would cheerfully return to being his girlfriend. Lang Zhiwan was not far from her school, and Yu Zhiwan decided to stroll back. As she walked, a black car suddenly pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing the stunningly handsome face of Xie Jingmo, his unique peach blossom eyes sparkling. Surprised to see you here, he said, raising an eyebrow. It's nearly noon. I came to pick you up from school and happened to spot you. Get in. Pick me up? Zhiwan was taken aback, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this gesture. No one had ever come to collect her during her time at the U residence. Realizing she had been daydreaming, she quickly opened the door and got into the passenger seat. Just as she settled in, the man leaned over and kindly fastened her seatbelt. The distance between them shrank suddenly, and Zhiwan was enveloped by his unique, pleasant woody scent. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she held her breath slightly. She noticed that, from this close range, his eyelashes were remarkably long, his nose well-defined, and his lips. After fastening the seatbelt, Xie Jingmo noticed the simple ring on her ring finger and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. His warm fingertips inevitably brushed against Zhiwan's hand. Zhiwan was momentarily captivated by his lips when suddenly feeling the touch on her hand. Her heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing touching my ring?" He chuckled softly, his voice low and seductive, slowly raising his hand. "I'm wearing one too. If you're feeling spiteful, you can touch mine back." Zhiwan was taken aback. "How childish, Xie-san." She refrained from touching him and stole another glance at his lips before hastily averting her gaze. For some reason, she suddenly craved jelly. She tugged at the seatbelt across her chest. "Isn't at noon? How did you come back from the company? Aren't you busy this afternoon?" "Yes, I have matters to attend to this afternoon," he replied. After a pause, he added with a casual smile, "I'll need my lady to accompany me." "Huh?" Just as Zhiwan was about to inquire about the matter, her phone suddenly rang. Chapter 14. This is my husband. Xie Jingmo allowed her to answer the phone first. Whatever was said on the other end of the line brought an abundance of joy to Zhiwan, her eyes sparkling with delight. Once she hung up, Xie Jingmo, intrigued, inquired, "What is the matter that has brought you such happiness?" Zhiwan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My aunt." "Oh right, the call was from my aunt, not a relative from the Yu family, but from my adoptive parents' home. They have always treated me with kindness and care." Realizing that Xie Jingmo was unfamiliar with her past, she took the time to explain. The man nodded in acknowledgement, yet his expression showed no great surprise, as if he had known of her aunt's existence before. Zhiwan blinked in confusion. That shouldn't be the case. She had never mentioned her aunt to Xie Jingmo. Was this the stoic demeanor of a top-tier individual, remaining unfazed by anything? She dismissed her thoughts and continued. "My aunt has a daughter who just started her second year of junior high. Recently, she fell ill and was hospitalized. The doctor scheduled a surgery for her last week, but she has remained in a deep sleep since then. I just received a call from my aunt saying that my sister has woken up, her condition is stable, and she is out of danger. That's why I'm so elated." In truth, the surgery required a considerable sum, and her aunt's family had little savings. Fortunately, over the past few years, she had saved some money by working as a designer under the pseudonym Wan Yin, which she used to help cover the medical expenses, a small way to repay her aunt's previous kindness. After all, her adoptive parents had not treated her well. Without her aunt and uncle's care, her life would have been far worse. Hearing this good news, Zhiwan could hardly contain her joy. She turned to Xie Jingmo, her eyes gleaming with excitement, and grasped his arm, asking, "You mentioned you had something for us to do this afternoon. What is it? Is it urgent? If not, I'd like to visit the hospital first." Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand, gripping his arm. Seeing her eager expression, he couldn't help but ruffle her hair, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "There's no rush. I'll accompany you to the hospital first." Zhiwan was taken aback. "Huh? You're coming with me?" She thought visiting her aunt and uncle was something she could do alone. Why was Xie Jingmo tagging along? With a sidelong glance at her, he casually tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and said, "As your husband, is it not my duty to accompany you?" Zhiwan, noticing her hesitation, his tone softened. "If you find it embarrassing to bring me along, if you think I'm not suitable to meet your family, it's perfectly all right. Truly, you needn't worry about my feelings. I won't make a fuss." Zhiwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "When have I ever found you embarrassing? If Xie Jingmo isn't suitable, then who could possibly be? How could he think such a thing?" Exasperated, she rushed to reassure him. "I have never looked down on you, truly. You mustn't overthink it. If you don't believe me, then come with me to the hospital right now." Xie Jingmo's eyes curved playfully. "All right, I want to overthink it. I'll accompany you to the hospital. Yu Zhiwan. Wait, something seems off. Yu Zhiwan scratched her head in bewilderment, while Xie Jingmo had already turned the car around to buy some gifts for the hospital visit, as well as a token for her aunt and uncle, and then drove towards the hospital. Upon reaching the third floor, they coincidentally encountered her aunt in the corridor. Yu Zhiwan rushed over anxiously. Aunt, how is my sister doing? Su Yingzi beamed upon seeing Yu Zhiwan. Your sister was just asking for you. How did you arrive so quickly? Oh, Zhiwan, who is this? Noticing the tall, exceptionally handsome stranger beside Yu Zhiwan, Su Yingzi inquired, her gaze scrutinizing him. Xie Jingmo did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced down at Yu Zhiwan, seemingly waiting for her to introduce him. Yu Zhiwan bit her lip thoughtfully, stealing a glance at Xie Jingmo. After a brief moment of internal conflict, she decided to come clean. After all, she didn't want Xie Jingmo to think she was ashamed of him. How strange. She had never known him to be so sensitive. Aunt, let me introduce you. This is my newlywed husband, Xie Jingmo. Su Yingzi's eyes widened in shock. What? Zhiwan got married? When did this happen? Hearing Yu Zhiwan call him husband, a smile involuntarily spread across Xie Jingmo's face, as if he had finally claimed a title, his eyes glinting with joy. Hello, Aunt. Zhiwan and I just registered our marriage. Due to special circumstances, we plan to hold a wedding ceremony later. I sincerely hope you will attend. Yu Zhiwan, a wedding? Who said anything about a wedding? At that moment, Su Yingzi scrutinized Xie Jingmo with a discerning gaze, her instincts as a family member kicking in. This man exuded an undeniable charm, despite his efforts to appear approachable. His imposing presence, however, suggested an affluent and powerful background. Yet, his demeanor towards her was courteous and respectful, evidently valuing Yu Zhiwan's family ties. This was reassuring. As long as he treated her well, that was enough. However, Su Yingzi felt a nagging sense of familiarity about him, as if she had seen him before. Just then, Yu Zhiwan's uncle emerged from the hospital room. Drawn by the commotion, Yu Zhiwan greeted her uncle with a smile, and Xie Jingmo followed suit, politely addressing him as uncle. The scene was harmonious and in sync. Once inside the hospital room, Su Yingzi seized her husband's arm and whispered, Old he, look at that man. He is Zhiwan's newlywed husband. Don't you think he looks familiar? Have we seen him before? Oldie scrutinized Xie Jingmo closely, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. That's the president of the Xie group. I've seen his photo in financial magazines. Su Yingzi gasped in surprise, then shook her head. That is not what I meant. I feel like we've met him in person, not just in photographs. Perhaps years ago, maybe when Zhiwan was still in high school. Oldie stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be? How could we possibly have met such a prominent figure? Su Yingzi remained unconvinced, desperately trying to recall where she had seen him, suspecting it might be related to Zhiwan. After all, this man seemed to care deeply for Zhiwan, which eased her concerns a bit. Zhiwan had endured so much hardship in her childhood, having been mistreated by her adoptive parents. She remembered when Zhiwan was 8 years old. She had found a nearly frozen stray puppy on the street. Unable to bear the thought of the puppy dying, she rushed home to ask her adoptive father for permission to adopt it. He had reluctantly agreed, and Zhiwan joyfully brought the puppy home, nurturing it as her companion amidst the harsh environment of her adoptive parents' household, where her father was abusive and her mother favored boys. That puppy was Zhiwan's only source of warmth. One afternoon, upon returning from school, Zhiwan found a plate of meat on the table. Her adoptive father and his friends were eating and drinking merrily. As she tried to retreat to her room, her father called her over, smiling and insisting she eat from the plate. Chapter 15. Xie Jingmo's secret affection for Wanwan. Should he confess? Wanwan seldom experienced such kindness from her adoptive father. Sensing something amiss, when she refused to eat, he forcefully shoved a piece of meat into her mouth, inquiring if it was to her liking. Terrified of provoking his anger, Wanwan cautiously replied that it was delicious, to which her father threw back his head in laughter, maliciously commenting, "This is the dog you raised. You've done quite well with it, haha." Wanwan's face turned pale with fear, and she stumbled into the kitchen, where she was confronted by the gruesome sight of a bloody dog skin. Tears streamed down her face as the forced morsel of meat made her retch violently. The 8-year-old Wanwan cried out to her father, pleading for the return of her beloved puppy, only to receive a stinging slap and a harsh reprimand. I've raised you for so many years. Don't think that eating your dog is beyond reason. I could sell you for money, and that would be just as justified. How could a mere child withstand the might of a middle-aged man? When her father saw her persistent weeping, he brandished a belt, intent on punishing her, while her adoptive mother remained indifferent, merely comforting her younger brother. At that moment, Xie, who lived next door, heard the cries and rushed over, compassionately taking Wan into her home, thereby sparing her from a beating. From that day forth, Wan never dared to keep a dog again. Yet, Xie knew that Wan truly adored puppies. Her eyes would light up at the sight of them on the street. However, the trauma had instilled a deep-seated fear within her, rendering her incapable of caring for one, no matter how much she longed for it. Years have passed, yet when Xie reflects on the incident, her eyes still brim with tears. Wan had scarcely known a moment of happiness in her adoptive parents' home. Upon returning to the Yu family, Xie remained uncertain about Wan's current circumstances, especially since the happenings within the Yu household were largely unknown to her. It was rumored that the Yu family favored their false daughter, Yu Xiangxiang. Now that Wan was married, Xie, as her aunt, desired nothing more than for her husband to treat her well. In the hospital room, Zhiwan inquired about her sister's condition and engaged in light conversation. Seizing an opportunity, while Xie Jingmo was preoccupied peeling an apple, her sister tugged at Zhiwan's sleeve, whispering, "Sister, is brother-in-law good to you? If he dares to mistreat you, just tell me and Mom and Dad. We'll support you." Zhiwan couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's earnestness. Gently ruffling her hair, "Sister knows, but you must recover quickly so I can rest easy." Her sister giggled. "The doctor said I'll soon be able to get out of bed and run around." Xie Jingmo, still focused on peeling the apple, appeared not to have overheard their conversation. Yet, when her sister mentioned brother-in-law and support, a tender warmth flickered in his eyes. He welcomed any critique as long as it was in service of Wan's well-being. Eagerly, he wished for more people to treat her kindly. Once their whispers subsided, Xie Jingmo poured a glass of water for Zhiwan, suggesting they consider transferring her sister to a better hospital room. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "No need to change rooms. I want to invite a seasoned specialist to examine whether my sister has fully recovered from the surgery and if there are any potential aftereffects." Xie Jingmo nodded and promptly made a phone call. Before long, several esteemed experts hurried to the room. Even the hospital director arrived. A flurry of professionals entered, all exhibiting utmost respect. Xie and her husband were taken aback by the sudden commotion, as was Zhiwan. She glanced at Xie Jingmo, who reassured her, "It's all right. Let them check on your sister." Soon, the specialist conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that the patient's condition had been completely resolved. As long as she adhered to medical advice, no lasting repercussions would remain, and she would soon regain her health. Zhiwan felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Xie and her husband beamed with joy, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the doctors. The director humbly declined their thanks, offering a slight nod to Xie Jingmo before departing with the medical team. After lingering a while longer, Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo took their leave. Watching their retreating figures, Xie couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. She resolved to attend Wan's wedding when the time came. Suddenly, a memory struck her. She recalled where she had seen Xie Jingmo before. It was during Wan's first year in high school, when she was still living with her adoptive parents. That day, her adoptive father had lost at gambling and took his frustrations out on Wan, knowing she was studying design. He twisted her wrist with such force that he nearly broke it and slapped her hard enough to leave a lasting bruise. That very evening, while returning home late from work, she passed by an alley and heard the sounds of a brutal beating, accompanied by the cries of a man. The flickering streetlight illuminated the scene, revealing a group of youths mercilessly assaulting a middle-aged man. In that fleeting moment of light, she recognized the battered figure. It was Wan's adoptive father. Leading the attack was none other than Xie Jingmo, his expression fierce and brutal, as he pummeled Wan's father into a state of near unconsciousness. Xie was oblivious to the specifics of the alleyway incident, only aware that from that day forward, her adoptive father spent a lengthy period in the hospital and never dared to lay a finger on Wan again. In fact, he developed an inexplicable fear of her, avoiding her presence altogether. Shortly thereafter, the school principal approached Su Yingzi, expressing concern for Wanwan's difficult home life and offering to provide financial assistance. However, knowing Wanwan's parents were unreliable, the principal entrusted the funds to Su Yingzi, hoping she would keep a close eye on Wanwan. Of course, the benefactor also provided Su Yingzi with a token of gratitude. She recalled that apart from the principal, there were several other teachers present, including a rebellious-looking young man in school uniform. At the time, her focus was entirely on the teachers, and she paid little attention to the youth. Now, reflecting upon it, she realized that the boy was indeed Xie Jingmo. So, it was Xie Jingmo who had quietly supported Wanwan all along. He understood her parents were untrustworthy, so he funneled assistance through her aunt to ensure Wanwan was well cared for. And later, when Wanwan's adoptive father was imprisoned due to gambling, was that also connected to Xie Jingmo? Su Yingzi suddenly grasped the situation with startling clarity. No wonder Xie Jingmo seemed familiar to her earlier. At 17, he bore a striking resemblance to the man he had become in his 20s, more mature yet undeniably similar. Thus, it dawned on her that Xie Jingmo had harbored feelings for Wanwan since their high school days. A surge of emotions flooded Su Yingzi, surprise mingled with conflict. If Xie Jingmo loved Wanwan, she could rest assured he would treat her well. Yet, should she share with Wanwan the truth about Xie Jingmo's past affections and his acts of kindness? Chapter 16. The lady is beautiful enough in the parking lot beneath the hospital. Zhiwan sat in the passenger seat, her smile radiant, exuding a sense of delight. Indeed, fortune seemed to favor her today. Aside from encountering Gu Chengfeng at school, everything else had been splendid. Her younger sister would soon recover as well. As Xie Jingmo prepared to start the engine, he paused at the mention of Gu Chengfeng. Met Gu Chengfeng at school? Zhiwan, engrossed in her phone, responded without looking up. Yes, he came to find me. Xie Jingmo's peach blossom eyes narrowed dangerously, and he ceased all movement. Nonchalantly, he rested his left hand on the steering wheel, his tone languid. First, lift your head and glance at your husband. I have a question for you. Zhiwan, perplexed, raised her head. What question? The man's long fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, silence enveloping them for a moment before he spoke with a calm demeanor. Madam, do you find men like Gu Chengfeng appealing? Asking his wife if she was attracted to other types of men felt peculiar, almost as if he were inviting suspicion upon himself. Yet Xie Jingmo posed the question nonetheless. Zhiwan's delicate face instantly contorted with indignation, as if insulted. Why do you ask that? Xie Jingmo's expression shifted to one of half-smile. As far as I know, you have never lacked admirers. Since university, your suitors have multiplied, yet you only accepted Gu Chengfeng's advances. Accepted the advances of that useless Gu Chengfeng. His tone grew increasingly dangerous, tinged with an undeniable bitterness. Mentioning this made Zhiwan feel quite unfortunate, and she pouted. It wasn't my choice. It was the Yu family. They pressured me into accepting Gu Chengfeng's pursuit for the sake of a collaboration with the Gu family. I have no feelings for him at all. Xie Jingmo was momentarily taken aback, his pupils imperceptibly contracting. So, it was for such a reason that she had acquiesced to Gu Chengfeng. In the next instant, his gaze darkened, a chilling aura enveloping him. Once again, the Yu family. Zhiwan keenly sensed the drop in his demeanor. What's wrong? She asked, bewildered. Had she said something amiss? Nothing. Xie Jingmo concealed his emotions, soothingly ruffling her hair. Gradually, a hint of amusement flickered in his peach blossom eyes. So, Zhiwan did not fancy Gu Chengfeng after all. What then was her type? Zhiwan pondered. How would I know? I don't have someone I like, nor have I considered this question. Why do you ask such things? She scrutinized him suspiciously before a sudden realization struck her. Oh, I get it. You're not considering introducing me to someone after a divorce, are you? Xie Jingmo nearly burst into laughter at her words. Before I introduce you to anyone, please remain single. Zhiwan blinked in confusion. Single? But I'm a married woman, am I not? Haven't we already wed? Her remark evoked a smile from Xie Jingmo. You're correct. It seems I misspoke. Seeing him smile, she chuckled softly. Rest assured, I am principled. During our marriage, I will not engage in any improper relationships with other men. The sunlight outside was just right, illuminating her fair skin, her lips a luscious red. And her eyes sparkled like fragmented stars, her smile vibrant and enchanting, like a resplendent rose. Xie Jingmo's heart raced at the sight, his voice dropping to a low, magnetic timbre, laced with a hint of huskiness. And you may rest easy, I shall not have any improper relationships with women other than you. At any time. Zhiwan nodded, trusting his words. After all, he was notoriously known for his disinterest in women. By the way, she suddenly recalled, you mentioned needing me to accompany you this afternoon. What's the matter? Xie Jingmo started the car and replied, lazily, my grandparents are traveling abroad. Yesterday, upon hearing that we registered our marriage, they were so delighted that they wished to return immediately. However, a snowstorm disrupted flights, and they just got back this morning. They are eager to meet their long-awaited granddaughter-in-law. Zhiwan, momentarily forgetting the long-awaited granddaughter-in-law comment, sat up straight with surprise. You mean your grandparents want to see me? Xie Jingmo chuckled at her sudden seriousness. Don't worry, my grandparents are very kind and will surely like you. Yet, Zhiwan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, tightening her fingers. When will we meet them this afternoon? Xie Jingmo smiled casually. No rush. It's already past noon. We should eat first. We can't let my wife starve. Can we? Zhiwan felt incredulous. He still had the leisure to joke. After all, meeting the parents was a nerve-wracking affair. She nervously adjusted her hair and tugged at her clothes, frowning slightly. Do you think my outfit is inappropriate? A mi no presentable no? As they approached a red light, Xie Jingmo halted the car. He turned to her without hesitation. Inappropriate? My lady, you are beautiful enough. After a pause, he added with a seductive tone, you're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Zhiwan was taken aback by the compliment, suddenly feeling a bit shy, her earlobes tinged with pink. Thank you. Perhaps you just haven't seen enough people. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. Really? Zhiwan was led by Xie Jingmo to a restaurant he frequently visited, where a private room was reserved for them on the second floor. Once seated, she noticed that the dishes he ordered were all her favorites. It seemed their tastes were remarkably similar. During the meal, Xie Jingmo's phone screen lit up intermittently. His grandfather was messaging in the group chat, inquiring if there was anything he needed to be cautious about. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. Please remove anything related to pineapples from the house. She is allergic. Grandfather Xie replied. Don't worry, all taken care of. Everything's been cleared. Grandmother Xie added. And that parrot named Pineapple has been renamed Fatty overnight. Cousin Xie Yinzhao messaged. Just as Xie Jingmo was about to put his phone down, he received a private message from Xie Yinzhao. Bro, there's a large pineapple plush toy at the old house that I bought before. Is that a problem? Xie Jingmo replied. Put it away as well. We don't need it in sight. Xie Yinzhao lamented. Whoa, bro, you're prioritizing your wife over your brother. Xie Jingmo quipped. Am I? Of course you are. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. I feel like I'm not prioritizing my brother enough. Xie Yinzhao wailed even louder. All right, I won't annoy you anymore. Back in high school, I even helped you deliver gifts to my sister-in-law Hehe. Now that the clouds have cleared, bro, for your and sister-in-law's happiness. Don't worry about me. Chapter 17 Zhiwan slapped him. Observing Xie Jingmo engrossed in his phone, she speculated that he might be preoccupied with work. Having nearly finished her meal, she rose to visit the restroom. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the Yu family of four, who had just finished dining. Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Xiaoze, and Yu Xiangxiang. A momentary surprise crossed Yu Xiangxiang's face before she rushed towards Zhiwan, her expression filled with concern. Sister, what did you spend the night last night? Don't tell me you ran away from home. Quickly apologize to Dad and come back. I'm genuinely worried about you. Yu Changde's complex gaze fell upon his daughter, who had spent the night away. However, hearing Yu Xiangxiang mention running away, he immediately recalled Yu Zhiwan's desire to sever ties with the Yu family, causing his demeanor to chill. How can my own daughter be so thoughtless? Why can't she be more like Xiangxiang, obedient and filial? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Xiangxiang, you need not bother with her. Do not speak on her behalf. And certainly do not plead with her to return. I, Yu Changde, do not have such a wayward daughter. Yu Zhiwan's eyes turned icy as she regarded him with a blank expression. Wayward? That pales in comparison to you, Director Yu, who married off your own daughter to Gu Qingfeng, thrusting her into the abyss, beneath even the beasts. Yu Changde froze, his hands trembling with rage, his chest heaving violently. Beneath even the beasts. This unfilial daughter dares to insult her own father. Who gave her the audacity? Tao Shuqin hurriedly stepped forward, patting Yu Changde's back in an attempt to calm him, casting a disapproving look at Yu Zhiwan. How can you utter such treasonous words? Do you not possess even a shred of filial piety? You even blocked our calls. So willful. No wonder you grew up in your adoptive parents' home without proper education, lacking in filial respect. Yu Zhiwan's expression hardened, her beautiful brows resembling a layer of frost. Mrs. Tao, on what grounds do you criticize me? Is it my fault that I was mistakenly swapped at birth? Let me reiterate. I have severed ties with the Yu family and have no further connections. I can block you all at will. An eyesore? Yu Zhiwan had the audacity to label them as such. Yu Changde's fury escalated, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her, shouting, You ungrateful child. Yet, Tao Shuqi noticed that Yu Zhiwan had referred to her as Mrs. Tao. And just moments ago, she had addressed Yu Changde as Director Yu. Ah, so you were throwing a tantrum to the point of refusing to call us mother and father. Tao Shuqin glared at her, a mix of anger and disbelief. Mama. At that moment, Yu Xiangxiang interjected, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister must have spoken out of anger. Please do not hold it against her. Upon hearing Yu Xiangxiang's call of Mama, Tao Shuqin felt her heart almost melt. Though Xiangxiang was not her biological daughter, she was always so sensible and considerate, calling her Mama with such affection. If only Yu Zhiwan could exhibit even a fraction of Xiangxiang's virtues. Unable to remain silent any longer, Yu Xiaozi rushed to Yu Zhiwan's side. Yu Zhiwan, have you not bullied Xiangxiang enough? Now you dare to show off to your own parents. As your second brother, I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, he raised his hand to strike her. However, in an instant, Yu Zhiwan's right hand firmly intercepted his. She regarded him with cold eyes. Yu Xiaozi, do spare yourself this self-aggrandizement. What makes you think you're my second brother? What right do you have to hit me? Knowing full well my allergy to pineapple, you still dared to mix it into the juice I drank. I find it revolting to be related to someone like you. Frustrated that his attempted strike had failed, Yu Xiaozi fumed. So what if you're allergic? That was ages ago. Do you really need to dredge up old grievances? You didn't die from it. Why are you so petty? With a resounding slap, Yu Zhiwan struck Yu Xiaozi's face. The impact reverberated in his mind, leaving him in disbelief. A distinct handprint appearing on his cheek, burning with pain. Yu Zhiwan actually dared to hit him, and with such force. Yu Zhiwan! Yu Xiaozi roared in fury, his eyes bulging. Are you seeking death? A mocking smile graced Yu Zhiwan's lips as she looked at him, as if he were a mere jest. I merely slapped you. After all, you didn't die. Why are you so overly concerned? Yu Xiaozi was momentarily speechless, his own words thrown back at him. He found himself unable to retaliate, his anger churning within him, turning his face crimson. Yu Zhiwan, uninterested in further wasting her breath on these bothersome people, turned on her heel and departed. Second brother, Yu Xiangxiang snapped back to reality, running to Yu Xiaozi, her eyes reddened. Sister, how could she hit you? Tao Shuqin also rushed over, her face etched with worry. This Yu Zhiwan is truly outrageous. Xiaozi, does it hurt? I'm fine, Mama. Yu Xiaozi winced, covering his face. His teeth gritted in pain, his eyes fixed on Yu Zhiwan's retreating figure. Yu Xiangxiang's eyes shimmered with tears as she bit her lip. Even if sister is throwing a tantrum, she shouldn't have laid a hand on you. If only I could take that slap for you. Immediately, Yu Xiaozi felt a pang of sympathy, wiping her tears. Xiangxiang, don't say that. I could never bear to see you suffer. Such a good girl. Xiangxiang was his beloved little sister. Yu Changde seethed with rage. This ungrateful daughter has truly changed. The former Yu Zhiwan, even when I tore up her admission letter, her angriest moment, still hesitated to leave the Yu family, ultimately yielding under Tao Shuqin's comfort, never daring to treat me with such disdain. Now, she dares to insult me as beneath the beasts and even slapped Xiaozi. Does she truly intend to sever ties with the Yu family? Yu Xiaozi scoffed, rest assured. Mom and Dad, Yu Zhiwan is merely putting on a brave front, claiming she wants to sever ties. She is still on the Yu family register. Let her try to remove herself from it. Yu Changde furrowed his brow. I will not consent to her removing her name from the register. That is sheer folly. If news spreads that my biological daughter has removed her name, it will only reflect poorly on my parenting and disgrace the Yu family. As Yu Changde spoke, his phone chimed with a new message. Upon reading it, his excitement was palpable. Tao Shuqin inquired eagerly, "What is it?" "I just received word that the elder Mr. and Mrs. Xie have returned from abroad." Yu Changde exclaimed, exhilarated. "Shuqin, there's no time like the present. Let us head to the Xie family and discuss the marriage between Xiangxiang and Jingmo." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang's cheeks flushed crimson. "But father, that marriage is for sister." Yu Xiao's aside. "Oh, my silly sister. How could Yu Zhiwan possibly be worthy of becoming Mrs. Xie? She grew up in her adoptive parents' home, enduring hardship without exposure to refinement or poise. Aside from her beauty, what else does she possess? How could Xie Jingmo ever take a liking to her?" "Indeed, Xiangxiang," Tao Shuqin earnestly counseled. "You have been raised in luxury, truly a young lady of high society. Who else could possibly fit the role of Mrs. Xie but you? Be honest with your mother. Do you like Jingmo?" Yu Xiangxiang's face reddened further, shyly lowering her head. "Mama, second brother, please stop. I will follow your arrangements." Seeing her bashful demeanor, Yu Xiao's teased with a grin. "Our Xiangxiang has blossomed into a proper young lady, now shy. Second brother, you're so annoying." Yu Xiangxiang playfully stomped her foot, but a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. "Sister, your actions just now were truly foolish. They will only serve to deepen the Yu family's disdain for you. Look, even if I've taken your family and your fiancé, what can you do about it?" Yu Changde pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Xiaoza, where is your elder brother? Have him prepare some generous gifts. Your mother and I shall visit the Xie family shortly." Yu Xiaoza appeared troubled. "Father, my brother is at the company. He has been preoccupied with contacting Wang Yan, who no longer intends to continue our collaboration with the Yu family." Upon hearing this, Yu Changde's expression grew grave. Although the company was currently under the management of Yu Shouqi, he was acutely aware of Wang Yin and Appo's significance to their enterprise. Why had she suddenly decided against partnering with the Yu family? Yu Xiangxiang spoke earnestly. "Father, I have also studied fashion design. Though I may not possess the prowess of teacher Wang Yin, I am willing to contribute to the company if needed to alleviate my brother's burdens." Yu Changde felt a surge of pride. "My dear daughter, your father has not spoiled you in vain over the years. Unlike that Yu Zhiwan, who is utterly useless and only brings chaos to the family, you are worth more than 1,000 of her." After expressing his sentiments, Yu Changde turned to Yu Xiaoza, imparting a crucial reminder. "Tell your brother to maintain a good rapport with Wang Yan. He must show her utmost respect. Teacher Wang Yan is our benefactor and our savior." At the mention of Wang Yan, Yu Xiaoza's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. "Father, rest assured I understand." Having given his instructions, Yu Changde then turned to Tao Shuqin, saying, "Shuqin, let us quickly prepare the gifts and head to the Xie family to discuss the marriage arrangements." Chapter 18. Together with my wife, I returned. As Yu Zhiwan turned the corner of the hallway and walked a bit further, we arrived at the private room. Xie Jingmo noticed her unusual demeanor, and his eyes darkened suddenly. "What's wrong?" Yu Zhiwan, unwilling to bring up those who could tarnish her mood or let the Yu family affect her spirits, waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing. By the way," she continued as she sat down, her clear black and white eyes fixed on Xie Jingmo, her lashes fluttering, "I wanted to ask you during dinner, what do Grandma and Grandpa like? Or do they have any hobbies? Let us go buy them some gifts later." She understood that, given the Xie family status, Grandma and Grandpa lacked for nothing. However, as it was their first meeting with the in-laws, it was essential to express goodwill and courtesy. One could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, as soon as they finished their meal, Yu Zhiwan tugged Xie Jingmo towards a nearby luxury shopping mall. Xie Jingmo had initially intended to mention that he was already prepared, but seeing Yu Zhiwan pulling him around the mall as if they were a young couple on a shopping spree, he merely raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent and allowing her to lead him in selecting gifts. After procuring the presents, the couple headed towards the Xie family's ancestral home. On the way, while Xie Jingmo was driving, his phone suddenly chimed with a message. It was from Xiao Chen, a fellow who was typically frivolous. And Xie Jingmo had no intention of responding. However, glancing at Zhiwan in the passenger seat, he lazily remarked, "Dear, could you reply to my message? It's inconvenient for me to do so while driving. You still remember the lock screen password, right?" Zhiwan, "I remember." His phone rested on the center console, and she took it, entering the password, 161027, unlocking it. The lock screen and wallpaper displayed a photo of the two of them. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhiwan raised her hand to touch her ear. Embarrassed, she opened WeChat and noticed that her name was pinned at the top of his contacts, annotated as wife. She instinctively touched her earlobe again and hastily opened the chat with Xiao Chen. "Xie Jingmo, mu yi. Xiao Chen, what are you up to? Let's go out and play." Besides these two new messages, Zhiwan noticed a segment of yesterday's conversation between Xiao Chen and Xie Jingmo. "Xiao Chen, Zhiwan actually agreed to marry you? Did you deceive her? Surely, Zhiwan must have been lured by you." Xie Jingmo, enough with the Zhiwan nonsense. Xie Jingmo, from now on, call her sister-in-law. Zhiwan, what is Xiao Chen talking about? Deception? Luring? Nonsense. She found it a bit strange, but maintained her composure, refraining from further digging into the chat history, and said, "Xiao Chen wants you to go out and play." Xie Jingmo glanced at her without revealing his thoughts and replied, "Tell him we're heading back to the ancestral home." Zhiwan responded as instructed. Within seconds, Xiao Chen texted again, typing with remarkable speed. "Is your grandpa and grandma back? Just in time. I haven't visited your grandparents in a while. I'll join you at the ancestral home." Zhiwan read the messages aloud to Xie Jingmo. He replied in a languid tone, carefree and indifferent. "Tell him, my wife and I are returning together." He shouldn't intrude. Zhiwan, how could she say that? Noticing the look of dismay on her face, Xie Jingmo teased, raising an eyebrow. "Then just say I'm his wife, and he can't expect a reply while I'm driving." Zhiwan, disregarding his suggestion, she directly replied, "I am Zhiwan. He is currently driving and cannot respond." Suddenly, there was a moment of silence from the other end. After several long seconds, the conversation resumed. "Xiao Chen, oh my gosh, it's sister-in-law." Xiao Chen, so Mo Gu's phone is in your hands. Xiao Chen, sister-in-law, hello. I'm Mo Gu's friend, Xiao Chen. Hello. My apologies. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect our first conversation would be on WeChat. Truly rude of me. Xiao Chen, it seems you and Mo Gu are quite affectionate. That puts me at ease. Let us hang out sometime. I want to be a third wheel and disturb you too. Wishing you both a happy marriage and a swift arrival of children. Reading through the barrage of messages, especially the comment about their affection and hopes for children, Zhiwan felt her mouth twitch uncontrollably. She did not relay every word to Xie Jingmo, instead clearing her throat and summarizing. Xiao Chen said he wanted to disturb you and that you should focus on your tasks. Xie Jingmo, well aware of Xiao Chen's loquacious nature, found it implausible that he would be so concise. Observing the faint blush on the girl's snow-white cheeks, he smirked playfully. "Is that all?" Zhiwan shook her head firmly. "No." The man chuckled softly, his voice indulgent. "All right, if my dear says there's nothing more, then we'll consider that there's nothing at all. Even if there is, I shall remain oblivious." Zhiwan, upon arriving at the CF family's ancestral home, the intricately carved doors swung open, and after a brief drive through the estate, they reached the main house. Without waiting for the servants to announce them, Grandpa and Grandma Xie, upon hearing the sound of the engine, could no longer remain seated. They eagerly approached the door. Peering outside, they had arrived at last. Their grandson had finally brought someone home. The other members of the CF family, who were gathered in the living room, also grew curious and came over. As the sleek black car came to a halt, Xie Jingmo exited first, then walked around to the passenger side, graciously opening the door. The girl in the light green dress stepped out, tall and slender, with skin as white as snow. Her beauty was evident from a distance. To ease her potential nervousness, Xie Jingmo immediately took her hand as they approached. As they drew nearer, it was clear that the girl was exceptionally beautiful. Her face like the peach blossoms of early spring, her eyes shimmering like clear waters, and her long, soft black hair cascading down. exuding an ethereal grace that made her seem almost otherworldly. Beside her stood a man, tall and elegant, his handsome features exuding an air of nobility. His lazy, indulgent gaze filled with affection as they walked hand in hand. They appeared perfectly matched, as if they were destined to be together. Grandma Xie beamed at the sight, her smile broad and uncontainable. Grandpa Xie, equally delighted, chuckled heartily, his old joints momentarily forgotten. Xie Jingmo led Yu Zhiwan before them. Grandpa, Grandma, this is Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan's gaze was clear, her voice soft. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Ah, good girl, Grandma replied happily. Though advanced in age, her demeanor was graceful and well-preserved. Adorned with a magnificent jade bracelet on her wrist, her gaze toward Yu Zhiwan warm and affectionate. Zhiwan, were you tired on the way here? Don't be shy. Grandma and Grandpa are thrilled to see you. We've been looking forward to your visit. Grandpa, with his graying hair and a finely crafted lion-head cane, tapped it in mild discontent, his voice robust. It's all Jingmo's fault. He rushed to get the marriage certificate yesterday without the proper ceremony, making you suffer, Zhiwan. Grandma, and I will certainly make it up to you. Yu Zhiwan quickly shook her head. Grandpa, it's not a hardship at all. She too was eager to obtain the marriage certificate and to expedite the process of moving her household registration from the Yu family. Chapter 19. It is a blessing for my brother to marry you. The elderly lady had completely forgotten about her grandson, warmly taking Yu Zhiwan and Appo's hand. Wan, come. Let Grandma take you into the living room to chat. The old gentleman chuckled. Yes, Wan. Let us head to the living room and not worry about Jingmo for now. Grandpa and Grandma will introduce you to some people. Left behind, Xie Jingmo interjected. Grandpa, what are you talking about? At that moment, a parrot hanging by the window suddenly squawked loudly. Marriage, marriage. Wedding night candles. May you bear precious children. Wedding night. Wedding night. Yu Zhiwan instinctively turned to look. What was the parrot saying? Wedding night candles? The elderly lady glanced at the parrot, feeling embarrassed. Wan. This parrot is named Pang Pang. I don't know who it learned these nonsensical phrases from. Yu Zhiwan responded. Pang Pang, what a unique name. In the distance, Xie Jingmo silently mourned for Pong Pong's lost grand name, Pineapple, for 3 seconds. Moreover, as for the claim of not knowing where it learned such things, it was undoubtedly from the old couple's daily chatter that the parrot picked it up. At that moment, the servant brought down a multitude of gifts from Xie Jingmo's car, both large and small, besides some precious supplements and tea sets. Yu Zhiwan had heard from Xie Jingmo that his grandmother loved flower arranging, so she had specially purchased an exquisite pair of vases. For his grandfather, who enjoyed chess, she bought a set of jade chess pieces and board. Seeing these thoughtfully chosen gifts, which were brimming with heartfelt intention, the elderly lady beamed with delight. Child, you are truly considerate. Both Grandma and Grandpa love them. The old gentleman admired the gifts, eager to show them off to his old friends. Look, this chessboard was gifted by my granddaughter-in-law. None of you have a granddaughter-in-law, do you? More importantly, the fact that Wan's gifts were so well suited to their preferences indicated that she had consulted Jingmo about them. It was possible that the couple had even chosen them together, suggesting that their relationship was indeed harmonious. The old gentleman felt a wave of relief wash over him, with Jingmo's parents passing away early, and both he and Jingmo and Appo's grandmother being advanced in age, one could never know when they might depart from this world. Now that Wan was there to accompany Jingmo, the young couple would support each other, allowing him and his partner to rest easy. Once in a living room, Xie Jingmo introduced Yu Zhiwan to the others. She greeted each person in turn. The Xie family had 3 children. Xie Jingmo's father was the eldest, but sadly, he and his wife had passed away after having only one child, Xie Jingmo. Jingmo also had an uncle and aunt, who had a pair of fraternal twins, the elder sister, Xie Yuntang, and a younger brother, Xie Jingmo. Xie Jingmo always felt he should be the elder brother. There was also a maternal aunt present, sitting with her husband on the sofa. They were a dink couple, having been married for years without children, but their relationship was incredibly strong. These were Xie Jingmo's closest family members. The old gentleman had other siblings, meaning there were extended family members scattered across various cities and even overseas. Today, as Xie Jingmo brought his newlywed wife back to the ancestral home, the significance of her status as the young mistress of the Xie family was evident. Even if some relatives were far away, they would likely make a special trip to meet her. However, due to time constraints, they could not return immediately. Jingmo assured her that they would gradually meet them in the future. Zhiwan nodded, having heard before that the passing of Jingmo's parents was an unwelcome topic in the Xie family, seemingly shrouded in some secrecy. Now, it appeared to be true. No one present, not even the old gentleman and lady, had mentioned their deceased son and daughter-in-law. After meeting the uncle, aunt and uncle Xie Yuntang, clad in a light blue qipao, approached with a bright smile, her beauty striking. "Sister-in-law, I am Yuntang. It is truly a blessing for my brother to marry you." Zhiwan was taken aback, wondering if she meant that Jingmo had married her. However, Jingmo seemed unfazed, lazily smirking. "Indeed, it is a blessing." Zhiwan was perplexed. Was this a display of affection in front of their grandparents? Surely, it didn't mean he had married her. Xie Yuntang had a carefree and generous personality, and the more she observed Zhiwan, the more she liked her. Before long, she had taken Zhiwan's arm. "Sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat later for easier contact." Zhiwan nodded. "All right." Wait, she suddenly noticed that the light blue qipao Yuntang was wearing was designed by her. Seeing Zhiwan gaze at her attire, Xie Yuntang's eyes lit up, as if she had found a kindred spirit. "Sister-in-law, do you think this dress is beautiful? It's designed by Wang Yin, and I absolutely adore her designs. Moreover, Wang Yin has never shown her face. She is so mysterious. It's a pity that Wang Yin only collaborates with the Yu family. Alas, I really dislike the Yu family, but I had to endure and purchase their clothes for Wang Yin's sake. Sister-in-law, I don't mean to speak ill of the Yu family, but they neglect you, the true heiress, in favor of the false heiress, Yu Xiangxiang. I find that unacceptable. Moreover, I heard my brother say that you have severed ties with the Yu family. Sister-in-law, well done. From now on, we are your family, and we will support you." Zhiwan felt a rush of warmth akin to a spring, stirred by the words family and support. Such terms were rare and deeply touching for her. "Yinang, thank you. Rest assured, Wang Yin will no longer collaborate with the Yu family." Xie Yuntang paused, then her eyes sparkled with joy. "Sister-in-law, do you know Wang Yin? By the way, you also studied fashion design, so you must know Wang Yin. What does she look like? How old is she?" Zhiwan suddenly realized she had let something slip and felt a bit awkward about whether to reveal her connection to Wang Yin. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, Xie Jingmo interjected, "All right, enough chatter. Let your sister-in-law have a moment to rest." Xie Yuntang responded, "Brother, can talking wear her out?" Xie Yunzhou chuckled, holding an orange, his expression unperturbed. "Just wait," Xie shouting. "There will be plenty of times when our brother favors women over siblings." Zhiwan was bewildered. "What do you mean by favoring women over siblings?" Xie Yunzhou smiled charmingly at Zhiwan, his handsome features accentuated by a playful grin. "Sister-in-law, hello. I am Xie Jingmo. I have long admired your name, and today we are finally family." "Long admired my name? Finally family?" Zhiwan's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. "Did you know me before?" Chapter 20. The reasons behind Xie Jingmo's affection for Zhiwan. Xie Yunzhou's smile suddenly froze on his face. Oh no. He let it slip. Xie Jingmo lifted his eyelids and cast a leisurely glance in his direction, his gaze laced with warning. A cold sweat broke out on Xie Yunzhou's back. His loose lips. "Well, sister-in-law, you and my brother have a marriage contract, so of course I know you." Zhiwan responded with a soft "oh," realizing the situation. "And sister-in-law," Xie Yunzhou winked at her, "we were in the same high school, the same year. Although we weren't in the same class, our classrooms were adjacent. You don't remember me?" Zhiwan pondered for a moment and seemed to recall. "I think I remember." Xie Yunzhou raised his chin. "You see, my brother was in the same high school as you." Zhiwan nodded, affirming, "I know." Xie Yunzhou couldn't help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow meaningfully as he subtly nudged his brother with his elbow. "Did you see that, brother? Even though you and sister-in-law weren't in the same year, she remembers you quite well." Xie Jingmo smirked. "So, Wan remembers me so clearly?" Zhiwan glanced at him. "Of course. After all, a figure like you is hard to forget." In truth, she had been somewhat introverted back then and didn't pay much attention to her classmates. But Xie Jingmo was simply too remarkable. The most vivid memory she held was of that time. He had just been publicly reprimanded for fighting, with notices plastered all over the school. The very next day, he stood before all the faculty and students, delivering a speech after scoring the highest marks in several subjects. He embodied both the good and the bad student. With his striking looks and rebellious spirit paired with exceptional academic performance, he was adored by many girls, a dazzling, spirited prodigy. Even though they weren't in the same year, she often heard his name echoing throughout the campus. Fearing he might let slip more than he intended, Xie Jingmo quickly shoved a few wedges of orange into his mouth to silence himself. In fact, he had known about Zhiwan before anyone else. That year, upon entering high school, he heard whispers of a stunning girl who topped the grade, far ahead of the second place. However, this girl came from a troubled background. Her father was a gambler who wished to pull her out of school to work, while her mother was indifferent, focusing solely on her younger brother. The teachers, unable to bear the thought of such a brilliant student abandoning her education, visited her home and informed her father that she could attend high school for free and receive a scholarship for her outstanding grades. Reluctantly, he agreed to let her continue her studies. Xie Jingmo, driven by curiosity, searched the rankings and discovered that the top student was named Zhiwan. That very evening, he casually shared this with his brother, who then became aware of her existence. Initially, Xie Jingmo merely listened, admiring her academic prowess and sympathizing with her challenging circumstances. But he had no further intentions or particular interest in her. One evening, while playing basketball with his brother, they stumbled upon a scene where a boy was confessing his feelings to Zhiwan. The boy, clearly a frivolous, rich second generation, grinned foolishly as he said, "Zhiwan, will you be my girlfriend?" The girl, with a cool demeanor, replied, "I don't date." The boy persisted, "Don't rush to decline. Aren't you in need of money? If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll provide you with money for clothes and phones." Zhiwan furrowed her brow and attempted to walk away. The boy blocked her path, brazen and unreasonable, still smiling foolishly. "Come on, don't be stubborn. I know you want to escape your parents and your upbringing. I'm helping you. I have plenty of money, and I can not only support you, but also provide for your needs. Just be my girlfriend and give me affection in return. Isn't that mutually beneficial? Here, take this card with 20,000 as pocket money, a token of my sincerity." Zhiwan didn't even glance at the card. She looked at the boy with a gaze as frigid and distant as snow on a winter rooftop. "I do wish to escape my original family. However, to escape a painful upbringing only to fall into your filthy pit? Sorry, I'm not that foolish." Upon hearing this, the boy was momentarily stunned. Once Zhiwan had walked away, he regained his composure and angrily sought to confront her. How dare she insult him? Xie Jingmo, witnessing the scene, was utterly astonished. Truly, she was the top student. Impressive indeed. What was even more astonishing was that when the boy, fuming with rage, attempted to confront Zhiwan again, his brother stepped in front of him, a wry smile playing on his lips. "So, you think it's acceptable to harass a girl after your failed confession?" Upon seeing Xie Jingmo, the boy's bravado evaporated, and he chuckled nervously, backing down. Xie Jingmo shared his brother's disdain for such men who trouble girls. At his brother's behest, he warned the boy, "Don't say one thing and do another. If anything happens to Zhiwan, I will hold you accountable. Do you understand?" The boy, now pale, dared not defy him, and with his tail between his legs, scurried off. Xie Jingmo could clearly see that his brother's intervention stemmed from a flicker of pity for Zhiwan, yet more so from a profound admiration for her indomitable spirit. Xie Jingmo was absolutely certain that, at that moment, his brother harbored no ulterior motives toward Zhiwan beyond admiration. However, a couple of months later, something inexplicable occurred. His brother suddenly developed feelings for Zhiwan. Xie Jingmo was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? This was not right. Unbeknownst to him, his brother had undoubtedly experienced something with Zhiwan. He had always believed that his brother would not easily fall for anyone. Even if he did, he would remain that untamed spirit, unbound by love, soaring high above emotions, forever in control. Yet, upon falling for Zhiwan, Xie Jingmo realized that even his brother could exhibit vulnerability and disgrace. A divine being had descended from their pedestal, merely to elevate her. He offered not only his heart, but also his very essence as a sacrifice for her. Chapter 21. After 8 long years, he finally took a step closer to Zhiwan. Xie Jingmo was perplexed by his brother's affection for Zhiwan, and he remained unaware of what had transpired between them. Unfortunately, during that period, numerous boys at school were vying for Zhiwan's attention. Despite her humble background and aloof demeanor, she was undeniably beautiful, excelling academically as the top student, thus attracting an abundance of suitors. Each time she rejected their advances, her reasoning was consistent. She was focused on her studies and would not breach school regulations by engaging in romantic pursuits. Consequently, his brother initially refrained from openly pursuing her. When Xie Jingmo discovered that his brother harbored a secret crush, he was utterly astonished. A secret crush? His brother, with that striking face, was engaging in such folly? How wasteful! Yet, at that time, Zhiwan truly embodied the spirit of someone resolute in her studies, determined that no one would deter her from her academic pursuits. Xie Jingmo found it baffling. Zhiwan was already the top student, her scores far surpassing those of her peers. Why then was she still so diligently studying? His brother, however, quickly discerned her motivation. Zhiwan was striving to secure a scholarship annually, ensuring that she would not be forced to drop out by her father, enabling her to complete high school and subsequently gain admission to university, thus liberating herself from the suffocating grasp of her family. To support her, his brother confronted her gambling father, ensuring that he would no longer dare to lay a hand on Zhiwan. Moreover, he discreetly provided financial assistance through Zhiwan's aunt, facilitating a better life for her. These were merely the actions of which Xie Jingmo was aware. His brother had undertaken countless other benevolent deeds unbeknownst to him. An unexpected turn of events occurred when Zhiwan was revealed to be the true heiress of the Yu family, who subsequently recognized her. His brother had always dismissed the notion of a marriage alliance with the Yu family and had repeatedly suggested that their grandfather annul the engagement. Now, he found himself in the ironic position of discovering that Zhiwan was indeed his genuine fiancé. It was as if light had pierced through the shadows. Xie Jingmo genuinely rejoiced for his brother. However, mere days after Zhiwan returned to her family, she explicitly stated, "I do not like Xie Jingmo, and I do not wish to fulfill the engagement. I want my sister Xiang to marry him." Xie Jingmo was taken aback. His brother, who had finally developed feelings for someone for the first time, had yet to even confess, and now he faced heartbreak. Xie Jingmo assumed his brother would abandon hope. In truth, his brother did sink into a period of despondency. Yet, later on, he continued to silently cherish Zhiwan, still nurturing his secret admiration for her. He even inquired about the universities she aspired to attend, and without any intention of studying abroad, he applied to the same prestigious university she sought to enroll in. Eventually, when Yu Xiang fell ill and took a leave of absence from school, Zhiwan followed suit for a year, reportedly to care for her sister. After Zhiwan completed her college entrance examinations, she unexpectedly changed her application choices and did not apply to that university. His brother was perplexed by Zhiwan's sudden change of heart, but unconditionally trusted her, believing she would not easily relinquish her aspirations and that her decision must have been made out of necessity. Fortunately, the two universities were not far apart, merely separated by a street. By the time Zhiwan entered her freshman year, his brother was already in his 3rd year and frequently visited her university. Initially, everyone speculated that his brother was visiting to see a girlfriend, and this rumor spread widely, leaving Xie Jingmo speechless. If Zhiwan heard that his brother had a girlfriend, it would diminish his brother's chances. Fortunately, his brother quickly clarified that he was merely visiting a friend, though this was a guise for secretly observing the girl he admired from afar. Reflecting on these past events, Xie Jingmo felt a bittersweet tang from the orange he held. Thankfully, now Zhiwan had consented to marry his brother. After 8 arduous years, he had finally taken a step closer to her. However, he observed that Zhiwan did not seem to harbor romantic feelings for his brother. The orange in Xie Jingmo's mouth suddenly tasted even more sour. The elderly couple remained overjoyed at their grandson and granddaughter-in-law's marriage certificate, their smiles unwavering as they summoned the butler to present the list of betrothal gifts. Although you and Jingmo have already registered your marriage, The necessary ceremonies must not be overlooked. These gifts have been thoughtfully prepared by your grandparents. Please take a look and see if you like them. The betrothal list was a substantial tome, adorned with festive gold-embossed red paper, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Zhiwan was astonished, questioning how there could be betrothal gifts. Xie Jingmo and Xie Jingmo, ever the synchronized twins, leaned in with curiosity. Wow, sister-in-law. Quickly see what there is. Zhiwan cast a glance at Xie Jingmo. His implicit reliance on her was evident. He appreciated it, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he reassuringly squeezed her hand and then began to peruse the betrothal list. Zhiwan lowered her gaze. The list detailed an extensive array of properties, 2 distinct estates for villas, 2 riverside apartments, and a private island. Additionally, there were several commercial properties, including 2 jewelry stores and 2 auction houses, all directly attributed to her name. Besides luxury cars, there were a variety of opulent jewelry pieces, including gold, silver, diamond, and pearl adornments. Yet, these were merely a fraction of the total. The latter portion encompassed shares and funds, given the vast scale and growth trajectory of the Xie Group. Even a mere 1 stake represented an unending stream of substantial wealth. Zhiwan suddenly felt the weight of the betrothal list in her hands, heavy as a mountain. This was exceedingly extravagant. She glanced at Xie Jingmo, subtly conveying her discomfort. She felt unworthy of such gifts and was hesitant to accept them. Moreover, she was not truly his legitimate wife and would eventually face divorce. Xie Jingmo quickly perceived her thoughts, his charming eyes narrowing slightly as his demeanor turned cool. Noticing his silence, Zhiwan anxiously sent him another glance, imploring him for assistance. Responding to her unspoken plea, Xie Jingmo turned to their grandparents and slowly remarked, "I believe this is insufficient. We should add more." Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What did he just say?" Upon hearing his words, the elderly couple beamed with delight. "Wonderful. We shall never consider the betrothal gifts excessive. We only wish to ensure that Wan is not left wanting." Subsequently, the grandfather, grandmother, and Xie Jingmo added several more pages to the already illustrious betrothal list. Zhiwan fixed a resentful gaze on his back, wondering why he acted this way. Sensing her discontent, Xie Jingmo turned back, feigning innocence. "What's wrong?" Zhiwan remained speechless. After reviewing the betrothal gifts, the grandmother instructed a servant to bring forth a potted plant. Uniquely, this potted plant was a golden persimmon tree. The trunk and branches were pure gold, adorned with persimmons crafted from exquisite red jade. They were vibrant and round, exuding a sense of joy and festivity. The grandmother tenderly grasped Zhiwan's hand. "Wan, this is a small item we acquired at an auction abroad yesterday. We found it intriguing and thought of gifting it to you. We hope that once you part ways with the Yu family, your future will be smooth and prosperous, with every endeavor met with success." Zhiwan felt her eyes grow warm, fighting back tears. When she returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, her grandfather, the only one in the Yu household who had treated her kindly, had passed away 6 months later. Since then, there had been no elder to hold her hand and speak such heartfelt words, wishing her well. Although the grandmother referred to it as a small item, the gold and red jade alone signified a considerable expense. "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa." Zhiwan's throat tightened, her voice tinged with a hint of emotion. "Good child. Family is family. There's no need for thanks." The elderly matriarch affectionately caressed her cheek, wishing to avoid stirring sorrow. She then smiled and remarked, "And there's a sapphire necklace, which I find quite lovely. I captured it as well, a gift for Wan. Xie Jingmo, ever the chatterbox, joined in to lighten the mood. Grandma, you and Grandpa have prepared such gifts for my sister-in-law. What have you gotten for my brother?" He feared a sudden silence might envelop the room. The elderly couple exchanged glances, realizing with dismay that they had overlooked their grandson. The old man tapped his cane and cleared his throat with a deliberate cough. "On such a joyous occasion, let us not speak of anything else. Xie Jingmo. Xie Jingmo, how is it that only the granddaughter-in-law is remembered, while one's own grandson is forgotten?" Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, but remained unperturbed. He took Zhiwan's hand, gazing down at her, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with a lazy smile. It was inevitable. Wan was inherently charming, deserving of all affection. His tone held an air of naturalness, as if her worth was universally acknowledged. Such candid praise made her feel as though she were a rare and treasured being in his eyes, as if she were destined to be loved. Zhiwan's heart suddenly constricted, a gentle warmth blossoming within her, akin to the effervescence of carbonated drink bubbling forth. Her luminous, glistening eyes were fixed in a daze upon the man before her. She realized that Xie Jingmo seemed to always sing her praises, often showering her with compliments. At that moment, a servant rushed in to announce, "Old master, old madam, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin have arrived. They are right outside the main gate, saying they have come for a special visit." Chapter 22. The young mistress of the Xie family? Has Xie Jingmo married? Upon hearing the names of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, the once warm and lively atmosphere in the living room abruptly turned cold. Xie Jingmo immediately glanced at Zhiwan. The girl's exquisitely fair face betrayed no emotion other than indifference and disdain. The mention of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin stirred not a ripple within her. She had relinquished any desire for familial affection and would not allow them the opportunity to inflict any further pain upon her. She had completely given up on the Yu family and no longer cared. Suddenly, Zhiwan felt a warmth on her shoulder and looked up to find Xie Jingmo resting his arm around her. His posture seemed to unconditionally protect and support her. Zhiwan momentarily lost her train of thought. He truly was an exemplary husband. Upon receiving the servant's report, Xie Jingmo scoffed in disbelief. A special visit? How dare Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin show their faces here? He likened it to an unexpected appearance of cockroaches and rats at a well-mannered banquet. Who could possibly not be repulsed? Xie Yuntang, upon hearing the Yu couple's names, rolled her eyes in disgust. It was evident that the elder and matriarch were deeply concerned about Zhiwan. Wan, do you wish to see them? The elder matriarch's inquiry clearly prioritized her feelings. Zhiwan shook her head, unwilling to lay eyes upon the bothersome Yu family any longer. Seeing this, the matriarch issued a decisive dismissal. Then they shall not be received. This was a complete disregard for any semblance of courtesy, treating Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin like refuse. The servants were momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their admiration for the standing of their young mistress in the hearts of the elder and matriarch. Instantly, their gazes toward Zhiwan were filled with even greater respect. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral home, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin stood nervously, laden with gifts, awaiting the servant to escort them inside. Changde, Tao Shuqin suddenly expressed concern. Do you think our initiative to discuss the marriage is too forward? How could it be? Yu Changde puffed out his chest. This is a pact made by our fathers, and it is binding. We are merely fulfilling our engagement. As this topic arose, Tao Shuqin furrowed her brow, but initially it was intended for that stubborn girl, Zhiwan, to fulfill the engagement with the Xie family. When Zhiwan returned to the Yu family at 16, the elder had doted upon her, even cheerfully proposing that she marry Xie Jingmo. Yet, they had secretly deceived Zhiwan into rejecting her grandfather's proposal, making her express her aversion to Xie Jingmo and desire for her sister, Xiangxiang, to marry him instead. Stop overthinking it. The position of the Xie family mistress is meant for Xiangxiang. Yu Changde lamented, ever since our father passed, the Xie family has become increasingly distant and disdainful towards us. We can only rely on this engagement to associate with them. Xiangxiang is so filial and sensible. Once she becomes the envy of all as the Xie family mistress, she will surely help our family prosper. Yu Changde's thoughts were on family gain, while Tao Shuqin focused on their daughter's happiness, smiling. Jingmo is not only handsome, but also the most outstanding heir in the history of the Xie family. Xiangxiang marrying such a man means a life of unending fortune, which will only evoke envy and jealousy from others. Of course, therefore, we must finalize Xiangxiang's marriage today. As they spoke, the servant who had gone inside to announce their arrival returned. Yu Changde's spirits lifted, and he urged the servant, "Please, lead us in quickly. We want to keep the elder and matriarch waiting." However, the servant stood firm, her demeanor cold. "I'm afraid, sir, that our elder and matriarch have instructed that you are not to be received." What? Yu Changde's brow furrowed. Not to be received? How could that be? Surely, you must have misunderstood. The servant remained silent. This is a direct order from our matriarch. A dismissal? Tao Shuqin panicked, glancing anxiously at Yu Changde. What is happening? Though the Xie family had grown distant since the elder's passing, it was customary to treat guests with respect. They had come bearing gifts. Yet the matriarch had disregarded hospitality and issued a dismissal. Was this not an outright expulsion? Had they offended the Xie family in some way? The mere thought sent cold sweat down Yu Changde's back. He steadied himself and cautiously inquired of the servant, "Might I ask why the matriarch has issued this dismissal? Is it due to an urgent matter, or are there other esteemed guests in attendance?" The servant, caught off guard, admitted indeed their distinguished guest present. Hearing this, Yu Changde breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had not offended the Xie family, everything could be resolved. He quickly inquired, "May I ask who the esteemed guest is?" The servant replied, "It is none other than our young mistress of the Xie family." A thunderclap. The young mistress of the Xie family? Xie Jingmo has married? The servant, having delivered the news, turned to respond to another call and hurried away, leaving Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin standing outside the Xie family home, struck dumb, each more astonished than the last. Finally, it was Tao Shuqin who regained her composure, tugging at Yu Changde in a frenzy. The young mistress of the Xie family? Xie Jingmo has married? Yu Changde, as if his dreams had been shattered, lost all color from his face. When did this happen? How could we have heard nothing? Tao Shuqin fretted anxiously. What about our Xiang? She was meant to be the young mistress of the Xie family. Who has Xie Jingmo married? Yu Changde, equally distressed, pondered how they could ascend the social ladder if Xie Jingmo were wed to another. Suddenly, he noticed something and excitedly clapped his hands. Wait! Look! Whose sport car is that? Tao Shuqin squinted, recognizing after a moment. The one in the courtyard. That belongs to Xie Yunzhou, doesn't it? Exactly. It's Xie Yunzhou's car. This means he has returned to the Xie family home. I knew it. Xie Jingmo has never been one to pursue women. How could he suddenly marry without any prior indication? The young mistress mentioned by the servant must refer to Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend. Tao Shuqin, bewildered, asked, Xie Yunzhou's girlfriend? Is that so? Yu Changde became increasingly convinced. It has to be. Xie Jingmo has no girlfriend. How could he suddenly bring a woman home? Xie Yunzhou, on the other hand, has had a girlfriend for years and is now bringing her home to meet the grandparents. It all makes perfect sense, which is why the matriarch could not receive us and issued a dismissal. At the Yu family home, in the living room, Yu Shaozi was restless, pacing back and forth, anxious about his parents' visit to the Xie family to discuss the engagement. Yu Xiuqi, the elder brother, remained relatively calm, seated on the sofa with a document in hand, though it was clear his thoughts were elsewhere. Yu Xiangxiang had been blushing since the afternoon, her heart racing with anticipation. Upon seeing Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin return, Yu Shaozi rushed over. Father, mother, what happened? Has the marriage been settled? When will Xiangxiang and Xie Jingmo wed? Next month? Chapter 23. Yu Zhiwan discovers something amiss. Yu Xiangxiang's face flushed crimson upon hearing the news of her wedding next month. However, Yu Xiuqi noticed something was amiss and stood up, asking, Father, mother, why have you brought back the gifts instead of presenting them? Yu Changde sighed helplessly. Today is unfortunate. Xie Yunzhou has brought his girlfriend back to the ancestral home, and Elder Xie and Lady Xie are unable to meet us. Tao Shuqin remained anxious. Changde, I still feel uneasy about what that servant said regarding the Xie family's young mistress. Yu Changde reassured her, you needn't overthink this, nor frighten yourself. Xie Jingmo is already betrothed. One is Yu Zhiwan, that stubborn girl, and the other is the esteemed Xiangxiang. Who do you think Xie Jingmo would choose to fulfill his engagement? Surely, he would opt for Xiangxiang. Yu Xiuqi nodded in agreement, elaborating, Father is correct. Xiangxiang and Yu Zhiwan are like night and day. One is a pampered heiress, while the other grew up in poverty. Xie Jingmo would undoubtedly choose Xiangxiang. How could he possibly be interested in Yu Zhiwan? Yu Xiangxiang bit her lip, her hands shyly entwined. But why do I feel that Jingmo's demeanor towards me is rather cold? She lamented that she had yet to acquire his phone number or WeChat, and they had yet to exchange a single word. Yu Shaozi comforted her, silly Xiangxiang. He is indifferent to all women. That is simply his aloof nature. I have a hunch that his distance from other women is precisely due to your engagement. So, once you are married, your feelings will surely blossom. Yu Changda chuckled, indeed. Your second brother speaks wisely. Tomorrow, your mother and I will revisit the Xie family to finalize your marriage. Tao Shuqin furrowed her brow, still feeling uneasy. At the Xie family ancestral home, Xie Jingmo sat nearby, observing his brother peel oranges for Zhiwan and whisper sweet nothings to her. If it weren't for their grandparents calling him, he would hardly have been able to tear his gaze away from her. How could he appear so distant and aloof in front of other women? If anyone dared to claim that he was uninterested in the fairer sex, they would have to answer to him. Xie Yuntang, sitting beside him, kicked Xie Jingmo playfully, commanding, "Stop staring and peel me an apple." Xie Jingmo promptly retaliated. "Don't think that just because I'm your brother, I'll let you off easy." Xie Yuntang raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning a rebellion?" The grandmother interjected sternly. "Yinzhou, mind your manners. Yuntang is your sister." Xie Jingmo was left speechless. Xie Yuntang laughed heartily, ha ha, despite their playful banter. Yu Zhiwan could tell that the sibling bond was strong. This was their way of interacting. Just as she was reflecting on this, she suddenly heard Xie Yuntang spill a scoop about Xie Jingmo. He had been dumped. 2 months ago, he had been rejected by his girlfriend. Xie Jingmo stared in disbelief, simultaneously frustrated and resigned. "Little aunt, that was 2 months ago. Could you please refrain from bringing it up repeatedly? Can we not discuss it for a moment?" Xie Yuntang huffed. "What's wrong with mentioning it 2 months later? Even if it were 2 years, I could still resurrect it to tease you." She continued, "That girl must have had foresight. She recognized your unreliability and wisely ended things early." Xie Jingmo retorted, "Am I really that untrustworthy?" Xie Yuntang, just for that statement, call me brother, and I might spare you a beating. Xie Yuntang was unfazed, turning to call out, "Grandma, Grandpa, look at him." The grandmother shot a sharp glance, while the grandfather's cane twitched ominously. Xie Jingmo immediately surrendered. All right, I shall not engage in a quarrel with a lady today. I shall temporarily declare a truce." He shot a secret glare at Xie Yuntang. "You keep it up, Xie Yuntang." Xie Yuntang, laughing until her sides hurt, seized Yu Zhiwan's hand. "Sister-in-law, do you see? Xie Jingmo is at the bottom of our family hierarchy. You can command him for anything in the future." Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo shot her a sidelong glance, languidly commenting, "Does your sister-in-law really need to command him?" Xie Yuntang smacked her forehead, quickly realizing, "Sister-in-law, I misspoke. From now on, feel free to command my brother directly." Yu Zhiwan remained silent, turning her gaze to Xie Jingmo. He handed her a peeled orange with a charming smile, his voice sultry and inviting. "Did you hear that, Mrs. Xie? Remember to command me if you need anything." His fingers were long and elegant, resembling a work of art, and even the peeled orange was immaculate. Yu Zhiwan felt as if her heart was caressed by a feather, ripples of warmth spreading through her. She gazed at him for several seconds before accepting the orange from his hand, softly saying, "I understand. Actually, I have a request. You're slightly blocking my view of Grandpa and Grandma. Could you please move a bit further away?" Xie Jingmo stared at her, taken aback. She smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with playful light. "I was just teasing you." Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow in disbelief, and after a few moments, he chuckled, a sound rich with affection and indulgence. His wife had suddenly taken a turn for the mischievous. Nevertheless, it was delightful. He welcomed her spirited side. Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo were invited by their grandparents to join them for dinner, along with their uncles, aunts, cousins, and the lively siblings, Xie Yuntang and Xie Jingmo. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After dinner, Yu Zhiwan engaged the elders in conversation for a while before accompanying Xie Jingmo to his former room. The room, located on the second floor, had been his residence before attending university. Yu Zhiwan curiously explored the space, noting how cleanly it was kept, with the furnishings untouched. On the bookshelf lay some intriguing mechanical models and various awards. However, Yu Zhiwan remarked with surprise, "There is not a hint of pink in this room." Xie Jingmo responded, "Pink?" She blinked. "I thought you had a fondness for pink items, like your WeChat profile picture and your apron, both featuring cute pink rabbits." Xie Jingmo's eyebrows raised slightly. "Oh, that." Leaning lazily against the desk, he tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "I don't particularly like pink." I simply like that rabbit. Hearing this, Yu Zhiwan's curiosity piqued further. Who had created that adorable pink rabbit that he cherished so much? She realized her mood had shifted dramatically. Just yesterday, she was indifferent to the rabbit, but today, her intrigue had grown exponentially. On the desk lay a photo album, which Yu Zhiwan picked up to peruse. To her astonishment, it contained pictures of a young Xie Jingmo. In the photos, he was merely 2 or 3 years old, exquisitely adorable, resembling a finely crafted figurine, undeniably charming from a young age. There were also images of a man and a woman who bore resemblance to Xie Jingmo. Could they be his parents? Yu Zhiwan longed to inquire, but hesitated, fearing it might evoke sadness. After all, his parents had passed away, a painful memory for him. To her surprise, Xie Jingmo spoke up, seemingly at peace with the past. His tone devoid of any emotional turmoil. The people in the photos are my parents. Yu Zhiwan glanced at him, clumsily shifting the topic. You were quite the handsome child. Upon hearing this, a playful glimmer appeared in his eyes. Am I not handsome now? Yu Zhiwan hesitated. Well, he sighed dramatically, feigning self-reproach. It's my fault for not meeting the standards of a lady's aesthetic. Yu Zhiwan. Not at all. You look particularly handsome to me. As the words fell from her lips, a sensuous chuckle escaped the man's throat, low and husky, imbued with a languid delight that was utterly alluring. So, I am deemed handsome in Zhiwan's eyes. This is the first time she has complimented me. I must jot this down. Yu Zhiwan. What is he doing? Zhiwan chose to ignore him, continuing to flip through the pages of the album, sensing a warm, familial atmosphere. In these photographs, his father either embraced his mother-esque waist or draped an arm around her shoulders, their affection radiating brightly, while even Xie Jingmo seemed indifferent. Zhiwan couldn't help but smile. However, as she turned a few more pages, she sensed something amiss. In the pictures, while Xie Jingmo's father exuded love, his mother appeared rather aloof, instinctively distancing herself from him, as if repulsed by any physical contact. This was not an isolated occurrence. Nearly every image bore this chill. Zhiwan's brow furrowed slightly. Last night, Xie Jingmo had washed her undergarments, mentioning that his parents had a similar dynamic, with his father tending to his mother's laundry. At that moment, she had thought their relationship was filled with affection. Yet now, upon viewing these photographs, it seemed rather unloving. Zhiwan found her thoughts drifting to the untimely demise of Xie Jingmo's parents, a topic the Xie family seemed reluctant to discuss. What could be the underlying truth? Chapter 20, for he merely wished to indulge her, to nurture her delicateness, cultivating it gradually. Yu Zhiwan set down the album, her expression one of bewilderment as she turned to Xie Jingmo. To her astonishment, he retrieved a small notebook from his drawer and inscribed a line. On the evening of September 23rd, Wan praised my aesthetic taste. Yu Zhiwan. What is he doing? Is he truly recording it in a notebook? And that playful emoticon, what on earth is that? With an expression of profound complexity, Yu Zhiwan gazed at him. Xie Jingmo casually twirled the pen between his fingers, raising an eyebrow with an air of nonchalance. What is the matter? Did I write something incorrect? Yu Zhiwan. It's not that it's incorrect. This did indeed happen just now. However, was it really necessary to jot it down in a notebook? Xie Jingmo acknowledged her concern with a casual, oh, setting down the pen. My fault. I shouldn't have recorded it this way. He then pulled out his phone, captured a photo of the inscription, and promptly shared it on his social media. Yu Zhiwan. His charming eyes curved playfully as he smiled lazily and teasingly. Thank you for the reminder. My lady, paper and pen are no longer in vogue. Now it's all about documenting it online. Yu Zhiwan, who reminded him of that, turning the tables on her. Meanwhile, Xie Jingmo's post had already ignited a flurry of comments. Xie Yun Zhao. He, Xie Yun Tang. He, old master. He, old madam. He, Xiao Yichen. Holy crap, Qinan, come over and see. Qinan, my dog's eyes are blinded. Xiao Yichen, brother Mo, tell the truth. Did you threaten Yu Zhiwan to say that? She would never praise you on her own. Qinan, you silly dog, don't seek death. Brother Mo is currently infatuated. He can't hear such words. However, it was too late. Xie Jingmo narrowed his eyes at Xiao Yichen's comment and, with an air of aristocratic disdain, added him to his blacklist. Xiao Lichen. Woof woof. Yu Zhiwan had been persistently added on WeChat by Xie Yuntang, and of course Xie Yunjiao, along with the old master and old madam, had all exchanged contact information, pulling her into the family group chat. At first, Yu Zhiwan felt a bit anxious, but upon entering the group, she was warmly welcomed, greeted by everyone, and even the elders generously sent her red envelopes, especially Xie Jingmo. While she replied to the elders, would lazily send a message each time, as if to safeguard her, always ready to support her. The remnants of her anxiety vanished in an instant. As the evening grew late, Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo prepared to depart. The old master and old madam were reluctant to let her go, repeatedly urging her to visit often. Naturally, their beloved grandson had to accompany her. After all, who would chauffeur her? Xie Jingmo. Chauffeur? Yu Zhiwan stifled a laugh. She listened attentively to her grandparents and oppos, advice, nodding in agreement. On the way back to Luanxi Garden, Xie Jingmo was still at the wheel. Yu Zhiwan, seated in the passenger seat, cast a curious glance at the thin notebook resting in the back seat. Opening the first page revealed that powerful handwriting. On the evening of September 23rd, Wanwan praised my aesthetic taste. He actually brought the notebook along to Luanxi Garden. Yu Zhiwan's lips twitched. She could never have imagined that Xie Jingmo could engage in such childish antics. Truly, he was like a 3-year-old. Recalling his earlier photo and subsequent post, Yu Zhiwan felt compelled to check it out. She opened her WeChat, her pinned contact being Xie Jingmo. She clicked on his avatar, entering his social media. However, the next moment, her eyelids twitched violently. What was the cover photo of his profile? That glaring red object was blinding. Yu Zhiwan abruptly raised her head, staring incredulously at the man in the driver's seat. What is that cover photo on your social media? Xie Jingmo glanced at her, wearing a look of triumphant realization. Responding evasively, is this the first time Wanwan has seen my social media? Yu Zhiwan, that is not the point. The point is, why did you set the cover of your marriage certificate as your profile photo? That is just too bizarre. As twilight descended, the vibrant lights of the neon signs danced across the handsome, deep-set features of the man, making him appear even more captivating. His slender, pale fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, his voice languidly rising at the end of his sentence. Is that really strange? I was contemplating wearing the marriage certificate around my neck, starting tomorrow, Yu Zhiwan. His tone did not resemble that of jest. He seemed quite serious, wearing the marriage certificate around his neck. The image was too beautiful for her to fathom. Yu Zhiwan immediately interjected. No, that is not necessary. That would be truly odd. Well, setting it as a profile photo is fine. Let's leave it at that, it's quite good. The corners of the man's eyes crinkled in amusement. Since my lady approves, I shall comply and set it as my profile photo. Yu Zhiwan. Did it seem as though she had been ensnared in his trap? Mr. Lu Sun once said, if you wish to open a window in a room, most people will disagree, but if you propose to remove the roof, everyone will relent and agree to your window. Was Xie Jingmo just employing this strategy on her? He set the marriage certificate as his cover photo, which she found odd, but when he suggested wearing the marriage certificate around his neck, she retreated, thinking that setting a cover photo was not such a big deal. Truly, he was a top-tier businessman. Cunning, exceedingly cunning. With a look of reproach towards the man, Yu Zhiwan's expression reflected that of a damsel facing a villain. The man's lips curled into a smile, his peach blossom eyes radiating warmth. Were you still anxious before arriving at the old residence? Yu Zhiwan paused, shaking her head. I'm no longer anxious. Grandpa and Grandma treated me very well, and Yuntang and Yunjiao welcomed me warmly too. The family and affection she had longed for and yearned to experience had been found within the Xie family. Moreover, it was genuine, not feigned courtesy. They truly cared for her. As they approached an intersection, Xie Jingmo turned left. So, shall we visit more often in the future? Yu Zhiwan nodded. That sounds good. Xie Jingmo chuckled lightly. What if Grandpa and Grandma invite you to stay overnight? Yu Zhiwan, that is fine too. Xie Jingmo cast a glance at her, his gaze deepening. What if Grandpa and Grandma wish to see you every day and ask you to reside in the old house, which is quite far from your school, making it inconvenient for your studies? Would you still be willing? Yu Zhiwan pondered for a moment and replied, well, I could manage the inconvenience of school myself. Upon hearing this predictable response, Xie Jingmo furrowed his brow slightly, his deep, resonant voice adopting a tone of seriousness. Wan, you have the right to say no. If anything makes you feel uncomfortable, forced, or displeased, you can simply say no. As he spoke, Zhiwan felt as if her nerves had been jolted. Her delicate fingers instinctively tightened around the seatbelt before she turned to look at him, her lashes fluttering. I just feel that Grandpa and Grandma treat me so well, and Yuntang and Yunjiao are also very kind to me. I want to cherish that and reciprocate their kindness. Xie Jingmo found a parking spot by the roadside and brought the car to a halt. He leaned over, tenderly ruffling her hair, his dark, affectionate eyes fixed on her unblinkingly. Wan, there is no need for you to strive to repay anything. They cherish you, not merely for your obedience and compliance, but for the essence of who you are. Their affection for you is intrinsic and unwavering, even in the face of your dissent. At that moment, Zhiwan felt her heart race violently, and a warmth flooded her eyes. In the past, within the Yu household, when Yu Xiangxiang fell ill and had to withdraw from school, both Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoza disregarded her wishes, insisting that as the elder sister, it was her duty to care for her younger sibling. When it came time to apply for college after the entrance examinations, Yu Changde unilaterally altered her choices, stating that she must yield to Yu Xiangxiang and refrain from attending a university superior to hers. Tao Shuqin also paid no heed to her preferences, coercing her into a relationship with Gu Chengfeng. In the Yu family, she was devoid of the right to refuse. She was compelled to undertake tasks she wished to avoid. Yet now, Xie Jingmo reassured her that she need not force herself, nor should she sacrifice her own desires. She possessed the right to say no. And even if she did, her grandparents would continue to love her. Wan, Xie Jingmo gazed intently at her face, his elongated, fair fingers gently brushing her soft hair. My family adores you, for you are inherently worthy of affection. They will always treat you well. So will I, his girl. Having endured countless trials and tribulations in both her foster family and the Yu household, often felt that those deprived of love, upon receiving even the slightest warmth, might strive to reciprocate, even at the expense of their own comfort. Xie Jingmo wished to acclimate her to being loved, to instill in her the courage to reject that which she did not desire. He sought not to see her suffer or suppress her true self. His sole intention was to indulge her, to cherish her, gradually nurturing her sensitivity and her sense of worthiness. Chapter 25. I am evening smoke returning to the Blue Creek Garden. In the living room, Yu Zhiwan sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of water in both hands, sipping slowly while occasionally stealing glances at Xie Jingmo. The words he had spoken to her earlier in the car echoed in her mind, stirring a poignant feeling within her that had yet to subside. To be able to speak such words to her, he truly was a good man, a very good man. She hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal a matter to Xie Jingmo. In her moment of indecision, she suddenly noticed Xie Jingmo pulling out his little notebook and pen from somewhere, writing down a line. What on earth was he jotting down now? Yu Zhiwan's expression darkened as she leaned in closer, only to read. On the evening of September 23rd, Wan stole several glances at me. Yu Zhiwan felt her face flush with embarrassment. I did not steal glances at you. I have something to tell you. Xie Jingmo glanced at her and leisurely wrote another line. After stealing glances, still one T admitted, quite adorable. Yu Zhiwan's face burned crimson. Adorable? How could that be? Anxiously, she insisted, Xie Jingmo, I genuinely have something to discuss. Pleased by her fierce demeanor, Xie Jingmo tucked away his notebook, relishing the unrestrained side of Wan. I'm all ears, my lady. You may speak of anything. Taking a sip of water to compose herself, Yu Zhiwan asked today. Yintang wore that moon-white qipao designed by Evening Smoke. Are you familiar with the designer? Evening Smoke? Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of playful intrigue glimmering in his peach blossom eyes. Of course, I'm well aware. Evening Smoke is renowned and enigmatic, with unparalleled design skills. I hold great admiration for her. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback, nearly spilling her drink as astonishment filled her gaze. You admire Evening Smoke? Indeed, he replied, reclining lazily on the sofa, his head tilted in a relaxed manner. His white shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, exuding a sensuous allure from every angle. His languid, smiling peach blossom eyes locked onto Zhiwan, the corners of his mouth curving into a meaningful smile. I'm a fervent admirer of evening smoke. If I were to meet her one day, I would certainly ask for her autograph, a photo, and perhaps a hug. Zhiwan could hardly believe her ears. Her pupils widened in shock. She had never imagined that Xie Jingmo was such a devoted fan of evening smoke, wishing for her autograph and embrace. This revelation was utterly transformative. In disbelief, she gazed at him. You also find evening smoke's designs exceptional? Without hesitation, he nodded. Absolutely. I have followed every one of her designs. Her talent far surpasses that of other designers. She possesses tremendous gift and flair. Zhiwan's eyes widened again in astonishment. He had followed every design she released. This was beyond mere fandom. He was nearly an obsessive admirer. Many people adored evening smoke and oppos's designs, and Zhiwan was accustomed to and grateful for their admiration. Yet, for some reason, hearing Xie Jingmo express his fondness for evening smoke felt profoundly different. Nervously, she touched her earlobe, her eyelashes fluttering. Well, I mentioned to Yuntang today at the old residence that evening smoke will no longer collaborate with the Yu family. Are you curious as to how I know this? Oh, why? Zhiwan met his gaze, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The outside world is curious. Every time evening smoke participates in a design competition, it is always teacher Liang Yulan who accepts the award on her behalf, and she never appears in public. In truth, teacher Liang accepts the awards for me. I am evening smoke. Xie Jingmo appeared genuinely astonished, sitting up straight. You're evening smoke? Zhiwan puffed her cheeks, saying, Does your astonishment seem somewhat theatrical? Theatrical? He pinched his brow, chuckling with exasperation. No, I am genuinely surprised. 2 years ago, when he first learned that Zhiwan was evening smoke, he had been taken aback. Upon seeing evening smoke's designs in the newcomer competition, he had felt an uncanny familiarity in the style, reminiscent of Zhiwan. After discreetly investigating, he discovered it was indeed her. Subsequently, he had silently attended every competition evening smoke participated in, witnessing her every victory and significant moment. The winds alone knew he had borne witness to her every triumph. He had kept a close eye on and cherished each of her design works, believing more than anyone that no circumstance could dim the brilliance that radiated from her. She was inherently a luminous being. Looking at the girl before him, his dark eyes deepened with intensity. Why share such an important matter with me? Zhiwan bit her lip and stated candidly, You're the first person I willingly chose to tell about evening smoke. Xie Jingmo's gaze grew serious almost instantly. Zhiwan continued, I have severed ties with the Yu family and will no longer assist them. I intend to establish my own fashion design studio, creating design drafts daily. Now that we live under the same roof, it is only a matter of time before you discover the truth, so I thought it best to inform you now. Xie Jingmo narrowed his eyes slightly. You wish to open your own studio? Yes, she affirmed, revealing a long-held ambition. She had been diligently saving for this purpose. For the past 2 years, she had created design drafts for the Yu family under the guise of evening smoke, mainly to assist them, hence charging modest fees, which had not allowed her to save much. Additionally, her aunt's daughter had undergone surgery, and she had lent money for medical expenses, leaving her savings insufficient to establish a studio, though she was close. She was nearly ready to save enough by designing for other companies to launch her own fashion studio. As she contemplated this, Xie Jingmo suddenly spoke, his dark eyes fixed on her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I will invest in you. Zhiwan blinked in surprise. You will invest in me? Furrowing her brow, she questioned, Is it because of our marital relationship that you wish to support me? The man, strikingly handsome, lounged against the sofa, his elegantly defined fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Rest assured, my lady, I never engage in unprofitable ventures. As I mentioned, I am a devoted fan of evening smoke. I admire her deeply and understand her well. Thus, I believe that with your talent and renown, my investment will yield substantial returns in the future. Zhiwan gasped in astonishment. You hold me in such high regard. Certainly, the Yu family serves as the best evidence. Their fashion brand was revitalized thanks to evening smoke, showcasing her immense power and influence. Zhiwan hesitated, but what if it incurs losses in the future? He raised an eyebrow. What is there to fear? I will cover any losses. Zhiwan blinked, her eyes widening. But you just said you never engage in unprofitable ventures. An unexpected silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Xie Jingmo chuckled softly, a mixture of resignation and indulgence in his laughter. Wan, I believe in your capabilities and my discernment. Moreover, I am confident that your studio will not incur losses. Therefore, pursue your aspirations boldly. Listening to the man's unwavering tone, Zhiwan felt a surge of motivation wash away her worries. If even a top-tier business mogul like Xie Jingmo believed in her, how could she not feel invigorated? It was essential to recognize that the industries and fields in which the Xie Corporation operated were all poised for growth, aimed at expanding their commercial footprint and profitability, an outcome intrinsically linked to Xie Jingmo's leadership and decision-making. She had every reason to trust his judgment. The man tilted his head slightly, a lazy smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand towards her. Boss Yu, would you consider accepting my investment? Chapter 26. The Self-Cultivation of a Family. Cook Yu Zhiwan gazed at the man's hand for a few seconds, steeling herself and resolutely grasping it. A pleasant cooperation. I will work diligently to manage the studio and ensure your investment does not suffer losses. Xie Jingmo curved his lips slightly. Before that, there's a more pressing matter. Zhiwan replied, what is it? As soon as she spoke, she was suddenly swept into the man's embrace. Stunned, she exclaimed, what are you doing? Their bodies pressed together. The warmth of his body radiated through the thin fabric of their clothes, as if their skins were melding, and her heart raced, thoughts momentarily blank, only to be interrupted by a chaotic fluttering of her heartbeat. Teacher Wan Yin, he finally spoke, tightening his arms around her. I like you very much. I'm your loyal fan. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet tinged with a hint of loneliness. As his warm breath brushed against her ear, Zhiwan felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her, her body trembling involuntarily with an irresistible sensation. He adores Wan Yin so much. He even seeks her autograph, a photo, a hug. The surroundings fell into a serene silence. Held in his embrace, Zhiwan listened to his rhythmic heartbeat, felt his searing warmth, and inhaled the delightful scent of wood that enveloped her senses. Her delicate lashes fluttered, and, almost instinctively, she reciprocated the embrace. Thank you for your affection. In that instant of holding Xie Jingmo, she could only think one thing. His waist was incredibly enticing. Having studied fashion design, she was naturally well acquainted with human anatomy. Previously, she had accidentally glimpsed his abdominal muscles and waistline, marveling at their perfection. Now, feeling it firsthand, she realized his waist was remarkably lean, devoid of any excess flesh, exuding a sense of strength. It was simply intoxicating, radiating undeniable sexual tension. She couldn't help but wonder about the texture of his abs. Wait, Xie Jingmo's admiration for Wan Yin was so pure, yet here she was, contemplating such frivolities. It was rather disrespectful to him. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, Zhiwan hastily pushed him away, her gaze flitting nervously. Ahem. So you really admire Wan Yin? Xie Jingmo's eyes rested on her face, his brows raising slightly. Why is your face so flushed, my lady? Zhiwan was taken aback, raising her hand to touch her face, which indeed felt warm, intensifying her embarrassment. It's not because of you. You suddenly hugged me, and I couldn't breathe. That's why I'm blushing. Certainly, it wasn't because his waist was so appealing. After asserting herself, she disregarded his reaction and dashed upstairs. It's getting late. I need a shower and sleep. After her shower, Zhiwan sat on the bed, contemplating the tasks ahead. When the sound of water from the bathroom ceased, Xie Jingmo still had not emerged. Zhiwan's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly realized something. Throwing back the covers and rushing towards the bathroom. Why are you washing my underwear again? She exclaimed, seeing him diligently cleaning her intimate garments, leaving them spotless. Zhiwan felt a rush of heat to her head. In just a few days, he would know exactly what all her underwear looked like. Seeing her flustered rush, her nightgown disheveled, Xie Jingmo raised a hand to adjust the collar of her garment. Catching sight of her delicate collarbone, his gaze darkened, lingering there for 2 seconds before lazily lifting his eyelids to meet hers, his tone casual. "You must be busy with studio matters lately. Since you are out there working hard to provide for the family, I shall take on the cooking and laundry duties." Zhiwan was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit too considerate?" She scrutinized him, wondering if he had been studying something like the self-cultivation of a qualified family cook. Or did he have a peculiar penchant for serving others? Xie Jingmo had mentioned before how he relished pampering his wife, catering to her every need without lifting a finger. It seemed she truly would be able to avoid such menial tasks moving forward. "Well then," Zhiwan glanced at him, mumbling with a pout. "If you want to wash, go ahead. It's your effort." The man chuckled, his voice sultry, as if teasing her yet also sincere. "How could it be tiring? Whenever I wash your clothes, I do it with a smile." Laughing while washing, Zhiwan imagined the scene. Her face instantly flushed crimson. "Ah, I don and amp. Amp, oppos. Do you want to deal with him anymore?" Over the next few days, with few classes at school, Zhiwan busied herself with registering the studio. Together with Xie Jingmo, they named the studio Jinghong, which would also serve as the brand name for their clothing line. Her grandparents had gifted her several shops as part of her dowry, including jewelry and cosmetic stores, all located in bustling commercial areas. Thus, Zhiwan seized the opportunity to rent a suitable storefront nearby, establishing Jinghong's inaugural flagship store. Following this, she began procuring supplies, a task that required no personal effort on her part as Xie Jingmo enlisted Fu Bo's assistance. All Zhiwan needed to do was create a list, and Fu Bo would ensure the items were acquired. The challenging part was recruiting personnel. While hiring assistants was manageable, finding a qualified operations director proved to be more difficult. Initially, she interviewed several candidates, none of whom met her expectations, until she encountered He Kai-wei, a composed woman in her 30s, radiating intellect and charisma. Zhiwan's eyes lit up as they conversed extensively. It was evident that He Kai-wei was not only professional and experienced, but also possessed unique insights into the operations of clothing brands. Moreover, she had connections in fabric and garment factories. According to He Kai-wei, with a good design, she could penetrate the market and elevate Jinghong to prominence. Zhiwan had a collection of unpublished design sketches saved on her phone, which she promptly shared with He Kai-wei. He Kai-wei furrowed her brow. "President Yu, who provided you with these designs? I apologize for my bluntness, but have you been misled? These sketches bear an uncanny resemblance to one individual in Amp, Oppo's style." Zhiwan was taken aback. "Whose style?" He Kai-wei slowly divulged a name, Wang Yan. Anyone in the fashion design industry would undoubtedly recognize that name. He Kai-wei shook her head. "These designs cannot be used. The style, along with certain minute details, is too reminiscent of Wang Yan's work. If these designs are turned into garments, accusations of plagiarism could arise." Zhiwan couldn't into Amp, Oppos. T help but chuckle. "Miss He, you have keen eyes. These designs are indeed created by Wang Yan." He Kai-wei was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment. "President Yu, are you implying?" Zhiwan's lips curved into a slight smile. "Indeed, Wang Yan is our chief designer at Jinghong." He Kai-wei stood up abruptly, her expression one of disbelief. "President Yu, is this truly the case?" Zhiwan responded with a gentle smile. "Of course, it is true." He Kai-wei was elated, practically bubbling with joy. This was akin to winning the lottery. It was widely known that establishing a new brand like Jinghong was no small feat. It required steady, incremental efforts. However, if Wang Yan were the chief designer, everything would be different. With her popularity and influence, merely announcing that Wang Yan designed Jinghong's clothing would attract a flood of affluent socialites and starlets eager to be associated with the brand. In that case, Jinghong would have an initial customer base. But wasn't Wang Yan currently collaborating with the Yu family? Now that Wang Yan and Jinghong are collaborating, will the Yu family not suffer a significant loss of customers, resulting in severe financial deficits? He Kai-wei looked at Zhiwan with surprise and confusion. "Do you know Wang Yan?" Zhiwan smiled faintly. "You will know soon." Valuing He Kai-wei's capabilities, Zhiwan promptly appointed her as the brand director of Jinghong. allowing her to recruit several employees. She then reached out to the garment factory to begin producing some sample garments according to the design sketches. In the past few days, Yu Zhiwan had been exceedingly busy, but with Siwei's presence, she could finally take a breath. Upon returning to Lanxi Garden in the evening, Xie Jingmo had not yet returned. Yu Zhiwan sat on the sofa, tapping her weary legs, contemplating that tomorrow she would be able to transfer her household registration from the Yu family. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, Gu Chengfeng rushed into the living room, holding a stack of photographs. Everyone, take a look at who is in these pictures. Chapter 27. Have you really disavowed your own mother? In the living room, the 5 members of the Yu family were present. Yu Changda had just finished his medication. He had intended to visit the Xie family as old residents the following day to discuss marriage matters, but a sudden bout of stomach pain had delayed his plans. At that moment, he noticed Gu Changfeng rushing over with a stack of photographs. Yu Shaoze, unable to contain his impatience, snatched the photos and, upon glancing through them, displayed a face of disdain. "Isn't this Yu Zhiwan?" he remarked. Yu Xiuqi's keen eyes caught the details within the photos. Yu Zhiwan was seen frequenting a clothing store named Jinghong. Jinghong? Yu Zhiwan shopping for clothes there? Gu Changfeng, gazing at the girl in the photographs, recalled how Yu Zhiwan had blocked him recently, engaging in a game of emotional tug-of-war that left him both enamored and exasperated. This petty woman was so prone to jealousy? Had he truly severed ties with those younger female acquaintances? As the esteemed heir of the Gu family, how had he come to this level for a woman? Yu Zhiwan had blocked him, preventing him from hearing her voice. Surely she was suffering as well, likely weeping in her pillow every night, longing for him. Observing Gu Changfeng's conflicted emotions as he fixated on Yu Zhiwan's image, Yu Shaoze urged him, "Come on, are you going to stare a hole into the photo, or what? Just tell us, what do these photos signify?" Yu Changda, seated on the sofa, added in a solemn tone, "Chengfeng, speak up." Tao Shuqin, affectionately embracing Yu Xiangxiang, exclaimed, "Yes, Chengfeng, do hurry and tell us what has happened with that unruly girl." Yu Zhiwan. Gu Chengfeng was aware that Yu Zhiwan, the genuine daughter, was not favored. Yet seeing Tao Shuqin and Yu Xiangxiang in a display of maternal warmth while berating Yu Zhiwan unsettled him. However, he remained silent, flicking the photographs with his finger. These were taken by a friend who encountered Yu Zhiwan on the road. My friend mentioned that Jinghong is a newly established clothing brand. Yu Zhiwan isn't merely shopping there. She has been visiting frequently. Perhaps she has some involvement with that store. Yu Changda took the photos, his expression grave. Involved with her? Suddenly, Yu Xiangxiang recalled something and gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that my sister has applied to be a designer for that clothing store? Tao Shuqin immediately expressed her displeasure. That unruly girl. The Yu family specializes in clothing brands. Instead of working as a designer for our family, she goes to work for someone else. How absurd. Yu Changda, already displeased with Yu Zhiwan, felt his anger surge even higher as he slammed the photos onto the coffee table. This ungrateful child. I have criticized her design skills as inferior to Xiangxiang's. But to abandon her own family business for another company? Does she harbor resentment? Is she plotting to assist Jinghong against the Yu family? Yu Shao's scoffed, "Father, you worry too much. Does she even have the capability to rival us? We have Wanyan backing us." Although Yu Zhiwan had studied fashion design for several years, what could she possibly offer in comparison to the illustrious Wanyan? Furthermore, Jinghong was an unheard-of brand. Did Yu Zhiwan truly think she could aid them against the Yu family? Such naive delusions. At the mention of Wanyan, Yu Changda immediately turned to Yu Xiuqi. "Xiuqi, what news from Wanyan?" Yu Xiuqi shook his head gravely, still no response. He had always treated Wanyan with utmost respect and would never dare to offend them, yet they had not acknowledged him in any way. Yu Shaoze stroked his chin contemplatively. "In my view, Wanyan has never collaborated with other brands, only with the Yu family, indicating their fondness for us. Perhaps the lack of communication is due to some unforeseen circumstances on Wanyan's end." Yu Changda nodded pensively. That is a possibility. He then glanced at the images of Yu Zhiwan at Jinghong, his anger flaring anew. This wretched girl, to work for another company. Does she not possess even a shred of awareness of her identity as a member of the Yu family? Yu Shaoze retorted coldly, "Awareness? She currently disregards us entirely. She might even be contemplating severing her ties with the Yu family. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Changde instructed a servant to fetch the household registration book from the study upstairs. The servant rushed down, panic-stricken. And no, sir, the household registration book is missing. What do you mean missing? Yu Changde sprang to his feet, his face pale with shock. Even a usually composed Yu Xiaoqi changed countenance. It has always been kept in the study. How could it disappear? The servant stammered, eldest young master. I searched the study several times, but couldn't find the household registration book. Yu Xiaozi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The last time we used it was for the business license. Could it have been misplaced then? Yu Xiaoqi shook his head. Absolutely not. I distinctly remember placing it back in the study myself, though Gu Qingfeng was not a member of the Yu family. The news of the missing household registration book filled him with an ominous premonition. Yu Xiangxiang, biting her lip, spoke up, Mom and Dad, eldest brother, second brother. What if on the day sister left home, she took the household registration book with her? How could she do such a thing? Mom and Dad have always treated her well. Tao Shuqin, upon hearing this, felt a sharp pang in her heart, then suddenly turned pale as a realization struck her. If Yu Zhiwan had not only run away, but also taken the household registration book, did that mean she intended to sever ties with the Yu family? Was she truly prepared to disavow even her own mother? How could she be so cold-hearted and ruthless? Yu Xiaozi sneered. Oh, she really believes she can break free. She wants to relocate her household registration away from us. Yu Changde's face turned ashen with fury. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. If this gets out, how will others perceive the Yu family? They would merely mock us, saying I, Yu Changde, failed to raise my daughter properly. While I hide my face. Xiaoqi, you must immediately reissue the household registration book. Render the one in Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos, as possession void. We cannot allow her to relocate her registration. Absolutely not. Yu Xiaoqi nodded promptly, agreeing with his father's stance. Although he was not fond of Yu Zhiwan, she was still his blood relative, and allowing her to change her household registration was simply disgraceful. Yes, father, I will go and reissue the household registration book at once. I will not let Yu Zhiwan act recklessly. In Langziyuan, Yu Zhiwan sat on the sofa in the living room, replying to messages on her phone. Hearing the sound of a car engine, she realized that Xie Jingmo had returned from work. She was too lazy to move, glancing up casually. In the next moment, she saw the tall figure of the man entering the living room, and in his right hand, he held two dark red booklets that resembled household registration books. Yu Zhiwan froze for a moment, suddenly realizing what they were. A glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes as she jumped to her feet and rushed towards him. What do you have in your hand? Did my household registration get transferred? Chapter 28. The household registration has been transferred, observing the girl sprinting towards him with sparkling eyes brimming with excitement. Xie Jingmo raised his hand to adjust his tie, his peach blossom eyes reflecting a smile that was both inviting and perilous. Just moments ago, she seemed oblivious to his presence, yet now she approached him with such fervor. Yu Zhiwan paused her steps, realizing her intentions were rather overt. Embarrassed, she touched her nose, but the thought of her household registration spurred her to dash towards him. You finally returned from the company. The man glanced down at her, a hint of amusement in his expression. What does this mean? Were you specifically waiting for me? Yu Zhiwan nodded eagerly, feigning innocence. Yes, I was waiting for you. She lied with a composed facade. Then, she discreetly eyed his right hand, pretending to be inquisitive. Oh, what do you have there? Xie Jingmo recognized her intentions, casting her a languid, sidelong glance before striding towards the sofa. Yu Zhiwan immediately followed him, trailing behind like a devoted shadow. Why aren't you speaking? This was the first time Xie Jingmo had experienced her clinginess. He raised an eyebrow slightly, loosening his tie and unbuttoning two of his shirt buttons with fingers that were distinctly elegant, his demeanor exuding an enticing languor. As he settled onto the sofa, his peach blossom eyes twinkled with a teasing smile. Mrs. Xie, your behavior leads me to believe that I hold a rather esteemed position in our household. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. What do you mean by that? It sounded as though she constantly bullied him. You already have a high status in this family. She sat beside him, gazing longingly at the two household registration books in his right hand, almost reaching out to snatch them. Quick, let me see. However, the man remained unfazed, leisurely resting his forehead on his left hand, his eyelids lifting slightly to observe her. I have a question that has piqued my curiosity for many years. Many years? Zhiwan blinked, her curiosity ignited. What question? His eyes narrowed slightly, his tongue brushing against the roof of his mouth as he spoke nonchalantly, yet with an underlying assertiveness. When you returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, you claimed to dislike me and expressed a desire for you, Xiang, to marry me. He emitted a short, abrupt laugh, as if the memory both amused and vexed him. Dear classmate Zhiwan, I don't recall having wronged you during high school. If you didn't like me, that's one thing, but why would you want you Xiang to marry me? Zhiwan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, that was so many years ago. How can you still remember? Truly a question that had lingered for years. Zhiwan quickly waved her hands, feeling wronged. You mustn't hold a grudge against me. It wasn't my fault. I was deceived. Xie Jingmo and Appos. S gaze darkened. Deceived? This is a long story. As Zhiwan recalled her grandfather, a wave of sadness washed over her. When I first returned to the Yu family, my grandfather was still alive. He was kind and treated me well, feeling that I had endured too much with my foster parents and always wanting to compensate me. He even informed the Yu family that the marriage contract belonged to me and that I should fulfill it. The very next evening, however, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin approached me privately, deceiving me into believing that if I rejected the marriage contract, they would accept me as a true family member and care for me. Having just left my foster parents in Appos' home, I longed to experience the feeling of having loving parents. So I agreed to their proposal. As she recounted this, her eyelashes fell and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had listened to her classmates talk about their parents, one mentioning a much-anticipated gift from their father, another recounting a trip to a long-desired amusement park with their mother. Every word filled her with envy. At that time, she had held countless hopes and expectations for Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin. Yet, time and again, they crushed all her dreams. Suddenly, a warm, dry hand enveloped hers. Zhiwan was startled, looking up to meet Xie Jingmo's deep, tender gaze. He held her hand in one, while the other gently caressed her cheek. Wan, they did not cherish you. It was their blindness. The unique affection that belonged solely to her would surely come. Zhiwan felt a jolt in her heart. As he spoke these words, his eyes brimmed with infinite tenderness and compassion, wrapping her in a protective cocoon, shielding her from all external harm and malice. Under Xie Jingmo's gaze, her heart raced uncontrollably, and the earlier sadness and bitterness began to dissipate. The affection that was uniquely hers. Compelled, Zhiwan lifted her hand to cover his hand that caressed her cheek, staring at Xie Jingmo with shimmering eyes, transparent and sincere. At that time, I didn't know much about you, and didn't wish to be bound in a marriage with someone I didn't understand. Moreover, my foster father was abusive and gambling-prone, which I had witnessed since childhood. Thus, I harbored some resistance towards marriage. So when I said I didn't like you and didn't want to fulfill the marriage contract, that was my genuine sentiment. However, the part about wanting you, Xiang, to marry you was added by Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin. It wasn't my intention. I only realized later that I had been deceived. Xie Jingmo finally grasped the full extent of the situation. His heart ached for his girl, and his resentment towards the Yu family grew. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he gently stroked the delicate, fair skin beneath her eyelids with his slightly calloused thumb. Wan, congratulations. You have completely freed yourself from the Yu family. Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, her expression bewildered. What do you mean? Xie Jingmo smiled slightly, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with mischief. Wan, your household registration has been transferred. At that moment, her eyelashes fluttered violently, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. The household registration has really been transferred? Her registration has truly been removed from the Yu family. Zhiwan felt exhilaration surge within her, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, radiating newfound life. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she eagerly glanced at the household registration books placed beside Xie Jingmo. Wait, her hand. Zhiwan suddenly realized that when Xie Jingmo had touched her cheek, she, in a moment of weakness, had also placed her hand on his. How could she have acted so boldly? She was undoubtedly enticed by him. Her ears flushed, and she instinctively retracted her hand, her fair cheeks tinged with a bashful pink. Her eyes shimmering with a hint of rose, captivatingly beautiful. Fortunately, the embarrassment faded quickly, and Zhiwan focused on the two household registration books with excitement. The first was from the Yu family. Upon opening it, she saw the names of Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaoze, and Yu Xiangxiang. But her name was absent. Her name was no longer in the Yu family's household registration. Zhiwan immediately reached for the other household registration book, her heart racing as her fingertips trembled slightly. Chapter 29. Confessing to her? Zhiwan took a deep breath and gently opened the book. The first page bore the name Xie Jingmo, identified as the head of the household. Turning to the next page, she found her own name listed as the spouse. Zhiwan stared at her name for quite a while, then flipped back to the first page to glance at Xie Jingmo's name again, and then back to her own. A strange warmth welled up in her eyes. She and Xie Jingmo shared the same household registration book. She was now part of his household. Her registration was finally no longer associated with the Yu family. She had severed all ties with them, save for the unchangeable blood that coursed through her veins. Zhiwan looked at the household registration book, almost laughing and crying at once, her eyes burning with emotion while her lips involuntarily curled up. She repeated the action of flipping between the pages several times without feeling fatigued. Seeing her joyful demeanor, Xie Jingmo found her adorable. His voice tinged with a playful lilt. "Are you happy?" Zhiwan nodded enthusiastically. "Happy." A subtle smile crept onto Xie Jingmo's lips as he raised an eyebrow slightly, pleased by her exuberance. However, in the next moment, Zhiwan excitedly declared, "Once we divorce in a year, my registration will be quickly separated from yours. I want to linger on your household book. Don't worry." The smile on the man's face vanished abruptly, his jaw tightening slightly as he regarded her with an emotionless gaze, replying after several seconds with a flat tone, "Do I seem to mind you being on my household registration?" Zhiwan was taken aback. He averted his gaze, his voice adopting a colder edge that was uncharacteristic of him. "Let us discuss the matters of a year later at that time." The oppressive aura that lay deep within him, usually hidden from Zhiwan, subtly leaked through. Her heart tightened inexplicably, her eyes glistening as she blinked in confusion, sensing that he might not be pleased anymore. She studied him for several moments. The man's fair complexion and strikingly handsome face revealed no discernible emotions, leaving her unable to ascertain whether he was upset. However, when he was not smiling, his once languid and affectionate eyes appeared distant and indifferent. Before long, Zhiwan noticed Xie Jingmo donned in an apron adorned with cute pink bunnies, opting to cook for her instead of having the servants do it, preparing a feast of her favorite dishes to celebrate her registration moving out from the Yu family. Her heart melted, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you. You are so wonderful." He truly was an exceptionally kind person. Zhiwan found herself eating 2 extra bowls of rice, her eyes fixed on Xie Jingmo with unwavering admiration. Wait, didn't she think a registration would only be moved tomorrow? How was it accomplished so swiftly? The man lazily lifted his eyelids. "I originally intended to surprise you." Utilizing his influence, he arranged for a special channel to expedite her registration transfer. He wished to give her a surprise, yet she remained preoccupied with thoughts of divorce. A heartless woman who could not be warmed. It was clear that punishment was necessary. To discipline Zhiwan, Xie Jingmo maintained a stoic demeanor while preparing dinner. During the meal, he continued to wear a serious expression, serving her dishes and picking out fish bones. When evening came, he resolved to refrain from smiling while washing her underwear. Oblivious to her punishment, Zhiwan finished her meal contentedly. Suddenly, she remembered that the Yu family's household registration book was still with her, and it irked her. The transfer of her registration required notifying the Yu family, to warn them that she had no ties with them and they were no longer entitled to treat her as their daughter or sister, nor to reprimand her. They simply did not deserve it. Of course, Zhiwan would never personally return the household registration book to the Yu family. Instead, she called for a local courier service, ensuring that within an hour, the book would be delivered to the Yu family. Once opened, they would immediately comprehend that her registration had been transferred. Whether they felt anger or rage was of no concern to her. Naturally, she opted for the courier fees to be paid upon delivery. She would not spend another penny on the Yu family. After sending the package, Zhiwan returned to the living room, suddenly catching a whiff of a sweet aroma. Curiously, she leaned in closer and discovered that Xie Jingmo was baking small cakes in the kitchen, and they were green grape matcha cakes, her favorite flavor. Her social media handle was even named a bowl of green grape. To her surprise, Xie Jingmo could make desserts. He was truly remarkable. Oddly, throughout the process of baking, he maintained a cold expression, presenting the finished product to her with a blank face. Zhiwan blinked in confusion, her eyes glistening. "Are you unhappy?" He replied, "No." Zhiwan tilted her head in puzzlement. "Do you also like green grape flavor cake?" He answered, "Yeah." Her eyes sparkled with delight, her delicate features brightening. "What a coincidence. I love green grape flavor too. There's a cake shop in the east of the city that makes the best green grape cheese rolls." Xie Jingmo, still punishing her, responded tersely with a simple mm. Without taking a break, he returned to the kitchen, coldly preparing 2 green grape cheese rolls for her. Zhiwan was left speechless. In the end, she was so well fed that she felt stuffed. However, one could not deny that Xie Jingmo's culinary skills surpassed even that cake shop in the east of the city. What amazed her further was that not only did they share the same taste in meals, but their preferences for desserts were also aligned. After finishing the small cakes, Xie Jingmo had work to attend to in the study. Zhiwan skipped back to her bedroom, feeling exceptionally elated. Her studio preparations were nearing completion, and it would soon be officially launched. Furthermore, her household registration had been successfully moved from the Yu family. Since leaving the Yu family, everything had gradually improved, and her life was finally on the right track. Zhiwan logged into her social media account, posting a message to express her feelings. A bowl of green grape. A happy day. After posting, she set her phone down, preparing to take a shower. Just as she was about to change, her phone pinged. A notification that her recent post had received a comment from MW. Not happy. Huh? What happened? Zhiwan sent him a private message, inquiring. What's wrong? What happened? After a brief pause, he typed and deleted several times before finally responding. She always wants to leave me. Zhiwan suddenly understood. So it was related to the girl he had a crush on. It made sense. After years of mutual following, aside from that girl, there seemed to be nothing that could easily affect his mood. A bowl of green grape. You mentioned last time that you two are considered together. Are you trying to date? MW. No. She doesn't know I have a crush on her. A bowl of green grape. Then how did you end up together? MW. A flash marriage. A bowl of green grape. How shocking those 2 words were. They had just been entangled in a bittersweet crush, and suddenly they were married. A flash marriage at that. Wait, she and Xie Jingmo had also suddenly gotten married. It seemed that she and MW were indeed kindred spirits after years of following each other, even sharing the experience of a flash marriage. Zhiwan pondered for a moment before typing. Then how have you been getting along during this time? He replied instantly, it's okay. A bowl of green grape. How do you think she feels about you? Does she enjoy being with you? MW. She is a strong woman, not very perceptive. Zhiwan. Why did it seem like he held such deep grievances? After careful consideration, she decided to offer him some advice. A bowl of green grape. Since you've been getting along well, why not try to take a step further? A bowl of green grapes. She is still unaware of your affections for her. Perhaps you should consider confessing your feelings to her? Chapter 30, after the messages about her graduation photo featuring Xie Jingmo and Zhiwan were sent out, it took quite a while for a reply to come. To MW, if, for some reason, you became friends with a man you previously paid little attention to, and your interactions have been rather pleasant. To MW, now this man confesses to you that he has secretly liked you since high school. Would you feel troubled? Zhiwan was taken aback. A man she had not previously noticed was confessing to her, claiming he had harbored feelings for her since high school. A bowl of green grapes. Troubled? I shouldn't be. A bowl of green grapes. He merely liked me in silence, without causing me any harm or behaving irrationally. Why should I be troubled? To MW, all right then, rabbit. Rabbit, he sent a familiar pink rabbit emoji, appearing quite pleased. Zhiwan was aware that MW had a girl he had secretly admired for many years, but she was not privy to the details. From the earlier conversation, It seemed his feelings had begun back in high school. Such a carefree and exuberant age. She couldn't help but reminisce about her own high school days. Eagerly, she rummaged through her drawer for her graduation photo, which included not only the class group photo, but also some individual shots, such as those with her deskmate. Some taken in front of the teaching building, others beneath the lush camphor trees. Just gazing at the photos brought back memories of the cicadas and Oppo's song during that summer. At that time, all the seniors were taking graduation photos, so other students appeared in the background as well. Some extroverted students would pass by, enthusiastically flashing peace signs at the camera, their smiles vibrant and youthful. As Zhiwan looked at these old photos, a smile crept onto her lips. Suddenly, however, her brow furrowed. In the photo taken beneath the camphor tree, there she was posing for the camera, and in the background a tall, handsome boy was passing by with a striking profile that bore an uncanny resemblance to Xie Jingmo. She leaned in for a closer look. It was not merely a trick of the light. The more she stared, the more he looked like Xie Jingmo. But he had been in his second year of university while she was in high school. Why would he have returned to the high school? Just then, the bedroom door swung open. Xie Jingmo returned from his study after finishing his work. Zhiwan immediately turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. Do you know what I just found out? We actually took a photo together in high school. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Zhiwan dashed over and held the photo up before him. Look. The man glanced down, and the girl in the photo, with her captivating eyes and radiant beauty, was indeed mesmerizing. He smirked, his voice rich and teasing. Our Wan is truly beautiful. Who asked you to compliment me? Zhiwan retorted, flustered. Seeing that he had not noticed the boy in the background, she anxiously pointed it out. Look here, the boy passing by. Could it be you? Xie Jingmo followed her finger, and, as if noticing himself for the first time, he elongated his tone in surprise. Oh, it really is me. Zhiwan, skeptical, asked, but weren't you in university at that time? Why did you suddenly return to high school? The man casually closed the bedroom door, his handsome face wearing a nonchalant expression. I can't quite recall. I must have had something to attend to at school. Zhiwan responded with an understanding now. What a coincidence. He happened to return to school on the day she was taking her graduation photo and passed by, creating such an early photograph of the two of them. This was fate. The Yu family had invited Gu Chengfeng to dinner. Yu Changda sat at the head of the table. Chengfeng, rest assured, Zhiwan and Oppo's, as household registration will not be transferred. I can still make decisions regarding her marriage. And your union will proceed. You will be our son-in-law. Tao Shuqin added with a smile. Yes, Chengfeng, eat up. It's a blessing for Zhiwan to marry you. Yu Xiangxiang playfully chimed in. You must treat my sister well from now on, brother-in-law. Gu Qingfeng felt a sense of comfort at being called brother-in-law. Although he usually disapproved of Yu Xiangxiang's pretentiousness, he now found her rather charming. Yu Xiaoza snorted disdainfully. Chengfeng, you must not spoil that spoiled girl. She has a terrible temper, and you must discipline her when necessary. Gu Qingfeng replied confidently. Don and Amp, Oppos, worry, she listens to me. In the 3 weeks of dating Yu Zhiwan, she had never thrown a tantrum. She had been remarkably docile. The more he thought about it, the more he believed Yu Zhiwan genuinely liked him, as she had only accepted his pursuit and remained obedient and quiet before him. He presumed that once they married, she would dutifully manage the household and be a virtuous wife and mother. The more Tao Shuqin observed Gu Qingfeng, the more satisfied she became. Though he had a somewhat roguish charm, the match was truly appropriate for Yu Zhiwan. Most importantly, once their marriage was settled, Yu Zhiwan could no longer compete with Xiangxiang for the position of Mrs. Xie, allowing Xiangxiang to marry Xie Jingmo as she wished. Tao Shuqin cheerfully urged Gu Chengfeng to eat more, repeatedly calling him son-in-law. At that moment, Yu Xiuqi entered from outside, striding toward the dining table. Mom, Dad, the household registration book has been reapplied for. Yu Changda and Oppos, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Good, as long as it and Oppos, as reissued. The household registration book Yu Zhiwan took will be rendered void. Let and Oppos, as see how she can transfer her household registration, as long as she remains in the Yu family. I am her father, and I have the right to manage her. Tao Shuqin instructed the maid to add another set of chopsticks. Xiuqi, you and Oppos. V been busy. Come sit down and eat. Yu Xiang sweetly called out. Elder brother, sit down quickly. This black pepper steak, your favorite, was specially prepared for you. Yu Shouqi felt a warmth in his heart. Xiang truly understands. This was the sister he cherished, unlike that troublesome Yu Zhiwan. Suddenly, a maid rushed in from outside, reporting, Young master, they're in Oppos. S.A. City Express delivery. They say a document has been sent, and it is cash on delivery. Yu Shouqi frowned. City Express delivery? Yu Xiaoza set down his bowl, looking perplexed. Who bought something? And cash on delivery? Yu Shouqi replied, I'll go take a look. After stepping outside, Yu Shouqi paid the delivery man. Such tasks were typically handled by assistants. When had he, as the eldest son of the Yu family, ever done such a thing? He wondered who had sent the package and if it was meant to annoy him. After paying, he returned to the living room with the package. Yu Xiaoza could hardly wait. Elder brother, quickly see what it is. Yu Shouqi opened it, pulling out a dark red, square booklet from the envelope. Yu Xiaoza exclaimed, It's the household registration book. Yu Changde, upon hearing this, abandoned his meal and hurried over. Is it our household registration book? Tao Shuqin, Yu Xiang, and Gu Qingfeng also gathered around. Yu Xiaoza, with a playful grin, said, I told you it in amp. Oppos, as the household registration book we accidentally lost while applying for the business license. A good Samaritan found it and returned it to us. Yu Zhiwan wouldn't he have the wit to take the book? Yu Changde urged anxiously, Shouqi, quickly open it and see. Yu Shouqi flipped it open. The first page bore Yu Changde and Oppos' name. Dad, it is indeed our household registration book. Yu Shouqi continued to flip through it. The second page had Tao Shuqin and Amp, Oppos' name. The third page his own. The fourth Yu Xiaoza and Amp, Oppos' and on the next page. There was the name of that troublesome Yu Zhiwan. However, as Yu Shouqi turned the page, his expression suddenly froze. Chapter 31. The Yu family was in frenzy. Yu Zhiwan had actually moved her household registration back. The household register no longer contained her name. Flipping the pages revealed Yu Xiang, with the page for Yu Zhiwan conspicuously absent. Yu Shouqi's expression tightened in disbelief as he flipped through the register multiple times. There were pages for their father, their mother, himself, Xiaoza, and Xiang, but no trace of Yu Zhiwan. She had truly moved her registration away. Yu Changde was so enraged that his vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. What nonsense! How could she dare to do such a ridiculous thing? Tao Shuqin quickly supported him, equally furious and anxious. Shouqi, are you certain? That rebellious girl really moved her registration? Yu Shouqi clutched the household register tightly, his gaze filled with such intensity that it seemed he could burn a hole through it. Mother, I have checked multiple times. Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos' name is indeed absent. It and Amp, Oppos, has just the five of us left. Yu Xiaoza's face turned ashen as he snatched the household register, flipping through it himself. Finally, he slammed it shut in fury. Well, I truly underestimated her. She has indeed become quite capable. Yu Xiang watched this scene, her eyes flickering. Sister, have you truly chosen to abandon this family? Have you even forsaken your status as the eldest daughter of the Yu family? Gu Qingfeng's expression turned grave as well. It is strange how she managed to move her registration away. Yu Changde trembled with anger, struggling to pull out his phone. Finally retrieving Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos' number only to find it unreachable. It dawned on him that she had blocked them all. Heart aching, he slammed the phone to the ground, shattering the screen. This ungrateful child. Is she intent on driving me to my grave? Changde, calm down. Tao Shuqin hurriedly steadied him, placing a comforting hand over his chest. How could this heartless girl deny both her father and mother? Is she so eager to sever ties with the Yu family? Yu Xiaoza was livid, his rage palpable. Not only has she moved out of the Yu family, but she has also completely severed all familial relationships. Legally, we are now strangers. Tao Shuqin was momentarily stunned, a sudden pain piercing her heart. She recalled the day Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family at the age of 16, moving her registration from her foster parents to here. How joyful she had been, looking at her mother with such bright, glimmering eyes, calling her mother with warmth and hope. When had it all changed? The light in her gaze had gradually dimmed, replaced by sorrow, disappointment, numbness, and despair, devoid of any expectation. Tao Shuqin felt a weight in her chest, as if a sponge soaked with water had lodged itself, making it hard to breathe. Had she, as a mother, not done well enough? Had she shown too much favoritism? Was that why her own daughter would rather sever ties than acknowledge her as mother? Suddenly, the sound of muffled sobs echoed in the living room. Tao Shuqin turned to see Yu Xiangxiang, panic rising. Xiangxiang, my precious daughter, why are you crying? Seeing the guilt and reflection in her mother and Appo's eyes, Yu Xiangxiang sniffled. It and Appo's, that's all my fault. Sister moved out because of me. Mother, let me leave this home and return to my original family. Perhaps if I go, sister will be willing to come back. Upon hearing Yu Xiangxiang's wish to leave, the momentary guilt and sympathy Tao Shuqin felt for Yu Zhiwan vanished, replaced by a deep concern as she grasped Yu Xiangxiang and Appo's hand. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking? This is your home, and I am your mother. Where do you think you are going? Yu Xiaozi rushed over. Xiangxiang, don't say such foolish things. You will always be my beloved sister. Yu Xiaoqi added sternly, Xiangxiang, can you bear to leave your elder brothers? Yu Xiangxiang's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks. Of course, I can't bear to leave, but Yu Chanda's heart ached for her. Xiangxiang, your biological father is abusive and a gambler, currently imprisoned. Your birth mother only cares for your brother. How could they possibly care for you? What kind of life would you have returning to such a family? Tears swirled in Yu Xiangxiang's eyes. Sister has endured since childhood. I can too. Tao Shuqin, desperate, grasped her hand. My darling, your sister has endured hardships from a young age, but you have always had the best of everything. You're a little princess. How could I bear to see you suffer? Remember, when Yu Zhiwan returned to the Yu family, she worried about you being mistreated by your biological parents, and she agreed you shouldn't go back. Xiangxiang, stay here in the Yu family. And don't ever say you want to leave again. It pains me to hear that. Yu Xiangxiang and Appo's tears flowed like a broken string of pearls, and she threw herself into Tao Shuqin and Appo's embrace. Mother, Gu Qingfeng watched Yu Xiangxiang's theatrics, frowning. Are you done with this melodrama? If you could leave like Yu Zhiwan, I might respect you a little. Yu Xiangxiang stiffened, curling up in Tao Shuqin's arms, crying even more pitifully. Mother, I want to leave now. Please don't stop me. Yu Xiaozi glared, wishing he could punch Gu Qingfeng. Shut up. Don and Appo's, speak to Xiangxiang like that. Yu Xiaoqi, with a serious demeanor, defended her. Xiangxiang is my sister. Qingfeng, mind your tone. Gu Qingfeng scoffed. Fine, but let us get back to Yu Zhiwan. She has completely severed ties with you all. Can you still make decisions regarding her potential marriage? Yu Changda's face darkened like a storm cloud as he slammed his hand on the table. Of course, the marriage is still valid. I will ensure she moves her registration back properly. Tao Shuqin's brow furrowed with worry. How will you make her come back? We can't even reach her by phone. The household register must have been sent back by that girl, and the return address is vague. Where can we find her? The stack of photos Gu Qingfeng brought remained. They depicted Yu Zhiwan entering and exiting the Jinghong clothing store, along with the store's promotional materials. Yu Changda seethed with fury. I will make this unfilial daughter understand the consequences of defying her father. Since the Jinghong store is set to open in 10 days, Xiaoqi, move our Yu family and Appo's new product launch up by half a month to coincide with their opening. Yu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Father, you mean? Yu Changda continued. Is it difficult for our Yu family to crush a newly established brand? I want Jinghong to collapse as soon as it opens. Whether Yu Zhiwan works there or has been hired as a designer, if Jinghong goes under, she will find herself without support and unable to make a living, and she will have no choice but to return home. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback, wanting to intervene. Yu Zhiwan, a young woman, had finally found a job. There was no need to go to such extremes, but he soon realized that if Jinghong failed and Yu Zhiwan lost her job, she would be left utterly helpless, without even a penny to her name. At that point, the only person she could turn would be him. Then perhaps Yu Zhiwan would soften towards him. Gu Qingfeng's resolve hardened, and he no longer tried to dissuade Yu Changda. Yu Xiaoqi nodded sternly. I understand, father. I will take care of it immediately. We will ensure Jinghong cannot open. With Wanyan's support, the Yu family's clothing brand was one of the top names in the industry. easily capable of suppressing an obscure new label. Yu Xiaoze gritted his teeth in frustration. When that rebellious girl crawls back, I will make sure she apologizes for moving her registration. Beside her, Yu Xiangxiang observed the Yu family's ruthless treatment of Yu Zhiwan, devoid of any semblance of compassion. A flicker of triumph glimmered in her eyes. Oh, dear sister, these are your biological parents and brother. How profoundly they love you. This is the consequence of your refusal to heed my counsel. Yu Xiangxiang lowered her gaze to the stack of photographs featuring Yu Zhiwan, suddenly realizing something that tightened her expression. Is that a ring encircling her sister's hand? Chapter 32. Calling you sister-in-law face to face, is that a ring? Tao Shuqin glanced over in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, her heart sank. It was indeed a ring, worn on the ring finger. What on earth was this girl thinking? A wedding ring is not something to be worn casually. Could it be that she, and Oppos, just Yu Zhiwan trying to provoke my jealousy? Gu Chengfeng interjected, a playful grin on his face. Tao Shuqin was puzzled. Provoking jealousy? Gu Chengfeng continued, I have a few sworn sisters, and she felt uncomfortable about it. So she put on a ring to make me think she was married, hoping to stir my envy. Rest assured, Aunt, I have severed ties with those sisters. Tao Shuqin sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a childish tantrum. She had almost believed that Yu Zhiwan was genuinely marrying someone else. Yu Xiaoze felt a twinge of disdain. This Yu Zhiwan, who they had pressured into accepting Gu Qingfeng's pursuit, had unexpectedly developed feelings for him and was now concerned about his sworn sisters. Yu Changde, assuming the role of the family patriarch, declared, enough of this ring nonsense. Xiuqi, you will handle the matter concerning Jinghong. Ensure that unfilial girl returns obediently. Yes, father, Yu Xiuqi replied. That morning, Yu Zhiwan was diligently preparing for the grand opening of Jinghong. After all, Xie Jingmo had invested a significant amount of money in her venture, and she could not afford to let him down. When she initially leased the shop, she had opted for a spacious and well-lit location, spending a little extra for the privilege. Several ready-to-wear outfits had already been crafted according to her designs and displayed in the shop. Among them was a particularly exquisite gown, for which she had overseen every detail from fabric selection to embroidery and the choice of jewels. This gown was to be the centerpiece of the opening day. As Yu Zhiwan conducted her final checks, her staff moved about with practiced efficiency. Suddenly, He Kaiwei rushed over, lowering her voice. Boss, have you heard? The Yu family has moved their new product launch up by half a month, coinciding with our opening day. The worry was evident on He Kaiwei's face. The Yu family was a major brand in the country, and their launch events always attracted considerable attention. With the Yu family's event scheduled for the same day as Jinghong's grand opening, public interest would surely gravitate towards them, leaving Jinghong overlooked. Yu Zhiwan, already aware of this, maintained her composure, her delicate features unmarred by anxiety. Are you aware of my relationship with the Yu family? He Kaiwei paused, then nodded. Of course. The Yu family is also a prominent family, and when they acknowledged their true daughter, it was a public declaration. However, it appears that the true daughter is not favored, while the false daughter receives all the attention. A heaviness filled He Kaiwei's heart. Now that the Yu family has advanced their launch, it may very well be a deliberate act, possibly aimed at you. Yu Zhiwan's slender fingers brushed over the luxurious gown, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. What is meant to happen will happen. Let them see who truly falters. He Kaiwei felt a stir of admiration. The young woman before her exuded a poise and tranquility that belied her age, perhaps a result of having endured numerous trials. However, as Yu Zhiwan spoke, He Kaiwei suddenly recognized a crucial point. Public interest in the Yu family's launch was largely due to Wang Yan, who had become the chief designer for Jinghong. Without Wang Yan's influence, could the Yu family maintain their former glory? At the Yu family's headquarters, Yu Xiaoze burst into the president's office, brimming with excitement. Elder brother, you won't believe who I just ran into while having lunch with Xiangxiang. Yu Xiuqi looked up from his paperwork, intrigued by Yu Xiaoze's exuberance. Who did you encounter? Miss Xie Yuntang from the Xie family. Yu Xiaoze exclaimed, rushing to the desk. His hands braced against it as he leaned closer, his face alight with enthusiasm. While Xiangxiang and I were dining, we spotted Xie Yuntang with her friends just a few steps ahead. We overheard her say, Of course, I must support my sister-in-law's clothing brand. She was referring to Xiang. Yu Shouqi and Appo's. S expression brightened. Really? Absolutely. Xie Yuntang said and Appo's, sister-in-law and Appo's, and mentioned a clothing brand. Everything aligns perfectly with Xiang. Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson at the mention of being called sister-in-law by Xie Yuntang, much to her embarrassment. Yu Shouqi, in a serious tone, analyzed. Xie Yuntang has often purchased from Yu's brand and admires Wan Yan's designs. Yet, she has never attended our product launches before. This time, she is coming to support us, which is a tremendous honor. You must understand, Xie Yuntang hails from an illustrious background, arguably the foremost socialite in the capital. Among the daughters of affluent families, none surpass her beauty or lineage. Yu Xiao's aside, I walked behind her, and she didn't even notice us. When she referred to Xiang as sister-in-law, I wanted to greet her, but Xiang shyly pulled me back. Xiang stomped her foot in indignation. Second brother, given the situation, how could I possibly approach her? Yu Xiao's chuckled, teasing what if, on the day of the launch, Xie Yuntang calls you sister-in-law in front of everyone? Xiang's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Second brother, you are insufferable. Yu Xiao's laughed heartily, and Yu Shouqi joined in. Do not tease Xiang. She is a delicate girl. I will prepare thoroughly to welcome Xie Yuntang on that day. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Jinghong and Appo's grand opening, coinciding with the Yu family's product launch. Chapter 33. Let the late smoke appear. The venue for the Yu family's new product launch was resplendent, adorned with dazzling lights and opulent decorations. Yu Shouqi had invited all the fashion media reporters, both to amplify the influence of the Yu family and to overshadow Jinghong, ensuring that the media would not report on them. In addition to the media, numerous VIP clients of the Yu family, predominantly affluent young ladies and aristocratic matrons, were also in attendance, resplendent in their elegant attire, frequently purchasing the Yu family and Appo's as haute couture gowns. Below the stage, reporters jostled with cameras, creating a throng that rendered the space nearly impassable. In a corner, several journalists engaged in hushed discussions. Why has the Yu family's new product launch been moved up by half a month? Who knows? Perhaps the Yu family is particularly confident about this season's offerings. In simpler terms, they are confident in Late Smoke. Maybe the master designer Late Smoke has created another breathtaking masterpiece. I can't wait to see it. I am indeed a fan of Late Smoke. I am genuinely curious why, among so many clothing brands, Late Smoke chooses to collaborate solely with the Yu family. I know a bit about that. At the time when the Yu family was struggling, it was Yu Shouqi who approached Late Smoke, and to everyone's surprise, she agreed immediately, disregarding other major brands to collaborate only with the Yu family. TSK. The Yu family must have accumulated great fortune in their past lives to have such good fortune fall into their laps. By the way, what does Late Smoke truly look like? I only know she is a woman. Hush. The launch is beginning. Stop talking. In past product launches, the brand director of the Yu family typically presided over the event, but this time, Yu Shouqi placed particular emphasis on it and personally took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Yu family's new product launch. Today, we will unveil our brand new high-end customized gown collection. After some pleasantries, Yu Shouqi introduced the design philosophy behind the gowns, emphasizing that these garments were crafted by the Yu family's designers. Then, staff members dressed in uniform attire began to present the racks adorned with gowns one by one. As each gown graced the stage, the reporters immediately directed their cameras towards the display, clicking away incessantly. However, it wasn't long before some reporters began to notice something amiss, and their enthusiasm for photographing began to wane. Wait, these designs don't resemble Late Smoke's style at all. I don't think so either. Just now, Yu Shouqi mentioned that these were the works of other designers from the Yu family, and Late Smoke's designs will surely be the grand finale. Your reasoning holds, but I'm still anxious. Let us see Late Smoke's designs soon. Even the VIP patrons in the front row displayed a lack of interest in the gowns presented on stage. After all, these designs were too conventional, flawless, yet unremarkable, lacking the captivating allure that would draw attention. Observing the crowd's reaction, Yu Shouqi became increasingly certain of Late Smoke's critical role for the Yu family. Once the first batch of new gowns was showcased, Yu Xiuqi returned to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next collection is quite special, designed by my sister, Yu Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang is a talented individual in our design department and was once third place in a newcomer design competition. I hope everyone will appreciate her designs. As soon as the announcement was made, staff members once again brought forth the racks showcasing the gowns. Upon learning that the designer was Yu Xiuqi's sister, the reporters leaned forward with curiosity. They were well aware of Yu Xiangxiang, the second young lady of the Yu family, who was also a pretender to the family fortune. Has she truly entered the Yu family's design department? What about the real heiress? The VIP patrons also turned their heads in acknowledgement, nodding in approval. Indeed, as expected of the second young lady of the Yu family, her designs are far more appealing than the previous batch. I heard the true heiress of the Yu family also studied fashion design, but her skills probably can't compare to this second young lady. Not probably, but definitely can't compare. Thank goodness the Yu family has such an impressive second young lady. They will surely thrive even more in the future. Nearby, a young lady in a red gown rolled her eyes in exasperation. You all really know how to flatter. I don't think this second young lady's designs are impressive at all. How can you praise them so highly? The group of socialites who had been complimenting her suddenly felt awkward. Qin Wu, why are you still so blunt? Don't you fear offending anyone? The young lady named Qin Wu huffed. I know you all too well. You're only flattering Yu Xiangxiang because she's the sister of President Yu Xiuqi. You look down on the true heiress because she's not favored. I'm here to buy clothes, of course. I will choose what I like. These mediocre designs don't even compare to a single finger of late smoke, let alone her toes. They certainly do not capture my interest. A young lady in a blue gown nodded in agreement. Although Qin Wu is straightforward, she speaks the truth. Yu Xiangxiang's designs are indeed not that eye-catching, nor do they ignite my desire to purchase. At that moment, Yu Xiangxiang, positioned backstage, observed the situation on stage discreetly. Hearing the VIP client's comments, her eyes reddened with grievance. Second brother, I have tried so hard, yet I still can't compare to teacher Late Smoke. What should I do? I truly want to alleviate the burdens at home. Am I really that useless? Yu Xiaoza hadn't anticipated such a tepid reception for Xiangxiang's designs. It seemed that she was still unable to shoulder the weight of expectations. Xiangxiang, you're doing wonderfully. Late Smoke is exceptionally gifted and talented, a rare find in the world of design. It's perfectly normal that you cannot compare. Believe me, you are extraordinary. If it were you, Zhiwan, presenting, she would have faced far harsher criticism, likely being torn apart by that group of young ladies. Yu Xiangxiang, hearing this, broke into a smile. Second brother, I knew you cared for me the most. Of course, who else would I care for but you? Yu Xiaoza patted her shoulder and continued to observe the proceedings on stage. Meanwhile, several impatient young ladies from affluent families in the VIP section had grown restless. President Yu, please stop keeping us in suspense. We have been seated here for half an hour. Quickly showcase Late Smoke's designs. Yes. Let's see what new works Late Smoke has in store. I absolutely adore Late Smoke's designs inspired by Huagua. If this new collection includes Huagua elements, I will certainly place an order on the spot. Not only these socialites, but even the reporters below were eagerly anticipating the reveal. Yu Xiuqi, astute as he was, could easily discern that the majority were there primarily for Late Smoke. The more that was the case, the more imperative it became to conceal the news of Late Smoke's refusal to continue collaborating with the Yu family. Otherwise, the Yu family would suffer significant losses. Yet, Yu Xiuqi's brow furrowed, occasionally checking his phone, as Late Smoke had yet to respond to his messages. As the situation reached a critical juncture, Yu Xiuqi clenched his teeth, knowing he had no choice but to press forward with determination. Chapter 34. The spectacle, the display, simply extraordinary. Please, everyone, remain calm. Yu Xiuqi said with a pained expression. I sincerely apologize. Teacher Wang Yan has been unwell and has been recuperating, which has prevented her from participating in the design of this season's new collection for use. However, rest assured, Teacher Wang Yan's health has improved significantly, and her works will certainly feature in our next season's release. Please stay tuned. What? Wang Yan is ill? Upon hearing Yu Xiuqi mention that Wang Yan's condition had improved, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Goodness, I was so frightened. Thankfully, it's not serious. I hope the great Wan Yin recovers swiftly. I and Oppos am looking forward to her new creations. Indeed, the relationship between you and Oppos and the revered Wan Yin appear to be quite robust. They likely communicated daily. However, it raised a question. If Yushochi was already aware of Wan Yin and Oppos' illness and her inability to design for you and Oppos, why did he not inform everyone sooner? Had he done so, I would have foregone attending today's launch entirely. Exactly. A lavishly dressed socialite rose from the VIP section, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Since there are no words from Wan Yin at this launch, President Yu, why did you not make an announcement sooner? I came all this way for nothing. Another young lady echoed her sentiments. Honestly, if we had known, wouldn't this have been a bait-and-switch using Wan Yin and Amp? Oppos. Name us here? We came specifically for her, and now we've wasted our time. The media present were more forgiving. After all, Yu's is a prominent brand in the country. Whether or not Wan Yin had new works, they would still cover the event. However, the socialites in the VIP area, accustomed to privilege and status, felt deceived by the lack of Wan Yin's involvement, leading to a chorus of grievances. Yu Xiuqi remained composed, having anticipated this reaction. Please, everyone calm down. Although there are no new works from Wan Yin today, Miss Xie Jingmo will be attending our launch as a surprise guest. Upon hearing the name Xie Jingmo, the disgruntled socialites fell silent. Who did not know Xie Jingmo? The eldest daughter of the Xie family, granddaughter of the esteemed elder Xie and matriarch Xie, and cousin to the prominent Xie Jingmo. Not only was she renowned for her beauty, but her distinguished lineage made her the object of many aspiring acquaintances. Moreover, Xie Jingmo owned an entertainment agency that had propelled numerous stars to fame, showcasing her exceptional talent. If she were indeed present today, the socialites would seize this rare opportunity to forge connections with her. Wow, will Miss Xie truly be here? I know she frequently purchases you and Oppos haute couture gowns, one remarked. To be precise, she buys the dresses designed by Wan Yin. Xie Jingmo is a great admirer of her work. You and Oppos is impressive. They even managed to invite the eldest daughter of the Xie family. They undoubtedly deserve the title of the country's premier fashion brand. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Yu Xiuqi approached the side stage and quietly inquired of Yu Xiangxiang. Has Xie Jingmo arrived yet? Yu Xiangxiang shook her head. Not yet. Second brother has gone outside to await her. Just then, Yu Xiaozi returned, looking frantic, yet he was alone. Elder brother, Xie Jingmo, still hasn't Oppos. Arrived. Could she be delayed? Yu Xiuqi remained calm. Perhaps she will arrive shortly. Let us not panic. What about Jinghong? At the mention of Jinghong, a trace of disdain crossed Yu Xiaozi's features as he scoffed. Elder brother, rest assured, I've assigned someone to monitor the situation there. It's quite desolate. They've only invited a couple of media outlets. Hardly anyone is paying attention. With such a dismal opening day, they might as well prepare for closure. That wretched Yu Zhiwan should not expect to last at Jinghong. Yu Xiuqi nodded approvingly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yu Zhiwan, you will return and admit your mistakes, just as you removed your household registration. Suddenly, a bespectacled reporter shouted, Everyone look! Xie Jingmo just posted on Weibo, endorsing a clothing brand. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly pulled out their phones, and indeed, Xie Jingmo had posted a Weibo message filled with lavish praise and enthusiasm, personally recommending a clothing brand. Initially, many assumed she was endorsing you and Oppos. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the brand she promoted was Jinghong. Jinghong? What brand is that? It seems like a newly established clothing line. Goodness, Miss Xie is quite enamored with Jinghong, praising it for several hundred words without repetition. How strange. Wasn't Oppos? She supposed to come to you and Oppos? Why is she promoting this small brand instead? Yu Xiaozi, initially pleased that even in Xie Jingmo and Oppos' absence, she had promoted Yu's on Weibo, felt his confidence wane as the crowd began discussing Jinghong. His smile faltered, and he paled. Elder brother, what is happening? Yu Xiuqi pulled out his phone, staring in disbelief at the post. Did Xie Jingmo mistakenly promote the wrong brand? How could she be endorsing Jinghong? However, the shock did not end there. After Xie Yuntang's promotional post, several male and female stars from her agency began to retweet her message. These were popular celebrities with millions of fans, and their simultaneous endorsements would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact. Jinghong's name surged to trending status. The media and socialites present were left speechless. What? What is this Jinghong? Why is Miss Xie promoting it so fervently? The spectacle was simply extraordinary. Unable to contain herself, one exclaimed, "I must go see Jinghong." Wait, did you notice at the end of Miss Xie's Weibo post? She mentioned she is currently at Jinghong's flagship store. Did not President Yu say Xie Yuntang was the surprise guest for Yu's launch? Why is she at Jinghong instead? Isn't it obvious? Someone must be lying. Xie Yuntang's grand endorsement of Jinghong and her claim of being at their flagship store indicates she has no regard for Yu's. Otherwise, why would she have kept us waiting for so long? The socialites in the VIP section could no longer contain their frustration and turned their ire towards Yu Xiaoqi. President Yu, first you concealed the fact that there are no designs from Wang Yin at today's launch, and now you falsely claim that Miss Xie would attend Yu's. Is this a deliberate attempt to deceive us? To toy with your VIP clients? Is this how you and Oppos conducts business? With that, many rose in indignation. Even the journalists found it hard to stay, as there was nothing to capture without Wang Yan's designs. Yu Xiaoqi quickly intervened. Please wait a moment. But no one paid him any heed. Within moments, the venue was left eerily quiet, with only a few staff members exchanging bewildered glances. Elder brother, what now? Yu Xiaozi fretted, feeling utterly lost. Why on earth did Xie Yuntang promote Jinghong? Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppos, brow furrowed, her expression mirroring her brother and Amp, Oppos, discontent. Yu Xiaoqi and Amp, Oppos, expression darkened. Although the press conference concluded hastily, the news of Wang Yan's refusal to continue collaborating with the Yu family remained undisclosed. Everyone believed that Wang Yan was still affiliated with the Yu family. Thus the Yu family would incur no losses. Let us proceed to Jinghong and bestow upon them a grand gift. He had been observing Jinghong for the past few days and noticed that some garments displayed in the store bore a striking resemblance in design to those of Wang Yan. A clear case of plagiarism. Such audacity to dare to imitate Wang Yan. He was determined to expose Jinghong's true colors and bring about their downfall. Chapter 35. I am the owner of Jinghong, despite the fact that many reporters were ushered away by the Yu family. He Kaiwei managed to leverage her connections to invite 2 media outlets. After all, the announcement of Wang Yan becoming the chief designer for Jinghong warranted a formal declaration to the public. Inside the store, Xie Yuntang linked her arm with Yu Zhiwan's and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I took the liberty of promoting Jinghong on Weibo. I hope you don't mind." Yu Zhiwan, not one to be overly sentimental, replied, "Of course not. You are helping me." Xie Yuntang's eyes sparkled with glee as she embraced Yu Zhiwan, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Jinghong is bound to flourish, and you, as the owner, will reap great rewards." Not far away, He Kaiwei was genuinely intrigued. Who exactly was her boss to have secured Wang Yan as the chief designer? Even the esteemed young lady from the Xie family was so fond of her, indicating that her status was anything but ordinary. At that moment, an excited security guard rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss! Director He, a multitude of luxury cars have arrived outside. It seems we have esteemed guests." He Kaiwei immediately turned to look outside, where indeed, numerous luxury vehicles were parked and elegantly dressed socialites were disembarking, making their way directly to Jinghong. Just then, another security guard burst in, "Breathless, boss! A throng of reporters has arrived. They say they are here to cover our grand opening." Yu Zhiwan instantly understood that Xie Yuntang's promotional Weibo post had made an impact. She exchanged a knowing glance with He Kaiwei, who nodded in comprehension before efficiently instructing the staff to prepare for the incoming guests. As the reporters approached, their eyes were immediately drawn to the spacious and brightly lit Jinghong store, adorned with a distinctly fashionable decor. The chandeliers and seating arrangements were uniquely designed in uncommon geometric shapes, exuding an aura of sophistication akin to that of international luxury brands, far from that of a mere small-time shop. To their astonishment, perhaps in celebration of the grand opening, Jinghong had set up a small runway within the store, allowing models to showcase its garments under the best lighting and effects, presenting Jinghong's designs in a splendid display. Oh my goodness! Gasped the socialites who had come to see the unveiling. I initially thought this was some obscure brand, but it looks so grand and high-end. And a runway. This is far superior to how the Yu family presented their collection. The models wore the garments, allowing the audience to appreciate the designs to their fullest extent. These clothes are truly exquisite. They surpass even the latest offerings from the Yu family's major brand. What a delightful surprise. The media reporters could hardly contain their excitement as they raised their cameras, capturing the models and their stunning outfits with fervor. With each garment presented, the audience was captivated, each ensemble sparking feelings of wonder and anticipation. Gradually, the final piece to our assistance was unveiled. It was an exquisitely lavish white gown, ethereal in its appearance, as if enveloped in celestial clouds. The fabric was unique, as light as mist and flowing like clouds, adorned with scattered diamonds that twinkled like stars across the voluminous skirt. Most striking was the delicate embroidery of traditional Chinese patterns in silver thread, which shimmered softly as the model moved, casting a gentle glow as if cloaked in moonlight. The diamonds sprinkled throughout the skirt resembled fragments of the Milky Way, casting a radiant brilliance across the room. The combination of ethereality and opulence was nothing short of breathtaking. In that moment, whether among the media personnel or the socialites, everyone was left spellbound, taking a considerable time to regain their composure as waves of admiration swept through the crowd. So beautiful! My goodness, this gown is stunning. I can't bear to look away for even a second, exclaimed one. What a unique style. The ethereal quality combined with luxury is simply impeccable. This design is extraordinary. Is this also a new piece from Jinghong? Absolutely stunning and impactful. Just as Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaoze, and Yu Xiangxiang arrived. They were fortunate enough to witness the unveiling of the gown, their attention instantly captured. Yu Xiuqi felt a surge of pressure. The design level of Jinghong was alarmingly high, enough to make him feel threatened. Yu Xiangxiang gazed at the gown with rapt admiration. It was so beautiful and ethereal that she too desired to possess one. Meanwhile, Yu Shaoze clenched his fists in anger, his expression darkening as he overheard the praises from those around them. Just moments ago at the Yu family and Oppo's launch event, there had been no such expressions of admiration. Yet here at Jinghong, the compliments flowed freely, overshadowing the Yu family's presence entirely. At that moment, He Kaiwei stepped beside the model and announced to the gathered crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening of Jinghong. The gown being showcased by the model is our paisida, our assistance for today, aptly named Jinghong." Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck by the fittingness of the name. Jinghong, a fleeting glance. Unforgettable. A single encounter can change a lifetime, exclaimed one. Wow, the name mirrors the brand. Jinghong. It conveys the philosophy of designing beautiful clothing for our customers. The brand Jinghong was indeed remarkable. This final piece outshone all of the new releases introduced by the Yu family that day. Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaoze's faces darkened even further at this revelation. The entire event organized by the Yu family paled in comparison to a single gown from Jinghong. The audience remained enthralled by the brilliance presented by Jinghong. By the way, who designed this gown? They are truly remarkable. It must be someone of extraordinary talent. I can Oppose. Shake the feeling that this design style seems familiar, someone remarked. To be honest, I feel the same. As Yu Xiuqi listened to the murmurs surrounding him, he could not help but smirk inwardly. Of course, it looked familiar. This was a copy of Wan Yan's work. Yu Zhiwan was working at Jinghong, and he wondered if this gown was indeed designed by her. If so, she had dared to emulate Wan Yan and Oppo's design. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that for a designer, being accused of plagiarism was the most damning fate. Such an accusation would not only ruin one's reputation, but also hinder any future prospects in the industry. Glancing at Yu Zhiwan from a distance, Yu Xiuqi's gaze was devoid of warmth, as if he were looking at a stranger. He was willing to destroy her reputation and everything she had, leaving her with no choice but to beg for mercy from the Yu family, never daring to defy them again. Director He, Yu Xiuqi stepped forward, his expression cold. Who is the owner and designer of Jinghong? The others finally noticed that representatives from a Yu family had arrived at Jinghong. Heat Siwei's demeanor shifted to one of caution upon spotting Yu Xiuqi. What brings you here, sir? She inquired. Yu Xiuqi straightened his sleeves. I need to speak with the owner of Jinghong. There is something important to discuss. He Kaiwei frowned slightly, about to respond when Yu Zhiwan subtly raised her hand to halt her. Yu Xiuqi lifted his gaze, meeting Yu Zhiwan's composed demeanor as she stepped forward, her icy gaze sweeping over him. Her voice was as cool as frost. I am the owner of Jinghong. Chapter 36. Slapping the Yu family in the face upon hearing the words, Yu Xiuqi was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment, his usual composure shattered. Yu Xiaoze and Yu Xiangxiang were equally incredulous. What? That wretched girl, Yu Zhiwan, is actually the owner of Jinghong. How can this be possible? They had always assumed Yu Zhiwan was merely working for Jinghong, but in reality, she is its proprietor. The crowd around them gasped at Yu Zhiwan's revelation. Is this truly the owner of Jinghong? So young and beautiful. Who would have thought that the founder of Jinghong would be such a remarkable young woman? One could certainly sense her extraordinary aura. Suddenly, a wealthy lady whispered in confusion. Why does the owner of Jinghong seem so familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? I feel the same way. Oh, I remember. Isn't she the genuine heiress of the Yu family? What? By the heavens, it truly is. The expressions of the onlookers shifted subtly. It is well known that the Yu family primarily operates in the fashion industry, and now, the true heiress has struck out on her own, establishing Jinghong, another clothing brand. Is this a challenge to the Yu family? Regaining his composure from a shock, Yu Xiuqi furrowed his brow tightly. How is it possible? How can you be the owner of Jinghong? What did you acquire the funds to open a store? Yu Zhiwan cast a light, mocking glance at him, her brows raised in derision. Why should I explain where my money comes from to someone as irrelevant as you? What gives you such audacity? Yu Xiaoze stepped forward, visibly displeased. Yu Zhiwan, what kind of attitude is this? Hikai, witnessing the scene, warned sternly, Gentlemen, if you wish to avoid being escorted out by security, please mind your attitude towards our boss. The security personnel in the store immediately focused their attention on Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoze, as if ready to eject them at the slightest command from the owner. Yu Xiaoze was so enraged he could barely contain himself. How dare he endure such humiliation before Yu Zhiwan? Yu Xiuqi gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger for the moment. Very well, Yu Zhiwan. Since you claim to be the owner of Jinghong, I must inform you that the designs in your store have plagiarized from Wan Yan, and thus from the Yu family. As the head of the Yu family, I hereby demand a public apology and the destruction of all your garments. What? Plagiarism of Wan Yan? Upon hearing Yu Xiuqi and Appo's accusation, the crowd suddenly reacted. Ah, no wonder the designs from Jinghong seemed familiar. They resemble Wan Yan's. Indeed, the style is strikingly similar to Wan Yan's. Unbelievable. After finally discovering a brand they liked, it turns out to be a copycat? What a disappointment. As public opinion began to turn against her, Yu Xiuqi sneered, adopting a righteous tone. It is well known that Wan Yan only collaborates with the Yu family as our exclusive designer. Now, someone has the audacity to plagiarize from Wan Yan, hoping to ride on her coattails. The Yu family has a duty to seek justice for Wan Yan. His words rang with moral righteousness, garnering admiration from socialites and media reporters who favored Wan Yan. The Yu family's commitment to defending Wan Yan is indeed commendable, a rare, conscientious company. Having almost been thrown out by Yu Zhiwan and Appo's as security earlier, Yu Xiaoze had been seething. Now, witnessing the tide turn, he eagerly anticipated Yu Zhiwan and Appo's flustered reaction, relishing the thought of seeing her in disarray. However, amidst the chaos, Yu Zhiwan stood unfazed, her ethereal aura intact, her expression as composed as ever. Yu Xiuqi, you claim our designs have plagiarized from Wan Yan. What evidence do you possess? Yu Xiuqi replied haughtily. Evidence? Are you attempting to deflect or stall for time? Let me tell you, the eyes of everyone here serve as evidence. Every individual present can see that your designs bear an uncanny resemblance to Wan Yan style. The crowd nodded in unison, agreeing. It is true. Anyone with eyes can perceive it. Indeed, Wang Yin's designs possess a distinct personal style that is challenging to imitate. Jinghong could have chosen any other style to borrow from, yet they chose Wang Yin. Such a reckless move. Do you even comprehend Wang Yin's standing in the design world? Do you know how many admirers she has? I, for one, refuse to support a brand that ascends by stepping on Wang Yin's legacy. Unless Jinghong issues an apology and provides an explanation, we shall unite to boycott Jinghong. Exactly. We must resist such a reprehensible brand. In a matter of moments, several socialites, eager to defend Wang Yin, decided to initiate a boycott against Jinghong. Yu Xiuqi, hearing the chorus of condemnation, felt a surge of confidence. Yu Zhiwan, I wonder how you will manage to recover from this. Jinghong, prepare for your downfall. Hikai cast a worried glance at Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan, glancing at her wristwatch, allowed a slight smile to creep onto her lips as she regarded Yu Xiuqi with a gaze brimming with irony, as though observing an ignorant insect. Then, Yu Zhiwan faced the cameras, her beauty striking, her voice clear and resounding. Due to time constraints earlier, I did not have the opportunity to introduce our entire collection at Jinghong. All our garments are designed by Wang Yin. Wang Yin is our chief designer at Jinghong. The moment these words left her lips, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck the venue, leaving everyone stunned. The room fell into an eerie silence. Not a single sound to be heard. Even two young reporters, overwhelmed with astonishment, nearly dropped their cameras. No way. Did they just hear correctly? Yu Zhiwan claimed that Wang Yin is the designer for Jinghong. Furthermore, she is the chief designer. All the clothing showcased in the store was designed by Wang Yin. Is this really true? In a deathly silence, Yu Xiuqi clenched his fists tightly, scoffing coldly. This is utterly absurd. Yu Zhiwan, do you think that fabricating such a lie will absolve you of the accusations of plagiarism? Yu Zhiwan shot him a derisive glance. Fabrication? Let me inform you that this is what Wang Yin herself has stated. She said herself? Suddenly, a tall reporter in the crowd excitedly shouted, Look, everyone look, Wang Yin has just posted on Weibo. She stated that her collaboration with Jinghong has been delightful. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly pulled out their phones, and indeed, they found that Wang Yin had posted a minute ago, expressing her joy in becoming Jinghong's chief designer. Moreover, she indicated that she had concluded her collaboration with the Yu family a month and a half prior. Even more crucially, Wang Yin attached a screenshot of her conversation with Yu Xiuqi, clearly stating that she had informed the Yu family about ending their collaboration a month and a half ago, and would never work with them again. I can't believe it. Wang Yin herself posted on Weibo. Oh my gosh. Wang Yin, the esteemed designer, personally issued a statement confirming her collaboration with Jinghong. She is indeed Jinghong's chief designer. My goodness, everything Yu Zhiwan claimed was true. Wang Yin has authenticated it. Chapter 37. Public declaration of severing ties with the Yu family. Thus, it is not plagiarism. The garments in the Jinghong boutique were originally designed by Wang Yin. No wonder they resemble the style of the great Wang Yin. How could they not? This is indeed Wang Yin and Oppo's new collection. Goodness, what exactly is the Jinghong boutique in Oppo's as background? Even Wang Yin has been engaged by them. At this moment, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaoza, and Yu Xiangxiang stared blankly at the Weibo post released by Wang Yin, their minds reeling as if struck by lightning. Particularly Yu Xiuqi, whose hand trembled as he held his phone, seemingly devastated by an overwhelming blow. How could this be? How could this happen? Wang Yin has collaborated with Jinghong and has become their chief designer. For days, Wang Yin had refused to acknowledge him, not replying to a single message, yet she agreed to partner with Jinghong. Wang Yin has abandoned him, abandoned the Yu family. Wang Yin no longer wants him. Throughout this turmoil, Yu Zhiwan remained composed and unperturbed, standing there with a calm demeanor. She was aware that the opening event would be busy, leaving no time for phone interaction, so she had scheduled a Weibo post in advance, announcing to the world that Wang Yin would henceforth serve as Jinghong and Oppo's as chief designer. The earlier post was sent out as scheduled. Yu Zhiwan glanced at Yu Xiuqi, whose face had turned pale, and with an expression of cold resolve, she asked, Now what do you have to say? At this moment, the others in the boutique began to comprehend the situation. Wait, everyone, look at the final segment of Wang Yin and amp, oppos, s Weibo. She stated that her collaboration with the Yu family ended a month and a half ago and has chat records with Yu Xiuqi as proof. Just moments ago, at the Yu family's press conference, Yu Xiuqi had claimed that Wang Yin was unwell and unable to design new works for them. A blatant lie. It is clearly a deception. Has he lost his mind? Yu Xiuqi knew full well that Wang Yin was no longer collaborating with the Yu family. Yet he deliberately lied in front of everyone. What an unsettling thought. How dare he curse the great Wang Yin with illness? The Yu family has exploited Wang Yin and amp, oppos, s name to deceive us all, selling a sheep and amp, oppos, s head while selling dog meat. If it weren't and amp, oppos, t for Wang Yin and amp, oppos, s personal Weibo statement today, we would have remained in the dark for who knows how long. Just moments ago, Yu Xiuqi audaciously claimed that Wang Yin would surely have new works at the next season and amp, oppos, s release. How shameless. In business, integrity is paramount, and the Yu family's actions have utterly tarnished their credibility. Unethical, abominable. In any case, since Wang Yin will no longer be associated with the Yu family, I shall never purchase their clothing again. Boycott the Yu family. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, glared at Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaozi, and Yu Xiangxiang, their eyes brimming with disdain, even uniting to resist the Yu family. Yu Shaozi was instantly thrown into a panic, cold sweat trickling down his back. Big brother, what are you doing? Yu Shaozi exclaimed, reaching to shield Yu Xiangxiang, his anxious gaze fixed on the dazed Yu Xiuqi. Yu Xiuqi appeared oblivious to the surrounding outrage. His eyes fixated on the Weibo post by Wang Yin, muttering repeatedly, impossible. Impossible. He had always enjoyed pleasant conversations with Wang Yin, and she had previously treated him well. Moreover, when he had first approached her, she had readily agreed to collaborate with the Yu family, disregarding all other brands, solely supporting them. He had even contemplated that Wang Yin assisted him solely because she admired him. Now, Wang Yin ignores him while collaborating with Jinghong. He cannot accept this. He cannot fathom it. It cannot be. Yu Xiuqi, in a state of despair, spiraled into madness. Utterly unresponsive to his surroundings, Yu Shaozi could only protect him and Yu Xiangxiang tightly. Yu Xiangxiang looked at the radiant and resplendent Yu Zhiwan outside the crowd, while she and her family faced scorn and ridicule. It was not Yu Zhiwan who had suffered disgrace, but them. Yu Xiangxiang, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, her eyes glistening with tears, implored Yu Zhiwan, "Sister, why did you take Wang Yin away from the Yu family? You know how important she is to us. Why do this to your own family? These days you Haven Tea return home. Mom and Dad are worried sick. Sister, we are family. Please don't retaliate against the Yu family. I beg you." Yu Shaozi immediately felt a pang of sympathy and pulled her back. Xiangxiang, she is such an unfilial daughter, seeking revenge against her own family, disregarding our parents. You should demean yourself by begging her. After saying this, he cast an indignant glare at Yu Zhiwan, incredulous that she had lured Wang Yin away from the Yu family, plunging them into crisis and turning him, his brother, and Xiangxiang into a laughingstock. How could she be so cold-hearted, showing no regard for family ties? After all, he was her own brother. The others in the boutique exchanged glances, momentarily silenced. After all, it is said that a fair official finds it hard to resolve family matters. Yu Zhiwan is the true daughter of the Yu family. Having established Jinghong on her own, was she truly vying against the Yu family? Did she, as Yu Xiangxiang suggested, seek revenge against them? A hint of sarcasm flickered in Yu Zhiwan's exquisite eyes, and a mocking smile graced her lips. Am I seeking revenge on you? The Yu family's press conference was intentionally scheduled half a month early, precisely to target Jinghong. As soon as her words fell, the reporters suddenly awakened to the truth. Oh, we were puzzled as to why the Yu family's press conference was held half a month in advance. It turns out it was to undermine Jinghong. So, it is not Yu Zhiwan who seeks revenge on the Yu family, but rather the Yu family targeting Yu Zhiwan. This is astounding. Jinghong, a newly established brand, is being so ruthlessly suppressed by the established Yu family. This is utterly excessive. Wait, isn't Yu Zhiwan the true daughter of the Yu family? Aren't they related? Amidst the rising murmur of discussion, Zhiwan lifted her gaze, her eyes clear and resolute, locking onto the nearest camera, and declared word by word, "Ladies and gentlemen, seizing this opportunity, I wish to publicly announce. Yu Zhiwan have severed ties with the Yu family and am no longer their daughter. Furthermore, I have relocated my household registration out of the Yu family. From this moment forth, I have no further connections with them." At this proclamation, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Sever ties? She has even changed her household registration? No longer related to the Yu family? No longer their daughter? My heavens! What is the reason behind this? I had previously heard that the Yu family favored the false daughter, with the true daughter being neglected. She must have endured immense grievances, otherwise she would not sever ties with her parents. This is not mere hearsay. It is a long-standing fact in the affluent circles, known to nearly everyone, that the Yu family favors the false daughter, Yu Xiangxiang. Just moments ago, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaoza had accused Jinghong of plagiarism, seemingly intent on ruining Yu Zhiwan's reputation and driving her to despair. Even in front of outsiders, their attitude towards her was so vile. One can only imagine how they treat her in private. A brother who treats his sister this way must have been poorly raised by their parents. I see that Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, as their father and mother, are not exemplary either. It is perplexing. How could they abandon their own flesh and blood? Some families are just so biased. That false daughter is truly remarkable, managing to win over the Yu family so completely. Amidst the rising tide of discussions, Yu Shaoza stared blankly at Yu Zhiwan, his expression one of utter disbelief. How could she publicly sever ties with the Yu family? And with such determination, without any hesitation. Does she truly wish to never return to the Yu family? Chapter 38. The evening smoke is set to make its public debut. Listening to the critical murmurs from the crowd, Yu Shaoza surprisingly did not exhibit anger. Instead, he gazed at Yu Zhiwan with a look of bewilderment, as if he were meeting her for the first time. Meanwhile, Yu Xiangxiang bit her lip tightly, rendering it pale. "Sister, you truly leave no path for yourself." After Yu Zhiwan concluded her announcement, she showed no desire for others to discuss her personal matters, her crimson lips curling into a gracious smile. "Today marks the grand opening of Jinghong, and I warmly welcome you all. In the future, Jinghong and Evening Smoke will continue to provide you with more exquisite designs." Upon hearing this, He Kaiwei exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby staff member. The employees, filled with enthusiasm, rushed outside to set off fireworks. Instantly, the atmosphere became lively once more. The socialites quickly surrounded Yu Zhiwan, exclaiming, "Boss, I wish to purchase that final masterpiece from Jinghong." "Me too. I was the first to express interest." With a charming smile, Yu Zhiwan replied, "Jinghong offers a limited global release of just 10 sets. If you wish to purchase, please register for an appointment." He Kaiwei, sensing a lucrative opportunity, immediately chimed in. "Ladies and gentlemen, registrations are over here." A throng of people hurriedly rushed to sign up. Before long, the pre-order requests skyrocketed. Those who failed to secure a purchase lamented, "Boss Yu, 10 sets is far too few. Why not produce a few more? In my opinion, 50 sets wouldn't be excessive." Yu Zhiwan maintained her smile, but remained steadfast. Jinghong aimed for a high-end brand route, and such limited gowns were naturally meant to be rare. Moreover, the fabric and the diamonds used in these dresses were both exceedingly precious and rare, making mass production impractical. Some customers, unable to purchase, sought to customize other styles and promptly signed up for Jinghong's VIP membership. In no time, the order registrations in the staff's hands were booked out for 2 months ahead. Since Evening Smoke has collaborated with Jinghong, why should I remain a member of the Yu family? I might as well cancel. Add me to that list. I too will withdraw from the Yu family's membership. Oh my goodness, have you all seen news online? Evening Smoke is going to make a public appearance. What? Where can we watch? It turned out to be a post on the official Weibo account of the Jinhua Fashion Design Competition. First and foremost, congratulations to Jinghong on its grand opening, and congratulations to Evening Smoke for a successful collaboration with Jinghong. We are thrilled to announce some exciting news. Evening Smoke has registered to participate in this year's Jinhua Fashion Design Competition. Furthermore, she informed the organizers last night that she will make her first public appearance at the competition. For those eager to see the true face of evening smoke, please stay tuned. This Weibo post instantly ignited the entire design community and quickly trended on social media. Those socialites who adored evening smoke's designs were particularly ecstatic. Ah, we will finally get to see the true face of evening smoke. With such beautiful creations, she must possess an extraordinary aura, right? Oh, by the way, boss you. Since Jinghong is collaborating with Evening Smoke, have you met her privately? What does she look like? Zhiwan smiled gently. You'll find out at the Jinhua fashion design competition in 10 days. Outside the crowd, Yu Xiaozhe watched as Yu Zhiwan was surrounded like a star, his expression complex. Jinghong's grand opening was a resounding success. While the Yu family's product launch ended in disarray, not only did sales not increase, but many customers had also fled. Seizing the moment when no one was paying them any attention, Yu Xiaozhe hurriedly pulled the disheartened Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiangxiang away, sneaking out like a rat crossing the street. Just a few steps out, Yu Xiuqi received a call from Yu Changde. Xiuqi, what have you done? The fury and exasperation of Yu Changde were palpable even through the phone. Do you realize that rumors are circulating? They claim we mistreat Yu Zhiwan, saying your mother and I are not good people who care nothing for our own daughter. Yu Changde and Appo's chest heaved with rage as he vented uncontrollably. What have you done? How could you let that ungrateful Yu Zhiwan publicly sever ties with our family in front of everyone? And why did you disclose the household registration transfer? How does the outside world perceive the Yu family now? They are mocking us. They say your mother and I are heartless. Yu Changde and Appo's fury escalated to the point where even with Yu Xiuqi holding the phone to his ear, Yu Xiaozhe and Yu Xiangxiang could hear his outbursts. Yu Xiaozhe furrowed his brow tightly, having never seen his father so enraged. The Yu family had completely become fodder for gossip. On the other end of the line, Yu Changde's anger only intensified. And regarding the business, many VIP customers have called to cancel their previous orders. They want to withdraw from a Yu family membership. Do you know how much we were losing in orders and finances? The most infuriating part was that those who withdrew from a Yu family membership turned around to purchase from Jinghong. Just as Jinghong opened its doors, the Yu family suffered severe losses. How could that not infuriate him? What troubled him even more was that Evening Smoke, of all people, chose to collaborate with Jinghong. In the meantime, Yu Xiaozhe listened as his father's ire grew, while his older brother remained a daze. Snatching the phone, he replied, Dad, please rest assured. Those customers who were taken by Jinghong, my brother and I will certainly win them back. After soothing Yu Changde for a moment, Yu Xiaozhe hung up the phone, looking solemnly at Yu Xiuqi. Brother, what on earth is wrong with you? You've been in a daze. Yu Xiangxiang expressed her concern. Perhaps my brother is deeply affected by the situation with Evening Smoke. Yu Xiaozhe understood that his brother held Evening Smoke in high regard. For over 2 years, all matters concerning the Yu family and Evening Smoke were handled by his brother. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaozhe placed his hands on Yu Xiuqi's shoulders, looking him squarely in the eye. Brother, pull yourself together. Evening Smoke may be collaborating with Jinghong now, but that does not mean she will always do so. She has worked with us in the past, and her feelings for us run deeper. Right now, she is merely being misled by Yu Zhiwan. We have a significant opportunity to win her back. The dazed Yu Xiuqi, upon hearing the idea of reclaiming Evening Smoke, suddenly seemed to awaken, his once dull and shadowed eyes flickering with a glimmer of hope. Is that possible? Yu Xiaozhe replied confidently, of course. Evening Smoke is set to appear at the Jinhua fashion design competition, and we shall approach her with sincerity, persuading her to leave Yu Zhiwan and Jinghong and return to us. As the thought of Evening Smoke's imminent public appearance crossed his mind, Yu Xiuqi's gaze sharpened, his resolve strengthening. He did not believe that the bond between Yu Zhiwan and Evening Smoke could surpass his own. For the past 2 years, he had been the one to communicate with Evening Smoke on all matters concerning the Yu family. He even understood her texting habits. In other words, he had been the one closest to her. Yu Zhiwan was merely an interloper. What significance did she hold? All right. Yu Xiuqi's demeanor finally returned to normal, and he spoke with newfound confidence. We shall reclaim Evening Smoke and make her abandon Jinghong, teaching Yu Zhiwan a lesson. Yu Zhiwan thinks she could take Evening Smoke from me? Dream on. Jinghong wishes to rival the Yu family? Even more of a fantasy. Chapter 39. What madness is this? Upon witnessing that Yu Xiuqi had finally returned to his senses, Yu Xiaozi let out a sigh of relief. This is more like it, brother. Pull yourself together. We have a significant chance of winning. Yu Xiangxiang chimed in sweetly. Exactly, big brother. Wang Yin has the closest relationship with you. As long as you have a good conversation with her, you and Amp, Oppos, LL surely be able to win her back. Yu Xiuqi nodded, no longer lost in despair over Wang Yin and Amp, Oppos, as abandonment. His mind began to function again, though his brows knitted slightly in confusion. Strange. When Xie Jingmo mentioned, of course, I have to support my sister-in-law and Oppos, as fashion brand and Oppos. How could he suddenly turn to Jinghong? Could it be? A jolt of realization struck Yu Xiuqi. Is the sister-in-law, Xie Jingmo, refers to Yu Zhiwan? Yu Xiaozi's expression changed instantly, shock washing over him. Yu Xiangxiang nearly buckled under the revelation, her legs giving way, as her mind spun in chaos. Impossible. Yu Xiaozi vehemently shook his head. How could this be? Yu Zhiwan, she doesn't deserve it. The only person Xie Jingmo could call sister-in-law is Xie Jingmo's wife, and there's no way Xie Jingmo would be interested in Yu Zhiwan. Besides, they have no connection. They aren't in Amp, Oppos, familiar at all. Suddenly, a thought struck Yu Xiaozi, and he clapped his hands together. I understand. Xie Yuneng has always admired Wang Yin and Amp, Oppos, as designs. Perhaps he heard some insider news and learned that Wang Yin has become the chief designer at Jinghong, which prompted him to go there instead. Yes, that must be it. He grasped Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppos, as hands. Xiangxiang, Don and Amp, Oppos, panic. Aside from being more beautiful than you, Yu Zhiwan is inferior in every other aspect. Xie Jingmo is not the kind of man who only values looks. He would never be interested in Yu Zhiwan. Rest assured, the position of Xie family's young mistress can only belong to you. Yu Xiuqi, too, felt that Xie Jingmo and Yu Zhiwan were worlds apart. Suppressing his own doubts, he nodded. Xiaozi makes a valid point. Xie Jingmo and Yu Zhiwan are practically strangers, and as for Xie Yunting, he is undoubtedly drawn to Wang Yin's designs. So his visit to Jinghong is likely for her sake. Xiangxiang, you needn't worry. Our parents and your brothers will ensure you marry Xie Jingmo as you wish. Yu Xiangxiang displayed an understanding demeanor. Big brother, second brother, I trust what you say. You are the best family I could ask for. Yu Xiuqi comfortingly patted her shoulder, then narrowed his eyes. Where did Yu Zhiwan get the funds to open a store? Most likely, she has borrowed or taken out a loan. Yu Xiaozi scoffed. No matter how she acquired the money, once we bring Wang Yin back and drive Jinghong to bankruptcy, Yu Zhiwan will be left in ruins, drowning in debt. At that point, she'll have no choice but to return to the Yu family. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of Yu Zhiwan publicly severing ties with the Yu family and her icy demeanor filled Yu Xiaozi with an inexplicable heaviness. Once, her gaze had been filled with affection and longing. Now, it was devoid of warmth. Yu Xiaozi could not fathom why he felt this way, but he was resolute in not allowing Yu Zhiwan to relocate her household registration. He could not bear to hear her speak of cutting ties again. It was grating. He must force Yu Zhiwan back into the Yu family, to continue being a part of them, to remain his sister under his guidance. Inside Jinghong, the store was bustling with customers, leaving Yu Zhiwan too preoccupied to attend to Xie Yunting. There was a lounge in the back, furnished with tea and snacks, where she urged Xie Yunting to sit for a while. Understanding her busyness, he did not press her and happily hopped off to the lounge. He Kaiwei approached with an order in hand. Boss, take a look at today's sales and our inventory. Yu Zhiwan glanced down at the documents. Suddenly, a male voice called out her name with excitement. Yu Zhiwan. She looked up, her brows furrowing, only to find it was Gu Qingfeng. Having seen the news about Jinghong and the Yu family's press conference online, he was aware of all that had transpired that morning. Most astonishing was the revelation that Yu Zhiwan was the owner of Jinghong. Gu Qingfeng swiftly approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe. How did you manage to open this store? Where did you get the money? Who funded you? Yu Zhiwan shot a look at He Kaiwei, silently signaling her to attend to her duties. He Kaiwei nodded and stepped aside. What does my source of funds have to do with you? Yu Zhiwan replied expressionlessly, her demeanor as cold as a winter's day. You. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Recalling that Yu Zhiwan was still vexed over his relationships with his younger female friends, which explained her frosty reception. He cleared his throat awkwardly, lowering his voice for the first time in front of a woman. All right, I've cut ties with those younger sisters of mine. Don't hold a grudge against me anymore. As a distinguished heir of the Gu family, I've made exceptions for you. You should be content. Yu Zhiwan gazed at him, utterly bewildered. What madness is this? Your relationships with others have nothing to do with me. She stepped back to distance herself from his antics. Seeing her retreat, Gu Qingfeng suppressed his irritation. Yu Zhiwan, stop playing hard to get. Honestly, you must be missing me since you haven't seen or heard from me in days. He flashed a crooked smile, arms outstretched as if to embrace her. Come here. Let me ease your longing. Yu Zhiwan stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. Are you insane? She looked at him as if he were a fool, bemusement etched across her features. Gu Qingfeng, I'll say this once more. We have broken up, and there is no longer any connection between us. Do not disturb me. The mention of their breakup irked Gu Qingfeng, and his brows furrowed. Yu Zhiwan, a little bit of playful anger is charming, but too much becomes bothersome. I know you have feelings for me. I, too, have developed a slight interest in you. Why continue this charade? Just reconcile with me already. At his words, a cold smile graced Yu Zhiwan's lips. Who says I have feelings for you? Gu Qingfeng scoffed dismissively, confidence oozing from him as he shoved his hands into his pockets. Even now, you still refuse to admit it? If you didn't like me, why would you have accepted my pursuit? You have countless suitors, yet you only agreed to mine. Isn't that because you like me? Yu Zhiwan nearly forgot about that matter, her expression turning distant. I did not voluntarily accept your pursuit. It was imposed upon me by the Yu family. They claimed it was for the sake of promoting collaboration between the Gu and Yu families, but in reality, they were unhappy with me obstructing Yu Xiangxiang and Appo's engagement. What? Gu Qingfeng's brow furrowed, his carefree demeanor vanishing as tension gripped his frame. You mean the Yu family forced you to accept my pursuit? Yes, Yu Zhiwan replied firmly. If it were my own choice, I would never have agreed. Her clear words struck Gu Qingfeng like a thunderclap, causing his entire being to tremble as if he had been hit by a bomb. Chapter 40. It was not until several agonizing seconds had passed that Gu Qingfeng finally regained his voice, his gaze fixed intently upon her. I refuse to believe it. You must be trying to provoke me. Yu Zhiwan's eyes were as tranquil as still water, resembling a clear pool illuminated by the moonlight. If you doubt me, you may confront the Yu family. Alternatively, you could call them right now. The truth will be revealed. Stop. Just stop. Gu Qingfeng interrupted her abruptly, his eyes tinged with crimson as he covered his ears, like a thief trying to silence the tolling of a bell. I don't believe you. With that, he turned and dashed out of the room. Yu Zhiwan was left bewildered. Was this young master putting on performance? After Gu Qingfeng bolted from the room, he sprinted to where he had parked his car. The sun was blazing high in the sky, yet he felt none of its warmth as he stood breathlessly beside his vehicle, his expression vacant. Though he insisted he didn't believe her, deep within, he was aware that Yu Zhiwan had no reason to deceive him. Her words echoed ceaselessly in his mind. According to my own will. I would never agree to you, never. It was the Yu family pressuring her, not her own volition. She didn't like him at all from the very beginning. She had never held any fondness for him. Everything had been his unilateral desire, an unreciprocated performance. When she said they should break up, she meant it. It was not a matter of her being jealous of his little sister. She had never felt jealousy for him. That heartless woman. Anger and sorrow surged within Gu Qingfeng, and in a fit of temper he kicked the car door, only to stub his toe painfully, causing him to crouch down and clutch his foot, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Fine. If Yu Zhiwan didn't like him, then he would no longer harbor any feelings for her. What was so remarkable about her? He had no shortage of women. In a huff, Gu Qingfeng fished out his phone, his fingers nearly shattering the screen as he dialed that sister named Xianxian. Come out and accompany me. Bring a few more people. Inside the bar's private room, the air was thick with revelry, the music deafening. A throng of men and women filled the space. Gu Qingfeng sat in the middle of the sofa, flanked by two alluring women. To his left was a woman named Xianxian, who leaned against his arm, whispering sweetly. Gu Xiao, Have some grapes since entering the room. Gu Qingfeng had worn a frown, as if burdened by some weighty concern. Upon hearing her words, he instinctively replied, I prefer green grapes. Qianqian complied, replacing the grapes with green ones, feeding them to him with a delicate touch. As the scent of green grapes wafted to him, Gu Qingfeng suddenly snapped back to reality. These were Yu Zhiwan's favorite snacks. During the 3 months he had pursued her, he had come to know her preferences. She adored green grapes, along with green grape-flavored cakes and candies. He himself had never liked green grapes. The fact that he had instinctively mentioned them was solely due to that infuriating woman, Yu Zhiwan's influence. Gu Qingfeng's expression darkened. I don't want them anymore. Changed to regular grapes. Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, looking at him in confusion before obediently switching to regular grapes, offering them to him once more. Then, she nestled into Gu Qingfeng's embrace, her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest. Gu Xiao, why haven't you been looking for me lately? From now on, I want to be searching for you. I'll be frequently seeking you out, he replied curtly. Qianqian let out a playful laugh, lifting her chin, attempting to plant a kiss on his cheek. Gu Qingfeng instinctively turned away, evading her. Qianqian was left bewildered. Gu Xiao, his own reflexive actions further frustrated him. Yu Zhiwan didn't like him. Why was he still trying to redeem himself for her? What was he waiting for? He should continue with the kiss. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Qianqian, and she immediately leaned in for a kiss, pecking his cheek. However, just as her lips were about to touch his, Gu Qingfeng abruptly pushed her away and sprang to his feet. Qianqian fell back onto the sofa, completely dazed. Gu Xiao, what is wrong? The commotion drew the attention of others in the room. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, his gaze blazing with anger. This was utterly meaningless, devoid of any enjoyment. The entertainment he once cherished had become stale and tiresome. Amidst the laughter, someone inquired, What is wrong, Gu Xiao? Was Qianqian's kiss not sweet enough? Then why not have a few more? Laughter erupted. Hurry up, Qianqian, don't be shy. Hey, Gu Gu, you're not thinking about that Yu Zhiwan girl, are you? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng's eyes snapped up to the speaker, his gaze icy as he coldly commanded. Get out. All of you get out. The jovial atmosphere fell abruptly silent. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed by Gu Qingfeng's sudden outburst. What had caused this young master to lose his temper? Not daring to provoke him further, the group quickly rose, discreetly exiting the room. The once boisterous private room fell into a hush. Gu Qingfeng slumped back onto the sofa, tilting his head back, weary hands covering his eyes. Yu Zhiwan didn't like him. She truly didn't. How laughable it was that she had never liked him from the very start. What then did their 3 weeks of dating signify? He refused to believe that she had never had any feelings for him. After all, he was her first love. Yu Zhiwan had even gifted him a red bean bracelet. Ah, the red bean bracelet. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng sat up, carefully retrieving the 18 red bean beads from his pocket. That day, in the private room, when Yu Zhiwan had broken the bracelet and ended things, he had collected all the scattered beads. Narrowing his eyes, he dialed Wei Chun, requesting him to bring a string suitable for threading the beads. Wei Chun, Gu Qingfeng's close friend, was utterly bewildered by the sudden request for a mere string. After some time, Wei Chun arrived at the private room, pushing the door open. What do you need a broken string for, Gu Gu? Gu Qingfeng placed the red bean beads on the coffee table, not lifting his gaze as he replied, just hand over the string. Wei Chun complied, though skepticism colored his expression. The red bean beads seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Gu Qingfeng took the string and, with meticulous care, began to thread the beads. Unfortunately, his hand slipped, causing 2 beads to tumble to the ground. Panicking, Gu Qingfeng kicked the trash can aside and retrieved 1 bead, while the other rolled beneath the sofa. Without a thought for the dirt on the floor, he knelt and reached beneath the sofa to fetch it. Wei Chun watched in astonishment. Was this truly Gu Xiao? Had he been possessed by some dirty spirit? Was he truly so attached to a mere bead? After several attempts, Gu Qingfeng finally retrieved the lost bead, gently blowing away the dust before wiping it with a wet tissue and threading it onto the string. Once all 18 beads were threaded, he tied a knot, though it appeared rather clumsy. He undid it and tried again, but it remained unrefined. Ultimately, Gu Qingfeng lost interest in perfection and happily donned the red bean bracelet on his wrist. Wei Chen's eyes widened in realization. Wait, isn't this the bracelet that you Zhiwan broke in the private room that day? When did you pick it up? Let me see, Gugu. Are these red bean beads you Zhiwan? Gu Qingfeng concealed his hand. What is it to you? If you break it, it's on you. He refused to believe that during their 3 weeks together, Yu Zhiwan had never felt a spark of affection for him. Perhaps she had developed feelings for him without even realizing it. Yes, Yu Zhiwan must have already started to have feelings for him, but she simply hadn't acknowledged them. He was determined to uncover the evidence of her feelings for him. He aims to awaken the concealed affection within Yu Zhiwan, rekindling her love for him, making her adore him with an all-consuming passion. The next chapter featuring Mr. Xie is about to be unveiled. Chapter 41. Thank you, madam, for granting me a title at the Jinghong flagship store. Yu Zhiwan brought some pastries to Xie Yuntang in the lounge. Yuntang, thank you for your help in promoting today, she said. Xie Yuntang waved her hand with nonchalance. I merely did a little bit of promotion, yet the orders surged. Customers are willing to spend, primarily because of my sister-in-law's prowess in securing Wan Yin as the designer. Besides, my brother and Xie Xiaozhou are still abroad on a business trip, so I had to come here to support my sister-in-law. By the way, are they returning tomorrow? Yu Zhiwan nodded. Unless something unexpected occurs, they should be back then. Just a few days prior, Xie Jingmo had been scheduled to go abroad for a business trip to negotiate a project worth billions, yet he expressed reluctance to attend, wishing to postpone the trip to assist in preparing for the grand opening of Jinghong. Yu Zhiwan was utterly astonished. Was the opening truly significant enough to warrant such a delay in his work? Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Moreover, the project at hand was of immense importance, valued at over 100 billion. Yet, Xie Jingmo showed no concern, stating that the opening of her Jinghong store took precedence. Yu Zhiwan felt as though she could kneel before him in gratitude. How could he deduce that Jinghong was more important than a project worth hundreds of billions? What was more perplexing was that this trip had been arranged 2 months prior, and canceling at last minute was quite inappropriate. Thus, Yu Zhiwan insisted on pushing Xie Jingmo onto the private plane, ensuring he proceeded with his business trip as scheduled. She entertained the thought that Xie Jingmo held such esteem for the opening because he had invested in her venture, fearing she might falter and cause him a loss. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Xie Jingmo was not a man who valued such trivial gains. His concern was genuine, perhaps anticipating that her family might disrupt the event, and he wished to lend her support. Truly, he was an impeccable husband, attending to her needs despite their merely nominal marriage, prompting her to contemplate a genuine union with him. As for why Xie Xiaozhou accompanied him abroad, he was participating in a racing competition. A passionate racer, he had established a racing club and had won several championships. Recently, a racing event coincided with Xie Jingmo's business trip, so he eagerly joined his brother. Xie Yuntang lamented, "It's a pity that my brother and Xie Xiaozhou won't witness the grandeur of Jinghong's opening today." Just as her words fell, a nonchalant voice interjected with a laugh. "Who says we cannot see it?" Yu Zhiwan was momentarily startled, thinking she had misheard, and turned in astonishment. There stood Xie Xiaozhou, leaning against the lounge doorway with a trophy in hand, flashing a carefree smile as he raised his fingers to his forehead in a playful salute. Such a show-off, Yu Zhiwan thought, glancing away only to catch sight of Xie Jingmo, who was on a phone call, seemingly engaged in a work discussion, his lips occasionally uttering incomprehensible jargon. His phone was held to his ear, the cuff of his black shirt rolled up, revealing his elegantly toned forearm, veins pronounced, exuding an undeniable allure as if he were cradling a woman's waist rather than a phone. Despite conversing with someone on the other end, his captivating eyes remained fixed on Yu Zhiwan, dark with a hint of possessiveness and longing, as if the 2 days apart had drummed up a tidal wave of yearning that threatened to engulf her. Yu Zhiwan's heart skipped a beat, her eyelashes fluttering involuntarily as she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes any longer. A warmth blossomed within her, inexplicably stirring her emotions. Hikai was also present, clearly aware that Xie Jingmo and Xie Xiaozhou had come in search of Yu Zhiwan, leading them to the lounge. Internally, Hikai was in a state of turmoil. "Xie Jingmo, the man of immense power and influence, someone whom many could only dream of meeting. What kind of identity did her boss possess to warrant a visit from Xie Jingmo? Swallowing her shock, Hikae trembled as she turned to pour tea. Xie Yuntang, regaining her composure, asked, "Why are you back early? Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow?" With a grin, Xie Xiaozhou replied, "I finished my race yesterday. And as for our brother, he expedited the work overnight and finalized important aspects of the project this morning. The remaining tasks have been delegated to his team. Of course, he was anxious to rush back to see his sister-in-law." His words, wrapped in playful banter, resonated with both charm and mischief. Zhiwan remained silent, while Xie Yuntang giggled knowingly. Xie Jingmo, having concluded his call, noticed the smiles on Xie Xiaozhou and Xie Yuntang's faces. He raised an eyebrow and leaned close to Zhiwan, his voice low and teasing. "Now I'm in trouble. Everyone knows I'm a devoted husband. Where shall I hide my face, Mrs. Xie?" Zhiwan, taken aback, replied, "What devoted husband?" Before she could elaborate, he sighed, "Oh well, when it comes to matters of pride, nothing surpasses the importance of my wife." Zhiwan felt a flush creep across her cheeks, her ears inexplicably heating up. Hikae returned with 2 cups of tea, setting them on the small table in the lounge. As she raised her gaze, her peripheral vision caught sight of something silver adorning Xie Jingmo and Appo's finger. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was wearing a plain ring. On his ring finger, Xie Jingmo is married? Hikae's mind reeled with the revelation. What explosive news this was! Wait a moment, the design of that ring. In the days leading up to the opening of Jinghong, Hikae had frequently seen Zhiwan wearing a similar ring. The 2 rings were identical, matching wedding bands. Hikae and Appo's thoughts erupted like a volcano, overwhelmed by the implications. Noticing Hikae and Appo's incredulous expression, Zhiwan understood that she had made a significant discovery. Given Hikae's usually composed demeanor and keen observational skills, her current reaction indicated something remarkable had been unearthed. Despite her initial reluctance to share personal matters, Zhiwan feared that Xie Jingmo might grow sensitive or insecure, thinking she looked down on him. With a resigned sigh, she gently addressed Hikae, "This is my friend, Xie Yuntang, and this is Xie Xiaozhou. You may have heard their names." And this, she glanced at Xie Jingmo, clearing her throat, "is Xie Jingmo my husband. He may come to the store occasionally, so I thought it best to introduce you in advance." In an instant, Hikae's eyes widened in disbelief. Could her ears truly be hearing this? Overwhelmed by shock, she struggled to maintain her composure. "All right, understood, boss." As she exited the lounge, her legs felt weak, her mind in a daze. Her boss was indeed no ordinary person. She was the newlywed wife of Xie Jingmo. In the lounge, Xie Jingmo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually undid 2 buttons of his shirt, adopting a relaxed yet enticing posture as he gazed at Zhiwan. His languid, flirtatious eyes sparkling with amusement. "Thank you, madam, for bestowing upon me the distinction." Chapter 42. The First Kiss Stolen by the Lady Zhiwan. What does it matter about titles? Xie Yunzhou wore a knowing smile, signaling Xie Yuntang with a glance. "Oh, I just arrived at my sister-in-law's shop, and I'm not familiar with anything. Could you show me around?" The implication was clear. He intended to give his brother and sister-in-law some space to be alone together. Xie Yuntang, understanding him perfectly, nodded eagerly. "Let us go. I'll take you to explore." As they chatted, they made their way outside. Xie Yunzhou handed his trophy to Xie Yuntang. "Here, Xie Xiaodang, play with my trophy." Xie Yuntang took a glance at it. "With your skills? How could you possibly win the championship? Didn't you crash? Are you uninjured?" Xie Yunzhou's expression darkened. "What nonsense! Of course not." Xie Yuntang haughtily huffed. "It must be the safety talisman I requested for you that worked." Xie Yunzhou, "Clearly, it's my superior skills." Xie Yuntang, "With your so-called skills? Spare me the boasting, it's quite embarrassing." Sigh, "One must discipline their younger siblings early on. It's best to subdue them in childhood, or they rebel endlessly once they grow up." Xie Yunzhou, "Xie Xiaodang, how many times have I told you to call me brother? Don't think I one dare to hit you." Xie Yuntang was equally indignant. How could he have grown so much taller than her after being born on the same day? The 2 exchanged playful jabs. pinching and twisting each other as they left the lounge, not forgetting to close the door behind them. Zhiwan observed their dynamic with amusement. Racing can indeed be perilous. Yet Xie Jingmo was passionate about it. Although Xie Yuntang teased him about his mediocre skills, she had sought a safety talisman for him, clearly showing her concern. Meanwhile, Xie Jingmo generously offered his championship trophy for her to enjoy. They were indeed twins, naturally close. Curious, Zhiwan asked Xie Jingmo if they often bickered in their childhood. Xie Jingmo replied affirmatively, his gaze scrutinizing her. After only 2 days apart, she appeared to have lost weight. He needed to ensure she regained her strength. Zhiwan's eyes sparkled as she conjectured. I suppose Xie Yuntang must have won most of their arguments, right? Xie Jingmo. Quite so. Zhiwan. And they, As she spoke, the man suddenly leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them to the point where a slight tilt of his head would result in a kiss. Zhiwan's heart raced. What are you doing? The man regarded her with a playful, enigmatic smile. Why was she so concerned about them and not inquiring about him? The proximity was too intimate. His warm breath brushed against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. She instinctively retreated, attempting to create distance. What is there to ask? Xie Jingmo was nearly amused to the point of anger. Every step she took back, he advanced forward, exuding an irresistible, alluring intensity. His eyes gleaming with lazy mischief. What is there to ask? Please feel free to inquire whether your husband had a crush in school. You could even ask if his first kiss is still intact. Or perhaps where his most sensitive spot is. Zhiwan. What does most sensitive spot even mean? Is this appropriate to discuss in broad daylight? Since the lady was too shy to ask, he would simply disclose it himself. The man raised an eyebrow, his tone languid and teasing. As for the first kiss, it was still intact, and regarding the most sensitive spot, he took her hand, as if intending to guide her to explore. Zhiwan and Appo's, as eyelids fluttered, and she quickly withdrew her hand. No need, that's not necessary. The most sensitive spot on a man, what could it possibly be? She had no desire to find out. Wait a moment, she had backed up against the door, and he was still encroaching upon her space, drawing ever closer. Enveloped by his towering figure, the alluring scent of wood wafted into her nostrils. Her heart raced inexplicably, and nervously she licked her lips. Could you step back a bit? The girl's delicate tongue brushed over her rosy lips, shimmering with moisture. Xie Jingmo's gaze darkened, his throat tightening involuntarily. He stared at her, his deep, magnetic voice dripping with a seductive rasp. I brought you a small gift, which I have yet to present to you. Zhiwan was taken aback. Ah? He returned from a business trip with a gift for her, but he had compressed his schedule to just 2 days, undoubtedly busy. Despite his hectic agenda, he still remembered to buy her a present. Zhiwan felt a wave of warmth wash over her. In her past, whether with her foster parents or the Yu family, no one had ever cared for her in such a manner. Let's see if you like it. The man retrieved a small round box made of black velvet from his trouser pocket. Upon opening the lid, a pair of exquisite pearl earrings emerged, adorned with tiny diamonds shaped like butterflies, elegant and lively, radiating a youthful charm perfectly suited for a girl of her age. Though Xie Jingmo called it a small gift, the luster of the pearls and the quality of the diamonds indicated its substantial value. Zhiwan's delicate lashes fluttered. How did you suddenly think of gifting me something? The man tilted his head nonchalantly, his tone matter of fact. Isn't it customary to present gifts to one's wife? Do you like them? Shall I put them on for you? Zhiwan felt her heart flutter gently, a rush of emotion swelling within her. She gazed into the man's eyes, nodding. I like them. Very much. For reasons unknown, she also felt a desire to gift him something in return for his kindness. The lighting in the lounge was dim. Xie Jingmo leaned in closer, gently grasping the delicate lobe of her ear to fasten the earrings. Though Zhiwan was not particularly ticklish, she suddenly felt sensitive at his touch. The warmth of his fingers ignited a tingling sensation that coursed through her body, causing her heart to constrict slightly. Just as he finished placing the earrings, her phone on the table chimed unexpectedly. Instinctively, she turned her head to look. However, the lighting was too dim, and Xie Jingmo had leaned in so closely that as she turned, her cheek brushed against his lips. Yu Zhiwan froze. Xie Jingmo was equally stunned. The soft, sweet sensation sent a jolt through him, causing his pupils to dilate and his breath to hitch for several seconds. Slowly, he straightened up, his throat tightening, a lazy, seductive smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, the first kiss is no longer his. It has been stolen by the lady after a brief pause. The man's eyes sparkled with delight, his grin widening with satisfaction. Oh, now Yu Zhiwan must take responsibility for this. Yu Zhiwan, still in shock, suddenly widened her eyes at his words, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. What responsibility? How can this be considered a first kiss? The man, unfazed, inquired leisurely. Why doesn't T count? Yu Zhiwan, in a rush, retorted. I merely brushed my face against your lips. It's not like I kissed you with my mouth. A proper kiss is what counts as a first kiss, all right? Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Oh, is that so? His gaze slowly descended to her rosy, dewy lips, his eyes darkening with desire. So, kissing here counts as a first kiss, does it? Chapter 43. Is the baby reluctant to part with me? As Yu Zhiwan felt her heart tighten suddenly, her spine stiffened in response to the man's gaze, which was fixed intently on her lips. The atmosphere was both suggestive and intensely blush-inducing. Was he intending to, before a complete thought could form? The man unexpectedly leaned in and kissed her. Yu Zhiwan instantly held her breath, her eyes widening, her back pressed firmly against the door, her alluring gaze shimmering with unshed tears. The man's strikingly handsome visage loomed closer, prompting her to clench her fingers tightly. In the next moment, he turned his head, refraining from kissing her. His prominent nose gently brushed against her soft cheek, conveying an inexplicable sense of affection. It seemed he had restrained himself to the utmost. His voice was husky and enticing. Baby, don't be nervous. I'm just teasing you. Yu Zhiwan exhaled sharply, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her palms, her heartbeat racing as if it might leap from her throat. Her legs felt weak, unsure whether it was from anxiety or his flirtation. Was he doing this on purpose? This rascal. Wait, what did you just call me? Yu Zhiwan belatedly realized that the title he had just used fell off. The man's flirtatious, captivating eyes glinted with a hint of mischief, the corners slightly flushed. Baby, is it not permissible? Yu Zhiwan and Appo's heart skipped a beat, her previously calming heartbeat quickening once more. That title feels a bit strange. Xie Jingmo, what is strange about it? Yu Zhiwan fell silent, walking to the table to retrieve her phone. Xie Jingmo observed her, his eyes narrowing playfully, a dangerous tone pervading his voice. How did you and Gu Qingfeng address each other back in the day? This peculiar inquiry again. Yu Zhiwan shot him a glance, her cheeks puffing slightly. I didn't like him. What could we call each other? We just use full names. Curiously, she added, by the way, have you ever been in a relationship? How did you address your girlfriend? Me? Xie Jingmo lazily raised an eyebrow. Darling, you took my first kiss. Do you think I've ever had a relationship before? Yu Zhiwan, what nonsense are you spouting now? And what about earlier? That hardly counted as a first kiss. Determined to ignore him, she focused on the messages on her phone. The man, however, leaned casually against the table, one hand in his pocket, pressing for more. Who sent that message, causing you to take advantage of me in broad daylight? Yu Zhiwan. She felt embarrassed. Who took advantage of you? It was all her phone's fault. If it hadn't rung, she wouldn't have turned back to look. And if she hadn't turned, her cheek wouldn't have brushed against his lips. With a pout of indignation, Yu Zhiwan jabbed at her phone screen, only to find that it was a spam message. Cursed spam message, ruining everything. Today, the opening of Jinghong was a resounding success, and the staff had been busy all day. Yu Zhiwan wanted to treat everyone to a meal. However, with Xie Jingmo, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Yunzhu still present, it was inconvenient due to their status, so she transferred money to He Kaiwei, instructing her to take everyone out for dinner, wherever they pleased. Wow, thank you, boss. I love you, boss. The staff cheered excitedly, and He Kaiwei smiled. All right, boss, I'll take everyone out. After giving a few reminders, Yu Zhiwan allowed them to enjoy themselves and then left the store with Xie Jingmo, Xie Yuntang, and Xie Yunzhu for dinner. The four found a nearby restaurant. After dinner, Xie Yunzhu, beaming, declared, Brother, Xiaotang and I will be the third wheels no longer. We'll take our leave. Xie Jingmo, upon hearing this, cast an approving glance his way. Well done. Zhiwan, what is he talking about? After the Xie siblings departed, Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo strolled along the path for a while. Suddenly, they heard the barking of a small dog by the roadside. The sky had just darkened, and the streetlights were lit, illuminating a small yellow dog nestled in the grass. It was a small creature, somewhat dirty, likely a stray. The little dog was very well behaved, wagging its tail upon seeing them. Xie Jingmo glanced at it casually before returning his attention to Zhiwan, only to find her staring intently at the dog, her eyes glimmering with emotion as if she had taken a liking to it. Xie Jingmo took her hand. Do you like it? Shall we take it home and adopt it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed her body stiffen abruptly, her complexion paling slightly as she averted her gaze from the small dog. No need to adopt it. She repeated her refusal twice, her tone rigid as she walked ahead. Don't look at it. Let us go home. Xie Jingmo observed her retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Her demeanor seemed off, almost fearful, but felt deeper than mere fear. What was going on? On the way home, Xie Jingmo kept an eye on Zhiwan's emotions. Despite her attempts to appear nonchalant, he could still see through her facade. Nearly 20 minutes passed before her emotions finally settled. Upon arriving at Lanchi Garden, Xie Jingmo leaned in to unbuckle her seatbelt, casually saying, I have to return to the office for something. You should rest at home. Zhiwan was taken aback. So late. And you're going back to the office? What is keeping you so busy? The man chuckled lightly, his voice sultry. Are you reluctant to part with me, baby? Zhiwan, just go hurry up. Seeing this, the man shook his head, adopting an expression of a wronged husband lamenting a heartless woman, sighing, to take advantage of me and then deny it. Yet you're still so fierce with me. Zhiwan was momentarily stunned, her expression blank. When did she ever act fierce with him? And how many times would he bring up the taking advantage issue? As Zhiwan exited the car and looked at him through the window, her face remained serious. Xie Jingmo, you're sleeping on the couch tonight. Xie Jingmo. Zhiwan, expressionless. That's what being fierce looks like. Without another word, she turned and strode into the living room. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, his throat bobbing as he chuckled softly, watching her retreating figure as he lazily called out, You were really fierce just now, Wanwan. Upon hearing this, Zhiwan proudly lifted her chin, continuing to ignore him. Yet the next moment, so adorably fierce, Zhiwan stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She shot him a glare, fierce as ever. Xie Jingmo, thoroughly satisfied with being glared at by his wife, started the car and drove away. It was nice to see her showing a bit of temper in front of him. Zhiwan thought Xie Jingmo was merely returning to work. But after he drove out of Lanchi Garden, he turned onto a different road, clearly not headed to the office. Chapter 44. The Discovery of Xie Jingmo and Amp. Amp, Oppo's secret. Recently, Aunt Yu's daughter fell ill and underwent surgery. Last week, she was discharged after recovering, and Xie Jingmo accompanied Zhiwan to visit her aunt's home. At this moment, the car was en route to Aunt Yu and Amp, Oppo's residence. Upon arrival, Su Yingzi heard the doorbell and, upon opening the door to see Xie Jingmo, her face immediately lit up with joy. Jingmo, you're here. Come in, please. As she spoke, she glanced behind him. Xie Jingmo, with an air of noble elegance, replied, Aunt, Wanwan didn't come with me. I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but it concerns Wanwan, and I could not wait until tomorrow. Su Yingzi, alarmed by his words, inquired, It concerns Wanwan? What happened? Is she in trouble? Xie Jingmo reassured her, Please do not worry. Wanwan is safe. This evening, while we were taking a walk, we encountered a stray puppy. After leaving Aunt Yu's house, Xie Jingmo sat in the car, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. It was only now that he learned of the traumatic experiences Wanwan had endured during her childhood with her adoptive parents. No wonder, when he had asked her about adopting a puppy, a look of fear had swept across her eyes. He closed his eyes for a moment. An 8-year-old girl, her beloved little dog, treated as a friend, was brutally slaughtered by her adoptive father, and she was forced to consume its flesh. At such a tender age, how desperate and helpless she must have felt. When he opened his eyes again, a chilling aura radiated from him, his expression cold and severe. He had never felt such regret before, lamenting that he had not encountered her sooner to rescue her from her suffering. That scoundrel, her adoptive father, Song Jiping, was too fortunate to be merely imprisoned. Xie Jingmo took out his phone, his expression dark as he made a call. That very night, Song Jiping received special attention and was severely punished by other inmates in the prison. Unaware of who had targeted him, he was left battered and terrified. Tried to keep a low profile, but those inmates would not let him off easily. In Zhiwan, after taking a shower, Zhiwan went to the study room. This was a space that Xie Jingmo had specially arranged for her, located next to the master bedroom, bright and tidy, perfect for her to sketch design plans or engage in other activities. As she sat at the desk, her phone buzzed repeatedly with private messages from Yu Xiuqi sent to Wang Yin. Wang Yin, why are you collaborating with Jinghong? Someone like Yu Zhiwan is not worth it. She even severed ties with her own parents. She is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Wang Yin, please respond to me. I truly cannot live without you. I need you desperately. As long as you acknowledge me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Yu Zhiwan Kudin and Oppos, T help but scoff. Truly, one does not weep until they see the coffin. In 10 days, the Jinhua fashion competition would take place, and she intended to publicly expose Wang Yan's true identity, leaving the Yu family in utter despair. As Yu Xiuqi continued to send messages, Yu Zhiwan found it increasingly annoying and promptly blocked him, exiting the Wang Yan Weibo account. Her thoughts were consumed by Xie Jingmo. She wanted to gift him something as a token of gratitude for his care. But what could she give? Yu Zhiwan was utterly conflicted, nearly banging her head against the table in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What if she designed a piece of clothing for him? His physique was exceptional, akin to a natural model. If he donned a uniform, he would undoubtedly exude irresistible charm. However, she primarily designed women's clothing and had never formally crafted menswear. She propped her forehead with one hand and tapped her chin with a pencil. Upon reflection, her first official menswear design would be for Xie Jingmo. Such a gift would carry profound significance. No other man would have this. Only Xie Jingmo was worthy. A spark ignited in Yu Zhiwan and Oppos' mind, and the more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Yes, she would personally design him a piece of clothing. Once the design was complete, it would need to be made, but she was unaware of Xie Jingmo and Oppos' measurements. She rose, donning her slippers, and hurried into the closet, rummaging through Xie Jingmo's shirts. To her surprise, they were custom-made and bore no size tags. She searched through his trousers, only to find the same lack of information. Yu Zhiwan pouted, refusing to be deterred, and continued her search. However, she lost control and accidentally brushed against his underwear. In an instant, Yu Zhiwan felt a jolt of shock, as if her fingers had been scalded, and immediately withdrew. Her earlobes flushed crimson. She suddenly realized that her covert exploration of Xie Jingmo and Oppos' clothing seemed rather invasive. Just then, the sound of a car engine echoed from the garden. Xie Jingmo had returned. Yu Zhiwan and Oppos' heart raced, and she quickly returned his clothes to their place, dashing back to the study room. Sitting at the desk, she pretended to be engrossed in her design sketches. As Xie Jingmo passed the study room, he noticed the door ajar and raised an eyebrow in surprise. So late, and you and Oppos, still working, my lady? Yu Zhiwan, feeling guilty, dared not lift her head. I have a few things to finish. You can go to bed first. Xie Jingmo replied. You expect me to keep the bed warm alone? Don't stay up too late. Get some rest. Yu Zhiwan feigned diligence, I understand. Noticing her head remained bowed, Xie Jingmo furrowed his brow. Was she troubled by the stray dog they saw? Was she reminiscing about her childhood trauma? She avoided his gaze, seemingly reluctant to reveal her sadness before him. It was all right. She could show him all her vulnerabilities. It truly was fine. Observing her fragile silhouette, Xie Jingmo approached her and gently ruffled her hair. Wan, it's okay. Yu Zhiwan froze, huh? Is it okay to have touched your underwear? Xie Jingmo bent down, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and pulling her into his embrace. Don't overthink it, all right? Yu Zhiwan thought, how can I not overthink? I genuinely feel like a creep for what I just did. Xie Jingmo brushed his chin against her hair, filled with affection. Don't be alone. I'll stay with you, is that all right? Zhiwan blinked, sensing something amiss. She looked up to find him gazing at her, his enchanting eyes brimming with warmth, resembling a captivating enchantment. Wait, was he looking at her this way because she had merely brushed against his underwear? Confused, she scratched her head and stammered, I'll finish up quickly. You don't need to accompany me. Let's just go to bed. Xie Jingmo, interpreting her insistence as a facade of strength, regarded her with even more tenderness. All right, I'll do as you say. Zhiwan thought, fine, if I'm a creep, then so be it. After all, it was an accident. Her primary intention was to ascertain his clothing size for the design. The following morning, Zhiwan visited Jinghong. As she approached the entrance, she unexpectedly encountered a stylishly dressed, well-maintained, middle-aged woman exiting the store. Zhiwan abruptly halted, her pupils dilating in shock. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppo's mother. Having seen photos of Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppo's family during a visit to his old residence, she recognized his parents and Amp, Oppo's faces. Yet, she recalled that Xie Jingmo and Oppo's parents had passed away many years ago, long before his childhood. Xie Jingmo had indeed mentioned that his parents had died. The woman had already exited the store, and Zhiwan, astonished, turned to look back. The resemblance was simply too striking. In broad daylight, Zhiwan felt a chill run down her spine, her entire body turning cold. In a daze, she fumbled for her phone and called Xie Jingmo. Chapter 45. He is a deity. After concluding the phone call, Zhiwan gradually regained her composure, her gaze fixed upon the receding figure of the middle-aged woman. Perhaps it was merely a resemblance? The middle-aged woman possessed an air of refinement, with subtle wrinkles gracing her face, her features bearing a striking similarity to Xie Jingmo's mother. Yet, could it simply be a superficial likeness? Zhiwan was acutely aware that the demise of Xie Jingmo's parents was a subject taboo within the Xie household, undoubtedly concealing secrets from prying eyes. Would it be imprudent to broach the topic with Xie Jingmo at this juncture? As this notion took root, Zhiwan instinctively moved to terminate the call, only to find it answered instantaneously. How unusual, Mrs. Xie taking the initiative to contact me. A voice resonated, deep and magnetic, laced with unmistakable jest and playful mockery. Indeed, I must commit this to record. Zhiwan faltered momentarily, inwardly protesting his antics. His incessant references to that trivial notebook were exasperating. The man chuckled languidly. While you may be inwardly scolding me, do not neglect to articulate the purpose of your call. My dear, Zhiwan hesitated. It is nothing of consequence. Direct inquiry proved challenging. She pursed her crimson lips, her cheeks puffed slightly, and after a moment's deliberation, she spoke. It is merely that I encountered someone earlier, outside Jinghong, a middle-aged woman whose countenance bore a striking resemblance to your mother. Upon these words, an abrupt silence descended upon the other end of the line. When a man finally spoke, the earlier levity had vanished, replaced by an even tone. Merely a resemblance. Nothing extraordinary. Zhiwan remained by the shop entrance, her head bowed, her toe tracing patterns on the ground. She was not oblivious to the shift in Xie Jingmo's demeanor. Clearly, his parents' affairs were not for external consumption. Anxious to avoid stirring painful memories, Zhiwan refrained from further inquiry, stating, upon reflection, it is likely merely a likeness. She seamlessly transitioned to another subject. By the way, I wish to inquire about your birthday. Has it passed this year? Xie Jingmo expressed surprise. My birthday? Indeed. If it has not yet occurred, I wish to prepare a gift in advance. In exchange, I shall reveal my own. The man chuckled softly, his voice casual. Is not the lady's birthday December 15th? Zhiwan was taken aback. How did you know? A brief pause ensued before the man's nonchalant reply. On the day of our registration, I glimpsed your identification. Zhiwan was astonished by his attentiveness, a trait she had overlooked. December 15th. The man mused, his voice laced with amusement. A felicitous date. Zhiwan's lips curved upward, her exquisite features radiating joy, akin to the effulgence of spring. Indeed, a felicitous date. Your company's day of fortune, also December 15th. The inception of this auspicious day had caused quite a stir. Rumor had it that Xie Jingmo himself had drawn the lot. selecting December 15th from the year's entirety. On this day, all employees of the Xie Corporation were granted paid leave. And at the stroke of midnight on December 15th, a magnificent fireworks display would erupt, extending birthday wishes to those born on that day. This tradition had commenced 3 or 4 years prior. Zhiwan cherished this day, for it allowed her to partake in a modest birthday blessing. In her adoptive parents' and Appo's home, birthdays were never celebrated, save for her brother and Appo's. When her adoptive mother would procure a cake, of which she was denied a slice, relegated to the sidelines. Upon her return to the Yu family, her birthday coincided with Yu Xiangxiang's, and the Yu family invariably hosted lavish banquets, invariably honoring Yu Xiangxiang, the belle of the ball, leaving her a superfluous figure lurking in the shadows, subjected to unfavorable comparisons. Heaven knew how envious Yu Zhiwan had been of Yu Xiangxiang. Never had she been cherished, nor had anyone celebrated her birth. She had even sought solace in the revered Zhiwan temple on the outskirts of the capital, beseeching the deities to grant her a modicum of favor. A mere sliver would suffice. Whether her prayers had been answered remained uncertain. All she knew was that Xie Jingmo had drawn December 15th as the day of fortune at a Xie Corporation event. And at the stroke of midnight on that December 15th, a spectacular fireworks display had illuminated the sky, and the fireworks formed the words, "Happy birthday to you, born on December 15th. As Yu Zhiwan gazed upon the urban pyrotechnics, her eyes welled with emotion. Even if it was coincidental, she had received a heartfelt birthday greeting. She understood that the fireworks were not exclusively for her. Nevertheless, she had surreptitiously partaken in a birthday blessing. There had been a protracted period when she had believed her birth to be a transgression, an unfortunate and arduous event. Even December 15th was bleak. However, since Xie Jingmo had designated December 15th as the day of fortune, her birthday had gradually lost its somber hue, seemingly endowed with a glimmer of anticipation and good fortune. Xie Jingmo, Yu Zhiwan began, her curled lashes fluttering, her visage delicate and radiant. I am profoundly curious. How did you manage to select December 15 from the year in Appo's entirety? The probability was infinitesimally small. The man lowered his gaze, chuckling softly, his voice languid and alluring. Perhaps it was mere chance. At this, Yu Zhiwan's eyes narrowed into crescents, luminous and captivating as she beamed. Then I wish you continued good fortune. Upon terminating the call, Yu Zhiwan entered the shop. He Kaiwei, who had observed her phone conversation from the outset, inquired with a smile, "Boss, with whom were you conversing?" You appeared rather joyous. Yu Zhiwan paused, her slender fingers caressing her lips, which still bore a faint smile. Only then did she belatedly realize that she had been unreservedly delighted in Xie Jingmo's presence. Vibrant and animated, even indulging in mild tantrums, free from self-repression. In her adoptive parents' home, in the Yu household, she had been compliant and accommodating, subjected to belittlement and disdain, perpetually timid. How dreadful, Yu Zhiwan murmured, knitting her brows in consternation, her countenance creased with concern. She was increasingly enamored of Xie Jingmo. If she were to find herself reluctant to divorce after a year, what would she do? Chapter 46, Mr. Xie and Amp, Appo's unconventional maneuver. Yu Zhiwan and he Kaiwei deliberated and concluded that, aside from the physical storefronts, the official online flagship store for Jinghong should also be established. The significance of online shopping as a channel is not to be overlooked. During lunch, Yu Zhiwan had a simple meal at the store. In the afternoon, she made a detour to the school for 2 classes. Just as she exited the school gate after her last class, she received a call from Kaiwei. "Boss, a peculiar customer has arrived at the store, claiming he wants to purchase all the clothes." Yu Zhiwan was initially taken aback, then cautiously inquired, "Such a hefty expenditure?" Buying all the clothes in the store would require a considerable amount. The store was bustling with customers, and some noise surrounded them. He Kaiwei stepped to a quieter spot to relay. The gentleman mentioned he insists on meeting the owner of Jinghong before placing his order. Yu Zhiwan was skeptical. "Meet me? Who is he?" He Kaiwei replied. "I asked him, and he said his surname is Gu Chengfeng." Yu Zhiwan muttered under her breath, "This lunatic. What is he up to now?" She had already severed ties with him and made her feelings clear. She initially acquiesced to his pursuit out of necessity. Why was he back? On the day of their breakup at the billiards hall, Gu Qingfeng had stated he was merely toying with her. What was this now? Spending such a fortune on clothes just to see her? Zhiwan and amp, oppos. S-tone was icy. Tell him I wanted amp, oppos, teammate. He Kaiwei, possessing both age and experience, discerned the complexity of the situation from Zhiwan and amp, oppos, S-tone, and lowered her voice. The customer said if you refuse to see him, he will remain in the store until you agree to appear. A hint of derision flashed in Zhiwan and oppos. eyes, then have security escort him out. He shouldn't disrupt the store's business. Understood, I'll call security right away. In the Jinghong store, Gu Chengfeng was publicly ejected by security, humiliation washing over him in waves. When had he, a young master, ever faced such indignity? This Yu Zhiwan was simply taking advantage of his feelings for her. In a fit of rage, he stormed to the headquarters of the U Corporation, disregarding his assistant and Oppo's attempts to stop him, and barged into the CEO and Oppo's office. Upon entering, he was assaulted by the overwhelming stench of alcohol. He fanned his nose and frowned, only to find the office in disarray, strewn with empty bottles. Yu Xiaozhi sat dazed in a chair, his eyes bloodshot, with stubble emerging on his chin. Yu Xiangxiang quietly wept nearby. Yu Xiaozi looked worried and snatched a half-empty bottle of alcohol from Yu Xiaozhi and Oppo's grasp. Elder brother, stop drinking. Gu Qingfeng stared at the disheveled scene in disbelief. What on earth? Is your brother insane? Yu Xiaozi retorted. You're the insane one. My brother didn't end amp, Oppo's. He returned home last night. When Xiangxiang and I came to check on him today, he was in this state. Turns out, it's because Wang Yin blacklisted him. Outside the office, other employees, noticing the scent of alcohol wafting out, Kuden and Oppo's helped but glance in. Good heavens! Was this their astute and composed President Yu, reduced to a drunken mess? Yu Xiaozi slammed the office door shut, cutting off their prying eyes. Gu Qingfeng was left speechless, staring at Yu Xiaozhi. You're acting like this over Wang Yin blacklisting you. But when Yu Zhiwan blacklisted you, you were unfazed. Yu Zhiwan. Yu Xiaozhi mumbled the name, suddenly enraged. His eyes ablaze with fury. Don't mention Yu Zhiwan to me. That harbinger of doom. That calamity. She stole Wang Yin from me. Why hasn't she gone to her demise yet? No one understood the significance of Wang Yin to him. It was the most significant crisis he faced after taking over the U Corporation. The company had entered a downward spiral, and the board members looked down on him, whispering that he could not carry the U Corporation, that he was merely a decorative figure, and that the company would eventually fail under his stewardship. He endured sleepless nights, even with sleeping pills proving ineffective, until he finally approached Wang Yin, who unexpectedly agreed to collaborate with him. With Wang Yin and amp, Oppo's assistance, the U Corporation slowly began to recover, and the board members' attitudes shifted, praising him as capable and assertive, the best successor for the U Corporation. His successes and newfound prestige were all thanks to Wang Yin. With her by his side, he felt secure. He had often envisioned building the U Corporation into the nation's foremost brand alongside Wang Yin, striving for international acclaim. But now, Wang Yin had rejected him. She ignored him and had even blacklisted him. His beliefs were crumbling, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Yu Xiaozi hurriedly opened a window to dispel the alcohol odor before admitting the visitor. The marketing department manager, a worried expression on his face, entered holding a report. Upon seeing Yu Xiaozhi in disarray, he froze momentarily, then became increasingly anxious. Oh no, the company can't really be going under, can it? President Yu, he stammered. Today, another VIP client called to cancel their order with the U Corporation. I've compiled previous sales data, and 78 of our clients were drawn to Wang Yin and amp, Oppo's designs. Now that she's gone to Jinghong, it's detrimental to our company. Furthermore, since the news of Yu Zhiwan severing ties with the Yu family became public, the perception is that the Yu family has mistreated their own daughter, damaging the company's image. The corporation and amp, Oppo's stocks are plummeting, compounding our troubles. Yu Xiaozhi remained in a stupor, seemingly oblivious to the manager and amp, Oppo's words. Yu Xiaozi, frantically exasperated, urged, understood, The board will make decisions promptly. You may leave now. After the marketing manager departed, Yu Xiangxiang's face was streaked with tears. Elder brother, second brother. I'm useless. I can't help the family at all. Yu Xiaozhou was too overwhelmed to console her. It was evident she was of no assistance. Yu Xiaozhi stared at his phone, fixated on the chat interface with Wang Yin, unable to send any messages since being blacklisted. He yearned for the day she would publicly reveal herself. He must find a way to win her back. He even contemplated pursuing her to become his girlfriend. Then, she would never abandon him again. Time swiftly passed, and less than 5 days remained until Wang Yan's public appearance. That morning, after having breakfast, Yu Zhiwan planned to return to her high school, City Number 1 High School. Previously, she had registered as a volunteer for the autumn sports meet to earn credits. To her surprise, the event had been postponed to October. Upon arriving at her alma mater, the playground was alive with exuberant students, bustling with energy. Yu Zhiwan was responsible for recording the results of the 200-meter race. The competition would not commence for another half hour, so she donned her volunteer badge, sat at the table, and took out her phone to capture a photo of the school to send to Xie Jingmo, as it was also his alma mater. Zhiwan. Suddenly, a handsome and bright young man approached, beaming with sunshine radiance. You signed up as a volunteer too? I'm also volunteering over there, recording the high jump results. Yu Zhiwan looked up, recognizing him as her university classmate, Lin Xiang, who, although in a different class, shared her major in fashion design. Lin Xiang pulled a chair beside her. By the way, Zhiwan, have you registered for the Jinhua fashion design competition? Yu Zhiwan nodded. I have. Lin Xiang smiled. So have I. I know I won win, but it's a good opportunity for experience. Lin Xiang spoke, casting a glance at Yu Zhiwan, his ears slightly flushed. Zhiwan, how about we add each other on WeChat? We can discuss the competition together. In truth, Yu Zhiwan did not require anyone to confer with, yet out of politeness. She found it difficult to decline and nodded in agreement. All right. Instantly, Lin Xiang was overwhelmed with joy. After they exchanged WeChat information, he shyly scratched his head and said, Zhiwan, I'd like to treat you to lunch later. I've heard there's a popular food street nearby. Yu Zhiwan's eyelids fluttered slightly. She was not unfamiliar with being pursued and sensed something amiss. She placed her hand on the table, intending to subtly reveal her ring, hoping Lin Xiang would retreat on his own accord. However, she suddenly realized, where was her ring? Her wedding band was missing. Panic surged within her. Could it have fallen somewhere? What if Xie Jingmo found out that she had lost it? Would he be angry? Yu Zhiwan immediately pulled her chair back and bent down to search the floor, pondering if it had slipped off while she was seated. Lin Xiang, puzzled, inquired, Zhiwan, what are you looking for? Just then, a deep, alluring male voice resonated. I believe she is searching for this. Lin Xiang looked up, his eyes widening in shock as he saw a man, adorned with a marriage certificate around his neck, standing behind Yu Zhiwan. Lin Xiang. Yu Zhiwan turned around, her expression utterly bewildered. Chapter 47. Why is Madam still taking advantage of me? Yu Zhiwan gazed in disbelief at Xie Jingmo, who had hung their marriage certificate around his neck. How could he actually be wearing it like that? He had somehow obtained a transparent plastic card holder, inserted the marriage certificate inside, and let it dangle on his chest, its bright red cover and gleaming yellow characters catching the eye wherever he went. Yu Zhiwan could hardly bear to look. What are you doing here? And dressed like this? Xie Jingmo showed no signs of embarrassment, arching an eyebrow casually. Madam left her ring at home, so I thought I would bring it to you. The ring? Lin Xiang had been staring at the marriage certificate around the man's neck in stunned silence. In all his life, he had never witnessed such a flamboyant display. Upon hearing the word ring, Lin Xiang finally snapped back to reality. Was it the ring that Yu Zhiwan was so anxiously searching for? Wait a minute. What did this man call Yu Zhiwan? Xie Jingmo took Yu Zhiwan's hand and gently placed the ring back on her fourth finger before glancing over at Lin Xiang with a slight smile. His tone laced with an unspoken authority. This classmate of mine, is he a friend of my wife? Upon hearing the words my wife, Lin Xiang's eyes widened in shock. Yu Zhiwan is married? When did she even start dating? His first instinct was disbelief. Yet here was her husband publicly flaunting their marriage certificate. Lin Xiang gulped, stammering, Why you? Hello? I'm a classmate of Yu Zhiwan. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. How could he dare pursue you, Zhiwan, any further? He hurriedly fled. That man's aura was unmistakably formidable. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Zhiwan's husband was none other than the illustrious Xie Jingmo. But would Xie Jingmo really wear a marriage certificate around his neck? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was Xie Jingmo. How could he engage in such a devilish display of affection? As Lin Xiang dashed away, Yu Zhiwan sighed in relief. This potential romantic interest had been swiftly extinguished. The playground was bustling with students. And Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppo's ostentatious display of their marriage certificate was drawing too much attention. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yu Zhiwan reached over and covered the certificate. Could you please take it off already? It's so embarrassing. The man chuckled softly, his Adam and Oppo's apple bobbing. Where exactly are your hands going? Are you attempting to take advantage of me in broad daylight? Yu Zhiwan, flustered and indignant, withdrew her hand. I'm not touching you. I just want you to take off the marriage certificate. And what are you doing here at school? Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand, then remarked nonchalantly, It's quite soft. Yu Zhiwan. Xie Jingmo was dressed casually in a loose white t-shirt, his tall, slender figure exuding a clean and handsome charm. The wind on the playground tousled his black hair, and the shirt billowed, giving him an air of youthful rebellion, as if he had just graduated high school. Nearby, tables and chairs were set up for volunteers. He pulled out a chair for Yu Zhiwan and gently urged her to sit down before casually taking a seat beside her. My high school teacher saw my social media posts and couldn't believe I was married. She insisted on seeing the marriage certificate. As a dutiful student, of course, I had to oblige. Yu Zhiwan's lips twitched slightly. A dutiful student? Who was notorious for fighting and got reported school-wide? Please enlighten me. Xie Jingmo stretched his long legs and glanced at her with a teasing smile. What a coincidence. I just saw a boy adding my wife on WeChat and inviting her to dinner. It seems my dear Wan has quite the number of admirers. He leaned closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. What do you think of that, boy? I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Detecting a sarcastic undertone, Yu Zhiwan lightly punched his arm in exasperation. What do you mean, what do I think? Stop talking nonsense. I was planning to use my ring to tell him I'm married, but it's gone. By the way, where did I leave my ring? Xie Jingmo, having been playfully hit, grasped her hand gently as if to soothe her. It's on the dressing table in the master bedroom. Yu Zhiwan realized she must have taken it off while applying hand cream and forgotten to put it back on afterward. The playground was crowded, and they were near the area for the 200-meter race, so students would be arriving soon. Looking at the marriage certificate hanging around his neck, she felt a headache coming on. How long are you going to wear that? Please take it off. It's so embarrassing. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. Embarrassing? He gazed at her for a few seconds, then lowered his eyes in a dejected manner. I knew it. Well, must not truly like me. You find it difficult to be seen with me after marrying me, don't you? Yu Zhiwan was taken aback and quickly shook her head, realizing her previous words had been too harsh. I don't think you're embarrassing at all. Really, I was just anxious and spoke without thinking. Xie Jingmo looked down, his expression melancholic, his voice tinged with a sense of fragility. What slips out often reveals our true feelings. You must think that way about me. It's all right. I want to put you in a difficult position. You don't have to worry about my feelings. I'll manage on my own. Seeing him so understanding and considerate made Yu Zhiwan feel guilty. She scooted her chair closer to him, her body nearly pressed against his, anxiously grasping his hand. I really didn't mean it. I think you're wonderful. Truly. Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand holding his, a trace of a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Yet his expression remained sorrowful. There's no need for you to pretend to comfort me. I genuinely don't mind. Yu Zhiwan was exasperated. I'm not pretending. I really think you're amazing. Besides, I've never hidden you away. When introducing you to others, I always say you're my husband. As she spoke, she took the marriage certificate from around his neck and hung it around her own. See? Now, I'm wearing the marriage certificate. I really think you're absolutely wonderful. Xie Jingmo looked up at her. Really? Yu Zhiwan nodded vigorously, her head bobbing. Really? Then can Wan call me husband? He asked cautiously, his voice low and fragile, as if it might shatter at any moment. I haven't heard you say it privately before. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. Huh? Seeing her hesitation, he lowered his eyes in disappointment. If you're unwilling, then never mind. I shouldn't have put you in such a position. Husband, Yu Zhiwan called out decisively. After all, she had called him that before. One more time wouldn't he hurt? Xie Jingmo paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his voice hushed. Then, Wan, I have another hug? Seeing him so insecure, Yu Zhiwan couldn't bring herself to refuse. After all, she had hugged him before. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in and wrapped her arms around his slender waist. Xie Jingmo's eyes sparkled with delight as he inhaled the soft, comforting scent of her. He nestled his forehead into the crook of her neck, relishing the warmth. Yu Zhiwan, worried that he was still feeling down, gently patted his back. Can't you have a bit of self-awareness? You're so handsome, and your family background is exceptional. Why would you think I would look down on you? Xie Jingmo nestled his forehead against her shoulder once more, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. Because Wan once expressed her aversion towards me and her reluctance to marry me, the man and Oppo's dark hair brushed against her delicate, fair neck, eliciting a faint sensation of ticklishness. Yu Zhiwan and Oppo's heart skipped a beat. She pressed her lips together and replied, that was said many years ago. Besides, when I claimed I didn't like you, I never said I despised you. To be honest, given your status and position, I doubt anyone would dare to look down upon you. After a brief silence, the man lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes gazing at her. A hint of emotion flickering as he quirked his lips. My parents certainly looked down on me. Chapter 48. Listen to my baby. Yu Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback. His parents. This was the first time Xie Jingmo had mentioned his family to her. It was astonishing to think that someone from the prestigious Xie family could be looked down upon by his own parents. Yu Zhiwan frowned slightly. Why do they disdain you? Xie Jingmo tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, his tone nonchalant. Are you certain you wish to know? Once you learn this secret, you can never divorce me. Yu Zhiwan replied. Then perhaps you should refrain from telling me. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Oh, but I must tell you today. He pinched her cheeks playfully. Yu Zhiwan and Oppo's eyes sparkled with clarity, her cheeks flushed as she mumbled, Stop being vulgar. She swatted his hands away, her skin delicate and smooth, a sensation that was simply delightful. Unable to resist, Xie Jingmo gently squeezed her face again, languidly commenting, Why is your entire body so soft? Yu Zhiwan retorted, As if you and Oppo's he touched every part of me. She brushed his hands away and proceeded to rub her own cheeks. Although her parents were still alive, they were not kind to her. Xie Jingmo's parents had passed away early, yet it seemed they were indifferent during their lives. In a way, she and Xie Jingmo shared a bond of mutual sympathy. Noticing the marriage certificate around her neck, Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow casually. Our Wan is truly beautiful. Even with a marriage certificate hanging around her neck, she remained stunning. Yu Zhiwan's face darkened as she nearly forgot about it. Don't think that flattery will make me wear it like a fool. Swiftly, she removed the certificate and tucked it into her bag to prevent him from hanging it around her neck again. I'll confiscate this and return it later. The man chuckled lightly. You're quite strict, aren't you? Very well, let's heed what my baby says. Upon hearing the endearing term, Yu Zhiwan felt a flutter in her heart, her earlobes warming with embarrassment. The 200-meter race concluded swiftly, and she completed her volunteer duties with ease. During lunchtime, Yu Zhiwan pulled Xie Jingmo towards the school cafeteria. Playfully, she turned to face him, walking backward with a smile. I adored the school cafeteria when I was in high school. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh really? Yu Zhiwan continued, indeed. The food was not only delicious, but they also occasionally gave out free yogurt and fruits to the students. In her first year, while living with her foster parents, there was a time during gym class when the girls chatted about their favorite cake flavors. One girl had asked her. Yu Zhiwan shook her head, honestly admitting, I've never had cake. Although she had a scholarship and had worked part-time, her money was often taken by her foster father for gambling or spent by her foster mother on her brother. Her brother once secretly gave her a piece of cake, but it was snatched back by their mother upon discovery. She had no idea what cake tasted like, only imagining it to be sweet. Upon hearing that she had never eaten cake, her classmates fell silent, their gazes mixed with sympathy, pity, and mockery. What? She has never had cake? Her family must be poor. In Oppo's, okay. We all have things we haven't tried. Besides, Zhiwan is brilliant. She is better than us. But what was the use of being brilliant if she had never even tasted cake? Zhiwan had long understood the futility of caring about others and oppos' opinions. Yet the sensitivity of her teenage pride was intense. A few glances and words could easily provoke her fragile self-esteem, leaving her feeling humiliated. Later, perhaps by chance, the cafeteria began offering free desserts and fruits to all students to improve their meals. Among the sweets were various small cakes. Even years later, Zhiwan vividly remembered her first taste of cake, green grape flavor. From that day forth, green grape cake became her favorite. It was a bright spot in her otherwise gloomy adolescence. The cafeteria would occasionally distribute free desserts or fruits. Reflecting on those memories, Zhiwan clasped her hands behind her back, glancing at Xie Jingmo as she walked backward. When we heard the cafeteria was giving out free desserts, everyone was thrilled, speculating whether a benefactor had donated to the school. Xie Jingmo ensured she didn't tea-trip, pulling her back just in time. And what about you? Were you happy? Zhiwan nearly stumbled into his embrace, stopping in her tracks as her eyes sparkled. Of course I was thrilled. Thank you, benefactor. The man smiled, ruffling her hair teasingly, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Don't celebrate too soon. Think about what you'll have for dinner later. Zhiwan replied. How annoying. In the end, she selected a few dishes that she remembered fondly. They found a spot to sit, surrounded by students enjoying their meals. The sounds of laughter and chatter evoking a nostalgic sense of returning to high school. As she gazed at Xie Jingmo across from her, a rumor crossed her mind, and she blinked her long lashes. I have a question for you. Xie Jingmo raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Zhiwan leaned forward, a playful glint in her eyes as she whispered, Did you have a crush on anyone in high school? Chapter 49. My wife, as her words fell. The air momentarily froze. Xie Jingmo stared at her, his pupils narrowing slightly. Why this sudden inquiry? Zhiwan raised her chin and gestured towards a group of boys in basketball uniforms not far away. I just saw them and was reminded of the time in high school when I watched you play on the basketball court. At her remark, Xie Jingmo raised an intrigued eyebrow. When was that? I can't recall the specifics. Zhiwan tilted her head in thought. Recollecting, I happened to pass by the basketball court that day and noticed a crowd gathered. It seemed you were playing against another class. So I stopped to watch for a while. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, glistening like water. I was standing on the sidelines, and once after you scored, you smiled and glanced our way. The young man, clad in a vibrant red jersey, had his black hair dancing in the wind, his lips curving into a playful smirk, exuding a youthful exuberance. While she could not recall the precise details from that day, the moment he looked over with a smile remained etched in her memory. Then, someone nearby cheered, teasingly guessing if you were looking at a girl you liked, as there is a saying that after scoring, the first person a player looks at is their crush. Zhiwan gestured animatedly, recounting, You have no idea. Everyone was turning their heads, searching for the girl you liked. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow slightly, lazily responding with an O. So it was that occasion. He remembered it quite well. As Zhiwan grew animated in her storytelling, she neglected her meal, her stark black and white eyes fixed on Xie Jingmo. I also looked around, but I couldn't find her. Xie Jingmo laughed, a sound that emerged from deep within his chest. You were searching too? Zhiwan nodded, curiosity evident. So, did you have a crush on someone at that time? Xie Jingmo replied with a half-smile. A crush on someone blind. Zhiwan was taken aback, her mouth slowly agape, her fair skin and cherry-red lips contrasting sharply. Huh? A blind person? But she recalled that there were no blind students at her school. How could he have a crush on someone blind? As realization dawned on her, her cheeks puffed in indignation, and she shot him a playful glare. You're teasing me again. However, seeing his demeanor, she suspected he might have genuinely harbored feelings for someone. It was quite surprising. A prodigy like Xie Jingmo had experienced a secret crush. Perhaps the timid flutter of youth was always so delicate. Zhiwan resumed her meal, her thoughts drifting to the girl he had liked, her mind wandering. The dish she had found delectable moments ago now lost its appeal, and she accidentally picked up a piece of ginger, only realizing it once it was in her mouth. The spiciness made her wrinkle her face, and she quickly grabbed a tissue to spit it out. Xie Jingmo presented her with the drink he had just purchased, Is your mouth uncomfortable? Drink up to soothe it. Zhiwan bit the straw, gulping down a generous sip. Her fair cheeks slightly puffed as she gazed at him through her long lashes. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you still have a crush on someone?" Xie Jingmo's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. "If I say I still have a crush, would you distance yourself from me to avoid suspicion, or would you consider divorce? Rest assured, my dear, I am very faithful. There is only you among the women in my life. So, there is no need for you to avoid me or think about divorce ahead of time." Oh, Zhiwan held her drink, taking a few more gulps, suddenly realizing that the beverage was rather sweet. After finishing their meal, they exited the cafeteria. Strolling around the school, they soon came upon a bookstore not far from the gate. Zhiwan excitedly pointed out, "The owner of this bookstore is particularly kind. I often came here after school, and he saved a special spot for me. It was here that I began to self-study fashion design." She did not stay in the dormitory during high school. Instead, she commuted daily. After classes, she often sought refuge in a bookstore to escape the suffocating presence of her guardians, immersing herself in books and design. The owner, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, noticed her frequent visits and reserved a seat just for her. Occasionally, when the owner was busy, she would help watch the store. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, appearing nonchalant. "Ah, I've been here a few times. I've seen you occasionally." Zhiwan was astonished. "Really? What a coincidence." The man's tone carried a teasing lilt. "Yes, indeed, such a coincidence." Zhiwan, feeling nostalgic, decided to step inside the store. It hadn't changed much, still bustling with students coming and going. The owner was absent, and his son was watching the shop. Zhiwan didn't ask Xie Jingmo to accompany her. She wandered inside to browse for some design books. Xie Jingmo waited by the cash register, leaning lazily against the counter, glancing at his phone. Before long, the bookstore owner returned, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing the man at the counter. "What a rare guest. What brings you here? When did you arrive?" Hearing the voice, Xie Jingmo turned to find the owner, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Just arrived. Come sit. I'll get you a chair." The owner beamed, laughter etching lines on his face. "You used to come back to this high school during your first 2 years. Ever since that girl graduated, you rarely come anymore." "I knew it. You only come back to see her." Xie Jingmo chuckled. "Enough with that. You handle your business. Don't worry about me." "Can I not worry about you?" the owner teased. When his family faced difficulties, unable to manage funds, the bookstore was on the verge of closing. But it was Xie Jingmo who generously offered assistance, enabling it to continue operating. He initially thought this benefactor had a passion for knowledge and couldn't bear to see the bookstore close. Later, he learned that he had been mistaken. Xie Jingmo hardly bought any books, and it was all for a girl he liked, the one named Zhiwan, who frequently visited his store to read and buy books. Self-studying fashion design. If the bookstore were to shut down, it would hinder her studies, as there were no other bookstores nearby. Thus, Xie Jingmo had splurged to keep the store open, all for that young woman. Zhiwan perused the store, selecting several design books. Upon exiting, she saw Xie Jingmo conversing with the owner, her eyes widening in surprise. "You two know each other?" The owner, spotting Zhiwan, beamed even brighter. "Zhiwan is here too." "Wait a moment." The owner glanced between Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo. "Did you two come together?" Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, contemplating revealing their marriage certificate. But Zhiwan had tucked it away. He turned and took her hand, his playful smile illuminating his eyes. "This is my wife." The bookstore owner gasped. "My heavens. He really managed to win her over?" The owner's face broke into a wide grin. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Congratulations." Zhiwan was left in a state of confusion. Why was the owner so jubilant? She gently tugged at Xie Jingmo's shirt. "You know the owner?" Xie Jingmo glanced at her hand gripping his shirt, a lazy smile dancing on his lips. "Not well. We've only met a few times." The bookstore owner chuckled softly. Xie Jingmo tilted his chin, gesturing to a nearby spot. "Wasn't he that where you used to sit? I once saw you there drawing little rabbits with long, rosy ears." Zhiwan felt a rush of warmth. "You even remember that?" She has created so many paintings that she herself can hardly recall them all. After conversing with her boss for a while and reminiscing about numerous stories from high school, they finally took their leave. On the way home, Xie Jingmo was driving while Zhiwan occupied the passenger seat. A wave of astonishment washed over her as she thought about how Xie Jingmo had known about her painting of a little rabbit when he visited the bookstore. Wait a moment, the little rabbit. Zhiwan and Oppo's eyes darted around swiftly as she took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Xie Jingmo and Oppo's profile picture. His WeChat avatar depicted a delicately painted, rosy-hued little rabbit. Zhiwan magnified the image for a closer inspection. The more she gazed, the more she felt that this little rabbit bore a striking resemblance to the style she had when she first began to learn painting. Chapter 50. The baby Zhiwan and Oppo's heart suddenly raced, pounding vigorously against her chest. She inhaled deeply and stole a glance at the driver, Xie Jingmo, before returning her gaze to her phone screen. The first time she saw his little rabbit avatar, she recognized that the artistic style was quite immature. This immature style bore a striking resemblance to her own early attempts at drawing. To be honest, when she had just started learning to draw, she had sketched countless chaotic images on scrap paper, many of which she could no longer recall. If she were to draw a rabbit again now, it would undoubtedly differ from that immature style. Hence, she could not ascertain whether that little rabbit was indeed her creation. Rationally speaking, how could Xie Jingmo possibly use her drawing as his avatar? What was she to him? They had never been close. Zhiwan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Do not be overly sentimental. Do not be overly sentimental. In the blink of an eye, only one day remained until the Jinhua fashion competition, where Wang Yin would make her public appearance. In the afternoon, Zhiwan was in her study working on design sketches when her phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. She answered casually, "Hello?" Zhiwan and Amp, Oppo's, me. A haughty voice echoed through the receiver. "You Xiaoza." Zhiwan and Oppo's gaze turned icy as she glanced at her phone screen, confirming it was indeed a stranger in Oppo's number. This Yu Xiaoza, whom she had blocked, had managed to acquire a new phone number. Without granting him the chance to speak, she hung up and promptly blocked this new number, wishing to sever all ties with her family. In the Yu household, Yu Xiaoza, enraged, called back furiously, cursing, "She blocked me again." Yu Xiangxiang's eyes flickered slightly. "Sister, you used to be so eager for familial affection, almost subservient. Now you've completely cast them aside. Even when a Yu family reaches out, you refuse to acknowledge them." Yu Xiuqi and Amp, Oppo's expression was stern. "We have lowered ourselves to reach out to her, yet she dismisses us completely. Fine, let an Amp, Oppo's, see how long she can maintain this defiance. Tomorrow is Wang Yin and Oppo's public debut. We must reclaim her. At that time, I will ensure Yu Zhiwan has nowhere to weep." As Yu Xiuqi spoke, he turned to Yu Xiangxiang. "Xiangxiang, please help me select 2 suitable outfits. I must present myself in the best and most handsome manner when I meet Wang Yin. It is imperative to leave a good impression, and then I shall endeavor to pursue her." Meanwhile, Yu Zhiwan sat at her desk, stretching. She had already completed the design for the clothing she intended for Xie Jingmo. All that remained was the creation, but she was uncertain of his exact measurements. If she were to ask Uncle Fu, he would undoubtedly inform Xie Jingmo, thus ruining her surprise. After much contemplation, Yu Zhiwan resolved to take the measurements herself. Last time, Xie Jingmo claimed he measured her ring size while she slept. Therefore, she could similarly measure him while he was asleep, which was quite clever indeed. That evening, Yu Zhiwan feigned working on design sketches, urging Xie Jingmo to sleep first. She remained in the study until the early hours, feeling the time was right, before retrieving a soft measuring tape from her drawer. She tiptoed into the bedroom, where a dim yellow light illuminated the space. The man lay in bed, eyes closed, breathing shallowly, seemingly asleep. Yu Zhiwan approached and gently nudged him, whispering, "Xie Jingmo, I'm here to steal your secret stash." He did not respond, confirming he was genuinely asleep. She pinched his nose lightly, but when he remained unresponsive, she felt reassured. Carefully, she lifted his blanket and began measuring his leg length. Heavens, how exceedingly long! Yu Zhiwan noted the measurement in her phone and Oppo's memo, then moved on to measure his waist. Or perhaps she should measure his waist first. Glancing at the still closed eyes of Xie Jingmo, she quietly climbed onto the bed. However, positioning herself to take the measurement proved challenging. After several attempts to measure accurately, She grew frustrated when the man suddenly rolled over, his arm encircling her and pulling her into his embrace, his long leg resting over hers. Zhiwan and Apos' body stiffened, akin to a mere cushion in his grasp, afraid to move or even breathe, lest she rouse him. After a few moments of stillness, she exhaled quietly, hoping to shift his arm back. However, as soon as she made a movement, he tightened his hold. Then a low, sultry chuckle reached her ears, his voice teasingly intimate. "You said you were going to steal my secret stash, yet here you are measuring my waist?" Zhiwan gasped, her breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening in surprise. "When did you wake up?" "No, you never truly fell asleep." In an instant, he flipped her beneath him, gazing down at her from above. "Still pinching my nose?" The position was undeniably suggestive. Zhiwan, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "Why are you still pretending to be asleep?" The man, exuding a languid charm, glanced at the measuring tape in her hand and laughed lazily. "How else would I know what you were up to? Measuring my waist in secret?" Zhiwan realized she could not divulge the truth. After all, designing clothes for him was meant to be a surprise. "No, it's not for the waist. I was just measuring randomly." "Do you expect me to believe that, darling?" Xie Jingmo scrutinized her with a nonchalant expression before suddenly casting a knowing glance downward. Zhiwan, initially confused, felt a jolt of panic as his expression turned suggestive. "I didn't. Don't think of such things. I certainly was not measuring that." Xie Jingmo and Apos' gaze flickered to the measuring tape in her hand, and he teasingly licked his lips before gently grasping her hand, his fingers lightly tracing her palm. His voice, low and seductive, murmured, "Baby, if you wish to know, you needn't resort to such measuring tools." Zhiwan. Chapter 51. "Please, darling, stop tormenting me. Would you?" Zhiwan felt on the verge of collapse, wishing to withdraw her hand from his grasp, fearing he might caress the most sensitive part of her body. "I truly didn't, and Apos, mean to." "All right, I admit, I wanted to measure your waist," she confessed, recalling the last time she embraced him. The way his waist felt so delightful in her arms, prompting her curiosity about just how slender he truly was. Xie Jingmo's charming peach blossom eyes narrowed with a hint of regret in his tone. "Is that all?" Zhiwan was puzzled. What was he regretting? Not wanting to confront him directly, she earnestly blinked her sparkling, dewy eyes, exuding a playful innocence. "Yes, that's it. Your waist is indeed exceptionally easy to hold. I and Apos am merely complimenting your charm." The man loomed over her, raising an eyebrow as he suddenly inquired, "Have you heard the saying that when one sees something adorable, they can't resist the urge to take a bite?" Zhiwan was taken aback by his unexpected remark, her eyes sparkling like a doe's. "I've heard of it. In psychology, it's referred to as cute aggression, when one sees something adorable." Before she could finish, he lowered his head and gently bit her cheek. She gasped in surprise, her lashes fluttering as her pupils widened. "Why did you bite me?" He could not help but nibble once more before releasing her, his Adam's apple moving sensually. "I apologize, my dear, but you're simply too adorable to resist." Without exaggeration, Zhiwan and Apos' face turned crimson in an instant, even her toes curling in embarrassment, her fair skin blushing faintly. How could he behave this way? In the next moment, his long, bony fingers grasped her slender wrist, placing her hand on his waist with an air of generous surrender. "Did you not find my waist easy to hold? As compensation, I'm always available for you to embrace. Do you prefer me clothed or unclothed for your embrace?" He inquired playfully, yet his actions revealed an eagerness as he guided her hand beneath his shirt, allowing her soft, delicate palm to connect with his warm skin. Feeling the heat of his body, Zhiwan and Apos' fingertips trembled, the blush on her earlobes resurfacing. One could not deny, his waist was indeed a delight to touch, perfectly sculpted with no excess flesh. It was utterly intoxicating. Swallowing hard, her delicate lashes quivered as an audacious thought suddenly surged within her. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched his waist. Almost simultaneously, his body softened, pressing against her as he groaned near her ear. The deep, sultry timbre of his voice made her shiver. Zhiwan squirmed at the sensation, feeling as though her chest was being compressed, struggling to voice her surprise. "Is it that sensitive?" Are you ticklish? His temple pulsed, and the heated breath that escaped him as he spoke carried a hint of restrained frustration. You really are dense. This is not mere ticklishness. Zhiwan retorted. What do you mean by dense? In her irritation, she pinched his waist once more, relishing the sound of his groan that followed. Before she could enact further reprisal, a firm hand captured her own. Xie Jingmo gazed at her intently, his eyes glimmering with a deep, simmering desire. I beg you, darling, please do not torment me any longer. Her heart raced, suddenly realizing the weight of his words, her body stiffening as her earlobes turned a shade reminiscent of boiled shrimp. Her lashes fluttered, avoiding his gaze. Why you? Get up, stay away from me. His dark, heated gaze remained fixed upon her, the veins on his pale arms protruding with tension as he held her gaze for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he drew her in tightly before rising to head for the bathroom. Zhiwan sat up dazedly on the bed, her hand pressed against her chest, her heart thumping wildly. She appeared utterly bewildered. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, she suddenly recalled the mornings over the past few days when she had caught him taking cold showers. She had thought him simply robust and unfazed by the cold. Now, it dawned on her that it was perhaps something else entirely. Zhiwan covered her face with her hands, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She flopped back onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. When Xie Jingmo emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a refreshing mist, he found Zhiwan resembling a small quail, her face buried in the pillow, leaving only her flushed earlobes visible. Raising an eyebrow, he approached her and gently tugged at her clothing. What are you doing? The girl remained motionless. Xie Jingmo squinted slightly, bending down to scoop her up as though she were a delicate cat, freeing one hand to gently pinch the nape of her neck. Aren't you feeling stifled? She raised her glistening eyes, her forehead damp from having been pressed against the pillow for too long, a subtle blush coloring her fair cheeks. I apologize. I shouldn't oppose to have acted that way. I forgot you're a normal man, too. Xie Jingmo chuckled. Zhiwan, how abnormal did you think I was in your eyes? Not abnormal, I just meant. She fumbled for words, feeling the embarrassment wash over her, just as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Her stomach let out an unexpected growl. The air fell silent. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow, glancing at her flat abdomen. Are you hungry? Zhiwan felt a wave of shyness wash over her, scratching her head. Well, not really. She had been preoccupied with measuring his dimensions and had barely eaten dinner, forcing herself to hold out until the early hours, and now her stomach was making its demands known. He pinched her cheek, a lazy smile curling his lips. Just wait. I and oppose. LL, fetch us a little something to eat. Zhiwan quickly interjected. You don and oppose. Teeny to go through so much trouble. Trouble? What trouble is there in cooking for my wife? He replied, nonchalantly, bending down to pull open the bedside drawer, retrieving a small black velvet box and placing it in her lap. Here and oppose. That's a little gift I hadn't and oppose. Tea given you yet. With that, he stood and left the bedroom, leaving Zhiwan blinking in confusion. Why was he gifting her again? She had yet to give him the clothes she designed, and now he was presenting her with another gift. Opening the box, she revealed a beautifully crafted bracelet adorned with 2 rare green diamonds shaped like grapes. She held it up to her eyes, recognizing it as her favorite design. It was rather adorable. She slipped it on her wrist and admired it before dashing downstairs in her slippers. The servants had returned to their quarters. Xie Jingmo had not called them, opting instead to prepare a late-night snack in the kitchen himself. Zhiwan trotted over, intending to ask him why he had gifted her again, only to be met with the sight of several tomato slices cut into heart shapes on the counter. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Chapter 52. She wanted to kiss Xie Jingmo. It was heartfelt. Xie Jingmo donned his pink bunny apron, his tone calm and unperturbed. I follow the recipe. What kind of recipe cuts tomatoes into heart shapes? Zhiwan had never heard of such a thing and leaned over to glimpse at the recipe on his phone. Well, to her surprise, the recipe did indeed depict tomatoes cut into hearts. Soon, 2 bowls of visually appealing and aromatic noodles were placed on the dining table. It smells delightful. The craving in Zhiwan and Appo's stomach was awakened. In less than 10 minutes, 1 bowl was emptied, and she even drank the broth. Slow down, are you full? Xie Jingmo discovered he was hopelessly smitten. Even watching her eat seemed adorable. Not just full, I feel like you and Amp. Oppos. V, fatten me up. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Zhiwan gave him a thumbs up. Just then, she had poured herself a cup of hot water and placed it nearby, where her hand accidentally brushed against the cup. Hot water splashed out, and the cup was about to tumble off the table. Zhiwan instinctively reached out to steady it. This was a habit ingrained in her from her foster parents and Oppos. Home. Even if she burned herself, she couldn't and Oppos. T let the bowl fall, or she would be scolded. Scalding hot water had already spilled, and Xie Jingmo frowned, quickly placing his hand over hers to shield it, while using his other hand to secure the cup, moving it away to prevent any more water from splashing on her. Your hand. Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos. Pupils dilated in alarm. The hand that had steadied the cup was drenched in hot water, instantly reddening and swelling, forming blisters. The hand that had shielded hers was also scalded and turned red. Zhiwan immediately got up, pulling him toward the kitchen, placing his hand under the faucet, rinsing it with cool water. I'm so sorry. Let me take you to the hospital. Guilt welled up in her heart, and her eyes misted with tears as she frowned remorsefully. Seeing her like this, Xie Jingmo couldn't help but smirk, his tone still languid. My dear, it's just a burn. Why do you look as if I'm on the brink of death? Zhiwan. What nonsense are you talking about? She quickly scoffed. Xie Jingmo took her hand and examined it carefully, confirming she had not been burned. Our Wanwan has such beautiful hands, the hands of an artist. They must not be harmed. If a cup breaks, so be it. It is not as important as your hands, understand? Zhiwan and Amp. Oppos. Heart trembled violently, staring at him in a daze. Her eyes shimmering with moisture. Doesn't it hurt with such a severe burn? Why are you still so concerned about me? Aside from a moment he was scalded when he furrowed his brow, he hadn't complained or blamed her at all. Yet, with such a serious burn, how could it not hurt? The man's complexion turned slightly pale, but his expression remained lazily casual, his tone teasing. It doesn't hurt too much. It's just that seeing my dear like this makes me want to take a bite. Would you let me? Zhiwan. Am I a peach for him to nibble on? After rinsing with cold water, she wanted to take him to the hospital, but Xie Jingmo insisted it was unnecessary. She reluctantly retrieved burn ointment and carefully applied it to his hand. Let me take off your ring for now. You can wear it again once it heals, she said, noticing he had burns on his fingers and one hand had blisters that needed to be protected from infection. After applying the ointment, Zhiwan instinctively leaned down, pouting her rosy lips to gently blow on the burns. Xie Jingmo's gaze deepened, his Adam's apple bobbing uncontrollably. It was truly maddening. Lying in bed, the clock neared 2 in the morning. Yet Zhiwan felt no inclination to sleep. Wanwan. Hearing the man and Amp, Oppos' voice calling her, Zhiwan turned to face him. A sliver of moonlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating his flawless alabaster face, enhancing his striking features, captivating all who beheld him. Zhiwan immediately glanced at his hand, concerned it might be hurting again. I think we should go to the hospital. The man raised an eyebrow. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Rest assured, your husband is not that fragile. Zhiwan shot him a glance. She had taken off his ring while applying the ointment. By the way, she inquired, the letters MW on the ring, are they the initials of our names? Xie Jingmo replied. Zhiwan and Oppos' eyes curved into a smile, resembling a moonlit flower. What a coincidence. I have a friend I and Amp, Oppos, known for several years online, whose username is MW, also featuring those two letters. The man seemed to engage in casual conversation. A friend you've known for several years? Yes, I forgot how we initially connected, but we eventually became friends who could chat. He has a long-time crush on a girl, and it's been quite a struggle for him. While she spoke, Zhiwan noticed Xie Jingmo and Oppos' thumb gently caressing her hand. She abruptly halted, feeling tense. Why are you moving around? Does your hand not hurt? The man chuckled softly, his expression exuding a blend of amusement and affectionate patience. My dear, I assure you, I and Oppos am not a porcelain doll. Zhiwan, noticing a strand of her hair falling out of place, Xie Jingmo raised his hand to tuck it behind her ear. The distance between them quietly diminished. Under the moonlight, his languid, enchanting eyes appeared even more captivating, filled with a tender allure that seemed capable of ensnaring one and Appo's soul. Zhiwan had noticed this before. Xie Jingmo's eyes were beautiful, his nose elegantly defined, and even his thin lips, tinged with a subtle rosy hue, were strikingly perfect. Perhaps it was because he had just drunk water, his lips glistening like jelly, making them look delectable. Zhiwan swallowed hard, suddenly feeling parched. Her curiosity piqued about whether his lips would be soft and tempting to kiss. She recalled their last accidental brush when her cheek grazed his lips. She remembered them being rather soft. Her gaze unconsciously fell upon the man's lips. As if bewitched, her heart fluttered, and she swallowed again. Just as she contemplated leaning in to test her impulse, a jolt of clarity struck her, sending shivers down her spine. What was she doing? How could she entertain such thoughts? In a panic, her heart raced, and she dared not look at him, hastily turning her back. I and Appo's am tired. I and Appo's am going to sleep. Xie Jingmo, in the midst of arranging her hair, found his hands suspended in midair as she abruptly turned away. The man squinted, glancing at his hand frozen in the air, his gaze filled with probing curiosity as he observed her back. After several seconds, he tentatively spoke, "Good night." The girl remained turned away, offering no response. Xie Jingmo's expression darkened. At that moment, Zhiwan was in turmoil, her mind swirling with confusion. Had she developed feelings for Xie Jingmo? Why had she suddenly thought of kissing him? The bracelet he gifted her hung on her wrist, and she anxiously traced the 2 small green beads, her heart refusing to calm. This chaos was uncalled for. It was entirely inappropriate. Zhiwan pondered deeply, realizing she needed to sort out her feelings for Xie Jingmo. Previously, she had thought he was a wonderful person. But what about now? His closeness to her seemed not unwelcome at all. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhiwan awoke, feeling guilty and avoiding Xie Jingmo, unable to meet his gaze. She rushed out without even having breakfast. Her first stop was at Jinghong, followed by heading to the site of the Jinhua fashion design competition with He Kaiwei. Chapter 53. Moment of Reckoning 1. The Jinhua fashion design competition stands as the pinnacle of domestic events, organized by the National Fashion Association. The venue is adorned with an opulent atmosphere, and the lighting is nothing short of spectacular, while the runway in front provides a platform for contestants to showcase their creations. 6 esteemed judges, all venerable masters within the industry, are present to score the participants, determining the champion on the spot. Even before the competition commences, a multitude of media reporters have gathered, not only to capture the essence of the fashion contest, but, more significantly, because the elusive genius designer, Wang Yan, is set to make her public debut today. In an effort to reclaim Wang Yan, Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoza arrived early. Yu Xiangxiang also registered for this competition, participating as a contestant. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, unable to contain their excitement, joined them, as the ability to bring Wang Yan back would greatly impact the future of the Yu family's fashion enterprise. Upon entering the venue, the Yu family was immediately spotted by astute journalists, who quickly surrounded them, microphones in hand. Chairman Yu, Ms. Tao, your biological daughter, Zhiwan, has publicly severed ties with the Yu family. Is this due to your harsh treatment of her as parents? They pressed. The true daughter has been forced to leave home and even changed her residency, while the false daughter enjoys your favoritism. The public accuses you of favoritism and ingratitude. Mr. Yu Xiuqi, what are your thoughts on this? Yu Xiangxiang, when Zhiwan returned to the Yu family, were you afraid of her usurping your position and thus wish she wouldn't come back? Yu Xiaoza, why does Yu Xiangxiang, who is not your biological sister, remain with the Yu family instead of returning to her real parents? Confronted with these sharp inquiries, Yu Changde's expression darkened, feeling the weight of embarrassment. The outside world accused them of being ungrateful to their own daughter, all stemming from Yu Zhiwan's turmoil. Even if they favored Xiangxiang, what of it? Couldn't Yu Zhiwan just tolerate it? Must she create such a ruckus that the Yu family becomes a laughingstock? Impatient, Yu Changde declared, Yu Zhiwan's disassociation is a private matter for our family and is not open for public discussion. Today is about the design competition. I kindly ask that you focus your interviews on that. Yu Xiuqi, quick to respond to the tense atmosphere, added indeed, The esteemed Wang Yin will be making her public appearance today, and we are all eagerly anticipating it. Furthermore, the Yu family intends to reclaim Wang Yin. The reporters gasped at this revelation. The Yu family aspired to reclaim Wang Yin. It is known that she is the chief designer at Jinghong, a company founded by Yu Zhiwan. The Yu family's attempt to poach her is clearly a challenge to Yu Zhiwan. Yet, considering Wang Yin and Amp, Oppo's longer collaboration with the Yu family, she might indeed be persuaded to return. While the reporters were engaged in their inquiries, they suddenly spotted Yu Zhiwan and He Kaiwei entering the venue. A few quick-thinking reporters rushed over, directing their microphones toward Yu Zhiwan. Ms. Yu, Mr. Yu Xiuqi just announced that they intend to reclaim Wang Yin. What is your perspective on this? Ms. Yu, Wang Yin is the chief designer at Jinghong. Have you met her privately? Yu Zhiwan, regardless of the circumstances, the Yu family is still your kin. Do you truly intend to sever all ties with them? For the first two questions, Yu Zhiwan did not respond immediately. But regarding the final inquiry, she gazed at the reporters with a chilling demeanor and resolute tone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have severed all ties with the Yu family and have no further connections with them. As for family, I have no association with such filthy and despicable relatives. I shall never set foot in the Yu family again. Each word resonated powerfully. Nearby, Yu Changda seethed with indignation. How dare she label them as filthy and despicable? This disgraceful behavior in public has brought nothing but shame to the Yu family. Meanwhile, Tao Shuqin stood in stunned disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment and sorrow. How could this daughter be so heartless? What had she done to drive her biological daughter to this extent? The reporters, having gathered some statements from Yu Zhiwan, noticed the event organizers approaching and quickly flocked to inquire about Wang Yin. Once the reporters dispersed, Yu Changda, unable to contain his anger, approached Yu Zhiwan. Unfilial daughter, who permitted you to speak such things in public? Do you have any idea how the outside world is criticizing your mother and me? You've thrust your parents into the spotlight. Truly an exemplary daughter. Seeing this, He Kaiwei cast a worried glance at Yu Zhiwan, realizing from Yu Changda and Amp, Oppo's demeanor what kind of life Yu Zhiwan must have endured in the Yu household. Yet Yu Zhiwan stood her ground, her eyes filled with derision. Chairman Yu, are you blind or deaf? Who is your daughter? Spare me your attempts at reconnection. I find even the slightest association with your family distasteful. Yu Changda stammered, his rage boiling over. Yu Shaoza rushed forward, brows furrowed in discontent. Yu Zhiwan, is this how you treat your father? Do you possess no semblance of upbringing? As your elder brother, I must discipline you today. With that, Yu Shaoza roughly reached for Yu Zhiwan's collar, intending to drag her away for a reprimand. However, with a resounding slap, Yu Zhiwan struck him across the face. Yu Shaoza stood there, momentarily stunned, until the sting registered, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan regarded him with an impassive expression. What are you? Who are you to discipline me? Dare to lay a finger on me, and you will see what happens. The force of the slap had drawn the attention of those nearby, who turned to witness the commotion. Yu Xiuqi furrowed his brow and approached, pulling Yu Shaoza behind him, his gaze icy as he stared at Yu Zhiwan. Yu Zhiwan, continue your defiance. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. I hope that after today, you will still find joy in your life. With that, he led Yu Shaoza away, attempting to soothe Yu Changda. He Kaiwei, quick to connect the dots, realized that Yu Xiuqi was determined to poach Wang Yin, a counterattack against Jinghong. She turned to Yu Zhiwan with concern. Boss, is Wang Yin certain to continue collaborating with us? Yu Zhiwan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, she will. He Kaiwei felt a sense of relief wash over her, but her thoughts quickly returned to the forceful slap Yu Zhiwan had just delivered to Yu Shaoza. The sound had been startling, even to her, and it was no wonder Yu Shaoza and Amp, Oppo's face was now swollen, a well-deserved consequence. After departed, he instructed, since you and Amp, Oppo's also enter the competition, ensure you achieve a commendable result and honor the family. Obediently nodded, I will, elder brother. Nursing his swollen face, harbored seething resentment. It was fortunate that he had, who was obedient and sensible. She was his true sister, unlike who had become so acerbic and assertive. He was determined to coerce back to the family, forcing her to revert to her former meek and obsequious self. Soon, the organizers of the Jinhua fashion design competition unveiled a list of all participants on the venue's large screen. Reporters and spectators immediately flocked to it. However, they searched in vain for the name. Where's the esteemed? Wasn't it said that was also participating? I understand. The esteemed is making a public appearance today, so she must be using her real name. One of these participants must be. Wow, which one could it be? Let me guess. As had also registered for the competition, the family was closely monitoring the participant list. Consequently, they noticed the name, was taken aback, then scoffed dismissively. That Jinx dares to compete? She truly lacks self-awareness. Glanced at it and remarked coldly. Although she studied fashion design, she has an amp, oppos. T participated in a single competition in recent years. Her first competition is the highly competitive Jinhua Award. She's overestimating herself. Is no match for you. You must trample her underfoot in this competition and vent your anger. Nodded. I and oppos. LL do my best, elder brother. As the trio conversed, a commotion erupted nearby, as if a momentous event had transpired. However, the crowd soon dispersed. Frowned. Strange. What happened? Upon seeing and return, promptly inquired. Mom and Dad, did you see what happened over there when you came back from the restroom? Exclaimed excitedly. I overheard someone saying that Xie Jingmo had arrived. Several leaders from the organizing committee personally greeted him and escorted him to the VIP lounge. What? Xie Jingmo is here. In his excitement, aggravated the injury on his face, causing him to wince in pain. He mentally cursed once more, pondered for a moment, then speculated. Xie Jingmo has never attended a fashion competition before. His special appearance today, could it be for her? Upon hearing this, blushed crimson, her hands twisting together nervously, clapped his hands excitedly. Dad and amp, oppos, that's right, only participated in the newcomer competition previously. This is her first official competition since then. Xie Jingmo must be here to see her and witness her important competition. Embraced joyfully, her face beaming. My precious daughter. I and oppos. VE always said that Xie Jingmo has remained aloof from women all these years because of the family and oppos' engagement. He has you in his heart. And oppos' face was as red as a beet, and she lowered her head shyly. Mom, please stop talking. Remained silent. His thoughts were consumed by. Meanwhile, backstage, each participant had their own preparation room, was organizing her competition attire. For this design, she had boldly adopted a new style that diverged from her previous work. When she showed it to even Kuden and amp, oppos, T recognized it as an amp, oppos, design, indicating a significant departure from her usual style. For her, it was both an innovation and a risk. Boss, the competition is about to begin, announced as she entered. Nodded. Okay, I understand. Hesitated, wanting to ask if CEO Xie had arrived. She had also heard the rumors outside. If CEO Xie had come, as his wife, should be aware of it. However, seeing and amp, oppos' composure, it seemed she was unaware of his arrival. Perhaps it was just a rumor. Soon, the 25th Jinhua fashion design competition officially commenced. This year's competition had no theme restrictions, allowing participants to design clothing in their most proficient style, maximizing their ability to showcase their skills. The order in which each participant appeared was determined by a draw. Drew number 13 was pleased. This order is acceptable. I noticed that Drew number 30, appearing too late, ISN and amp, oppos, T advantageous. The judges and audience will be fatigued and less appreciative of ordinary designs. Sneered. Even if she were to appear first, the judges Wooden and oppos, T favor her design. The judges at the Jinhua Award were notoriously strict. For instance, the first participant, a renowned designer who had participated in the Jinhua Award 3 times, received a score of only 6. 9 after some judges gave him as low as 6 or 7 out of 10. Subsequent participants with impressive designs received scores of no more than 8. 6, demonstrating the judges in amp, oppos, rigor. When amp, oppos' design was unveiled, the audience was immediately captivated. The model wore a forest fairy-themed gown, with flowing green silk and a skirt adorned with flowers, exuding a refreshing aura reminiscent of a princess in the Garden of Eden. The audience erupted in praise. Wow, it inapos. It's beautiful, like a princess. I love this dress. The designer is? ISN and Apos. Tishi, the second daughter of the family? As expected of someone in the corporation's design department, she has some talent. The judges exchanged glances and awarded high scores, resulting in an average score of 9.4. Was ecstatic. 9.4. Higher than any other participant. You have the highest score so far. Nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The judges are particularly strict today. There and Apos. No way can achieve such a high score. Was equally pleased. As expected of my good daughter, bringing honor to the family. Unlike that rebellious. Smiled sweetly. I'll work even harder, Mom and Dad. This design was a deliberate imitation of style. In recent years, had designed numerous gowns for the corporation, and electronic design drafts have been sent to, had meticulously replicated those designs, adding her own touches to avoid accusations of plagiarism while still achieving a high score in the competition. Sister, you have no chance of defeating me. Several subsequent participants achieved high scores, such as 9.2, but none surpassed. Grew increasingly smug. I'm very confident now. Perhaps we'll be the champion today. 9.4. The highest scores so far. On stage, the host announced that it was time for the 30th participant to appear. Sneered. It into Apos. Finally into Apos. Turn. If she can get an 8, she should consider herself lucky. Scoffed. Once defeats her, the world will understand why we favor. That wretch can't compare to in any way. Of course she can't compare. She and Amp, Apos. Not even worthy of being in Amp, Apos. Little finger. Was about to continue his disparaging remarks when he saw the gown displayed by the model on stage. He abruptly fell silent, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was a black gown of breathtaking beauty, capable of instantly captivating everyone and Apos' attention. Upon the expansive black skirt, ancient embroidery techniques have been employed to depict a profusion of crimson spider lilies, their allure both haunting and bewitching. A closer inspection reveals that interspersed among these flowers are intricately stitched skulls, ethereal motifs, and various ancient, enigmatic totems. Yet, rather than evoking horror, they impart a sense of beguiling mystery, an enchanting danger that exudes an aura of chilling elegance and formidable presence. As one's gaze ascends, these motifs gradually fade away, replaced by scattered diamonds that glimmer like stars against the backdrop of a darkened sky, culminating at the bust where they converge, resembling the vast expanse of the Milky Way. This journey from the depths of hell to the celestial heavens signifies a metamorphosis, a rebirth. The designer has chosen to adorn the model with no necklaces or earrings, save for a splendid diamond crown perched atop her head. She emerges as a queen, treading the path of the underworld, stepping upon the spider lilies, having traversed the darkness of despair. In that moment, the once boisterous venue falls into an eerie silence, each individual captivated, their eyes fixated on the magnificent and chilling black gown. Truly, a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 55, a continuous slap in the face, Mr. Xie has arrived. What a breathtaking spectacle. It was unclear who uttered the first exclamation, but the audience and journalists, momentarily rendered speechless, gradually regained their composure. It was as if the play button had been pressed, and the entire venue sprang to life from its previous stillness. Oh my heavens! Such a powerful visual impact. Such a unique design style. The intertwining elements of the otherworldly flower, the underworld, darkness, and the starry sky came together in perfect harmony, exuding an aura of mystery and enigma. I absolutely adore this creation. Who is the mastermind behind this? It is simply stunning. Zhiwan? My goodness. This is Zhiwan's design? Hold on, isn't Zhiwan the owner of Jinghong? Does she also possess the talent for fashion design? I am utterly astonished. To craft such a mesmerizing piece is a testament to her hidden depths. I initially thought it was Wang Yan's work, but how wrong I was. Wang Yan and Apos' style is entirely different. Not only the spectators and journalists, but even the 6 judges seated at the panel were left in awe. One judge was so overwhelmed that they accidentally knocked over a water bottle without realizing it. Just moments before, Yu Changde and Yu Shaoza had mocked Zhiwan. Yet now they stood dumbfounded. How could this be possible? This is indeed Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos, S work. Even Yu Xiangxiang gazed blankly at the stage. Yu Xiuqi looked utterly incredulous. How could such a breathtaking and enigmatic gown originate from Yu Zhiwan? Her design prowess is astonishingly high. How could he have been unaware of this? After the models finished showcasing the designs, it was time for the judges to score. Without exchanging a word, the 6 judges immediately began to jot down their scores. On the big screen, the scores appeared: 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Remarkably, each judge awarded a perfect score. The host, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, 10 points. All 10s. My goodness, this marks the first occurrence of perfect scores in this year in Oppo's Jinhua Awards. Let us congratulate contestant number 30 for achieving an outstanding average score of 10 points. Currently in first place. As soon as the results were announced, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Even the contestants who had performed earlier could not help but join in the applause. Incredible. Just as I had anticipated. I also guessed 10 points. This dark-hued gown is truly exceptional. It deserves every accolade. Bravo, Yu Zhiwan. The highest score yet. At this moment, Yu Zhiwan surpassed second place by a margin of 0.6 points. Unbelievable. With such high design capabilities, how could she have left the Yu family? And how could they have let her go? This is an immense loss. Who knows what the Yu family was thinking? Abandoning their own daughter. Have they lost their senses? At that moment, Yu Changde, overhearing the discussions around him, wore a countenance more wretched than if he had swallowed a fly. He had initially hoped that Xiangxiang would bring glory to the Yu family and overshadow Yu Zhiwan. Little did he expect that this ungrateful daughter would achieve a perfect score, while Xiangxiang was left in the dust. Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppos, S score of 9. For was utterly inadequate. Yu Xiaoze was on the verge of madness, refusing to believe. Impossible. She must have imitated someone else in Amp, Oppos, S work. Yu Xiuqi focused intently on the stage. How could she imitate? Such a distinct and powerful style would surely be recognized by the judges and other designers present. Moreover, elements like the otherworldly flower and skull are so unconventional that they must be her own original conception. Tao Shuqin stared vacantly at the stage, astonished by the prowess of her own daughter. Turning, she noticed Yu Xiangxiang's face filled with grievance and sorrow and immediately embraced her. Xiangxiang, dear, it's all right. It's just a score. Achieving 9.4 points is impressive in its own right. Who knows if Yu Zhiwan simply stumbled upon good fortune? Though she spoke those words, Tao Shuqin and Amp, Oppos, S gaze was irresistibly drawn to the design showcased on stage. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry for failing to meet your expectations. Yu Xiangxiang was plagued by guilt and sadness, her eyes glinting with a venomous undertone. She had always felt superior, believing Yu Zhiwan to be inferior in every aspect apart from her looks. Yet today, reality struck her like a slap to the face, awakening her to a sense of urgency. She had secretly imitated Wan Yin's designs, only to be outshone by Yu Zhiwan, that wretched girl. Suddenly, Yu Changde and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted as he realized something. Oh no, if Yu Zhiwan is this talented and also the owner of Jinghong, then Jinghong would undoubtedly be an even more formidable force. Alas, Xiangxiang can never compete with that rebellious child. Yu Xiuqi reassured him. Father, do not worry. We still have Wan Yin. If we can bring Wan Yin back, everything will be fine. She is our greatest support. Yu Changde felt a wave of relief wash over him. You're right. No matter what conditions Wan Yin proposes, we shall agree to them, as long as she is willing to return to the Yu family. Yu Xiuqi nodded, his eyes fixated on Yu Zhiwan's design. In the past 2 years, when the Yu family was in crisis, Yu Zhiwan had offered to help, and he had scoffed, deeming her overreaching, never bothering to glance at her designs. Now, he found himself regretting not having looked. Even just once would have sufficed. The competition continued, but the audience remained entranced by the marvel brought forth by Yu Zhiwan, unable to regain their composure. The subsequent contestants failed to present anything particularly striking, until the final contestant emerged, managing to capture the audience in Amp, Oppos, S interest with a commendable score of 9. 3. Once all contestants had showcased their designs, a realization dawned upon someone in the crowd, prompting them to look around. Wait, where's Wan Yin? I haven't seen her work at all. Honestly, I kept my eyes glued from the first contestant to the last and did not feel any of the designs resembled Wan Yin and Amp. Oppos. Yes. Hold on. Could it be that the one who just scored a perfect 10, Zhiwan, is actually Wan Yin? Impossible. Wan Yin doesn't possess that style. Perhaps Wan Yin chose not to compete and is simply waiting for her public appearance? That is possible. Huh? Why is the host leaving the stage? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, they suddenly noticed the host being beckoned off stage by a leader from the organizing committee, exchanging a few words. The host and Amp. Oppo's face transformed into one of utter surprise and joy. What could this mean? Just as the audience pondered this, the host rushed back onto the stage, excitement radiating from her as she raised the microphone. Dear audience, all contestants' designs have now been showcased. Following a fierce competition and the judges' evaluations, the contestant with the highest score is Miss Zhiwan, contestant number 30. Let us congratulate Zhiwan for becoming the champion of this year's Jinhua competition. Please welcome Zhiwan to the stage. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, their admiration for Zhiwan and Amp. Oppo's score evident. The host, unable to contain her excitement, wore a beaming smile as if she had been invigorated. And there's another thrilling announcement to share. Yes, we are immensely honored to have invited a heavyweight guest to present the award for this year's Jinhua Award Champion. What? A distinguished award presenter? Who could it be? Now, let us welcome Mr. Xie Jingmo, the president of the Xie Corporation, to the stage to present the trophy and certificate of honor to Zhiwan. Chapter 56, The Public Revelation. Xie Jingmo. Oh my goodness. Like a thunderclap, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. In the front row, a socialite who was touching up her makeup trembled, accidentally breaking her lipstick on her lips. Did I hear that right? Did the host just say, Xie Jingmo? Yes, I heard it too. Help. Is it really Mr. Xie? Am I dreaming? Not only the socialites present, but even the prominent business moguls invited, along with designers and media reporters, all craned their necks to gaze at the stage. That is Xie Jingmo, not to mention the eager connections. How many people long to meet him and lack the privilege? More importantly, the Jinhua Award had previously invited Xie Jingmo, but the esteemed figure had mercilessly declined. Why has he agreed this time? The Yu family members were equally stunned. Xie Jingmo had come to present the award to the champion? They thought he was merely attending to support Xiang in the competition. At that moment, a tall, imposing figure had already ascended the stage. Zhiwan stared at that silhouette, bewildered, blinking in disbelief. How'd he get here? Why didn't he give her any prior notice? The man wore a well-tailored black suit, tall and handsome, exuding an air of nobility. However, his suit was unbuttoned, and he wore no tie, the white shirt casually undone at 2 buttons, revealing a hint of his alluring collarbone, exuding a languid charm, especially those captivating, flirtatious peach blossom eyes that beckoned one to willingly succumb, radiating an irresistible allure that made girls' hearts race. Yet, the man's formidable presence, the overwhelming aura of power that emanated from him, deterred anyone from daring to approach, no matter how tempted they felt. As soon as Xie Jingmo entered the public eye, the reporters' cameras clicked incessantly, like sparks flying from their shutters. The audience below was in a frenzy, unable to contain their excitement. Help! It really is Mr. Xie. So dashing, so charming. Oh my, he is so suave. Let's be honest. I want to be with him. Who wouldn't he? But would you dare? Wait, why is Mr. Xie's hand injured? Wrapped in bandages? Ah, indeed. No wonder he isn't wearing a tie. With an injured hand, he can't even manage that, and he certainly doesn't have a woman by his side. Why isn't he gotten a girlfriend? It seems he has an unforgettable white moonlight, which is why he has always kept his distance from women. Never even held a girl's hand. At this moment, the hostess had already brought the trophy onto the stage. This is the highest honor in the domestic design industry, a peak moment for designers. Its significance is self-evident. Xie Jingmo took the trophy and certificate, symbols of honor, and with his profound gaze resting upon Zhiwan, solemnly handed them to her. Zhiwan suddenly felt that having him present the award was rather delightful. She earnestly accepted the trophy and certificate. Under the collective gaze of the audience, the man smiled lazily, suddenly reaching out to embrace her. Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback. Xie Jingmo held her, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his voice sultry. "Congratulations, boss you." Not madam, but boss you, acknowledging her status and the glory that belonged to her. The first congratulations she heard came from him. Her red lips curled slightly, vibrant and lively. "Mr. Xie is too kind." Once Xie Jingmo released her, Zhiwan caught a glimpse of his lips and recalled her desire to kiss him the previous night. Her heart fluttered, and she immediately averted her gaze. Meanwhile, the audience below, unable to hear their exchange due to the distance, nonetheless noticed the embrace, which instantly sparked a commotion. Wait, weren't there claims of him avoiding women? How'd he end up hugging her? And it was he who initiated the embrace. He even wrapped his arm around her waist. The socialites in the front row had the clearest view and sensed something amiss. Am I going crazy? Why do I feel like Mr. Xie's gaze towards Miss Yu is rather peculiar? His eyes really don't seem innocent. Indeed, Xie Jingmo had never attended such competitions before. They couldn't even invite him. Yet today he suddenly appears as the award presenter and even takes the initiative to embrace her. Could it be that he came for Zhiwan? How strange. Why do I feel like Mr. Xie and Miss Yu stand together so well? What is so strange about it? Zhiwan is beautiful, and she is the boss of Jinghong. With such impressive designs, I admire her greatly. At that moment, Yu Xiangxiang was fixated on the handsome man on stage, biting her lip in frustration. It should have been her. She should have been the champion standing on that stage, sharing the spotlight with him. But suddenly, Zhiwan emerged. That man, who only appeared in her dreams, her fiancé, was embracing that despicable Zhiwan. Yu Xiaozi glared at the stage in anger. If not for Zhiwan, with Xiangxiang escort 9. 4. The champion should have been Xiangxiang. She should be the one standing alongside Xie Jingmo. Yu Xiangxiang felt wronged, bursting into tears as she sank into Tao Shuqin's embrace. Mom, I admit my skills are inferior. I'm willing to let my sister have the championship. But my fiancé, Tao Shuqin hurriedly consoled her. My dear daughter, stop crying. The position of Mrs. Xie is yours. There is no possibility between Xie Jingmo and her. Yu Changda's brows furrowed, as if he could crush a mosquito. This ungrateful child. Not only has she taken away Wang Yan and opposed the Yu family, but now she has stolen Xiangxiang's championship. Truly outrageous. Yu Xiaoqi cast a cold glance at Zhiwan on stage. This calamity bringer is a disaster. She took away his Wang Yan, causing her to blacklist him, resulting in significant losses for the Yu family. Now she is stealing Xiangxiang's championship. When she returned to the Yu family, you should have given her more pineapple juice to cause her to have an allergic reaction and perish. Once Wang Yan appears, he will surely bring her back. Let Jinghong suffer a crushing defeat and go bankrupt. Remembering the woman he yearned for, Yu Xiaoqi's gaze towards Zhiwan brimmed with disdain. Finally, after the award ceremony concluded, the host invited Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo to the VIP seats. The host, brimming with excitement, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have been eagerly anticipating this moment. Next, we will witness the first public appearance of the legendary Wang Yan. The organizer just handed me a card with teacher Wang Yan's real name on it, which I have yet to unveil." The audience and reporters below were instantly anxious, their hearts racing. You are indeed patient. Hurry up and reveal it. If you don't look, I will. Bring out the legendary Wang Yan already. Quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. Amidst the urging voices, Yu Xiaoqi nervously adjusted his collar, determined to maintain the best image. He was finally about to meet the woman he had longed for. In the depths of despair for the Yu family, during his struggles, it was Wang Yan who upheld him. Wang Yan was not only the savior of the Yu family, but also his savior. The host no longer kept them in suspense. Taking a deep breath, "Please, everyone sit quietly. Now, teacher Wang Yan is already present at our venue. The spotlight will shine on the legendary Wang Yan in 5 seconds. 5, 4. As the countdown echoed, the spotlight began to dance around the venue, with the audience turning their heads in anticipation, eager to see where the spotlight would finally settle. 3, 2, With the final count, the rapidly moving spotlight suddenly came to a halt. The light illuminated a woman. The woman possessed an ethereal beauty, her delicate features akin to a masterpiece, her skin as pale as snow. Her visage was strikingly alluring, exuding an otherworldly grace, while her enchanting eyes shimmered like rippling water. Amidst the clamor and chaos of the gathering, her beauty seemed almost celestial. Yu Xiuqi instantly held his breath, turning his head in anxious curiosity. Yet in the next moment, as he discerned the woman in Appo's face, a thunderous realization struck him, as if a heavy hammer had descended upon his mind. He abruptly rose to his feet, the color draining from his face, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his form swaying precariously. The woman, astonishingly, was Chapter 57, Begging for Forgiveness Amidst Tears. In stark contrast to Yu Xiuqi's public display of discomposure, the remainder of the Yu family experienced a collective mental breakdown, their eyes widening in disbelief. No, impossible. How could the spotlight be focused on Yu Zhiwan? The host, upon consulting the card in hand and confirming Wang Yan's true identity as Yu Zhiwan, was visibly moved, his voice trembling with excitement. It is with immense pleasure and profound honor that we invite the esteemed Wang Yan, none other than Miss Yu Zhiwan, to grace the stage and deliver a speech. A deathly hush fell over the venue. Yu Zhiwan is the illustrious Wang Yan. Good heavens! A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, rendering them speechless as they stared, transfixed, at the radiant woman as she gracefully ascended the stage. Standing poised on the platform, Yu Zhiwan accepted the microphone from the host. Her bright eyes sparkled, her lips were a vibrant crimson, and her smile was an enchanting spectacle. Greetings, I am Wang Yan. This concise declaration ignited the audience and Appo's passions, shattering the preceding silence with a cacophony of gasps and applause. The Yu family, however, seemed on the verge of ocular expulsion, utterly thunderstruck by the revelation. How could this be? The very person they had desperately sought, pleading with her not to abandon the Yu Corporation. The individual they had envisioned as the savior of their enterprise was none other than Yu Zhiwan, the very person they had scorned, insulted, and belittled. Their own daughter and sister. Could fate possibly orchestrate such an ironic twist? Yu Xiangxiang fixed her gaze upon Yu Zhiwan on the stage, her previously sweet and gentle facade crumbling, her face contorted with resentment as she struggled to accept the truth. Yu Zhiwan, the contemptible wretch she had always dismissed, was the very person who had triumphed over her in the newcomer competition, claiming first place. The person she held in the lowest regard had ascended to a position of dominance over her, an unbearable reality for her to accept. Yu Zhiwan and Appo's design prowess had long surpassed her own, rendering her smug satisfaction at the Yu family and Appo's pronouncements of her superiority over Yu Zhiwan nothing more than a farcical display of self-deception. Yu Xiuqi, who had been visibly agitated since the initial revelation, remained rooted to the spot, his body taut like a drawn bowstring, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Yu Zhiwan on the stage. Wang Yan, the individual who had unhesitatingly offered her assistance when the Yu Corporation teetered on the brink of collapse, when others mocked his inability to shoulder the responsibility, branding him a spineless incompetent, was his own sister, the person who had sustained him during his times of despair. When he could only find solace in sleep aids, was his own sister, the person who had single-handedly rescued the Yu Corporation, ushering in an era of prosperity and acclaim, was his own sister, the very sister he had resented and spurned, subjected to years of emotional neglect. The sister whose drink he had laced with pineapple juice, despite knowing her allergy, harboring a desire for her demise. Yu Xiuqi staggered, clutching his chest in agony, as if a needle had pierced his heart. The searing pain left him gasping for breath, his face ashen. Why would it have to be this way meanwhile? The venue was filled with the rapturous exclamations of Wang Yan and Appo's admirers, the socialites and designers who revered her. Unbelievable. No wonder Yu Zhiwan received a perfect score. She's Wang Yan. Ah, Wang Yan. Is that dark-themed gown a new style you and Appo's re-exploring? Wait a moment. So, Wang Yan, The person who has been designing clothes for the Yu Corporation, helping them become a leading domestic brand, is their biological daughter? Incredible. With such accomplished offspring, the Yu family's ancestral graves must be emitting auspicious smoke. Well, actually no. Yu Zhiwan has severed ties with the Yu family. She's no longer their daughter. TSK. Yu Xiuqi was just declaring his intention to recruit Wang Yin back to the Yu Corporation, and he was so rude to Yu Zhiwan. I bet he and Oppos regretting it now. Serve him right. Rejecting such a beautiful and talented biological daughter, favoring the fake one instead, utterly deserving of his fate. This revelation sparked curiosity among the attendees. Why hadn't Yu Zhiwan directly assisted the Yu family from the outset, instead opting to use the alias Wang Yin? Several media reporters couldn't resist posing this question. Clutching the microphone, Yu Zhiwan cast a fleeting glance in the direction of the Yu family, her gaze distant and devoid of warmth. At the time, the Yu Corporation was in decline, its operations deteriorating. I wanted to alleviate the burden on my parents and brother to contribute to the Yu family's well-being. However, when I presented my design drafts to Yu Xiuqi, he dismissed my abilities as insufficient, deeming me presumptuous, without even a cursory glance. Therefore, I was compelled to assist the Yu family under the guise of Wang Yin. Although she felt disheartened by Yu Xiuqi and Oppos' rejection, she still regarded him as family, as a brother, and couldn't bear to see him burdened with worry. She desperately wanted to help him, and she also humbly hoped to receive even a modicum of affection from her parents and brother. However, she later realized that warming a stone was an exercise in futility. The audience was filled with sighs of commiseration and righteous indignation. Unbelievable. How could he treat his own sister so abominably? She and Oppos, as his own sister, switched at birth, enduring hardship in her adoptive parents' home, finally returning home, only to be rejected by her biological parents and brother. Alas, I believe Yu Zhiwan initially harbored hope for the Yu family. Even when rejected and ostracized, she was willing to help the Yu family as Wang Yin, giving her all. How did she ever wrong the Yu family? The Yu family's favoritism is truly appalling, neglecting their own biological daughter, causing her to become disillusioned. Now they and Oppos severed ties with the Yu family. Yu Xiuqi was just declaring his intention to recruit Wang Yin back. That's the height of presumption. Upon hearing Yu Zhiwan's response, Yu Xiuqi stumbled backward, his face ashen, collapsing into his chair, utterly drained. If only he hadn't Oppos been prejudiced against Yu Zhiwan, if only he had regarded Yu Zhiwan as family, as his own sister, even in the slightest. Perhaps none of this would have transpired. He was wrong. He was terribly wrong in a daze. Yu Xiuqi recalled the yearning and anticipation in Yu Zhiwan and Oppos' eyes when she was first brought back to the Yu family, as she gently called him Big Brother, following him around. He even remembered her staying by his bedside for several nights when he was hospitalized. Every year on his birthday, she would thoughtfully prepare a gift for him. Even when he rejected her, she still helped him as Wang Yin yet. He laced her drink with pineapple juice. Knowing her allergy, he threw her birthday gifts into the trash. He never celebrated her birthday. He praised Yu Xiang in front of her, intentionally insulting and belittling her. Saying Yu Xiang was his true sister, how could he have done so many despicable things? She offered him her heart, and he discarded her like trash. Yu Xiuqi and Oppos' heart was on the verge of shattering, as if a piece of flesh had been ripped from his chest. Gasping for breath, he slid off the chair, collapsing to his knees in a pathetic heap. Xiuqi, Big Brother, Tao Shuqin and Yu Xiaoza rushed to Yu Xiuqi and Oppos' side, attempting to help him up. However, Yu Xiuqi remained kneeling on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his expression dazed, oblivious to the voices around him. Xiuqi, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Tao Shuqin's eyes welled up with tears. Mom Yu Xiaoza, devoid of his usual arrogance, spoke in a hoarse whisper. It's because of Yu Zhiwan. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoza's words, Tao Shuqin turned her sorrowful gaze toward Yu Zhiwan on the stage. Wang Yin, the universally acclaimed genius designer, was her own daughter, born from her own womb. How could she not be proud? Do not be like this, Xiuqi. Pull yourself together. Tao Shuqin exclaimed, observing her eldest son, who appeared utterly despondent as he knelt on the ground, his eyes rimmed with red. Yu Xiuqi, in a state of disarray, lowered his head, one hand clutching his chest in pain, while the other pressed against the floor, his fingers digging into the surface with such fervor that his nails threatened to split. In a daze, he heard a reporter inquire whether Zhiwan would assist the Yu family in the future. The girl's voice was cold and resolute. No, never again. A jolt of shock coursed through Yu Xiuqi, his fingers digging deeper into the floor until his nails cracked, crimson blood seeping out. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. A solitary tear silently splattering onto the ground. As the Jinhua fashion competition drew to a close, socialites still encircled Yu Zhiwan, with several young designers clamoring for her autograph. Yu Zhiwan, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, took several minutes to extricate herself before making her way backstage. The crowd in the audience lingered, their gazes toward the Yu family imbued with complexity and a hint of disdain. Yu Changde, oblivious to the judgment of others, reached out to Yu Xiuqi, attempting to lift him. "Xiuqi, you're bleeding." Suddenly, Yu Xiuqi forcefully pushed him away, nearly toppling him. Before Yu Changde could express his anger, he watched as Yu Xiuqi, swaying, stood up and sprinted toward the backstage. "Xiuqi, what are you doing?" Yu Changde shouted, his brows furrowing in concern, perhaps due to exhaustion. Yu Xiuqi stumbled after a few steps, tripping over a step and crashing to the floor. Once the illustrious president of the Yu family, he now lay in disarray, devoid of the calm demeanor he usually exhibited. In an instant, all eyes were upon him, uncertain of his intentions. Yu Xiaozi rushed forward, but as soon as he touched Yu Xiuqi's garment, he was rebuffed. "Elder brother," Yu Xiuqi seemed deaf to his words, struggling to rise, his bloodied hand and reddened eyes fixated on the backstage. "Wan, my sister is there." Upon reaching the room where the garments were organized before the competition, Yu Zhiwan had yet to push the door when she suddenly heard a hoarse voice calling her. "Wan." The voice felt foreign, and she could not recognize it at first. Her heart quickened as she turned to see Yu Xiuqi, disheveled and blood dripping from his nails. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, his reddened eyes solely focused on her. "I was wrong before. I should not have." Yu Zhiwan frowned slightly, a faint touch of mockery gracing her features. "What are you doing? Do you think that by saying this, I will return to the Yu family and continue designing clothes for them?" Yu Xiuqi, suddenly anxious, stammered, his voice hoarse and harsh, as though scraped by sandpaper. "That is not what I meant." He faltered, unsure of how to articulate the piercing agony and profound regret within. Yu Xiuqi closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling uncontrollably, moisture pooling in his gaze. "Wan, you're my biological sister. You have endured so much suffering since childhood, and after finally being brought back home, I failed to fulfill my duty as an older brother biological sister." Yu Zhiwan interrupted, her expression devoid of emotion. "From the moment I severed ties with the Yu family, you are no longer my brother." Yu Xiuqi's complexion paled, his lips trembling with trepidation. Yu Zhiwan regarded him with an unyielding gaze, her exquisite face betraying no emotion. "Do you think that merely admitting your mistakes will prompt me to forgive you joyfully, erasing all past grievances as if they never occurred, allowing us to resume our relationship as siblings without reservation?" Yu Xiuqi's pupils constricted, and in a desperate attempt, he stepped forward to reach out to her, only to see Yu Zhiwan retreating, repulsed, evading his touch. His outstretched hand froze in midair in that moment. His heart felt as though it were being crushed, the pain rendering him speechless. It dawned on him how deeply she must have suffered when she had been rejected by their family all those years ago. Upon Appo's arrival, she beheld a disheveled attempting to seize. "Boss!" exclaimed, her countenance tightening as she hastened forward, suspecting in Appo's intentions. Casting a detached glance at, instructed, summoned security to escort him away. With that, she entered the lounge. Witnessing the girl and Appo's cold departure, felt a stinging sensation in his eyes as tears welled uncontrollably. Efficient as ever, promptly directed security to remove. As gathered her belongings, preparing to leave, appeared, bearing what seemed to be a luncheon. He arched an eyebrow, inquiring. You arrived this morning without having eaten. Are you not famished? Still unable to confront him with equanimity, hesitated, not particularly. I have matters to attend to at Jinghong. I must depart. Farewell. She now needed to reconcile her emotions, to decipher why she had been impelled to kiss the previous night, a gesture so audacious. She needed to ascertain the true nature of her feelings for him. Yet, to allow to remain in her presence would undoubtedly sway her. Thus, resolved to retreat to Jinghong, to ponder in solitude. I must be going. Observing the girl and Oppos, as hasty retreat, the man and Oppos, as captivating eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Why had she been evading him since the previous evening? Brother. At that moment, and siblings rushed over, exclaiming, "Where's our sister-in-law?" It turns out our sister-in-law is the illustrious Wang Yan. Given in Oppos, as admiration for Wang Yan, she had long intended to attend the Jinhua fashion design competition, anticipating Wang Yan and Oppos as public unveiling. Alas, fate intervened when a male celebrity under her management, boasting 80 million followers, became embroiled in scandal the previous night. The expos dominated social media trends, convened the public relations department, scrambling to mitigate the damage, enlisting assistance. Fortunately, the celebrity had maintained a relatively virtuous reputation, and by noon, the allegations were refuted and quelled. Having resolved the crisis, the siblings hastened to the event, only to find their brother unaccompanied by their sister-in-law. With a languid gaze, surveyed them, remarking, "She has returned to Jinghong," exclaimed, "Then I shall seek her out immediately. Will you accompany me?" Pondered for a moment, replying, "You may proceed. I have matters to discuss with our brother." Inquired, "What matters?" "Never mind. I am eager to see our sister-in-law. Farewell. I shall catch up with you later." With that, departed in haste. Approached his brother, his countenance etched with perplexity. "Odd, brother. Given the opportune moment, why did you not publicly announce your marriage to the world?" And Oppos, S. brow arched almost imperceptibly. This is her moment of significance. Why would I detract from it? This was Wang Yan's stage, S stage, not the stage of. Why would he divert attention from her with matrimony? Retrieved his cellular device with a languid motion, noting that the revelation of amp, Oppos, S identity as Wang Yan had become a trending topic. Observe, many are extolling her talent. How delightful. The family had belittled and suppressed her, but he would elevate her to soaring heights, resplendent with glory. Comprehension eluding him, scratched his head in befuddlement. He then noticed his brother, enraptured by the accolades bestowed upon by netizens, his face radiating an expression of a doting husband, marveling at his wife and Oppos' prowess. Meanwhile, at Jinghong's flagship store, having abstained from attending the Jinhua fashion design competition, stumbled upon the news online, discovering that was none other than Wang Yan. Overwhelmed, he hastened to the store, his heart pounding with fervor. Gazing upon the girl and amp, Oppos' silhouette within the establishment and amp, Oppos' chest swelled with pride, deeming her indeed his woman, truly remarkable. Chapter 59. Whom did Zhiwan marry? Zhiwan was diligently occupied in the store. Following the public revelation of her identity as Wang Yan, the pre-orders had significantly increased. It was not until Li Kaiwei prompted her to look towards the entrance that she noticed Gu Chengfeng had arrived. Instantly, her expression turned indifferent. The swift change in her demeanor struck Gu Chengfeng hard. He had never encountered such disdain from a woman before. He felt a mix of anger and trepidation, fearing to frighten her. He stammered, "What is this attitude? Am I not a customer when I step into your store? Is this how you treat a guest?" Zhiwan, uninterested in banter, retorted, "Jinghong does not welcome you." Gu Chengfeng's temper flared. "Are you really going to kick me out? I know you are Wang Yan and came specifically to see you." His voice was loud enough that other customers turned to observe the commotion. Zhiwan and amp, Oppos' brows furrowed slightly with irritation. "Do I need your gaze?" Gu Chengfeng was infuriated, his forehead throbbing with suppressed rage. This ungrateful woman left him both enamored and frustrated. Yet, he could not bring himself to scold her. He inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress his temper. "Zhiwan, I was your first love. I pursued you for 3 months, and we dated for 3 weeks. I refuse to believe that after all this time, you have not developed even a flicker of affection for me. At his words, Zhiwan and Apos. S emotional state remained unchanged, and her expression was devoid of any reaction as she appraised him. Oh, there truly is none. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback. What? Seething, Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. You're just being disingenuous. Finally, Zhiwan and Amp, Apos. S brow knitted tighter, as if insulted. Before she could respond, Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered something and softened his tone, hesitantly suggesting, Ahem, I understand that you have never been in a relationship and may be oblivious to feelings. Even if you have developed feelings for me, you might not realize it. So how about this? I will pursue you again, and we will engage in a proper relationship. Zhiwan and Apos. S expression tightened further. You want to pursue me? Gu Qingfeng let out a smug snort. What do you think? Hearing that I want to pursue you, are you not delighted and a bit shy? In moments of utter disbelief, one can indeed find humor. Delighted? Shy? If it were Xie Jingmo pursuing her, perhaps she would genuinely feel joy, but with Gu Qingfeng. Wait, why would she feel happiness if Xie Jingmo pursued her? Why did he suddenly spring to mind? Zhiwan realized something was amiss again. She shot Gu Qingfeng an irritated glance. I have told you before, I am already married. Please refrain from bothering me. As Gu Qingfeng was reveling in his own thoughts, the word married struck him like a bolt. He glanced at the ring on her ring finger, a dawning realization hitting him like a tidal wave. This ring. Zhiwan had previously mentioned her marriage, but he had dismissed it, thinking she was merely jealous of his female friend and had put on the ring to provoke him. Yet later, he learned that Zhiwan had been coerced into their relationship and did not genuinely harbor feelings for him. Thus, her wearing this ring was not for provocation. It was indeed. Gu Qingfeng and Apos. S mind suddenly buzzed, and the world around him spun as he struggled to articulate. You're truly married? Zhiwan replied succinctly, Yes, I am married. In that instant, it felt as though all the blood in Gu Qingfeng and Apos' body rushed to his head, rendering him dizzy and unable to discern her face. Weakness overtook him, and through gritted teeth, he uttered, No, I refuse to believe it, fleeing as if avoiding a calamity. He stumbled out of the store. Zhiwan was left bewildered. Is this young master performing in a drama? Yu Shaoza arrived in his car to find Zhiwan. Before reaching the Jinghong store, he spotted Gu Qingfeng wandering aimlessly along the roadside, oblivious to the world around him, even bumping into pedestrians and receiving verbal reprimands from an elderly man. Yu Shaoza immediately parked the car and rushed out. Gu Qingfeng, what on earth are you doing? Gu Qingfeng seemed not to hear, lost in his daze, moving forward towards the street where cars were approaching rapidly. Yu Shaoza, alarmed, seized him. Are you insane? There are cars. Do you want to die? Finally, Gu Qingfeng halted and, upon recognizing Yu Shaoza, his temples throbbed painfully, his face devoid of color. She is married. She is truly married. He had intended to seriously pursue her and be together, yet she had chosen to marry another. How could she marry another man? Yu Shaoza was utterly perplexed. Who is married? Gu Qingfeng raised a hand to his aching temple, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Zhiwan. She told me she is married. Yu Shaoza was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is that possible? Gu Qingfeng forced a bitter smile, unsure if it was a laugh or a cry, his mouth tasting like gall. The day she broke up with me, she married another man. Ha, foolishly, I thought she would eventually come back to me. Yu Shaoza was incredulous. That day marked her severance from the Yu family, and she had. So, suddenly married? Yu Shaoza grasped Gu Qingfeng's shoulders tightly, urgently asking, Whom did Zhiwan marry? Gu Qingfeng looked up at him. Zhiwan? You call her Zhiwan? When had he ever spoken so kindly of his younger sister? In the past, it had always been that little brat. Yu Shaoza and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment. You know Zhiwan is Wan Yan, right? The sister he had once looked down upon was now the savior of the Yu family. The Yu family had risen to prominence largely due to Wan Yan's contributions, allowing him to live a comfortable life as the second young master of the Yu family. Gu Qingfeng regarded him with a sudden cold scoff. If Yu Zhiwan were not Wan Yan, would you still show her any kindness? Yu Shaoza was momentarily speechless, unable to refute the claim. He had come to speak with Yu Zhiwan, intent on informing her that their parents had agreed to treat her as family and to show her kindness moving forward, urging her to return home. Yet for some reason, an unexpected uncertainty gripped Yu Xiaozi, making him hesitant to approach Yu Zhiwan. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Yu Xiaozi disregarded Gu Qingfeng and drove back home. In the living room, Yu Xiaoqi's hand had already been bandaged. Yu Changde occupied the head of the table, with Tao Shuqin and Yu Xiangxiang present as well. Xiaozi, how'd it go? Did you speak with that girl? Yu Changde inquired eagerly. Father, I did not go. Why did you not go? Yu Changde's brow furrowed, anxious. Zhiwan is the renowned Wan Yin. This brings great honor to the Yu family, enhances our reputation, and she can contribute designs for the Yu Corporation. Bringing her home is a beneficial endeavor. Do you understand? Yu Xiaoqi's gaze turned icy. Father, you are only concerned about reputation and benefits in wanting Zhiwan to return? Yu Changde replied, Xiaoqi, do not rush to judgment. How about this? I will personally go and invite her home. Let bygones be bygones, and she need not hold grudges. We can live as a family. That should suffice, right? Chapter 60. Utterly cherished, rising from the sofa, Yu Xiaoqi retorted with a sardonic tone. Nitpicking? You dare accuse Wan of being petty? Father, have you yet to acknowledge your own culpability? Yu Changde, affronted by his son and Oppo's rebuke, felt his face flush with indignation. Then what you propose? I, her own father, personally humbled myself to implore that girl to return. What more could she possibly desire? Yu Xiaoqi scoffed derisively. You merely seek to salvage the family and Oppo's reputation and the company and Oppo's interests, desiring Wan to continue designing for the Yu Corporation. Have you ever regarded Wan as your own daughter? I know only that Wan is my beloved sister, and we have wronged her immeasurably, and we should atone for our transgressions. I will strive to earn Wan and Oppo's forgiveness and desire that she no longer sacrifice herself for the Yu family. As for the betrothal to the Xie family, it was rightfully Wan's. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiangxiang's spine stiffened, and a flicker of anxiety crossed her gaze. In the past, her elder brother had always consented to her fulfilling the marriage agreement. Why was he now so partial to Yu Zhiwan? Had Yu Zhiwan surpassed her in his affections? Yu Xiangxiang clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with resentment and envy. That vile Yu Zhiwan sought to steal even her elder brother's affection. Tao Shuqin interjected hastily, Xiaoqi, I understand your desire to make amends to Zhiwan, and I, too, wish to compensate my daughter. However, Xiangxiang has done nothing wrong. This betrothal belongs to Xiangxiang. How can we allow Zhiwan to fulfill it? Yu Xiaoqi remained impassive. Mother, you are mistaken. This betrothal was always intended for Wan and has no bearing on Yu Xiangxiang. When Wan first returned to the Yu family, she selflessly allowed Yu Xiangxiang to remain, sparing her the hardship of returning to her original family, permitting her to continue as the Yu family's second daughter. She has already been more than generous. Now, must she also usurp Wan's betrothal? Tao Shuqin, at a loss for words, was torn. She desired to make amends to her biological daughter, but she cherished Xiangxiang even more, who had committed no wrong. Both were equally dear to her, and if forced to choose, she would have Zhiwan endure this final injustice. Yu Changde declared sternly, enough arguing. The betrothal remains Xiangxiang's. Xiangxiang is better suited to the position of the Xie family's young mistress. Yu Xiaoqi's expression turned severe. I object. I now hold sway over the Yu Corporation's affairs. Yu Changde, enraged, slammed his hand upon the table. Ah, so you would defy your own father for the sake of that girl? Father, brother. Yu Xiaozi spoke up, wearily rubbing his temples. Cease your bickering. Zhiwan is already married. What? Yu Xiaoqi exclaimed, startled. When did she marry? And to whom? Yu Xiaozi shook his head. I did not inquire as to whom she married. I know only that she wed on the day she severed ties with the family. Yu Xiaoqi's brow furrowed with concern. Why had she married so hastily? Where had she found a man to marry? Would that man treat her well? Would he mistreat her? She had no family to support her. What would she do if she suffered injustice? In contrast to Yu Xiaoqi and Oppo's apprehension, Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde breathed a collective sigh of relief. Tao Shuqin embraced Yu Xiangxiang with a look of tender affection. There, Xiaoqi. Since that girl is already married, even if I wished her to fulfill the betrothal with Jingmo, it is no longer possible. Now, Xiangxiang must marry Jingmo. Nestled in Tao Shuqin and Amp, Oppo's embrace, Yu Xiangxiang could not suppress a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Sister, you are truly helpful. Since you have already married some unknown man, Xie Jingmo shall be mine entirely. The thought of Xie Jingmo, of marrying him and becoming his woman, caused Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppo's cheeks to flush crimson as she bit her lip coquettishly. She could finally rest assured, awaiting her day as his bride. Yu Xiuqi and Amp, Oppo's brow remained furrowed, devoid of any relief. He had to inquire of Wan as to whom she had married and whether that man was dependable. Jinghong main store Xie Yuntang arrived laden with an assortment of delicacies. Sister-in-law, on my way here, my brother specifically messaged me, informing me that you had attended the design competition without having breakfast. He instructed me to bring you something to eat, even specifying your favorite dishes, and cautioned me that you're allergic to pineapple, so I should avoid pineapple juice or dishes containing pineapple. He dotes on you so much. Yu Zhiwan's ears tingled with warmth. What did she mean by dotes on you so much? She had been too timid to gaze at his lips that morning, so she had avoided eating breakfast with him, departing in haste. She had not expected him to remember and fear that she would go hungry. Yu Zhiwan assisted Xie Yuntang in carrying the food to the lounge. Xie Yuntang, overcome with excitement, embraced and caressed Yu Zhiwan, stopping short of kissing her. Her brother was too possessive and jealous. She dared not kiss her. Truly, I am so thrilled. This is the real Wan Yen. My brother has excellent taste. Yu Zhiwan wondered, what does this have to do with your brother? Xie Yuntang smiled charmingly. My brother's taste is so refined that he could marry you. Otherwise, how could I have such a wonderful sister-in-law? Yu Zhiwan was speechless. As they sat down to eat, Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppo's thoughts remained preoccupied with Xie Jingmo, and she ate with little appetite. Glancing at Xie Yuntang, an idea struck her, and she inquired casually, Yuntang, have you ever been in love? Xie Yuntang replied nonchalantly, why would I bother with that? Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. Xie Yuntang pouted. Sister-in-law, you wooed into Amp, Oppo's, to understand. The men around me are all fawning over me, constantly flattering me. I find it tedious. I would rather bicker with Xie Xiaozhou. Then, Yu Zhiwan and Oppo's eyes shimmered with a gentle light, her fair skin radiating a translucent glow. Have you ever had a crush on someone? Xie Yuntang did not hesitate, smiling sweetly. Yes, I have. Yu Zhiwan leaned in, eager to learn from an expert. Her eyes filled with naive curiosity. Did you get together? What does it feel like to like someone? Xie Yuntang did not answer whether they had been together. She put down her chopsticks, stroked her chin, and said, liking someone means you think of them often, you want to see them, and you feel happy when you see them. Of course, your emotions are easily influenced by them. You can be very happy because of them, or you can easily sulk or get jealous because of them. And when you're with them, your heart might flutter, you want to be close to them, and you even want to have physical contact. Yu Zhiwan listened with admiration, as if she wanted to record everything in a notebook. Yuntang, you know so much. Then, if you want to kiss someone, does that mean you like them? Chapter 61. Xie Yuntang was taken aback by the remark, sister-in-law, whom do you wish to kiss? Yu Zhiwan nearly spat out her drink, astonished at how quickly he had deduced that it pertained to her. Not me. Who would I want to kiss? I was just asking casually. Xie Yuntang clearly did not believe her and playfully winked. So, sister-in-law, do you have a friend who had a whirlwind marriage, and now she suddenly wishes to kiss her husband? You might as well have asked for my ID. Yu Zhiwan vehemently denied it. No way. I merely watched an idol drama yesterday where a little girl had a sudden urge to kiss her childhood friend and began to doubt her feelings for him. Xie Yuntang seemed to buy into it. Ah, one of those sweet idol dramas? If you're already thinking about kissing him, it must mean you like him. Just think, would you want to kiss someone you dislike? Yu Zhiwan shook her head immediately. If it were someone she loathed, she wouldn't end Oppo's to even want to see him. Xie Yuntang shrugged, of course. Though, it could also be a case of infatuation. But that depends on one and Oppo's character. For instance, sister-in-law, I feel that with your disposition, you wouldn't be one to act on such impulses. You've never had a sudden urge to kiss someone, have you? If you did, wouldn't your brother be green with envy? Yu Zhiwan reflected and shook her head. No, never. I've never felt that way about any man, except for Xie Jingmo. However, they'd only been married for a little over a month. There had been a boy who pursued her for half a year, and she felt nothing. Yet, considering how handsome Xie Jingmo was, a devoted husband who shared her every meal and even slept beside her, it wouldn't be so surprising if she developed feelings for him. Her heart began to race, pounding like a fawn in the wild. She subconsciously touched the small green grape charm on the bracelet Xie Jingmo gifted her. Oh no, she truly felt a fluttering affection for Xie Jingmo. After lunch, Xie Yuntang returned to her company, leaving Zhiwan in the lounge, cradling her flushed cheeks. When she glanced in the mirror, she caught a glimpse of herself grinning foolishly, resembling a naive child from a wealthy family, and quickly snapped herself out of it. No more silly smiles. Zhiwan rested her chin on her hands, contemplating her feelings for Xie Jingmo. What about him? Their marriage was a result of obligation, fulfilling a family pact. Yet, Xie Jingmo had been quite kind and attentive to her. Surely he didn't dislike her. As she pondered, a notification popped up on her phone. MW had posted a Weibo half an hour ago. Curiously, she clicked it open. MW had shared a photo of none other than herself and Xie Jingmo. It was from today's Jinhua fashion competition, where Xie Jingmo awarded her a prize, capturing a moment of their embrace. It was likely taken by a reporter. How did this end up on his Weibo? Upon reading the comments, Zhiwan was even more astonished. One user commented, President Xie hugging the goddess of evening smoke. He wrapped his arm around her waist. Another chimed in, Sister, don't you think President Xie and Wan are a perfect match? To which MW replied, MHM. Then that user shared another picture, a slightly dim but atmospheric shot of them returning to the audience seats after the award ceremony, seated together. The user was ecstatic. Sister, look at this leaked photo. President Xie kept raising his eyebrows at Wan. What was he thinking? MW responded, Wan glared at me. She only glares at me, which means she has feelings for me. The user retorted, Sister, that is a bit too love-struck, isn't it? That is Xie Jingmo. How could he possibly think that? Zhiwan was utterly perplexed. Sister? What kind of sister was MW? He was male. Moreover, she had glared at Xie Jingmo because, as they sat down, he had whispered teasingly in her ear, Madam, your waist is so slender naturally. She had shot him a look in response. There was no way Xie Jingmo would interpret her glare as affection. With a slight twitch of her lips, Zhiwan commented from her small account, He wouldn't think that? MW replied instantly, Why wouldn't he? Zhiwan was momentarily at a loss for words. Because I am Zhiwan herself. The man in the photo is my husband. How could I not know him? But she could not voice this. Ultimately, Zhiwan chose not to respond. At the Lanchi garden, in the living room, Uncle Fu approached with ointment, observing the man's burned hand. Sir, it and oppos. It's time to apply the ointment. It says here to do so 3 times a day. Xie Jingmo glanced at his silent phone, his tone indifferent. Understood, just leave it. Why had he been avoiding him since last night? Uncle Fu was worried sick. Sir, let me apply it. I have years of experience in treating injuries. And I guarantee you in oppos, LL feel better. Xie Jingmo shot him a glance and suddenly had an idea, instructing Uncle Fu to fetch the desserts prepared by the chef. There was a green grape yogurt mousse cake and a double-layered grape pudding. Xie Jingmo opened the camera, positioning it to capture the grape cake. Then, with deliberate intent, he placed his burned hand beside the cake, as if it were a casual addition to the frame. After snapping the picture, he opened Zhiwan and oppos, WeChat and sent her the photo. Madam, I brought you the green grape cake you love. Upon receiving the photo from him, Zhiwan first noticed the cake and then immediately zeroed in on his burned hand, her brow furrowing with concern. Have you applied the ointment? Why does it still look so serious? After a long pause, he finally replied, as if the pain affected his typing. Without you here, who will apply it? His tone was pitiful and aggrieved. Have Uncle Fu do it. Xie Jingmo replied. His eyesight is poor. He couldn't see clearly. He accidentally poked me while applying it. Zhiwan felt a rush of anxiety. How could Uncle Fu be so careless? She quickly typed, Just wait. I'll be home right away, he replied, It's just a minor injury, really. It doesn't hurt. Even if it does, I can endure it. You must be busy outside. Don't let me delay your time. In that moment, Zhiwan felt her heart melt. How could he be so considerate at such a time? Furthermore, he typed so slowly, clearly in pain, yet insisted he was fine. What time could I possibly be busy? I'm done with my work. I'll be home shortly. Xie Jingmo responded. All right, I'll wait for you to return, obedient. JPG, he added an adorable emoji. Zhiwan felt warmth surge within her. He truly was endearing enough to make one's heart ache. Chapter 62. The first step in pursuing Xie Jingmo, Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos. S heart raced with anticipation as she grabbed her bag and made her way outside. Just as she opened the lounge door, she spotted He Kaiwei standing outside, her hand raised to knock, seemingly with something to discuss. What is the matter? Zhiwan inquired. The boss is looking for you, He Kaiwei replied, stepping aside to reveal a young man behind her. It's your teacher. Teacher? Zhiwan looked up and was delighted to see teacher Liang Yulan. Teacher Liang, what brings you here? She exclaimed, hastening towards her. In the past, when she participated in competitions under the pseudonym Wan Yin, it was Liang Yulan who accepted awards on her behalf, earning her deep respect for the teacher. Liang Yulan, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, smiled warmly. Zhiwan, I shall be direct. I have a nephew whose parents are both doctors and wish for him to pursue medicine. However, he has no interest in the field and is instead passionate about fashion design. I brought him here today, hoping he can learn from you. With that, she beckoned to a young man standing behind her. Lu Sun, come here. Zhiwan scrutinized the young man, noting his tall stature and youthful demeanor. He had striking silver hair and wore silver earrings, his appearance exuding a rebellious spirit that seemed far removed from the medical profession. Liang Yulan sighed, eyeing his flamboyant hair. Zhiwan, don't feel obliged to treat this lad gently. Consider him your assistant. You can assign him any menial tasks and let him learn from you. She then turned to Lu Sun, saying, if you can learn even a fraction of what Zhiwan knows, it will serve you well. Lu Sun grinned, revealing his sharp canine teeth. I've heard of you, Wan Yen. It's an honor to finally meet you. Liang Yulan chuckled. As long as you know who she is, Zhiwan, I trust you will teach him well. Zhiwan, grateful for Liang Yulan and Amp, Oppos, as past assistants, readily agreed. Teacher, it's no trouble at all. Just let Lu Sun stay in the shop. I will teach him whatever he wishes to learn. Liang Yulan exchanged a few more encouraging words before departing for school due to other commitments. Zhiwan glanced at the time and told Lu Sun, come back tomorrow. I have things to attend to today. Lu Sun, though brimming with confidence, was polite. Sure, I'll just look around the shop while you're busy. Zhiwan nodded and hurried out. At the Lanchi garden, Zhiwan entered the living room, her gaze landing on a green grape cake on a coffee table. She looked around, but found no sign of Xie Jingmo. After inquiring with Fu Bo, she learned he was upstairs in the bedroom. Wasn't he supposed to apply medicine? Why was he in his room? Could it be that his injury was more serious than she thought? A sense of urgency gripped her as she dashed upstairs and pushed open the bedroom door, only to be taken aback by the sight of the man disrobing. His shirt was completely unbuttoned, revealing sculpted abs and a lean waist, an alluring sight indeed. Zhiwan's eyes widened, and she quickly covered her face. I'm sorry, are you changing? Xie Jingmo glanced at her, raising an eyebrow ever so slightly at her reaction. The timing is quite serendipitous. You returned just as I was halfway through. With a calm demeanor, he approached and gently lowered her hand from her face. What are you hiding for? We shared the same bed. Zhiwan stammered. That's not the same. You were dressed then. As her vision cleared, she found herself staring directly at his chest, her heart racing. She quickly averted her gaze, trying to focus on his face. You should hurry and get dressed. He lazily replied. I'm not changing. I just want to take a shower. A shower? Why would you shower at this hour? He explained. I intended to make you a fresh juice, but I accidentally bumped my injury and spilled it all over myself. Will you think less of me for being clumsy? Zhiwan quickly shook her head. Of course not. If your hand hurts, don't push yourself too hard. Just tell me what you need, and I'll help you. Xie Jingmo raised an eyebrow. Really? Zhiwan nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Then, he said nonchalantly, I still can't bend my hand. So could you assist me in removing my shirt? Zhiwan froze at his request. Removing his shirt seemed simple enough. But the pants, how would she manage that? After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip, feeling conflicted. Perhaps you could wait a bit and not shower right now? But the juice is sticky. Look. He pointed to the wet spot on his abdomen. As her gaze fell upon his abs, her heart raced, questioning whether Xie Jingmo was deliberately enticing her. Yet, his considerate nature dispelled her doubts. After a long internal struggle, she finally sighed. All right, I'll help you. As she uttered those words, the man tilted his head slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He lifted his arms, allowing her to assist him in removing his shirt. As for the pants, Zhiwan closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering nervously. Taking a deep breath, she reached out. He wore dress pants, and she cautiously fumbled with the button. Her fingers accidentally brushed against his toned abs several times, and she couldn't deny the sensation was quite pleasant. Suddenly, a low chuckle rumbled from above her. Zhiwan and Appo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you laughing at? His voice, rich and inviting, replied, Darling, when you touch me like that, it tickles a bit. Unable to contain herself, she opened her eyes and shot him a glare, her cheeks blooming with color. What do you suggest I do then? With a lazy, flirtatious grin, he replied, Why not keep your eyes open? Is that so wrong? Zhiwan hesitated. What if I see something I shouldn't see? Her heart raced as she stared at his captivating face, and unexpectedly, a calmness washed over her, dispelling her previous shyness. If she was already smitten, she didn't want to hold back. She wanted to pursue him. Yet, given her inexperience in romance, she decided to take this step forward. Resolute in her decision, she raised her chin, her face aglow. You said it's fine, so I'll keep my eyes open. I have nothing to fear. With that declaration, she lowered her gaze, not closing her eyes, and with trembling fingers, she deftly unbuttoned his dress pants. Chapter 63. Xie Cha-Cha, as teased by Xie Jingmo, raised his eyebrows in surprise, puzzled by her sudden calmness. It seemed that something had shifted within her. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Zhiwan wore a serious expression as her delicate fingers deftly unfastened the buckle of the man's black trousers. She then took a pristine white towel, wrapping it around his slender waist, decisively pulling down his trousers. With a determined bite of her lip, she removed his final layer of clothing. Though she had draped him in the towel, and there was nothing inappropriate visible, her hands inevitably brushed against him during the process. In that instant, Zhiwan's hand felt as if it had caught fire, as if the man's warmth had scalded her. Her fingertips trembled violently, curling up tightly like a sensitive mimosa, overwhelmed by the sensation. Help me. Zhiwan and Appo's expression appeared composed, yet her mind had completely short-circuited. This was utterly different from mere skin contact. From her cheeks to her neck, her skin flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a rose exposed to the sun. Hot and vibrant. Her heart raced wildly, threatening to leap from her throat, driving her nearly to madness. Zhiwan's voice quivered as she attempted to say something, only to suddenly notice the unusual expression on Xie Jingmo's face. What is wrong with you? In a flurry of concern, she cast aside her shyness and pressed on. Realizing the towel around his waist was about to slip, she hurriedly adjusted it, determined not to let it fall. However, as her fingers brushed against the man and Appo's abdominal muscles, Zhiwan furrowed her brow in confusion, murmuring softly, How strange. It feels so firm all of a sudden, different from just now. Do men and Appo's abs really change? Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo and Appo's temples throbbed, his jaw tightening as if he were trying to suppress something. His eyes, usually bright, turned dark with an unfamiliar intensity, his throat bobbing nervously. He forcefully closed his eyes, the corners glistening with a hint of red. She had touched him, and to be frank, it was not just his abs that had changed. Zhiwan, the man finally spoke, his voice gravelly and irresistibly seductive. Just now, his throat constricted as he suddenly grasped her wrist, his thumb caressing her delicate skin. His gaze filled with dark desire, the air thick with palpable tension. Under his intense scrutiny, Zhiwan and Appo's heart skipped a beat, a wave of warmth flooding through her, causing her to turn away in panic, her earlobes burning as she urged him towards the bathroom. You should go take a shower. Yet he turned back, casting a deeply meaningful glance at her, then at her hand, before entering the bathroom. Zhiwan pressed her hand to her erratic heartbeat, sitting dazedly on the edge of the bed, glancing down at her pale palm before looking back towards the bathroom. Oh, was she truly not someone swayed by appearances? While she had previously thought of Xie Jingmo as merely handsome, why did he now seem increasingly alluring, more enticing, and irresistibly seductive? Is this what they call seeing a beauty in the eyes of a lover? The allure of beauty can lead one astray. Furthermore, she found herself utterly unperturbed by such intimate contact. Was it because the person she was touching was Xie Jingmo? After his shower, Xie Jingmo emerged. Fearing his hands might still be in pain, Zhiwan took the initiative to use the hairdryer on his hair, then applied ointment to him meticulously. Once she had finished, she leaned closer, giving him a gentle blow. Since Uncle Fu has trouble seeing, I'll help you with the ointment from now on. Xie Jingmo had intended to play coy, teasingly hesitant. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Wan? Yet, Zhiwan replied candidly. It is a bit of a hassle. Xie Jingmo. The girl's eyes sparkled with warmth, her smile sweet. But I'm willing to go through the trouble for you. In an instant, Xie Jingmo and Oppo's gaze deepened. After her confession, she scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. Was this considered pursuing someone? In the past, some boys had pursued her, writing her love letters and uttering cheesy pickup lines. Should she perhaps gather some corny lines to share with Xie Jingmo? Uncle Fu today brings great joy. For some unknown reason, after Mr. Xie emerged from the bedroom, he seemed in exceptionally high spirits. He rewarded Uncle Fu with a bonus and even gave him a raise. Uncle Fu scratched his balding head, utterly bewildered. Did Mr. Xie really spill juice on himself just to feel this good? The following morning, Zhiwan arrived at Jinghong. Hikaiwei noticed her radiant demeanor and couldn't help but smile, asking, "What is the good news, boss?" Zhiwan and Oppo's eyes twinkled with the brightness of spring. The fluttering of a young heart carries both shyness and pure fervor. What was that saying? The hearts of young girls are always poetic. Indeed, there was good news. By the way, Director have you ever pursued someone? Do you know how girls go about pursuing boys? It seems different when boys chase girls compared to when girls chase boys. Hikaiwei was taken aback. Pursue someone? Are you talking about pursuing a man? Boss, who are you after? She quickly glanced around to ensure no customers were paying attention, then lowered her voice. Be careful, boss. You're a married woman. More importantly, your husband is Xie Jingmo. The Xie family employs the most formidable legal team. If you were to cheat on Xie Jingmo, they would not only ensure you leave empty-handed, but also leave you in financial ruin. Zhiwan twitched her lips in exasperation. What are you talking about? It's a bit more complicated than that. In any case, the person I'm pursuing is Xie Jingmo. Hikaiwei was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. Hadn't they already gotten married? Why was she still pursuing him? Just then, Lu Sun strolled over, his silver hair glinting in the light, and happened to overhear their conversation, nearly stumbling in shock. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Xie Jingmo? Zhiwan, your husband is Xie Jingmo? The one from Xie Group? Zhiwan felt a bit brazen, now entirely unembarrassed, and nodded confidently. Yes. Lu Sun was both astonished and skeptical, as if he had stumbled upon a significant secret. He circled around Zhiwan, muttering, It shouldn't be. When did Xie Jingmo get married? It shouldn't be. Why'd he marry so early? So suddenly? It shouldn't be. Zhiwan was left speechless. What do you mean it shouldn't be? Why shouldn't he marry me? Stop spinning around. You're making me dizzy. His silver hair and earrings were simply too dazzling, making her head spin. Lu Sun stopped and looked at her. Does your husband, Xie Jingmo, have an unforgettable muse in his heart? Are you aware of this? Chapter 64. Zhiwan. I have someone I like too. Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this matter had slipped her mind. For many years, Xie Jingmo had maintained a reputation for being exceptionally principled, to the extent that the outside world speculated whether he harbored a cherished figure, a white moonlight, to whom he remained devoted. However, Zhiwan cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Sun. Wasn't this merely a rumor? Previously, she had thought Xie Jingmo and Oppo's aloofness was due to his lack of interest in women. Yet, After sharing a bed for over a month and witnessing the frequency of his cold showers, it was evident that he was quite capable. Lu Sun clicked his tongue. What rumors? It's true. A genuine white moonlight. Yu Zhiwan furrowed her brow. Do you know the inside story? He Kaiwei shot a disapproving glance at Lu Sun, clearly dissatisfied. Don and Amp, Oppos, tea-spout nonsense. Regardless of whether President Xie has a white moonlight, how would an outsider like you know? Lu Sun raised his chin. I may not have seen it with my own eyes, but I have a cousin who attended the same university as Xie Jingmo, and they graduated together. During their freshman year, there was an academic competition in which both participated. Yu Zhiwan inquired, what competition? Lu Sun nonchalantly removed his crossbody bag. How could someone as uneducated as I remember the details? Yu Zhiwan. He Kaiwei. Lu Sun ruffled his white hair. Anyway, that competition was quite renowned, challenging, and of high prestige, with participants being the elite of the school. My cousin told me that upon seeing Xie Jingmo competing, he felt disheartened, as he perceived himself to be a mere mortal compared to a deity. At that time, many believed that Xie Jingmo was destined to win, likely breaking records and becoming the youngest champion in the competition and Amp, Oppos, history, potentially making waves throughout the academic community. Yu Zhiwan listened intently, impressed by her husband's remarkable abilities. However, she quickly chastised herself for feeling proud too soon. Lu Sun noticed her proud expression and felt slightly envious, his teeth aching in response. Don't celebrate just yet. Curiously, before the competition began, Xie Jingmo withdrew. Yu Zhiwan's brows knitted together. Why? He Kaiwei echoed her confusion. He withdrew? Indeed. Lu Sun shrugged. My cousin said it was quite sudden. Xie Jingmo voluntarily forfeited, as if he had something urgent to attend to, and hurriedly left the venue. Later, my cousin learned that Xie Jingmo had a girl he liked. He was secretly in love. Apparently, she fell ill or was injured and was rushed to the hospital. Upon hearing the news, Xie Jingmo could not sit idly by and immediately abandoned the competition to rush to the hospital. According to my cousin, Xie Jingmo even waited quietly outside her ward until she regained consciousness. As Lu Sun recounted the story, Yu Zhiwan felt a strange tightness in her heart. Did he care for that girl so deeply? Lu Sun shook his head in disbelief. You have no idea. When Xie Jingmo withdrew, everyone was astounded. It was sensational. Fortunately, my cousin said that Xie Jingmo was competing as an individual and not representing the school, so his withdrawal would not draw criticism. However, it was truly unfortunate that had he not withdrawn, his talent would have made him the youngest champion in history, a record-breaking achievement. Yet, while outsiders might lament this, Xie Jingmo likely felt no such regret. If given a second chance, he would probably choose to forfeit again for that girl. Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos' eyelashes fluttered, her heart sinking into a bittersweet mire, uncontrollably stirring feelings of melancholy. So, he had once loved someone so fiercely, to abandon everything during the most passionate years of youth for that girl. He Kaiwei, noticing Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppos' emotional turmoil, shot Lu Sun a glare. Enough already. This happened a long time ago. Having had feelings for someone is normal and does not imply that girl was anything special. Lu Sun glanced at Yu Zhiwan, hesitating to dampen her spirits, but ultimately voicing, special or not, it's hard to say. My cousin, who attended the same university as Xie Jingmo, told me that around the second semester of their freshman year, Xie Jingmo began taking on responsibilities for the Xie family business. By his sophomore year, he was juggling both school and company duties, yet he still found time to sneak back to high school just to catch a glimpse of that girl. Yu Zhiwan's heart felt as though it were being squeezed, filled with a profound sense of bitterness and heaviness. Recently, when they returned to their high school together, she had asked Xie Jingmo if he had a girl he liked. Was the white moonlight he cherished a girl from high school? Surely, to be regarded as his white moonlight, she must be an exceptional individual. With her raven lashes lowered, she bit her lip firmly before raising her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It seems he truly cared for that girl. However, that and Amp, Oppos, all in the past. He must have moved on by now. He once assured me that I am the only woman in his life. Lu Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. You believe a man would say such a thing? Let me tell you, men are experts at saying these things in front of their legitimate wives. Hikawe rolled her eyes at him. What nonsense. President Xie is not that kind of person. Lu Sun winced in pain, rubbing the back of his head as he muttered. Of course, I understand, man. I'm one myself. By the way, Zhiwan, I have Xie Jingmo and Amp. Amp, Oppos. We chat. Xie Jingmo is Xie Jingmo and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Cousin and would surely know about Xie Jingmo and that girl. Would you like me to discreetly inquire? Zhiwan instinctively wanted to shake her head in refusal. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over her, afraid of hearing an answer she did not wish to know. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that she should not shy away from such matters. She raised her gaze to Lu Sun, took a deep breath, and with a stoic expression, replied, Go ahead and ask. Lu Sun, receiving her consent, promptly opened WeChat and messaged Xie Jingmo. Lu Sun, Zhou Gu, I heard your brother got married. Is that true? Xie Jingmo, likely unoccupied at the moment, quickly replied. Haha. Yes, indeed. Even you know about it? Lu Sun, my cousin attended the same university as your brother. He mentioned that your brother once had a crush. Has he moved on from that? Zhiwan felt inexplicably tense, her fingers clenching tightly, her breath held. Whether it was a few seconds or a few minutes, the wait felt agonizingly long. Finally, Xie Jingmo responded. What are you prattling on about? Why bring up old matters? In any case, my brother has only my sister-in-law. Do you know who my sister-in-law is? It in Amp. Amp, Oppos. Zhiwan. The renowned Wan Yin. Allow me to boast a little. My sister-in-law is quite impressive. Lu Sun. Since when did boasting about one and Amp, Oppos' sister-in-law become a trend? Hikawe had also been anxiously awaiting the reply. Upon seeing Xie Jingmo's response, she quickly turned to Zhiwan, reassuring her, Rest assured, boss. Those were all matters of the past. Now, President Xie has only you. Zhiwan read Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppos' message several times, gently nodding. Although the knowledge that Xie Jingmo had once passionately admired another girl stirred discomfort within her, she understood that he had moved on. Despite the fact that Xie Jingmo had not shown her the same fervor during their month of marriage, he had been kind to her. Moreover, she had never been close to Xie Jingmo, and thus had no right to concern herself with his past romantic entanglements. What transpired in the past was immutable. It was the future that held significance. Zhiwan consoled herself with these thoughts, striving to dismiss the pang of bitterness within her, and resolved to continue her pursuit of Xie Jingmo. Hikawe, apprehensive that Lu Sun might utter something untoward, swiftly steered him aside to engage in other matters. Zhiwan retrieved her phone and logged into the alternate account of a bowl of green grapes, posting a Weibo update. Day 1. Let us go. Shortly thereafter, she received a comment from MW. What day 1? Suddenly, Zhiwan recalled his considerable experience with unrequited love, and thought it would be beneficial to discuss matters with him. She promptly replied, A bowl of green grapes. The first day of pursuing someone, a bowl of green grapes. Let me share something with you. I have someone I like too. Chapter 65. The Jealous Fiend. Xie Cha-Cha Zhiwan cheerfully reminisced about the past, yet her message remained unanswered for an extended period. Filled with suspicion, she sent a private message. A bowl of green grapes. Are you still there? Busy? To MW. Who is it? To MW. Who do you like? Zhiwan blinked, sensing an inexplicable discord in his tone, which seemed rather brusque. A bowl of green grapes. You and T know them even if I told you. To MW. Just give me a brief overview. A bowl of green grapes. Let an Oppos' be cleared an Oppos'. That's not just my bias. He is genuinely striking. The kind of handsome that stands out in a crowd. Radiantly so. A bowl of green grapes. Moreover, he is exceptionally talented and remarkably attractive. A paragon of elegance and brilliance. Loved by all. Adored like a blooming flower. To MW enough. Zhiwan, caught in the throes of admiration, had already composed the next message, but upon reading enough, she could only pout in disappointment and delete it reluctantly. Honestly, she could extol Xie Jingmo for 800 words without repeating herself. A bowl of green grapes, indeed. He once had a crush on a girl, but they never ended up together. That girl seems to hold a special place in his heart. To MW. Is such a man worthy of your affection? A bowl of green grapes. What makes him unworthy? He merely liked someone in the past. It an amp. Oppose. That's not a heinous crime. To MW. Are you already defending him? To MW. Wow, truly impressive. To MW. I never realized you were so easily smitten. Zhiwan was also taken aback. She once believed she would remain a solitary soul, untouched by love. She sighed resignedly. A bowl of green grapes. Alas. Even though we've only recently become acquainted, I find myself smitten. To MW. You fell for him after such a short time? To MW. Do you even know him well enough to feel this way? A bowl of green grapes. You have no idea. He is exceptionally wonderful. A bowl of green grapes. Anyway, enough about that. How did you pursue your crush in the past? Teach me. Share your wisdom. To MW. You wanted to teach you how to chase someone? To MW. Huh. Zhiwan was bewildered by his reaction. A bowl of green grapes. I used to offer you advice. A bowl of green grapes. It and amp. Oppose. As called reciprocity. Now that you know I have a crush. Aren't and amp. Amp. Oppose. To you happy for me? To MW. After such a short time. How can you be so sure he is genuinely good? To MW. He might be pretending to deceive you. To MW. Such cunning indicates he is likely not as remarkable as you think. A bowl of green grapes. Perhaps you should just be quiet. No one could belittle Xie Jingmo in her presence. He was so considerate and kind. How could he be scheming? Frustrated, Zhiwan laid her phone down and took several gulps of water. Turning her head, she spotted Lu Sun's conspicuous white hair and suddenly wondered if Xie Jingmo's burn would leave a scar. Lu Sun, Zhiwan called out. I heard from Teacher Liang that both your parents are doctors? Yes, my grandparents are doctors too, and my elder brother is also a doctor, Lu Sun casually replied, hands in his pockets. Zhiwan was astonished. Your family is a lineage of medicine? How did you become the odd one out? Lu Sun sighed dramatically. I often question whether I am truly my parents' biological child, or perhaps I am simply not quirky enough to fit in with them. Zhiwan. Lu Sun, why do you ask this? I wanted to know if there is any ointment for burns that can prevent scarring. Zhiwan regarded this matter seriously. After all, Xie Jingmo and Appo's hands were so exquisite that a scar would be a pity. Who got burned that you were so concerned? Lu Sun and Appo's face lit up with curiosity. Zhiwan gave him a lazy glance. My husband burned his hand. How can I not care? Lu Sun and Appo's mouth twitched. He felt as though he had been slapped in the face with dog food. Could you not flaunt it? Zhiwan and Appo's bright eyes sparkled mischievously. You mentioned Xie Jingmo as your white moonlight, and now I feel down. So there, Lu Sun, cursing himself for speaking out of turn. Sensing the sweetness of romance, Lu Sun suggested several ointments for burns to Zhiwan, who diligently noted them down in her phone. After finishing, she looked up and was once again dazzled by his striking white hair. Unable to resist, she asked, do you favor silver? Your hair is silver, and your earrings are too. Lu Sun proudly tilted his chin, showcasing his silver mane. Do you not find this color particularly beautiful? Especially under the sun, it sparkles magnificently and stands out. Zhiwan. Thankfully, he is handsome enough to pull off such a hair color. As they chattered, He Kaiwei suddenly approached. Boss, Mr. Xie has arrived. Zhiwan paused, immediately looking up. Indeed, Xie Jingmo had entered. With purposeful strides, he walked into the shop, his thin lips pressed together, his strikingly handsome yet cold face betraying no emotion, casting a heavy atmosphere around him. His assistant, Tang Yi, followed closely behind. Zhiwan approached in surprise. What brings you here? It and amp. Oppose. It's only just past 10. Shooting and amp. Oppose. To you be at the office? Tang Yi, trailing behind, wore a look of despair. He was unsure what had transpired. Mr. Xie had postponed the upcoming senior meeting and suddenly decided to seek out his wife. Moreover, he had taken over the driving from Tang Yi, complaining that he was too slow, racing over instead. Even if the company were on the verge of collapse, Mr. Xie would not be this anxious. What on earth happened? Upon seeing Zhiwan laughing and chatting with a silver-haired man, Xie Jingmo and Appo's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds before shifting to the silver-haired figure beside her. His peach blossom eyes narrowed ominously, fixating on that silver hair. Is this the kind of radiant beauty that stands out in a crowd? Xie Jingmo's expression darkened, his tone icy as he inquired, And who might this be? Yu Zhiwan hurriedly introduced. You haven't met yet. This is Lu Sun, introduced by Teacher Liang. He just arrived not long ago. Not long ago. Xie Jingmo seized upon those 3 words, his expression remaining impassive as he scrutinized Lu Sun. Mr. Xie. Hello. Lu Sun greeted, trembling slightly, feeling the chill emanating from Xie Jingmo and Oppo's gaze. Why did it seem as though Xie Jingmo regarded him with such hostility? Goodness. He was not a rival in love. Why look at him with such a terrifying expression? After introducing Lu Sun, Yu Zhiwan turned her attention back to Xie Jingmo, her eyes shimmering with concern. Why did you come over so suddenly? Xie Jingmo's gaze returned to her. My hand hurts. It's time for the ointment. Yu Zhiwan immediately became anxious. Why does it still hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Xie Jingmo replied. No need. Just apply the ointment for me. Though Yu Zhiwan was deeply worried, she had no choice but to lead him to the lounge. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. When did Mr. Xie become so sensitive? He had never heard him utter a word of pain at the office. Moreover, he had driven recklessly just now, as if it were nothing. Oh, Tan Yisudendi understood. Only in front of his wife would Mr. Xie exhibit such tenderness. Chapter 66. Xie Jingmo and Oppo's whimsical request for a hug in the lounge. Yu Zhiwan pulled Xie Jingmo to sit beside the table, meticulously applying medicine to his wounds, her heart aching for him. He must be in great pain to come to her for help. Do you really not need to go to the hospital? Yu Zhiwan asked, her concern evident. No, it's much better now. That's good. Yu Zhiwan sighed in relief, her gaze scrutinizing him. Are you in a bad mood today? She sensed that his expression had turned cold again. Xie Jingmo. No. Yu Zhiwan, not blind to his demeanor, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Well, I just asked about some scar-free ointment. I'll apply it for you later. Your hands must not be left with scars. At her words, the man's frosty expression softened slightly, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Wanwan is so concerned about me. Of course. If I don an Oppo's, care about you. Who else would I care for? As she watched him smile, she couldn't help but smile back, checking the time on her phone. In Oppo's, it's only a little past 10, and the medicine is applied. Are you heading back to the office now? The man narrowed his eyes, his tone slightly frosty. Are you so eager to send me away? Yu Zhiwan protested. What? Why are you unhappy again? Your mood swings are worse than a woman in Oppo's during her period. Who in Oppo's sending you away? I just on and Oppo's. Want you to delay your work, all right? She puffed up her cheeks, casting him a pitiful glance. Of course, if you aren't in Oppo's, worried about delaying your work, then feel free to stay. She genuinely enjoyed his company. The man's long, defined fingers tapped lightly on the table as he casually inquired. That Lu Sun? Was he introduced by Teacher Liang? Yes. Yu Zhiwan nodded, explaining earnestly, the scar-free ointment I mentioned earlier was recommended by Lu Sun. Despite his flamboyant appearance, he is quite amicable and very helpful. She praised him extravagantly, while Xie Jingmo lowered his eyelids, his voice devoid of emotion. Oh, Yu Zhiwan continued, you need not worry. Lu Sun's family consists of doctors, so he's well-versed in burn ointments. He mentioned that his grandparents, parents, and even his elder brother are all doctors. He even joked about suspecting he might not be biologically related to them. Haha. The man's expression remained indifferent. Oh, seated at the table, Yu Zhiwan cradled her face in her hands, her lashes fluttering. But regardless of his peculiarities, I saw a few design sketches he drew this morning, and they were quite creative. He really has a knack for fashion design. Wanwan, my hand hurts again. The man suddenly interjected, his tone uncharacteristically plaintive. Yu Zhiwan froze, dismissing thoughts of Lu Sun and standing up anxiously. Why does it hurt again? Really, we should go to the hospital and check it out right now. However, he grasped her delicate wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Yu Zhiwan gasped in surprise, finding herself seated on his lap, encircled by his arms. Does your hand not hurt anymore? Baby. The man's arm wrapped around her slender waist, his pale skin exhibiting the veins of a powerful possessiveness. Yet he buried his forehead in her neck, playfully nuzzling against her. Just hold me for a while, will you? His low, alluring voice, imbued with a hint of vulnerability, penetrated her ears. How could Yu Zhiwan resist? Her curled lashes trembled. Of course, but is your hand really okay? It still hurts a bit. He remained nestled against her neck, nuzzling closer, exuding an irresistible charm. Then we should hurry to the hospital, she urged, her heart racing. I don't and amp, Oppos, do you want to go to the hospital? He tightened his hold around her waist, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. I just want to hold you, all right? Yu Zhiwan felt her earlobes flush with warmth, her fingers instinctively curling as she wrapped her arms around his back. Yet, seated on his lap, she could distinctly feel his taut muscles, her heart racing uncontrollably. Savoring her warmth and fragrance, he murmured in a slightly husky tone, Baby, let us have lunch at the old house today. Did Grandma and Grandpa invite us? She inquired. With a straight face, he lied, All right, let us go over later and have lunch with Grandma and Grandpa. Good. Thus, they went, and Yu Zhiwan spent the afternoon at the old house, engaged in endless conversation with her grandparents. She found it hard to leave. They treated her so well, and she naturally wanted to spend more time with them. Xie Jingmo sat beside her, his phone illuminating with a message from Tang Yi regarding Lu Sun and Amp, Oppos, S information. Tang Yi was efficient. Upon receiving Xie's order for Lu Sun's details, he promptly conducted an investigation and sent it over. Yet, Tang Yi was perplexed. Why would Xie suddenly want information on Lu Sun? Was he concerned about Yu Zhiwan being alone with him? That evening, they returned to Lanchi Garden. After her shower, Yu Zhiwan sat at her vanity. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xie Jingmo's mood was off today. Could it be that time of the month? She was not skilled at comforting others. Dejectedly, she drooped her head, searching online for advice on how to cheer up a husband in a bad mood. The first suggestion she found read, when couples argue at the head of the bed, they reconcile at the foot. There is nothing that a session of lovemaking can't resolve, and if there is, then do it twice. Yu Zhiwan, is that even a thing? She blinked, her fair cheeks tinged with pink, when suddenly the bathroom door swung open and Xie Jingmo emerged, freshly bathed. Yu Zhiwan felt a rush of nerves and instinctively flipped her phone face down on the table, producing a soft thud. Xie Jingmo, towel in hand, glanced at her phone and his gaze deepened slightly. What was she hiding? However, he didn't press her for answers. After Yu Zhiwan nestled under the covers, he casually leaned against the vanity, his slender fingers gripping his phone as he meticulously reviewed the information Tang Yi had sent regarding Lu Sun. Upon finishing the document, he frowned slightly. It seemed rather unremarkable. What was it about him that had captivated her? Was it his white hair? Did she have a penchant for silver locks? Meanwhile, Yu Zhiwan lay in bed, the covers snug against her chest, her small hands resting delicately on the edge, eyes closed as she drifted towards sleep. Suddenly, she heard his voice echoing in the room. I want to dye my hair. Yu Zhiwan shot up in surprise. Huh? Dye your hair? What a sudden whim. Leaning casually against the vanity, he tilted his head playfully, his dark, enchanting eyes fixed on her. I want to dye it silver. Yu Zhiwan blinked in bewilderment. Silver? Is that really necessary? She scratched her head in confusion. You'd look great with silver hair. You're handsome, and your fair complexion would suit it well. But your current black hair looks great too. He stepped closer, his long legs striding towards her. Stopping at the edge of the bed, he leaned down, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his collarbone, his voice languid and enticing. What hair color does my lady prefer? Catching sight of his collarbone, warmth surged through her, and she swallowed hard, forcing her gaze back to his face. I like your black hair just the way it is. Xie Jingmo paused, his pupils narrowing. You like it like this? Chapter 67. Xie Jingmo. Your embrace is too tight. Yu Zhiwan noticed his unwavering gaze and, assuming disbelief, reiterated, Really? Your current hair color is quite becoming. Xie Jingmo remained by the bedside, still leaning in close. Abruptly, he guided her hand to his waist. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. What are you doing? Was he inviting her to touch his waist? His captivating eyes met hers, his tone ambiguous. Do you still find it pleasing? He recalled her previous fondness for his waist, how she enjoyed embracing him. Puzzled by his sudden inquiry, Yu Zhiwan, though slightly bashful, didn't feign indifference. Her luminous, dark eyes met his as she nodded obediently. Yes, I do. Xie Jingmo arched a brow, inquiring with measured cadence. And what do you think of Lu Sun's waist? Lu Sun? Why was he so concerned about Lu Sun? Perplexed, Zhiwan paused to consider. Lu Sun is quite handsome, tall and slender, with a youthful air. As for his waist, I haven an oppose. He's seen it, but I imagine his physique is agreeable. A wry smile played on his lips as he remarked, "My wife is quite observant." Zhiwan was bewildered. "But you asked me." He leaned closer, their proximity almost intimate. Despite the charged atmosphere, his sardonic smile conveyed an undercurrent of danger. "I ask one question, and you shower him with 10 compliments?" Zhiwan was exasperated. Was he being deliberately difficult? Men are so unpredictable. She cast a resentful glance at him, suppressing her thoughts before finally succumbing to the urge. "Xie Jingmo, are you experiencing a hormonal imbalance? Or perhaps a midlife crisis?" "I and oppose. The herd men can have those too, you know." Xie Jingmo was aghast. Zhiwan adopted a serious expression. "Don and oppose. Ignore it. You may be young, but these things—" Before she could finish, Xie Jingmo, unable to endure any longer, pulled her into a fierce embrace, as if trying to fuse her into his very being. Zhiwan felt her chest compress, like a kitten effortlessly enveloped in his arms, leaving no room for resistance. "Ugh, Xie Jingmo, your embrace is too forceful." A sardonic chuckle rumbled above her head as he seized her hand and placed it on his waist. Zhiwan was bewildered. "What now? You like it, don't you? Embrace me," he commanded in a low, sensuous voice. Her ears flushed at his assertive tone. "Oh!" It wasn't an amp. Oppose. As if she was overcome with lust and trying to take liberties with him. He was practically inviting her to do so. Zhiwan seized the opportunity, embracing him tightly. Due to their height difference, her cheek rested against his chest, and she couldn't resist a subtle nuzzle. She initially intended a brief embrace. But even as they lay in bed, her hand barely retreating from his waist, Xie Jingmo reached out, grasped her hand, and repositioned it. "Hold me," he murmured, his voice low and alluring. Zhiwan instinctively licked her lips. Truthfully, she was quite content to hold him. But she couldn't and oppose. T helped wondering if his midlife crisis had arrived prematurely. But surely, not 20 years early. The following morning, Zhiwan awoke to find herself still in his arms, her hands still on his waist, having embraced him throughout the night. Her legs were entwined with his, positioned rather high. Her eyes widened in alarm. As she attempted to disentangle herself, fate intervened, and Xie Jingmo and oppose. His eyes fluttered open, his gaze clear, as if he had been awake for some time. He nestled the girl closer, gently brushing his nose against her forehead. "Stay still, darling," he murmured, his voice languid and husky. "But, shouldn't oppose, till you take a cold shower?" she asked, her eyes glistening with moisture. Xie Jingmo was speechless. During breakfast, Zhiwan stole glances at Xie Jingmo, pondering whether to consult Lu Sun about remedies for premature male menopause. She also recalled her visit to the old residence with Xie Jingmo the previous afternoon, leaving her unable to impart any design knowledge to Lu Sun. She resolved to make amends today. Just then, she received a message from He Kaiwei. "Boss, Lu Sun requested a leave of absence. He said his elder brother has conscripted him for labor and wanted amp. Oppose, to be available for a few days." Zhiwan was stunned, her gaze instinctively shifting to Xie Jingmo. "Is something amiss?" he inquired, noticing her attention. "Nothing. Lu Sun has requested a leave of absence." "I see." He nonchalantly placed a crystal shrimp dumpling on her plate. Zhiwan replied to He Kaiwei, "Understood." A leave of absence was acceptable, as long as Lu Sun, recommended by teacher Liang, wasn't being mistreated. In recent times, Jinghong had flourished, steadily gaining market share and acquiring an increasing number of VIP clients. Conversely, the Yu family's clothing brand suffered significant customer attrition. Despite lowering prices and adopting a strategy of small profits and large sales, it proved unsustainable, resulting in a shrinking market share and dwindling sales. Zhiwan and He Kaiwei deliberated, planning the opening of Jinghong and Oppo's as first branch. The location was of paramount importance. One morning, after inspecting several potential sites, Zhiwan and He Kaiwei returned to Jinghong's main store. As they discussed their options, the security guard approached. "Boss, Director He, the Yu family is here." Zhiwan turned to see Yu Changde, Tao Shuqin, Yu Xiuqi, Yu Shaoza, and Yu Xiangxiang, the entire family assembled. After a moment and amp, oppos, as consideration, Yu Zhiwan instructed the guard to escort them in. He Kai Wei, aware of the Yu family and oppos, as character, expressed concern. In oppos, as fine, carry on with your work. Yu Zhiwan reassured her with a comforting glance. Seeing her resolve, He Kai Wei refrained from further comment and excused herself. Yu Xiuqi rushed forward, a thermal food container in hand. Zhiwan, this is your favorite fish soup, prepared with my own hands. In an oppos, as still warm, please try it and tell me if it an oppos, as to your liking. A pampered young master. He had never cooked before, relying on cookbooks and learning to prepare fish, even accidentally cutting his finger. He concealed the injury with a bandage, not wanting Zhiwan to see. He had been neglectful of his sister, unaware of her preferences. He hoped to make amends. Yu Shaoza followed closely. Zhiwan, this fish soup was made by our brother. He knows he wronged you and hopes to make amends. I feel the same. Zhiwan, please give us a chance. Chapter 68. Yu Zhiwan. I wish to marry Xie Jingmo. Yu Zhiwan cast a dispassionate glance at the bowl of fish soup, her demeanor indifferent. Compensation? Have you not heard? Late affection is worth less than a blade of grass. The coldness in her sister and amp, oppos, S eyes pierced through Yu Xiuqi and amp, oppos, S heart, amplifying his self-loathing for past deeds. Wan, sister. Yu Xiangxiang suddenly interjected, her eyes red and filled with a pitiful innocence. Both elder brother and second brother truly wish to make amends with you. Moreover, our parents are filled with remorse as well. Initially, we did not recognize you as Wan Yen, the savior of the Yu family. Now that we know the truth, they feel genuinely guilty and want to bring you home. Sister, please forgive our parents this once. You are their own flesh and blood. Tao Shuqin felt a surge of emotions. Although Xiangxiang was an adopted daughter, her filial piety was undeniable, making it apt to call her a treasured daughter. Zhiwan, Tao Shuqin stepped forward. We were wrong in the past. Today, your father and I have come to personally bring you home. From now on, we will treat you as a true family member. Zhiwan, can you truly abandon your mother? Throughout the exchange, Yu Zhiwan and Oppos' face remained impassive. Ms. Tao, the day I severed ties with the Yu family was the day I ceased to have a mother. Upon hearing this, Tao Shuqin and Oppos' heart twisted painfully. Had she truly resolved to deny her as a mother? Yu Changde and Oppos' expression darkened, and he spoke with displeasure. Zhiwan, do not utter such words. What family holds grudges overnight? We were wrong in the past, and both Shuqin and I apologize, humbling ourselves before you. However, as a daughter, can you bear to see your parents reduced to this? Moreover, you carry the blood of the Yu family. You are, after all, a part of us and should consider the family and Oppos' honor and disgrace. Yu Zhiwan could not help but scoff. Then I find it revolting that I bear the blood of the Yu family. Yu Changde and amp, Oppos' brow furrowed, and his expression soured. What nonsense! How can you say such a thing? Do you truly despise your family so much? Yu Zhiwan and Oppos' gaze turned icy. Indeed, I do despise you. After all this talk of family honor, is it not because the Yu family is currently struggling that you wish for my return? You want me to serve the Yu family? Yu Xiuqi interjected anxiously. No, Wan, I don't and Oppos. Do you want that? I do not wish for you to return to the Yu family or sacrifice anything for them. I only hope to make amends. Before Yu Xiuqi could finish, Yu Changde interrupted him, gripping his arm in frustration. Yu Changde and amp, Oppos' countenance darkened. Yu Zhiwan, if you are willing to return to the Yu family, the position of chief designer will always be yours, and I will allocate 15 of my shares to you. Yu Xiangxiang and amp, Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting her facade of innocence. 15 of the shares. He previously only granted me 10. Why is he giving her 15? Yu Zhiwan smirked slightly. You wish for me to continue designing for the Yu family? Seeing her reaction, Yu Changde felt hopeful, believing he had swayed her. Zhiwan, I have heard you are married. If the Yu family flourishes, it will provide you with a solid backing, thus helping both the family and yourself. Yu Zhiwan and Oppos' tone was devoid of emotion. If you want me to continue designing, I have a condition. What condition? Yu Changde felt a surge of wariness. Did she find the 15 insufficient? The others in the Yu family turned their attention to her. Yu Zhiwan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Since you wish to treat me as family, then I desire to fulfill the engagement with the Xie family myself. I wish to marry Xie Jingmo. Are you willing to relinquish the engagement to me? Will you cherish me as you do Yu Xiangxiang? As her words hung in the air, Yu Xiangxiang's spine stiffened. This vile woman sought to snatch her fiancé. Xie Jingmo was hers. Tao Shuqin immediately objected. No, this engagement was established for Xiangxiang. She adores Jingmo, and you cannot disrupt their bond. Yu Changda and Amp, Oppo's expression grew grave as he glared at Yu Zhiwan. Aren't and Amp, Oppo's, you already married? You cannot usurp Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppo's engagement. Do you intend to divorce just to marry again? Furthermore, as the elder sister, should you not treat your younger sister kindly? Yu Zhiwan found these remarks predictable and scoffed. Are you truly reluctant to let go? Remember, do not speak of treating me as family again. It disgusts me. You know your true intentions, so do not obstruct my sight. With that, she turned to the security personnel. See them out. The guards promptly moved forward, and He Kaiwei also arrived to escort the Yu family away. Yu Xiuqi turned back, wanted to inquire about her marriage and whether that man treated her well. If she would honor the engagement with Xie Jingmo, he would support her without reservation. However, he was forcefully ushered out, and all his questions were swallowed back down. Yu Changda, expelled by the daughter he once despised, seethed with fury. Upon returning home, he was informed by the servants that the shareholders of the Yu family had arrived, demanding explanations due to the company's poor management. In desperation, Yu Changda had to soothe them with countless words before they finally left. Yu Changda furrowed his brow in worry. The crisis within the company was growing dire. If only Yu Zhiwan would return, she could contribute her designs to the Yu family, and her own talents could be integrated as well. This would undoubtedly benefit the Yu family. If she desired the engagement, then Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppo's heart raced with trepidation. What was this old man about to suggest? Tao Shuqin interjected anxiously. Changda, what do you mean by that? Yu Changda sighed heavily. Xiangxiang, our family is facing hardships. Since your sister desires the engagement, it seems we must prioritize her needs for now. Tao Shuqin exclaimed, this cannot be. I will not allow my precious daughter to be wronged. Yu Xiuqi protested. Mother, Zhiwan is your biological daughter. Tears streamed down Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppo's cheeks as she cried pitifully. Mom and Dad, if you insist, I'm willing to give up my fiancé for sister, as long as she returns to the Yu family and assists us. No, I cannot agree. Tao Shuqin still attempted to resist. Yu Changda and Amp, Oppo's face hardened. Shuqin, I understand your concern for Xiangxiang, but I too feel pained. However, the company is in crisis, and we must prioritize Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppo's sacrifice for now. Tao Shuqin and Amp, Oppo's tears welled up as she embraced Yu Xiangxiang, weeping, my dear daughter, my unfortunate daughter. Yu Xiangxiang sobbed softly in her mother and Oppo's embrace, but a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Yu Zhiwan, that wretched woman, sought to steal her fiancé in her dreams, and that 15 shares would belong to no one but her. Yu Changda should not entertain thoughts of granting them to Yu Zhiwan. 3 days later, during midday, Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin and Amp, Oppo's car suddenly met with an accident. Yu Xiangxiang was also in the vehicle. Both Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin fell into unconsciousness on the spot. Chapter 69. What is Madam doing? After a day and night, Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin finally regained consciousness from their stupor. In the hospital room, Yu Changda sat on the bed, his forehead bandaged and his complexion pale. Xiuqi, have they apprehended the driver who hit us? Yu Xiuqi shook his head. There were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road. The vehicle fled the scene after the collision. Xiaoza and I have reported it to the police, and they're still investigating. Tao Shuqin, suffering from a fractured arm that throbbed with pain at the slightest movement, lamented, Changda and I are gravely injured, but thankfully, Xiangxiang only has minor scrapes. However, that perpetrator must be caught. Yu Xiaoza, who had kept vigil by the bed all night, looked haggard as he reassured her mom. Rest assured, they will definitely be caught. Yu Changda, filled with fury, coughed uncontrollably. In broad daylight, they dare to flee after hitting someone. Is there no justice left? Dad, I think I saw. Yu Xiang, who was nearby, spoke softly but then fearfully shook her head. No, I didn't see anything. Tao Shuqin sensed something amiss and quickly asked, Xiang, what did you see? In an oppose. That's all right, tell your mother boldly. Yu Changda urged, yes, Xiang, please say it. Did you see who hit us? Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiao's expressions turned serious as well. Yu Xiang bit her lip, appearing conflicted, and choked out, Mom and Dad. Please don't ask. I didn't see anything. I saw nothing. Exchanging glances, Yu Changda and Tao Shuqin felt an increasing sense of unease. What had Xiang truly witnessed? By noon, perhaps too exhausted, Yu Xiang dozed off beside Tao Shuqin's bed, mumbling in her sleep, concerned for her health. Tao Shuqin attempted to coax her back to her own bed, only to overhear her mention Yu Zhiwan in her sleep. Sister, no. Don't. Sister, why did you have someone drive into Mom and Dad? They're your biological parents. Sister, no. Let it be me. Don't harm Mom and Dad. The revelation struck Tao Shuqin like a bolt from the blue, her back chilling with disbelief as she shouted, Xiang, wake up, quickly. Did you see that it was Yu Zhiwan who hit us? Yu Changda, having overheard, was instantly filled with rage, his hands trembling. No wonder Xiang wouldn't speak earlier. It was that beast Yu Zhiwan. How could she harm her own parents? Is she even human? Yu Xiang awoke in a daze, seemingly unaware of her sleep-talking, hurriedly covering her mouth in panic. Mom and Dad, it wasn't my sister. It wasn't her. Xiang, you must not hide that beast anymore. You revealed it in your sleep. Both your mother and I heard it. Yu Changda insisted. Tao Shuqin, heartbroken, exclaimed, Xiang. I know you're protecting your sister, but if this were not real, why would you mention such things in your sleep? That unfilial daughter. How could I have given birth to such a child who would dare to harm her own mother? She is utterly inhuman. Yu Xiuqi and Yu Xiaoza had just returned from lunch when they overheard the conversation. Yu Xiuqi and Oppos. S expression changed instantly, and he reprimanded Mom. What nonsense are you spouting? There is absolutely no way this accident is related to Zhiwan. Yu Xiaoza frowned. Mom, Zhiwan is not that kind of person. Tao Shuqin, tears streaming down her face, aged visibly in an instant. If I can't trust Xiang, who can I trust? Just now, Xiang was in turmoil, unwilling to reveal the truth. All to protect that beast. She is so kind and innocent. Would she lie? Yu Xiuqi, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned his gaze to Yu Xiang. What on earth happened? Yu Xiang, frightened, shrank back, tears glistening on her lashes, looking pitiful. Elder brother, when the accident happened, I was sitting in the back seat, unharmed. Mom and Dad were in the front, knocked unconscious. I saw through the window that besides the driver, my sister was in the back seat. Yu Xiuqi scoffed in disbelief. Yu Xiang, are you taking advantage of the lack of surveillance to spread lies and tarnish Yuan? Tao Shuqin became anxious. Xiuqi, what are you saying? Just now, your father and I repeatedly asked, and Xiang wouldn't reveal the truth. If I hadn't overheard her in her sleep, she would be hiding this for that beast for a lifetime. Xiang is too kind-hearted to lie. With tears streaming down her face, Yu Xiang implored Mom to let my sister return to the Yu family. I was willing to give up my fiancé for her. I never expected my sister to. You're her biological parents. How could you be so heartless? Tao Shuqin embraced Yu Xiang, silly child. You always think of your sister, even concealing such matters for her. Your kindness will lead to your suffering, my dear daughter. She was truly her little darling, her little blessing. No one was as innocent and understanding as her Xiang. Yu Changda, seething with anger, believed wholeheartedly in Yu Xiang over Yu Zhiwan. That beast. I truly misjudged her. The marriage contract with the Xie family shall never benefit her. As for that 15 of shares, she will not obtain a single cent. All of this belongs to Xiang. I will only give to Xiang. Yu Xiang, with tear-stained cheeks, felt a flicker of satisfaction at her father's words, her lips curling into a faint smile as pride shimmered in her eyes. That wretched Yu Zhiwan would gain nothing. Xie Jingmo was only for her. The shares of the Yu family were hers. Yu Xiuqi's expression was grave. He sensed that something was amiss, resolutely believing in his sister. He pulled Yu Xiaoza aside. Speaking in hushed tones, what do you think? Yu Shaozi furrowed his brow. Elder brother, I share your belief that Zhiwan would not do such a thing, but Xiang. We have watched her grow up. She is kind-hearted and uncompetitive. I don't know what to do. Yu Xiaoqi clenched his teeth. Glancing back at Yu Xiang in the hospital room, his gaze darkening. In Lang Ziyuan, Yu Zhiwan had researched numerous techniques for pursuing someone and was just about to put them into practice when her phone rang unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Gesturing for Xie Jingmo to wait, she answered the call. Hello? Yu Zhiwan. The furious voice of Yu Changde echoed through the line. You must be disappointed that your mother and I are still alive. Yu Zhiwan frowned, perplexed by his outburst. Before she could respond, Yu Changde continued. I humble myself to invite you home, and you still resort to having someone drive into your own parents. How could you commit such a heinous act? Impatient, Yu Zhiwan interrupted. Who drove into you? Yu Changde shouted. What? Are you trying to deny it? Xiang saw it with her own eyes. Xiang? She saw me driving into Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin? Yu Zhiwan and Appo's eyes narrowed in shock. What slander was this Xiang concocting? On the other end, Yu Changde continued his tirade, but Yu Zhiwan and Appo's voice turned icy. Mr. Yu, if you still have the energy to hurl insults, it seems your injuries are not severe enough. Perhaps you should return and reflect. Believing every word you hear makes you more foolish than a pig. After hanging up, she didn't Appo's teeny to know how furious Yu Changde would be. As for the accusation of her driving into someone, Xie Jingmo, lying on the bed beneath her, had been lazily raising an eyebrow at her until he caught the mention of Mr. Yu. His gaze sharpened dangerously. That was a call from Yu Changde? Yu Zhiwan nodded, her expression grave. I'm unsure of the details. He was in an accident, and Xiang claims she saw it was me who hit them. A chill flickered in Xie Jingmo's eyes as he sat up. Don't worry. I will help you get to the bottom of this swiftly. A flicker of emotion stirred within Yu Zhiwan. She could not articulate the reason, yet she found herself inexplicably trusting his words. Upon hearing him offer assistance, an unaccountable sense of security enveloped her. Thank you, she said, gazing at him, her eyes shimmering with a profound resonance. At that moment, the man raised his hand to gently tousle her hair, a playful lift of his brow accompanying his words. My lady, what intentions do you harbor by pinning me to the bed? Chapter 70. Realize clearly, your genuine husband is here. Yu Zhiwan blinked and suddenly pounced, knocking Xie Jingmo onto the bed. She then lifted the covers, enveloping both of them within. Xie Jingmo, caught off guard, felt his breath hitch, particularly in that moment. As they nestled together in the cramped, dark cocoon, the girl and Appo's sweet, warm breath brushed against his cheek, causing his gaze to darken. In the pitch black, Yu Zhiwan raised her wrist excitedly, presenting it before him with an air of mystery. Look, it glows. In the darkness, the cartoon designs drawn with glow-in-the-dark markers on her wrist shimmered with an eerie green light. Xie Jingmo. After a pause, the man couldn't and Appo's help but turn his head away, a muffled chuckle escaping his throat, reverberating through his chest with an indescribable pleasure. Yu Zhiwan, puzzled, asked, What are you laughing at? Look clearly, the little figure on the left is you, and the one on the right is me. I drew this. Yes, I see it clearly. And then? The man's tone carried a lazy amusement as his long fingers played with a strand of her hair. Look at what they're wearing. Pay close attention. Yu Zhiwan puffed her cheeks in discontent. Xie Jingmo peered at the drawing, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. The one on the left is me? After a brief moment, he smirked, his voice teasing. That can't be right, darling. Why am I in a wedding dress? Yu Zhiwan stifled a giggle, just as her phone on the bedside table rang again. Who is it? She lifted the covers, her fluffy head popping out as she grabbed her phone, only to find another unfamiliar number. Probably another call from the Yu family. With a sigh, she pressed in, but before she could set the phone down, a message arrived. Yu Zhiwan, it's me, Lu Sun. Lu Sun? Yu Zhiwan recalled that she had not saved Lu Sun's number. The number rang again. Yu Zhiwan answered, her voice laced with suspicion. Lu Sun? Is that really you? Hearing her call out Lu Sun and Appo's name, the smile on Xie Jingmo and Appo's lips faded. and he sat up from the bed, watching her with an unamused expression. Zhiwan held the phone to her ear. Yes, I understand. What are you doing? Your voice keeps changing. Is someone with you? All right, I and Amp. Amp? Oppos. LL sent it to you right away. I got it, Don and Amp. Amp? Oppos. T-Rush. After hanging up, Xie Jingmo regarded her with an inscrutable tone. What are you sending to Lu Sun? Sitting at the edge of the bed. Zhiwan tapped her phone screen with remarkable speed. Just a little something. Upon hearing her vague response, Xie Jingmo almost laughed in exasperation, casting a glance at her wrist. Are you going to show me the drawing on your wrist? Zhiwan was preoccupied, not lifting her head. Just a moment. Lu Sun is a bit urgent. After I finish with him, I'll show you. Xie Jingmo found her dismissive attitude amusing and infuriating. So, as soon as Lu Sun arrived, he was to be sidelined, was he? He got off the bed. Zhiwan, focused on her phone, suddenly felt a shadow loom over her. Looking up in surprise, she found Xie Jingmo standing before her, blinking in confusion. What is up? With a deep and intense gaze. He spoke in a low voice. Zhiwan, realize clearly your genuine husband is here. The man in Amp, Oppos' face was stunningly handsome, with distinctly defined eyelashes, and his downward glance exuded an inexplicable allure. His eyes fixed on her crimson lips, the atmosphere became palpably intimate. Zhiwan and Oppos' heart raced, and under his close scrutiny, her heartbeat became erratic, stirring a ridiculous desire to kiss him. He glanced at her chat with Lu Sun, his tongue irritably brushing against the roof of his mouth. His voice tinged with a hint of frustration. You carry on. I will have someone look into the car accident involving you, Changda. Expressionless, he finished speaking and turned to leave the bedroom. Zhiwan and Oppos' eyelashes fluttered in confusion, and she placed a hand over her racing heart, taking several seconds to recollect her intentions. After sending the information to Lu Sun, she hurriedly logged onto Weibo and messaged GMW. A bowl of green grapes. Are you there? Are you there? A bowl of green grapes. Please respond. It's urgent. GMW. A bowl of green grapes. What do I do when I feel overwhelmed around my crush? A bowl of green grapes. I feel so pathetic. Every time I interact with him or speak to him, my heart races uncontrollably. How do I rein it in? GMW. GMW. I don an Amp, Oppos, to want to discuss such matters with you. A bowl of green grapes. Please, share your methods with me. A bowl of green grapes. You're the only one among my friends with experience in crushes. A bowl of green grapes. Boo-hoo, I beg you. Teach me. I really like him so much. GEMW. For heaven's sake. A bowl of green grapes. Please, please. After a lengthy wait, the other party finally relented with a cold response. GMW. Drink water. When your heart races, try drinking water. Zhiwan blinked. Drink water? She glanced around and spotted her water cup in the living room. Immediately, she jumped up and scampered downstairs, filling her cup and gulping down several mouthfuls. It seemed effective. Her heartbeat calmed significantly. Just as she was feeling relieved, she saw Xie Jingmo descending the stairs, dressed in a white shirt that accentuated his slim waist, tall and striking. As he gracefully stepped down each stair, upon seeing him, the familiar sensation of her heart racing returned, and she began to drink from her cup fervently. Xie Jingmo lifted his eyelids and caught sight of her as she gulped water, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 71. My husband is incredible. As Zhiwan was vigorously drinking water, she noticed Xie Jingmo gazing at her, nearly choking. Cough, cough. What are you staring at? The man stood on the last step of the staircase, his tall figure leaning casually against the railing, one hand tucked into his pocket, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with a meaningful glint. Are you thirsty? Zhiwan replied. Are you complaining that I drink too much water? I will drink as I please. With a haughty huff, she took another couple of sips before setting her cup down. Then she stomped up the stairs, purposefully bumping into him as she passed by. Zhiwan was somewhat baffled by this sudden display of temper. In the past, she would have restrained herself, remaining quiet and compliant, never resorting to such childish antics. Yet in Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppos' presence, she felt liberated, able to frolic without care, even indulging in a touch of playful defiance. Alas, it all stemmed from Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppos' nurturing nature. After all, he constantly praised her beauty and encouraged her to boldly pursue her desires. He had spoiled her. Meanwhile, Xie Jingmo watched the girl ascend the stairs, his eyes narrowing slightly as he cast a slow glance at her water cup, his gaze laden with significance. Upon returning to her bedroom, Zhiwan placed her hand over her heart, realizing that drinking water seemed to genuinely alleviate her racing heartbeat. Henceforth, whenever her heart raced, she would simply drink more water. Glancing at the cartoon doodles on her wrist, made with fluorescent markers, Zhiwan felt a twinge of regret. She had finally discovered a subtle way to confess her feelings, yet had not fully shared it with Xie Jingmo. Perhaps she should abandon the subtlety and be bold, confessing directly? Although initially, when they registered their marriage, Xie Jingmo had mentioned pretending to be affectionate for the sake of their grandparents, he had still been quite intimate with her when they were alone. If she were to boldly confess, the chances of success should be favorable, right? But what if all of Xie Jingmo and Oppo's kindness was merely her own delusion? What if he rejected her confession? The mere thought of such a possibility struck Zhiwan like a bolt, making her momentarily grasp the reason behind the cautiousness and anxiety that accompanies falling in love as spoken of online. Yet, she still yearned to try. She wanted to boldly confess her feelings. The next morning, while Zhiwan was in the Jinghong store discussing the opening of a new branch with Kaiwei, she suddenly received a call from Xie Jingmo, informing her that he had clarified the circumstances surrounding Changde and Oppo's car accident. Zhiwan widened her eyes in astonishment. So soon? That is quite impressive. The man on the other end of the line raised an eyebrow leisurely. Who was impressive? Zhiwan replied, you. Xie Jingmo asked, and I am who to you? Zhiwan, feeling a bit shy, glanced at Kaiwei beside her, then covered her mouth, whispering, Xie Jingmo is amazing. My husband is amazing. A low, seductive laugh resonated from the receiver, filled with leisure and amusement. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. I am on my way to find you and share the details. Zhiwan responded, all right, I will wait for you. After hanging up, she noticed Kaiwei and Oppo's barely concealed laughter, realizing that despite her hushed tone, she had been overheard. Zhiwan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Stop laughing, stop laughing. Let's get back to business. Once their discussion about the new branch concluded, Zhiwan eagerly awaited Xie Jingmo's arrival. Strangely, after just half a day apart, she found herself missing him quite a bit. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about the details of the car accident involving Changde and Tao Shuqin. While waiting in the store, she spotted a stray dog by the roadside. A common yellow mutt, not of any distinguished breed. Yet, her heart tightened at the sight, as it bore a striking resemblance to the little dog she had owned in her childhood. Memories of that dog flooded back, along with the grim recollection of the bloody skin removed in the kitchen. Zhiwan and Oppo's pupils trembled violently, her lips pressed tightly together, enough to turn pale. She had thought that after so many years, the painful memories of her childhood could be buried quietly. However, upon seeing a dog of similar color and size, the hidden sorrow and anguish surged forth, overwhelming her heart. The little dog outside, with its round, bright black eyes, wagged its tail joyfully, adorably innocent. As Zhiwan watched, her eyes misted over, and she unconsciously clenched her fingers. It truly resembled the little dog she had once cared for. After that dog had passed away, she had never dared to raise another. Yet now, she suddenly felt a desire to adopt the stray outside the store. Perhaps it was because her current family was Xie Jingmo, providing her with the security to believe that the horrors of her childhood would not repeat. Zhiwan pinched her fingertips tightly, unable to resist the urge to step outside the store. Her legs felt like they were walking on cotton, unsure of how she made her way over, until she finally stood before the little stray dog. The dog sat obediently on the ground, showing no signs of aggression, wagging its tail in a friendly manner, its expression seemingly smiling. As Zhiwan bent down to close the distance, her hand trembled uncontrollably. A crimson haze seemed to envelop her vision, and the deliberately forgotten images from her past surged forth. The bloody dog being slaughtered in the kitchen, the dripping skin, the steaming meat on the plate, and that piece of flesh forced in her mouth. Zhiwan and Oppo's As complexion turned ashen, and she abruptly stood up, staggering backward. She still could not muster the courage. She could not bring herself to care for another. It felt as though she could not cross that threshold, nor heal the child she once was. Just as Zhiwan stepped out of the store, Xie Jingmo arrived. As he got out of the car, he instantly spotted Zhiwan approaching the stray dog, his expression tightening. He was already aware of the dog she had rescued in her childhood and the despairing experiences she had endured. At that moment, his girl, lips pressed tightly together, was earnestly moving toward the little stray, as if unwilling to remain trapped in the past, attempting to take that step forward. Xie Jingmo watched silently, his jaw gradually tightening. Within moments, he saw Zhiwan's face pale, and she stumbled back. He rushed over, reaching out to steady her. Wan. Zhiwan dazedly lifted her head. Her eyes glistening with tears, her eyelids reddened. She stared blankly at the man before her voice trembling. Xie Jingmo. In the next instant, she was enveloped in his warm embrace. The clean, pleasant scent of wood enveloped her senses, and the warmth of his body radiated into her. Zhiwan felt a pang in her nose, unable to hold back any longer. She clutched tightly at the man's white shirt, her actions brimming with reliance, as if she had found a sanctuary, a place that sheltered her from the storm. The blinding crimson haze before her gradually receded. Chapter 72. Xie Cha discovers. My wife likes me. In the lounge, Zhiwan sat at the table, steam rising from her teacup, the curling wisps of vapor obscuring her features. She had little to conceal from Xie Jingmo, sharing the tale of her childhood dog while gazing down at the water in her cup. I have always felt guilty. I adopted it and treated it as a friend, yet I failed to protect it, allowing it to be. The little stray dog outside the shop moments ago bore an uncanny resemblance to her lost companion. I thought that now, having left my adoptive father, I would no longer be hurt by him and could raise my own puppy again. Yet after all these years, I still cannot let go. I still cannot achieve that. Listening to the girl's despondent and fragmented voice, Xie Jingmo felt as if his heart were being gripped, flooding with countless pangs of sorrow and compassion. Wan, look at me, he urged, clasping her slender hand to coax her to meet his gaze. You have done nothing wrong. Do not feel guilty, nor should you blame yourself. You are the victim in this situation. The fault lies not with you, but with your adoptive father. Even if you cannot find closure now, that is perfectly all right. There is still much time ahead. We shall take it slowly, Wan. Please, try to trust me, all right? Perhaps the misfortunes of childhood required a lifetime to heal. Even if it took all his days, he would stand by her side, showering her with ample love to mend the barrenness of her heart. Zhiwan felt a gentle tremor within her, akin to a dandelion being swept away, its soft fluff dispersing throughout her heart, covering every barren corner. He said not to blame herself. He said to take it slowly, to trust him. Zhiwan gazed at the man, her eyes wide and unblinking, as if no longer needing to bear the weight of her past alone. Really? Is what you say true? Indeed, I will be here for you, Wan. We shall take our time, Xie Jingmo reassured her, wrapping her in his embrace, his hands soothingly stroking her back, undeterred by fatigue or tedium, as if he were tending to the most precious treasure in the world. By the time Zhiwan calmed down, she had lost track of how long Xie Jingmo had held her. She had started sitting in her chair, yet now she found herself cradled in his arms. How could she not feel a flutter in her heart? It was as if a little rabbit was bouncing within her chest. Zhiwan could hardly contain herself, quickly lifting the water cup from the table and gulping down a few generous sips. Xie Jingmo watched her with narrowed, almond-shaped eyes, a flicker of something dark swirling within their depths. Why are you so thirsty? Zhiwan held the cup, replying, Well, drinking more water is good for the body. By the way, what happened with Chanda's car accident? Upon hearing this, Xie Jingmo tapped his fingers lightly on the table, casually explaining, it was Xiang. She arranged for someone to crash into him. Zhiwan was taken aback, while she trusted Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppo's findings, she was still shocked. When Chanda called me yesterday, he mentioned that Xiang was in the car as well. Did she really orchestrate her own accident? How ruthless. Even if I told Chanda, he wouldn't and Amp, Oppo's, believe me. The man reached out, ruffling her hair affectionately. Rest assured, My lady, we have evidence. Yu Zhiwan and amp. Oppo's eyes brightened. That and amp. Oppo's wonderful. She no longer cared what Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin thought of her, nor whether they misunderstood her. She would not shoulder the blame for something that wasn't in amp. Oppo's to your fault. As Yu Zhiwan conversed with Xie Jingmo, he Kaiwei knocked at the door, announcing a private VIP client was seeking her. I'll be right back, Yu Zhiwan told Xie Jingmo before stepping out of the lounge. Xie Jingmo glanced at her empty cup, then took out his phone, dialing a number saved as Lu Jinyan. Have your brother Lu Sun come over. After nearly 20 minutes, Yu Zhiwan finished her discussion with the VIP client and hurried back to find Xie Jingmo. Turning around, she spotted Lu Sun with his striking white hair, swaggering toward her. What are you doing here? Didn't end amp? Amp? Oppos. Till you take a leave of absence? She asked, puzzled. I can end amp. Amp? Oppos. Till you believe this? Lu Sun exclaimed, exasperated. I don't know what my brother is thinking, suddenly pulling me away for hard labor, and then today, out of the blue, he lets me go. I suspect he is going through a midlife crisis. Yu Zhiwan immediately followed up. If a man is going through a midlife crisis, what medicine can he take to adjust? Lu Sun confidently replied, with my lack of knowledge, how would I know? Yu Zhiwan. Though Lu Sun may not excel academically, he was quite adept at gossiping. Why do you ask? Which man is experiencing a midlife crisis? Who could it be? It can end amp. Amp? Oppos. T be your husband, right? That shouldn't be the case. He wields so much power. What could he possibly have to feel that way? Just then, the lounge door swung open, and Xie Jingmo stepped out. Lu Sun and Oppos' heart sank, exclaiming internally, oh no, what's he doing here? How unfortunate. The last time Xie Jingmo had come around, he had looked at him with a hostility that felt akin to viewing a rival. If he were to overhear Lu Sun's remark about midlife crisis, would he even survive this encounter? Upon spotting Xie Jingmo, Yu Zhiwan rushed over, her eyes sparkling. Why are you out here? Were you waiting anxiously? I finished my business. Let an amp. Amp? Oppos. Let's go back and continue our conversation. Xie Jingmo held her water cup, casually inquiring, after chatting so much with Lu Sun, are you not thirsty? Yu Zhiwan shook her head decisively. Why would I drink water? I don't an amp. Oppos. T1 any. As her words fell, Xie Jingmo and amp. Oppos, as pupils slightly contracted, his eyelids twitching ever so slightly. He was certain now. It was not Lu Sun who made her heart flutter. Xie Jingmo and amp. Amp. Oppos. Lips curled into a slow smile as he drawled, oh. So you don an amp? Amp. Oppos. T1 any. With that, he lifted his gaze, casually glancing at Lu Sun nearby. Lu Sun instantly felt a chill run down his spine, daring not to breathe. Mr. Xie, hello. I've been meaning to say, you and your wife truly complement each other. It's as if you were made for one another. I heard you got married, and I haven't had the chance to give you a gift yet. So let me wish you a lifetime of happiness. May you have children soon, and may your love endure forever. Lu Sun rambled on without pausing for breath, showering them with compliments. He had caught on. Xie Jingmo and Oppos' expression remained nonchalant as he withdrew his gaze from Lu Sun. Leaning closer to Yu Zhiwan, he lowered his voice to a sultry whisper only she could hear, his breath warm and enticing. As for having children, I would be more than willing to warm the bed for my lady, to offer my body, allowing her to have her way with me. But if my lady disagrees, there is little I can do. Yu Zhiwan was taken aback. Warm the bed? Offer your body? Have your way with you? What on earth is he talking about? Her innocent thoughts were instantly led astray, envisioning his abs and his tempting waist, even recalling the time she had touched him there. Confused memories of things she had previously searched for flooded her mind, such as the notion that between couples, nothing could not be resolved by intimacy, and if there were, then they should engage twice. Yu Zhiwan's earlobes turned crimson, her entire body ablaze, her heart racing faster than before. Grabbing the water cup in his hand, she gulped it down in one go. As soon as she finished and set the empty cup back on the nearby table, she was suddenly swept into his embrace, held tightly as if he intended to meld her into his very being. What are you doing? Yu Zhiwan exclaimed, feeling her chest compressed against him. Xie Jingmo held her tightly, gently nuzzling his chin into the crown of her head, his peach blossom eyes curving lazily. The corners of his eyes and brows were tinged with a delightful smile, a joy unlike any he had ever experienced before. "Darling, I am so happy," he said. Zhiwan asked, "What is going on? Why is he so happy?" Upon observing them embracing, Lu Sun promptly shielded his eyes, yet deliberately left a gap between his fingers to peek through, exclaiming the impropriety of witnessing such a scene, all while stealthily attempting to slip away. Evidently, the CEO was in high spirits, so engrossed in embracing his wife that he overlooked Lu Sun's earlier jest about his menopausal state. Naturally, Lu Sun deemed it prudent to make a swift exit. Overhearing Lu Sun and Oppo's exclamation of impropriety, Zhiwan, overcome with embarrassment, hastily led Xie Jingmo back to the lounge. "Hold on a moment," she implored. "You mentioned being elated earlier. What exactly were you so happy about?" Her curiosity was piqued, eager to uncover the unknown events. However, as soon as the lounge door closed, Xie Jingmo pinned her against it, his actions imbued with a hint of impetuous intimacy, radiating a possessive aura that was both captivating and assertive, his voice tinged with a husky undertone. "I'm elated," he confessed, "because I'm growing ever closer to my wife." Zhiwan, taken aback, glanced at the proximity between them, finding herself completely ensnared in his embrace, her expression one of bewilderment. "You're already pressed against me, practically at zero distance. How much closer do you aspire to be?" In response, the man chuckled softly, his thumb gently caressing her delicate cheek. "I yearn for an even deeper connection," he murmured, "a spiritual union." Zhiwan, instantly flustered, retorted, "I didn't Oppo's misconstrue your meaning. I, too, was referring to a spiritual bond." Yet, their bodies were pressed together so intimately that not a sliver of space remained between them. The man and Oppo's gaze, intense and smoldering, bore into her as his thumb, which had been caressing her cheek, slowly descended to trace the outline of her crimson lips. Zhiwan and Oppo's breath hitched, unable to withstand the man and Oppo's ardent gaze. She instinctively attempted to avert her eyes. But at that moment, the man lowered his head, gently, almost teasingly, brushing his nose against hers, creating an intimate connection that mingled their very breaths. "Wan," he murmured, his voice a husky caress, "My darling, my precious." His voice, laced with tenderness and longing, called out to her, each utterance bringing his lips tantalizingly closer, creating a tantalizing anticipation that surpassed the allure of a direct kiss, stirring a profound yearning within her. Zhiwan, overwhelmed by the tantalizing sensation, felt a shiver course through her, every nerve ending tingling. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the crisp, white shirt at his waist. The pressure so intense that her knuckles turned white, the smooth fabric crinkling into suggestive folds. Indeed, one might have surmised that the pristine white shirt had been privy to some indescribable encounter. It was truly tormenting and utterly unfair. Zhiwan and Oppo's eyes were now brimming with moisture. Her mind, clouded by the intoxicating atmosphere, began to crystallize around a single, undeniable thought. Xie Jingmo's actions were undeniably intimate and affectionate. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her as well. Surely, he must have relinquished his affections for his unattainable ideal. She could no longer contain herself. She was determined to confess her love, without delay. As soon as the matter of Yu Changda's accident was resolved that afternoon, she would declare her feelings. Zhiwan took a deep breath, her delicate eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. "Xie Jingmo," she began. Xie Jingmo, his senses heightened by her soft, seductive tone, felt a tightening in his throat, his gaze intensifying. "Yes," he replied. "I have a gift for you tonight, and something of utmost importance to share." The man raised an eyebrow in surprise, then chuckled softly. His Adam and Oppo's apple bobbing. What a delightful coincidence. "I too have a gift for my wife." Zhiwan gasped, her eyes lighting up. "Oh, how wonderfully in sync we are. What is it that you wish to bestow upon me?" Xie Jingmo's arm tightened around her waist, his eyes sparkling mischievously. "And what is the gift that my wife intends to present to me?" The girl lifted her chin with an air of playful defiance, her expression both charming and spirited. "That shall remain a secret for now. The man chuckled. Very well, then my gift shall also remain a secret for the time being. Zhiwan pouted. Her cheeks puffed out in displeasure. How vexing this man could be. But alas, she reminded herself, she was currently enamored with him. So indulging him a little was only fitting. Zhiwan released her grip on his white shirt, replacing it with an embrace around his lean waist. Her eyes sparkling with a trace of arrogance, as if to say, very well, I shall indulge you this once. Xie Jingmo and opposed expression was one of mild amusement. Zhiwan savored the anticipation of her confession that evening. Then, he would finally discover the gift she had in store for him. As for the matter of Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin and opposed accident, now that Xie Jingmo had thoroughly investigated it, she had no desire to delay any further. That afternoon, she would visit the hospital and return the blame to its rightful owner. At the hospital, in a private room, Yu Changde was propped up against the pillows, while Tao Shuqin, though still sporting a cast on her fractured arm, was able to move about. Yu Xiuqi, Yu Xiaoze, and Yu Xiangxiang were also present. The hospital room was abuzz with activity, with numerous shareholders from Yu Corporation having arrived, ostensibly to inquire about Yu Changde and opposed health, but also to discuss the company and opposed affairs. One shareholder, a portly man with receding hair, wrung his hands in despair. Chairman Yu, if the company and opposed stock price continues to plummet, we in opposed LL be facing not only losses but utter ruin. Another shareholder chimed in, his tone laced with sarcasm. In the past, it was Wang Yin who rescued Yu Corporation from its crises. Little did we know that Wang Yin was actually a true heiress of the Yu family. And now, having severed ties with your own daughter, the company is once again on the brink. It seems that General Manager Yu Xiuqi is utterly useless. Yu Xiuqi and opposed face flushed crimson, unable to retort or refute the accusation. In the past, it was indeed Wan who had helped him navigate through crises, and now, Tao Shuqin, her brow furrowed with worry, cast a glance at her eldest son. She lacked the knowledge to comprehend the intricacies of corporate affairs, and was therefore unable to offer any assistance. Yu Changde, hearing the shareholders and opposed incessant complaints, wore an expression of utter displeasure. A shareholder with spectacles cleared his throat and stated, Chairman Yu, your decision to sever ties with your own daughter is a personal matter, and none of our concern. However, the company affects the interests of countless individuals. You must find a way to bring Yu Zhiwan back to Yu Corporation as soon as possible. The other shareholders echoed his sentiments. Indeed, bringing Wang Yin back to address the immediate crisis is of utmost importance. I don't mean to be harsh, but you've forsaken your own daughter, and instead appointed your adopted daughter to the design department, where she is of no help whatsoever. She doesn't even measure up to a single strand of Wang Yan's hair. Well then, Chairman Yu, I hold 9 of the shares in Yu Corporation, and I have the right to recommend talent to the board of directors. I hereby nominate Yu Zhiwan to join the board. Upon hearing that a shareholder had nominated Yu Zhiwan for the board of directors, Yu Xiangxiang's face instantly froze. Those decrepit old fools. They were so eager to beg Yu Zhiwan to return, and to claim that she was inferior to that wretched woman in the design department. Yu Changde slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage. Enough! That beast Yu Zhiwan, who would even harm her own parents. I will never invite such a rebellious child back. Even without her, I will find a way to save Yu Corporation. The shareholders, upon hearing this, were immediately intrigued. To harm one's own parents? Before they could inquire further, they were captivated by Yu Changde's latter statement. Another way to save the company? Chairman Yu, surely you jest? What is this other way? Tell us. Yu Changde surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over the assembled shareholders. I presume you're not aware that our Yu family has a marriage agreement with the Xie family. This matter has been kept under wraps until now. The Xie family? The portly shareholder exclaimed in shock. Surely you don't mean the Xie group? Impossible. That's the most prestigious family in the capital. Yu Changde's face beamed with pride. Indeed, my daughter Xiangxiang has been betrothed to the current head of the Xie family, Xie Jingmo, since childhood. She is destined to be the future young mistress of the Xie family. This arrangement was made by the elders of both families. We did not wish to give the impression that we were seeking to profit from their wealth, so we refrained from publicizing it. Now, I shall publicly announce this engagement, and the outside world will come to know of the relationship between the Yu family and the Xie family. Naturally, many will seek to curry favor with us. And more importantly, the Xie family, as our in-laws, cannot remain indifferent seeing the Yu family in crisis. Upon hearing this, the shareholders in the hospital room were instantly filled with excitement, their faces glowing with enthusiasm. It is worth noting how many have endeavored to attach themselves to the Xie family, yet have found no opportunity. And here, the Yu family is actually engaged to the Xie family. Even if the Xie family were to share just a fraction of their financial resources, it would be sufficient for the Yu family to navigate this crisis and soar to new heights. The demeanor of those shareholders transformed in an instant, their smiles dripping with obsequiousness. "Oh, such a significant matter. Why did Director Yu not mention it sooner? You are indeed connected to the Xie family. Surely a glorious future awaits. When Director Yu achieves greatness, do not forget us, your old friends." No wonder I noticed Miss Xiangxiang's exceptional demeanor earlier. She is to be the future Mrs. Xie, the future wife of Xie Jingmo. I must confess, my two daughters greatly admire Xie Jingmo, declaring daily that they will marry no one else. Alas, Mr. Xie has never shown interest in women, leaving them with no chance to approach him. How many envy Xiangxiang's fortune in marrying Mr. Xie? Xiangxiang, you shall be by Xie Jingmo's side. Do make sure to speak kindly of us uncles and brothers in front of Mr. Xie. Chapter 74. Unmasking the true nature of Yu Xiangxiang. As Yu Xiangxiang listened to the flattery, hearing everyone proclaim her as Xie Jingmo's woman, a wave of bashfulness swept over her face, instantly satisfying her vanity and pride. Even though this crowd had just moments ago looked down upon her because of that wretched Yu Zhiwan, here they were, eager to curry favor and flatter her. As long as she firmly held the position of Xie Jingmo and oppose, as fiancé, she could bask in the envy of all, under the esteemed title of Xie Jingmo and oppose. As woman, Yu Shouqi furrowed his brows, his expression stern as he retorted, "Father, even if you intend to announce the engagement, it does not belong to Yu Xiangxiang." Yu Chana barked back, "Silence. Xiangxiang is undoubtedly the future mistress of the Xie family. As long as I am alive, no one can change that." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangxiang feigned tears of gratitude, her voice choked with emotion as she spoke. "Mom and Dad, rest assured, you and Amp, oppose, V raised me with such hardship. Even if I marry Jingmo and enter the Xie family, I will never forget that I am a daughter of the Yu family. Nor will I forget to help my family." Tao Shuqin felt a wave of relief, for this was the well-bred daughter she had raised. She was both discerning and filial, unlike that ungrateful Yu Zhiwan, who, despite her capabilities, had the audacity to harm her own parents, truly a creature beneath contempt. How wonderful it would be if Xiangxiang were her biological daughter. The shareholders in the hospital room seized the opportunity to shower Yu Xiangxiang with praise for her filial piety and understanding. Naturally, who would dare to displease the future mistress of the Xie family? Yu Xiangxiang reveled in their sycophancy. Ever since that wretched Yu Zhiwan had publicly exposed her identity, she had not experienced a moment of peace, and today was the first time she truly shone. Now, with Yu Zhiwan branded for colliding with her own parents, she stood as the envied mistress of the Xie family. What could Yu Zhiwan possibly compare to? Did she think she could wrest the engagement away and marry Xie Jingmo? Such foolish dreams. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. The crowd gasped, falling into silence as they turned in astonishment. There stood 2 rows of tall, formally dressed bodyguards, their expressions grim, in the corridor outside. What sort of significant figure could this be? The one who had burst through the door was the lead bodyguard. After opening the door, he bowed slightly to the side, respectfully saying, "Miss Yu, please." "Miss Yu?" The occupants of the hospital room exchanged bewildered glances, their thoughts racing. Could it be? Almost instantly, as if to affirm their speculation, Yu Zhiwan entered the room with an impassive expression, her exquisitely beautiful face cold as ice. Upon seeing her, Yu Changda's fury surged. Wishing he could leap from the bed, "You wretch! How dare you show your face here?" Tao Shuqin immediately stood up, her heart torn with anger and sorrow as she gazed at her biological daughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This wretched child was unworthy of her anguish, and certainly did not deserve to be called her daughter. Beside her, Yu Xiaoqi was initially taken aback, but soon rushed towards Yu Zhiwan in excitement. Wan, what brings you here? And these bodyguards? Yu Xiaoza hurried over as well. Zhiwan, did you come because of mom and dad and amp? Oppo's accident? Both, brother, and I believe that you had nothing to do with it. But Yu Changda, suppressing his rage, shouted, You two come back. Xiang witnessed it herself. She saw you orchestrate the collision with me and Shu Qin. How can you deny it? The shareholders in the room, as if privy to a monumental secret, stared in disbelief. What? Yu Zhiwan had orchestrated a collision with her own parents? This was utterly outrageous. Ignoring the incredulous stares, Yu Zhiwan strode to the bedside. Her gaze as cold as ice as she confronted Yu Changda. You claim I orchestrated the collision with you and Tao Shu Qin? What evidence do you have? Evidence? Yu Changda seethed with rage. You dare ask for evidence? Xiang witnessed it. Do you think you can wriggle out of this? Yu Zhiwan smirked coldly. So, you possess no evidence at all? You simply believe every word that escapes Yu Xiang's lips? In that case, I shall declare that it was your precious daughter, Yu Xiang, who orchestrated the collision. Chapter 75. Sent to prison upon hearing Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppo's S-words, both Yu Changda and Tao Shu Qin were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by shock. The shareholders present were equally bewildered, utterly at a loss. What was happening? How had it turned into Yu Xiang being the one who struck? Yu Changda was the first to regain his composure, enraged as he threw off the covers and leaped from his hospital bed, pointing a trembling finger at Yu Zhiwan. You wretched creature, do you possess no humanity? I offered you a 15 stake, and yet you are not satisfied. You covet the Xie family and Amp, Oppo's marriage alliance, and merely because I did not agree on the spot, you harbored malicious thoughts and sought to run me down, to engage in such bestial acts, and now you dare to slander Xiang. Are you not afraid of retribution? Tao Shu Qin rushed forward to support Yu Changda. Her gaze toward Yu Zhiwan filled with disdain. Unrepentant and still casting aspersions on Xiang. How can you be so vile? Apologize to her at once. Yu Zhiwan and Amp, Oppo's eyes brimmed with mockery. How ludicrous. Yu Xiang possesses no evidence to claim I hired someone to run you down, yet you believe her without question. Now that I merely return the sentiment, you hysterically demand an apology from me? Yu Xiaoqi immediately interjected. Mom, Dad, Yu Xiang has no proof. She is merely slandering. Why do you trust her so blindly? Wan is your true daughter. I assert that what Wan says is the truth. Be silent. Yu Changda roared in exasperation. Xiang initially protected that wretch, refusing to reveal the truth. How could she possibly slander her? Tao Shu Qin and Amp, Oppo's face was sorrowful as she shook her head in disappointment at Yu Zhiwan. What do you mean, true daughter? You were only brought back to the Yu family at 16. You must harbor resentment towards us as your parents. Your heart has never aligned with ours. Xiang is the daughter I raised from childhood, and I know her well. She has always been filial, gentle, and incapable of deceit. How can I trust you over her? Nearby, Yu Xiang was moved to tears, her voice choking with emotion. Mom and Dad, thank you for believing in me. In my heart, you're my true parents. I cannot bear to let anyone down, especially not you. Turning to Yu Zhiwan, she wore a heartbroken and wronged expression. Sister, I do not understand why you would slander me. I was in the car as well, and I was injured in the accident. Would I really seek to harm myself? Seeing Yu Xiang and Oppo's distress only intensified Yu Changda and Oppo's loathing for Yu Zhiwan. You heartless creature, knowing we favor Xiang, you envy her, even in your final moments. Wishing to defame her, you shall kneel and apologize to Xiang this instant. Kneel? Yu Zhiwan regarded her biological parents, who were hurling the most venomous insults at her, blatantly favoring Yu Xiang. Her gaze was as frigid as the biting winds of a glacier, devoid of warmth as she retorted. Kneel before you? Do you think you are worthy? Yu Changda and Amp, Oppo's fury flared, wishing he could tear her to shreds. Very well. You ungrateful child. I shall call the police and have you imprisoned. Tao Shuqin clutched her chest in agony. What sins did I commit in my past life to bear such a daughter? Why do we even take you back? You should have simply perished outside. If your gambling foster father had beaten you to death, it would have spared us the torment of your return. Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi Amp, Oppos, S expressions darkened as they shouted in unison, Mom! The tormenting memories of their sister's dark and tragic childhood with her foster parents resurfaced. Now, their biological father threatened to imprison her, while their mother cursed her for not being killed by her abusive foster father. Was this not a dagger plunged into her deepest wounds? It was the very people closest to her by blood who inflicted this pain. Yu Xiuqi and Yu Shaozi turned to comfort Yu Zhiwan, only to find her face cold and devoid of emotion, her eyes reflecting derision and contempt, with no trace of sorrow or pain. Was it the repeated disappointments and heartaches that led her to extinguish all hope, abandoning any semblance of familial connection with the Yu family? The shareholders in the hospital room could not help but murmur among themselves, witnessing the unfolding drama. To prison. What else could it be? To attempt to run down one and Amp, Oppos, S own parents is utterly inhumane. A prison sentence would be too lenient. But wait, Wasn and Amp, Oppos, there no evidence? How could the Yu couple so readily trust Yu Xiangxiang? Regardless of the situation, Xiangxiang is a well-bred young lady, renowned for her filial piety. Would she truly hire someone to harm her own parents? Certainly not. Thus, the liar must be Yu Zhiwan. As the murmurs of support for Yu Xiangxiang filled the air, she could no longer contain her smugness, casting a provocative glance toward Yu Zhiwan. My dear sister, this time you are utterly finished. In response to Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppos, S taunting gaze, a cold smile crept across Yu Zhiwan's lips. Her mocking and indifferent gaze swept across her family before finally pausing on Yu Xiangxiang. Though her expression seemed casual, Yu Xiangxiang felt an inexplicable pressure, her spine instinctively straightening in alarm. This wretched girl still hoped to struggle against her fate. Yu Zhiwan, however, coldly withdrew her gaze and turned toward the door of the hospital room, speaking softly, "Come in." As her words fell, a bodyguard pushed a middle-aged man in his 30s into the room. The man was slightly portly with stubble on his chin and appeared terrified, shrinking his neck and trembling as he entered, his face drained of color. The others in the room were puzzled. Who was this? They did not recognize him. He did not seem to be a company executive, likely just an ordinary man. What was the purpose of summoning this irrelevant person? Yu Changda scrutinized the newcomer and felt a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Even Tao Shuqin felt a flicker of recognition. Wait, I remember now. Yu Changda suddenly grasped the situation, his anger boiling over. Isn't this the driver who ran us down? He fled the scene after the incident, and now he's been caught. Upon hearing this, Tao Shuqin recalled. Indeed, that's him, the very driver. I saw him before I passed out. This is the driver. Yu Changda stormed over, seizing the middle-aged man by his collar, to brazenly hit and run in broad daylight. Do you have no sense of justice? I will report you to the police this instant. The middle-aged man, He Fengshan, trembled at the mention of the police, shaking his head vehemently. No, I didn't Amp, Oppos, intend to hit you. It was her who ordered me to do it. He Fengshan pointed a trembling finger behind him. Yu Changda turned to follow his gaze, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He Fengshan was pointing at Xiangxiang. Chapter 76, Evidence Unveiled, Truth Revealed. The shareholders in the hospital room were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. What was happening? The driver was pointing at Yu Xiangxiang. Was it Yu Xiangxiang who had instructed him? My goodness. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Yu Xiangxiang, filled with confusion and suspicion. Yu Xiangxiang clenched her hands tightly at her sides, a cold smile creeping into her heart. She had recognized He Fengshan the moment he entered the room. That wretched Yu Zhiwan had truly outdone herself by bringing He Fengshan here. But did she think this would lead to her identification? How laughable. She was not foolish enough to leave behind incriminating evidence. Yu Xiangxiang instantly adopted a bewildered expression, feigning shock and confusion at He Fengshan's accusation, then turning her demeanor to one of grievance and sorrow. Sister, who is this person you brought? I don an Amp, Oppos, T know him at all. Why is he pointing fingers at me? Sister, I have already pleaded for you in front of our parents regarding the car accident. Why are you conspiring with someone I don into Oppos? T even know to smear my name. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears welling up, embodying the image of someone who had been gravely wronged. Tao Shuqin immediately embraced Yu Xiangxiang, saying, "Dear daughter, please don't cry. Mama believes you. I will never let you suffer injustice." Yu Changde, snapping back to reality from his earlier shock, scoffed coldly and turned his gaze toward Yu Zhiwan. "So, you colluded with this driver to slander Xiangxiang?" Yu Xiuqi, witnessing this, could no longer contain his discontent. "Mom and Dad, Yu Xiangxiang has no evidence, yet you believe her. Now that Zhiwan has brought a witness, you still don into Oppos. Trust her. Is this how you treat your own daughter?" Yu Xiaoza opened his mouth, but remained silent, feeling utterly confused. He believed Zhiwan would not conspire against their parents. Yet he could not bear the thought of his sister, whom he had watched grow up, being wronged. Hearing Yu Xiuqi's words, Yu Xiangxiang, with a quivering voice, protested. "Elder brother, I truly do not know this driver. We have no contact or dealings with each other. If you say I bribed him, I would certainly have paid him, and there would be transaction records. Do you have any?" He Fengshan glanced at Yu Zhiwan beside him, then shook his head. "No, there are none." A fleeting moment of triumph crossed Yu Xiangxiang and Amp, Oppos, sighs. She had been so cautious that she left no incriminating evidence in her dealings with He Fengshan. Yu Zhiwan's attempt to frame her was nothing more than a delusional fantasy. Upon hearing He Fengshan's denial, Yu Changde seethed with anger, directing his ire at Yu Zhiwan. Without any transaction records, how could Xiangxiang have bribed him? "Speak up." Ignoring him completely, Yu Zhiwan coldly gestured to He Fengshan. "Present the evidence." He Fengshan, not daring to delay, tremblingly produced items from his coat. A solid gold gourd and 2 translucent jade bracelets, clearly of significant value. Yu Xiuqi immediately recognized them. This is Yu Xiangxiang and Oppos' jewelry. The solid gold gourd was a birthday gift from Dad, and those 2 jade bracelets were also given to her by our parents. He Fengshan, not daring to conceal the truth, hurriedly explained, "Yu Xiangxiang used these items to bribe me. She said it was too risky to transfer money directly, as it would leave a trace, so she gave me these valuables instead, claiming that even if I sold them cheaply, they would not be worth less than $1 million. With Yu Xiuqi recognizing the items, how could Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin not recognize them? These were all gifts they had purchased for Yu Xiangxiang. The shareholders present gasped in astonishment. Incredible. In this day and age, transferring money to a bank account inevitably leaves a trail easily traceable. But trading in gold and jade? Now that in Oppos, that's hard to track. Amidst the murmurs, Tao Shuqin looked at Yu Xiangxiang in disbelief. "Xiangxiang you. Mom." Yu Xiangxiang quickly shook her head, biting her lip in a pitiable manner. "It's all my fault. I lost the gifts you gave me, and fearing it would upset you, I didn't dare to tell you." Tao Shuqin was taken aback. "You lost them by accident?" Yu Xiangxiang's tears fell freely. "Really, Mom? It was only today, seeing He Fengshan bring them out, that I realized those things I lost were stolen by my sister to frame me. Mom and Dad, you must believe me." Listening to Yu Xiangxiang and Oppos' aggrieved tone, Yu Changde furrowed his brows, turning to Yu Zhiwan. "Out of jealousy for us only buying gifts for Xiangxiang, did you steal her belongings and then slander her?" Yu Xiuqi could hardly bear it any longer. "Dad, not buying gifts for your biological daughter, but only for Yu Xiangxiang? How can you say such blatant favoritism? And now the evidence is right before us, and you still refuse to believe it." Yu Changde, displeased, retorted, "What kind of evidence is this? Just a few pieces of gold and jade? Can that condemn Xiangxiang?" Yu Xiuqi responded, "Then how can you condemn Zhiwan when Xiangxiang hasn't presented any evidence?" Tao Shuqin, holding Yu Xiangxiang close, shot a fierce glance at Yu Zhiwan. "Don and Amp, Oppos, blame me for being biased. I raised Xiangxiang from a young age. If I don and Amp, Oppos, cherish her, who will? I choose to believe her." Yu Xiangxiang leaned into Tao Shuqin and Oppos' embrace, secretly casting a provocative glance at Yu Zhiwan. "Sister, at this point, how can you still compete with me?" Yu Zhiwan let out a derisive laugh, truly a case of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin. She turned to He Fengshan. Are you not going to continue? He Fengshan, gulping in fear, quickly retrieved another item from his pocket, saying breathlessly, there's also a recording pen. I secretly recorded it when Yu Xiangxiang contacted me. Yu Xiangxiang, who had been reveling in her triumph, froze at the words, her expression of delight vanishing, replaced by sheer terror and panic as her nails dug into her palms. A recording pen? How could this be? That wretched man had recorded her secretly. Standing beside Yu Zhiwan, He Fengshan, upon her cue, divulged everything he knew. Yu Xiangxiang was so cautious that she wooed and amped, oppose, to even agree to a bank transfer or cash. I found it suspicious. Fearing she might dispose of me once her aim was achieved, I secretly recorded our meeting. After finishing, he pressed the play button on the recording pen. The first voice to resonate was unmistakably He Fengshan and amp, oppose, Miss you, wound and amp, oppose, this be inappropriate? You and amp, oppose, in the car too. Should I just crash into them directly? Then a female voice responded, dripping with disdain. Can and amp, oppose, you just drive slower? Besides, I and amp, oppose, am sitting in the back seat. And those two old fools are in the front. Even if there's a fatal accident, those two old fools will die first. As soon as this played, those in the hospital room immediately recognized the voice. So familiar. That voice belongs to Yu Xiangxiang for sure. It and amp, oppose, unmistakably hers. Madness. It truly was Yu Xiangxiang. Those two old fools. Could she be referring to Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin? In an instant, all gazes turned towards Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin. Just moments ago, Yu Xiangxiang had been recorded saying she was in the back seat while those two old fools were in the front. Even if a fatal accident occurred, it would be those two old fools who died first. Tao Shuqin felt darkness close in around her, unable to bear such a tremendous blow, staggering backward in a faint, only to be caught by Yu Changde. Shuqin, Tao Shuqin and amp, oppose, face turned pale as a sheet, struggling to breathe, staring in disbelief at Yu Xiangxiang. You. Was this still the daughter she had raised to be filial and understanding? How could she utter such heartless words? The recording continues to play. He Fengshan expresses his dissatisfaction. Miss Yu Xiangxiang, you are overly cautious. You refuse to transfer the money directly, opting instead to give me gold, silver, and jade, insisting I sell them myself. It would be far more convenient to provide cash directly. Yu Xiangxiang responds with an air of arrogance. Look at you, a naive and impoverished wretch. These are valuable items. Even if you sell them at a loss, they are worth at least $1 million. If I were to transfer or withdraw such a substantial amount, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He Fengshan grits his teeth. Very well. Let us set the time for noon the day after tomorrow. Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin will drive through that intersection where there are no cameras. After I collide, I will make my escape. Yu Xiangxiang warns. Remember, do not contact me privately, lest you leave behind incriminating evidence. At this point, the recording concludes. Those in the hospital room are left utterly astonished. My goodness, those valuables were either inadvertently misplaced by Yu Xiangxiang or used to bribe He Fengshan. I am astounded. She had the audacity to lie brazenly. She slandered Yu Zhiwan, accusing her of stealing her jewelry. Thus, the entire car accident was orchestrated by Yu Xiangxiang. She arranged for someone to crash into her own parents. What is even more chilling is that she was aware of the lack of surveillance in that area. After executing her plan, she maliciously implicated Yu Zhiwan, claiming she witnessed her sitting in He Fengshan's back seat. How utterly malicious, to frame someone for such a heinous act. In that moment, having listened to the recording, Yu Changde trembles with rage and strikes Yu Xiangxiang across the face. Beast! You wretched creature! The affectionate gifts they bestowed upon Yu Xiangxiang have transformed into the very currency of her nefarious dealings. How profoundly ironic. Chapter 77. Regret of the Unworthy Parents. Now that the truth has been unveiled, Yu Xiaoqi can no longer contain his fury. He rushes forward, seizing Yu Xiangxiang by her hair and yanking her head back, compelling her to gaze upwards. Yu Xiangxiang, all I know is that you have lied and framed Wan Wan. I never imagined you would go so far as to hire someone to run over your own parents. committing such an unspeakable act. Those are the very parents who raised you for over 20 years. Yu Xiaoze is now in a daze, his expression one of disbelief as he stares at Yu Xiangxiang, the girl he had cherished and doted on since childhood, more than he did for his own sister. How has she transformed into this venomous, twisted creature? Worse than a beast. Tao Shuqin feels as though the sky has collapsed, tears streaming down her face. Even if you are not our biological daughter, we have raised you for so many years. Why would you do this? Why? Yu Xiangxiang winces in pain from Xiuqi and Appo's grip, her face contorted, her scalp nearly tearing. Even more infuriating is that with all her schemes exposed, she cannot even attempt to defend herself. In an instant, she has become a pariah, reviled by everyone. It's all that wretched Yu Zhiwan's fault. It's this shameless woman who has caused me this misery. A torrent of jealousy and resentment surges within Yu Xiangxiang, and she suddenly shoves Yu Xiuqi away, her hair disheveled, her demeanor no longer that of the obedient and gentle girl she once was. With a twisted expression, she glares at Tao Shuqin and Yu Changde, sneering why. Do you still ask why? Should you be the ones to perish? Tao Shuqin's eyes roll back, nearly fainting. Yu Changde, witnessing her unmasked demeanor, erupts in rage. You ungrateful wretch, whether by blood or by upbringing. We have given you everything. Is this how you repay us? Yu Xiangxiang scoffs disdainfully. Oh, the best you could offer? Chairman Yu, how can you even utter such words? You granted me a mere 10 of the company's shares, while you Zhiwan received 15. You even relinquished my engagement and my fiancé to that vile person. Is this what you call the best? Yu Changde jabs a finger at her. You beast. None of this was ever yours. If my biological daughter hadn't been mistakenly swapped at birth, you wouldn't have received a single thing. After enjoying the wealth and splendor of the Yu family for so many years, what more could you possibly want? Yu Xiangxiang's expression grows even more contemptuous and sinister. If you hadn't brought Yu Zhiwan back, would I be in this predicament? The Yu family's company and the Xie family's engagement were rightfully mine. Since Yu Zhiwan returned, I have lived in fear every day, terrified she would take everything from me. Why did you bring her back? Why? The fault lies entirely with you. Listening to her twisted reasoning, Yu Changde gasped for breath, his chest heaving with anger. You heartless beast. What is wrong with bringing back my own biological daughter? Even after her return, our affection for you hasn't changed. Nor do we send you back to your original family. And Zhiwan, concerned about you being abused by your gambling father, even suggested you stay in the Yu household. And this is how you repay her. Yu Xiangxiang lets out a cold laugh, nearly shrieking. She was foolish. And you're just as foolish. I am where I am today because of all of you. It's all your fault. Enough. Tao Shuqin suddenly interjects, her face pale, trembling with rage, her lips white. Look into your heart and tell me, has the Yu family ever wronged you? For you, our adopted daughter, I even forsook my own flesh and blood. That was her own child, born from her womb. In the early days after Yu Zhiwan was brought back, she worried that Yu Xiangxiang would feel uncomfortable. So she ignored the yearning gaze of her biological daughter, the calls of mom from her own child. She cast aside her biological daughter, disregarding the suffering she endured with her adoptive parents, ignoring her longing for maternal love, brazenly favoring her adopted daughter. Whenever Yu Xiangxiang claimed to be ill and needed her sister's care, both she and Yu Changde would have their biological daughter take a year off school, serving and attending to her, just because their biological daughter scored higher in the college entrance exam than Yu Xiangxiang. They tore up her acceptance letter. To ensure Yu Xiangxiang could marry into the Xie family, she even forced her biological daughter to engage with a promiscuous playboy, pushing her own flesh and blood into the flames. Recalling these past events, tears blurred Tao Shuqin's vision, her heart aching as if it were being pierced 1,000 times. How had she allowed her own flesh and blood to suffer so? She remembered the icy gaze Yu Zhiwan had cast upon her, recalling how Yu Zhiwan had flatly told her, since the day I severed ties with the Yu family, I no longer have a mother, no longer a mother. Tao Shuqin's tears surged forth, her heart feeling as though it were being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Suddenly, she ran towards Yu Xiangxiang, tearing at her and striking her. You return my biological daughter to me. You return my daughter. Each anguished cry pierced the heart, and the shareholders in the hospital room fell silent, taken aback by the scene. They never expected that the dutiful and understanding Yu Xiangxiang, who had always referred to Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin as her true parents, would commit such inhumane acts, ultimately framing the true daughter of the Yu family. It should be understood that the wealth and privilege Yu Xiangxiang enjoyed in the Yu family were originally Yu Zhiwan's. Moreover, how much suffering had Yu Zhiwan endured? With a father who was abusive and gambling, and a mother who favored sons over daughters? That life was originally Yu Xiangxiang and opposite, and Yu Zhiwan bore it for 16 long years. Furthermore, upon Yu Zhiwan and opposite's return to the Yu family, she had proactively suggested that Yu Xiangxiang remain, preventing her from returning to her original family, allowing her to continue living as a pampered young lady of the Yu family. Yet, Yu Xiangxiang showed no gratitude or appreciation, attempting to usurp Yu Zhiwan's engagement, constantly targeting her, ultimately forcing Yu Zhiwan to sever ties with the Yu family. This was sheer selfishness, greed, and ungratefulness. As Tao Shuqin lashed out at Yu Xiangxiang, Yu Xiaoze, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward, grasping the emotionally unhinged Tao Shuqin. His eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Xiangxiang, his voice hoarse. "That year, when Zhiwan took a leave to care for you, one morning, you told me that Zhiwan had quarreled with you and bullied you. To defend you, I spoke harshly to Zhiwan and even pushed her down the stairs, causing her to lose consciousness and requiring several hours to awaken in the hospital. Yu Xiangxiang, tell me now, was it truly Zhiwan who bullied you?" Upon hearing this question, Yu Xiangxiang suddenly erupted into manic laughter. "Second brother, my dear second brother, I merely mentioned it casually, and you pushed that fool down the stairs. You truly are my best ally." Yu Xiaoze's mind exploded, her manic laughter piercing through his temples like a venomous arrow, causing his forehead to throb painfully. He clutched his head in agony. Indeed, Zhiwan was innocent. He had believed Yu Xiangxiang's one-sided tale, disbelieving his own sister, and had harmed her with his own hands. Perhaps this was retribution. Not long after, in the chaos, he too was pushed down the stairs, confined to a wheelchair for 6 months. This was retribution. Yet, during Yu Zhiwan's years in the Yu family, how many times had he spoken harshly to his own sister to protect Yu Xiangxiang? His own sister, so humble, so desperately yearning for his recognition and affection. Yet, for Yu Xiangxiang's sake, he had knowingly added pineapple juice to the drink of his sister, who was allergic to it. He was utterly inhumane. Upon hearing the slander that Yu Xiangxiang had cast upon his own daughter, Yu Changde could no longer contain his fury. With a swift motion, he struck out once more. "You beast! You deceived us all. It is you. You possess a heart as venomous as a serpent." "Father," Yu Xiaoze suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling. "The greater fault lies with us. Had we harbored even a modicum of love and trust for Wanwan, we would not have been so easily swayed by Yu Xiangxiang and opposite's machinations. Ultimately, it is we who are at fault." Yu Changde was taken aback, his eyes suddenly misting over. He turned his face to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, a profound weariness engulfing him in that moment. Indeed, despite Yu Xiangxiang's claims that Wanwan had orchestrated the car accident, he had not harbored a single doubt, blindly believing her without discernment. Yet with Wanwan, even when she presented witnesses, he steadfastly refused to believe, only succumbing to the truth when confronted with the recorded evidence. Had he possessed even a sliver of paternal affection for his own daughter, he would never have shown such bias towards Yu Xiangxiang, allowing his daughter to endure such suffering. At that moment, Tao Shuqin suddenly turned her gaze towards the door of the hospital room, catching sight of Yu Zhiwan's retreating figure. A sharp pang gripped her heart, and she was engulfed by remorse, her eyes reddening as she stumbled forward, grasping the hem of the girl in opposite's garment, her voice choked with sorrow. "Wanwan." The response came cold and distant from her own daughter. "Ms. Tao, please let go." The bodyguards clad in black swiftly intervened, blocking Tao Shuqin and opposite's pursuit. Watching her daughter depart without so much as a glance in her direction, tears streamed down Tao Shuqin's face, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. The delayed regret and sorrow, tearing her apart from within. Chapter 78. Yu Zhiwan seduces Xie Jingmo. Yu Changde hastened to assist Tao Shuqin, observing his daughter's receding figure. He turned back, his gaze fixed on Yu Xiangxiang within the hospital room. You ungrateful wretch, I will reveal all your misdeeds and expel you from the Yu family. Forget the engagement with the Xie family. You won't receive a single share of the company. Yu Xiangxiang retorted with a fearless grin, her tone venomous. Don't forget, that fool Yu Zhiwan is already married. Even if she divorces and tries to marry into the Xie family, would the Xie family want such a second-hand item? Who else but me can fulfill the engagement? Offended by such vulgarity, Yu Shouqi and Appo's as forehead veins bulge as he sees Yu Xiangxiang and Appo's neck. Who allowed you to speak of Wan in such a manner? Yu Xiangxiang's eyes widened as her breathing was constricted. The terror of suffocation compelled her to strike at Yu Shouqi and Appo's hands. Release. Release me. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the shareholders in a room exchanged uneasy glances. While Yu Xiangxiang was undoubtedly involved in the Yu family's disintegration, Yu Changde and Tao Shuqin, as well as Yu Shouqi and Yu Shaozi, were not without blame. How could they be so biased against their own talented daughter and sister, favoring an ungrateful outsider? However, according to Yu Xiangxiang and Appo's words, Yu Zhiwan was already married? To whom? It hadn't and Appo's been mentioned, perhaps a fellow designer? Ah, that and Appo's. Right. Someone noticed a ring on Yu Zhiwan and Appo's left ring finger. Look downstairs. A shareholder by the window exclaimed in shock. ISN and Appo's that Xie Jingmo? What is Yu Zhiwan doing with President Xie? A commotion erupted. Everyone rushed to the window. From the 6th floor, they could indeed see Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo entering the same car, which then drove away. The Yu family members pushed forward. Yu Shouqi, upon hearing Yu Zhiwan's name, flung Yu Xiangxiang aside and ran to the window. Gasping for air, Yu Xiangxiang struggled to her feet, ignoring her aching arm. How could Yu Zhiwan and Xie Jingmo have crossed paths? They were previously unacquainted. The hussy, already married, was still trying to seduce her fiancé. Yu Xiangxiang glared, her face contorted. Xie Jingmo belonged to her, her fiancé. Yu Zhiwan was delusional if she thought she could steal him away. Suddenly, Yu Xiangxiang turned to Yu Changde, threatening. Chairman Yu, I hope you and Appo's reconsider publicizing my actions after viewing these photos. All eyes turned to them. Photos? What photos? They couldn't and Appo's. Be good. Yu Changde frowned. You heartless beast. What trickery are you plotting now? Yu Xiangxiang slowly produced her phone and displayed the photos to Yu Changde. His expression changed instantly. It was a picture of him, intoxicated at a social gathering, with a woman in bed, and their illegitimate child. How had Yu Xiangxiang obtained these? Yu Changde and Appo's face alternated between red and white. You wretch! Yu Xiangxiang sneered. Chairman Yu, feel free to scold me. But should I show these photos to Madam Yu? Tao Shuqin, sensing something amiss, asked wearily, Changde, what photos? Yu Changde sees Yu Xiangxiang and Appo's phone and deleted the photos. Yu Xiangxiang laughed. Chairman Yu, delete as you wish. I have other backups. Yu Changde was speechless. Yu Xiangxiang said, I trust Chairman Yu has decided whether to publicize my actions. From now on, I am still the unblemished second daughter of the Yu family. Her words haunted the Yu family like a relentless specter. She would secure the engagement with the Xie family and marry Xie Jingmo as the second daughter of the Yu family. Furthermore, she would expose Yu Zhiwan, a married woman, as a mistress attempting to seduce another woman and Appo's fiancé. She would ruin Yu Zhiwan and Appo's reputation and turn her into a pariah. Chapter 79. What Xie Jingmo fears en route from the hospital. Tang Yi, at the wheel, covertly observed the unusual atmosphere in the back. He feared a quarrel between President Xie and Miss Yu, especially since the former was and Appo's displaying his characteristic flamboyance. Yu Zhiwan, seated behind, leaned towards Xie Jingmo, playfully tugging at his arm while showering him with praise. The Yu family's accident is finally resolved, thanks to you. Seriously, there were no surveillance cameras at that intersection, yet you managed to identify He Fengshan. You're incredible. He cast her a sidelong glance, his expression indifferent. Yu Zhiwan pouted, inching closer. Please don't be upset. Was it just because I didn't and oppose? T want you to come to the hospital with me? She had anticipated chaos with the Yu family, so she went alone, delivering her retort and promptly leaving. She gazed at him imploringly, shaking his arm. Really, Don and Amp? Oppose. T be unhappy. Even though I didn't and Amp? Oppose. T want you to come along? I didn't reject the bodyguards you arranged to protect me. Xie Jingmo studied her silently for a moment, then lowered his gaze, preparing to feign distress. Zhiwan, sensing a familiar pattern, preemptively covered his mouth. I don't think you're embarrassing, nor do I think you're inadequate, and I certainly don't dislike you. Really? A flustered Xie Jingmo paused, while Tang, in the front seat, thought, oh no, she's learned to anticipate President Xie's theatrics. Xie Jingmo chuckled, removing her hand. Who said I was going to say any of that? Zhiwan looked puzzled. But you seem downcast, and when you look like that, it means you and Oppose were about to say those things. He raised an eyebrow, his tone amused. Oh, does Madam observe me so closely? Zhiwan blushed. Not really. What were you going to say? Xie Jingmo took her hand, adopting a somber tone. You didn't and Oppose. T want me at the hospital and Don and Oppose. T want others to know we and Oppose remarried. Are you thinking of divorcing me, or do you fancy someone else? Zhiwan exclaimed. Who said I want a divorce? Who said I like someone else? Nonsense. It's not true. He smiled, gently caressing her head. Good. That puts my mind at ease. She blinked, feeling slightly disoriented. Tang Yi thought to himself. Each act is more elaborate than the last. President Xie effortlessly extracted those words from Miss Yu. Her denial was practically a confession. Zhiwan shook Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppose, S arm. In Oppose, S almost dinner time. Lin Oppose, S eat out. My treat. Xie Jingmo questioned, oh? Zhiwan continued. I know a marine restaurant where you can see fish swimming around while you eat, and the deep blue sea is right there. It and Amp, Oppose, is supposed to be fun. It was a date spot she and Amp, Oppose, seen online, known for its ambience. She planned to confess her feelings that evening, but since there was an end Amp, Oppose, tea time for elaborate preparations, the restaurant would set the mood, followed by a gift and her heartfelt confession. Upon hearing marine restaurant, Xie Jingmo paused before agreeing. Tang Yi Fronit. Knowing Xie Jingmo and Amp, Oppose, S aversion to marine environments. President Xie Jingmo interjected, you may leave early. Tang Yi responded, thank you, boss. Thank you, madam. Zhiwan immediately escorted Xie Jingmo to the underwater restaurant, a dreamlike realm of light and color. Giant glass walls surrounded them, teeming with colorful fish in the deep blue sea. Zhiwan excitedly approached the glass, tapping it, and a fish touched the glass with its mouth. She turned to share the moment with Xie Jingmo, but he stood behind, looking tense. She pulled him forward, exclaiming, ISN and Oppose, T-ed adorable. He took her hand, his usual nonchalance replaced by tension. I think you're more adorable. Zhiwan retorted, stop complimenting me. It'll go to my head. She glanced at their joined hands, feeling as though they were on a date. Why are your hands cold? He paused. I guess I'm hungry. Zhiwan insisted, let's eat then. The menu featured seafood, which Zhiwan ordered liberally. Seated by the glass wall, she watched the fish. Leaning on her hand, she asked softly, what if the glass broke and the water came rushing in? Would we drown? Xie Jingmo glanced at the water, then averted his gaze, saying, it won't happen. But if it did, I'd make sure you got out safely. His words resonated with her. She lowered her eyes, taking a long drink. Her heart was racing. During the meal, she noticed he wasn't eating much. Concerned, she reached for the menu. If you don't like this, we'll order something else. Xie Jingmo stopped her. It's fine. It and Oppose. S rare for you to be so attentive. Zhiwan replied, I and Oppose. LL take care of you from now on, so you get used to it. He smiled, his eyes alluring. I and Oppose, do you like that? After dinner, Zhiwan eagerly led him to the underwater tunnel, wanting to take photos. Let and Oppose, S stand closer to the glass wall. As she positioned them, she noticed his tension. Don't you like it here? He replied, I do. Xie Jingmo lifted his eyelids to glance at the camera, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Without much thought, Zhiwan snapped several photos, intending to select one later as her phone wallpaper. After taking their group photo, Zhiwan, akin to a child filled with wonder, dashed ahead, occasionally glancing back at Xie Jingmo trailing behind her. Whenever they encountered something amusing, she would giggle and excitedly point it out to him. Xie Jingmo's gaze remained fixed on the girl, his heart swelling with a tender affection as he watched her radiant smile. Once they concluded their tour of the underwater tunnel, Zhiwan expressed her need to visit the restroom, asking Xie Jingmo to wait for her. As soon as she departed, Xie Jingmo discreetly shifted several steps away, distancing himself from the glass wall and the ocean beyond. Upon exiting the restroom, Zhiwan meandered back, casually observing her surroundings. She noted that the underwater restaurant was not only frequented by couples, but also by parents with children, making it a favorite among the little ones. However, as she continued her stroll, her steps faltered and her brow knitted slightly. Ahead, a woman caught her attention, the one who bore a striking resemblance to Xie Jingmo's mother. Having been shaken by a previous encounter, Zhiwan managed to maintain her composure this time, subtly assessing the situation. From her vantage point, she could only glimpse the woman and Appo's as profile, yet the resemblance to the woman in the photograph of Xie Jingmo and Appo's mother was undeniable. The only difference was that this woman appeared older, her skin marked by a few more wrinkles. If Xie Jingmo and Appo's mother had not passed away prematurely, she would likely resemble this middle-aged woman. The woman held the hand of a boy around 13 or 14, her eyes filled with affection as she spoke to him. Was he her son? Zhiwan observed for a moment longer and realized that the direction in which the woman was headed aligned with her own path. Quietly, she trailed behind, her concern deepening as she pondered whether this woman would encounter Xie Jingmo. As if on cue, the woman turned a corner and suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on something. Yet after merely 2 seconds, she resumed walking, her voice brimming with warmth as she continued explaining the various species of fish to the boy. Son, slow down, look over here. This yellow fish is Zhiwan hastened her pace and witnessed the middle-aged woman and the boy brushing past Xie Jingmo. He, however, remained aloof, his expression devoid of warmth, his dark, piercing eyes cloaked in an impenetrable shadow, as if he were a stranger to the woman. Hiding around the corner, Zhiwan observed this exchange, her lips pressed tightly together. She recalled Xie Jingmo mentioning that his parents had always looked down on him. At that moment, he appeared so desolate, and she yearned to embrace him. Yet, perhaps he wished to remain undisturbed, to conceal the vulnerable side of himself from the world. In that instant, Zhiwan was nearly certain that the woman who resembled Xie Jingmo's mother was indeed his mother. Yet, the Xie family publicly claimed that his parents had passed away long ago. What could this mean? Zhiwan lingered at the corner for quite some time, gathering her emotions before casually making her way back. I'm back, she declared, dashing into Xie Jingmo's arms. He was taken aback, stumbling back a couple of steps from the force of her embrace. As the girl wrapped around him, his initial surprise melted away, the frost in his eyes dissipating as if the sun had broken through, warming him. He looked down, astonished, yet a smile crept onto his lips. What's this? Are you throwing yourself at me? Zhiwan's ears flushed as she lifted her head to meet his gaze. No way. I just overheard a secret. Embracing in front of all this water and fish can attract the spirit of the ocean, bringing good fortune. Xie Jingmo found her amusing. Is there really such a peculiar belief? Zhiwan maintained her composure as she fibbed. Indeed. I heard it from someone else. We should give it a try. What if it works? Thus, Xie Jingmo and Zhiwan hoped for a stroke of good luck together. Though skeptical of such things, Xie Jingmo found himself embracing the vibrant girl, feeling that the deep blue waters behind the glass wall seemed less dreadful. Upon returning to Blue Creek Garden, Zhiwan first visited her study, where she had prepared a gift for Xie Jingmo. As she contemplated her upcoming confession, an unexpected wave of nervousness washed over her. Should she search online for some poignant lines to express her feelings, hoping to leave Xie Jingmo so enchanted that he would agree to her proposal without hesitation? Yet, would that be too forceful? Deciding to forge ahead, she took a deep breath and turned to leave the study when her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Xie Yuntang. Sister-in-law, what are you and my brother up to? Let us go out for dinner. Zhiwan chuckled. We just finished eating. Xie Yuntang lamented dramatically. What terrible timing. Did you eat at home or out? We were out, at that underwater restaurant named Mermaid. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Xie Jingmo, slightly incredulous, confirmed. You and my brother are at the underwater restaurant? Confused, Zhiwan replied, yes, why? After a moment of hesitation, Xie Jingmo said, well, it's nothing really, just that my brother has a bit of psychological barrier when it comes to the ocean. But since he yes with you, it seems he yes all right. A psychological barrier?